In an ordinary ward of Zhaoyang City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, a young man lay on the hospital bed. He was so emaciated that his body was nothing but skin and bones. At first glance anyone would think it was a skeleton. Before drip on his arm had long finished and a trail of blood had flowed back into the needle tube. However, the blood had already solidified inside the plastic tube, indicating that the bottle had been empty for quite some time. The young man lay still on the bed like a corpse. If not for the faint pulse twitching in his arm, anyone would have mistaken him for dead. Bang! A thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. The clear sky instantly turned into a pitch-black expanse. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The deafening roar startled the young man awake. He furrowed his brow slightly and his calm expression gradually twisted into one of agony. Ah! The young man sat up abruptly with a scream, but his throat was so hoarse that he could barely recognize his own voice. The awakened young man greedily gasped for air as if he had just surfaced from the deep sea. Is it an earthquake? The young man's voice rasped from his throat like a broken drum. The explosion was so powerful that the entire room rattled. Items hanging on the wall swayed and tilted. The young man had no time to check his throat. He quickly scanned the room. Crack! A sound of bone dislocation came from his neck. Having lain flat for so long, he had a stiff neck. He slowly massaged his neck while observing the room. It was a very clean ward. White walls, white ceiling, white curtains, the room was spotless. On the bedside table stood a vase with long-dried flowers. Bang! The violent tremor knocked the vase off the bedside table, shattering it on the floor. On the other bedside table lay a plastic bag containing something black and lumpy like piles of. The label on the bag revealed that these were bananas. A clock hung on the white wall, but its hands had long stopped moving. No one knew what time it was. Yet the clock was shaking violently. Click! The clock fell off the wall. No. I have to hide under the bed. If the room collapses, he'll be crushed. To survive, the young man made a quick decision. He must get under the bed. It was a single ward. He was alone. No one had kept vigil by his sickbed for a long time. Apparently he had been hospitalized for quite a while without any companion. Nurse! Nurse! The young man called out loudly, hoping a nurse would come to help. But his voice was so faint that he himself could barely hear it, let alone any nurse outside. Directly across from the bed hung a television. But now the TV showed no program, only a full screen of static snow. Bang! The television fell off the wall, crashing to the floor, tearing loose some cables connected behind it. The young man struggled to get out of bed. Having lain prone for so long, his limbs were stiff. Even the simple act of sitting up took a long frozen moment. Then he fell directly off the bed. Because of the violent tremors, he lost his balance and sprawled onto the floor. Lying flat for so long had rendered him unable to control his own legs. Helplessly he could only drag his body slowly across the floor, inching toward the bed. The needle was still stuck in his arm. He yanked it out and after much arduous effort finally crawled under the bed. At that moment the violent tremors ceased, as if nothing had ever happened. If not for the mess all around, the young man would have thought it was a dream. Exhausted, the young man lay under the bed for a long time, recovering some strength. After a while, with no sign of aftershocks, he slowly crawled out. Suddenly the young man noticed that the sky outside was slowly darkening. Was it going to rain? Leaning on the bedside table, the young man slowly made his way to the window. The short distance felt as long as half a century. Roar! As soon as he reached the window, a thunderous roar made him shudder so violently that he almost wet himself. The scene outside the window shocked the young man. The hospital courtyard was crowded with people. What were they doing? Were they square dancing? Or was there another medical dispute? Were they all watching a spectacle? The young man rubbed his eyes to see clearly what those people in the courtyard were doing. But suddenly his expression turned grave. The behavior of the people in the courtyard was eerily strange. They looked just like the zombies from The Walking Dead. He rubbed his eyes again, trying to make out their faces. Help! Help! Ah! A woman's cry for help was followed by the young man witnessing a woman fall from the rooftop of the opposite building, and then many others jumped down after her. Bang! 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 The woman's body hit the ground, splattering blood and flesh. Roar! At that moment the onlookers rushed forward. What are they doing? The young man wondered. Normally people would keep far away from someone who jumped, wouldn't they? Why were they all rushing in? Suddenly the young man saw one of the people in the crowd raise a rope-like object high. Is that? Wah! A sudden wave of nausea hit him. He saw a person in the crowd gripping a bloody piece of intestine. Then the person unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth and began eating while others fought for a bite. Wah! The young man crouched on the floor, retching painfully. But having not eaten for a long time, there was nothing to bring up. After retching for a while, he slowly stood up, grabbed the windowsill, rubbed his eyes again. Maybe it was an illusion. He needed to take another careful look. It's zombies. It's zombies. This is a real-life Resident Evil. This time what he saw was unmistakable. It wasn't an illusion, these were real zombies. The young man saw it clearly, they must be zombies. Having watched plenty of zombie movies during his boring work hours, he instantly recognized these humans were different. Raw. A zombie suddenly turned its pale eyes fixed intently on him on the third floor, drawn perhaps by his voice or his scent. But he was on the third floor, the zombie's nose couldn't be that sharp. The young man instantly crouched down, terrified that the zombie might spot him. Crack crack. Straining too hard, the young man twisted his back and now he was grimacing in pain, one hand pressed to his aching spine. He had clearly seen among the zombie horde a few that were nothing but skeletons. Were those skeletons? The young man collapsed to the ground, weak with terror. Hiss. A sharp pain shot through him. He had accidentally touched a shard of a broken vase on the floor and it sliced his finger open. What do I do? What do I do? The whole hospital yard is full of zombies. I wonder if there are any survivors inside the hospital. The young man leaned against the wall and shuffled over to where his forearm had been torn out. He found some used medical tape there and pressed it onto his bleeding finger. Just then a translucent light screen appeared before Chu Heju. System ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind, matching the words on the screen. System ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the stall system. What is this? The young man stared in shock at the screen, then vigorously rubbed his eyes. He turned his head around, eyes scanning up, down, left and right. He discovered that the floating screen followed his gaze perfectly, always remaining conveniently in front of his eyes. Curious, the young man reached out to touch the light screen, but his hand passed straight through it. What kind of technology is this? Chu Heju was utterly astounded, completely unable to comprehend what this floating screen was. Then the screen displayed another new message. System ding. Mission issued, sell your first item within 30 minutes to successfully activate the stall system. Mission failed, host will be eliminated. What the hell? This is a real-life zombie apocalypse. It's hard enough to find a living person and you want me to sell something. Even if you want me to sell, at least give me some damn goods first, system boss. The screen's information changed, revealing a massive countdown timer. Then the entire floating screen vanished with a whoosh, leaving only a thumb-sized countdown lingering in the upper right of his vision. System ding. Countdown 29 minutes 59 seconds. Host, please complete the mission promptly. Hey, don't tell me this is for real. Gurgle. At that moment his stomach let out a loud growl. Having not eaten for a long time and only sustained by 4 drips, the young man suddenly realized he was ravenously hungry. A wave of lightheadedness and near collapse washed over him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. If he didn't eat soon, he might faint from shock. He looked at his own hands. He could see the shape of the bones beneath the skin. His arms were nothing but skin and bones. Am I a skeleton? The young man felt his own face. There was still a bit of flesh. Thank goodness I'm still human. But system boss, can you give me some food first? I'm starving to death. System. He waited a long time, but no response came from the system. All right, I'll find food myself. Better to live in misery than to die. I'm not about to be eaten by zombies. I sure as hell won't starve to death. Chu Heju. Age 23. Security guard at Zhaoyang No. 1 high school. He had a grudge with street thugs after repeatedly preventing them from entering the campus. He was beaten unconscious by thugs on his way home from work. How long he had been unconscious he did not know. He only knew that if not for this earthquake, he didn't know when he would have awakened. Maybe he would have slept forever. Thinking this, Chu Heju felt he should thank the earthquake. To survive, Chu Heju exhausted all his strength. He barely managed to find a hard rock-like flatbread in the bedside table. Chu Heju bit into it and almost broke his teeth. Besides, he had no strength. Biting into that stone-like flatbread was impossible, like trying to bite a rock. After rummaging around, Chu Heju found 3 packets of manure milk in the bedside table. Luckily the milk had a long shelf life. Chu Heju inserted the straw and sucked greedily, his entire body like a parched riverbed, slowly absorbing the milk's nutrients and moisture. 1 carton of milk down. Chu Heju sat down contentedly, leaning against the bedside table. Gurgle. Perhaps sensing food, his stomach growled even louder after that first carton. His stomach felt like an empty underground cavern. Milk was just liquid, it couldn't fill him. To truly satisfy his hunger, he needed solid food. Then Chu Heju used the milk to soak the stone-like flatbread. Once the bread had softened enough to bite, he picked it up with trembling hands and began to gnaw. As he ate the flatbread, Chu Heju stared coldly at the TV set in front of him. The recent earthquake had been so violent that the TV had fallen and now sparks were crackling from its back panel. Wang Dao. I hope you're not dead. I will kill you with my own hands. He knew exactly who had beaten him to this state. That was a kid named Wang Dao, always hanging around Zhaoyang No. 1 high school. The security guards all knew why he came, to flirt with the female students. But every time Wang Dao tried to bring his gang into the school, Chu Heju, if on duty, would stop him. Wang Dao was always accompanied by a bunch of weirdly dyed punks who looked like thugs. As a security guard of Zhaoyang No. 1 high school, how could he allow such riffraff to enter the campus and harm the nation's flowers? So he bravely stood up to block those disreputable people from entering the school. Zhaoyang No. One high school has two gates, the west gate and the south gate. Chu Haiju was the guard at the west gate. The west gate was a small gate, but it was the one closest to the street shop, so it was usually the busiest gate for coming and going. Thus the small-time hooligans blocked by Chu Haiju at the west gate had to detour to the south gate to sneak into school. One day after work, Chu Haiju was cornered by a bunch of lowlifes in an alley. Chu Haiju only caught a glimpse of a kid named Wang Dao before a sack was thrown over his head and a beating began. Chu Haiju only managed to see that the leader was Wang Dao before being thrown into a sack and beaten mercilessly. The rain of punches and kicks that fell upon him brought an indescribable pain. All that remained in Chu Haiju's ears was Wang Dao's voice. Give it to this blind watchdog hard. As long as he doesn't die, beat him to death. You'll take responsibility if anything happens. This was the last voice Chu Haiju remembered. As long as he doesn't die, beat him to death. He chuckled coldly, for as a security guard his duty was to protect the peace. Since he was a security guard at Zhaoyang one high school, he would not allow these social scum to harm the nation's flowers within the campus. However, every time Wang Dao and his little brothers swaggered out of the west gate of the school, when Wang Dao made a gesture of cutting his throat at Chu Haiju, he was so furious that he pounded the wall. He could stop Wang Dao from entering, but he had no way to stop him from leaving the school. Should he not let Wang Dao go, forcing him to stay in the school? That would only give Wang Dao more of an advantage. Ever since he fell unconscious, the school leaders had probably not come to visit him. After all, being a young security guard made others see him as a good for nothing. Looking at the overly simple hospital room, Chu Haiju searched for some decent food but found nothing. He knew he was likely not receiving the treatment he deserved. Heh. Since it's the apocalypse and I've been fortunate enough to acquire a stall system, this is a blessing from heaven. Then I, Chu Haiju, shall see who dares to look down on me. What happened during this time? Why did the world suddenly turn into a biochemical crisis? Chu Haiju was unaware. He woke up to find things as they were now. Although he had soaked some milk, the dry biscuit was still very hard to swallow. Starving Chu Haiju forced himself to eat that half piece of biscuit, which was so hard that it scraped his throat painfully. Choking painfully, Chu Haiju opened another pack of milk and gulped a few mouthfuls down, then he forced the hard biscuit down, feeling it scrape down his esophagus slowly into his stomach before he finally felt relief. Unable to wear the hospital gown, Chu Haiju took his security uniform from the nearby cabinet. Besides the uniform, he found only his phone and a crumpled wallet. Flipping through the wallet, he found it cleaner than his face, containing only an ID card and a salary card. He pressed the phone for a long time, but it wouldn't turn on. It seemed to have been dead for a while. Wearing the security uniform, Chu Haiju did not rush to go out. He still did not know what the outside was like. Since the hospital courtyard was already filled with zombies, there would surely be many inside as well. He needed to prepare a weapon capable of killing zombies. The first thing that came to mind was the fire axe in the fire hydrant, but he didn't know where the nearest one was. Thus he had to find something in this room that could kill zombies. Chu Haiju looked around, but the entire ward was bare with hardly any suitable weapons. Fortunately, he was the only patient in this ward. If there had been patients in the two adjacent beds, he might have already been eaten by zombies. The cabinet was too big, not suitable. The television was also useless, a broken vase. Don't be ridiculous. Chu Haiju quickly scanned the room and found something interesting. Indeed, there was a track on the ceiling suspended from it. Was a round tube about 1.5 meters long with a hook at the bottom designed for hanging 4 drips. That was the hook used for drips. Chu Haiju reached up to grab the hook and pulled hard. Using all his strength, he realized he couldn't budge the hook at all. Perhaps the track was too sturdy. Chu Haiju summoned all his strength, even jumping to use his weight. After pulling for more than 10 times, the track and the tube hook fell together. Quick-witted Chu Haiju dodged to the side. Creak. Oh dear, my old back. Chu Haiju supported his waist, realizing he had dodged once again. He couldn't help but worry about the upcoming battle. Going out in such a situation wasn't about killing zombies, it was courting death. Let alone finding survivors in a hospital filled with zombies and selling things to them. Am I really going to be erased by the stall system? Thinking of this, Chu Haiju glanced at the countdown. Still 15 minutes left. No, I can't die. I haven't even had a girlfriend or reached the peak of my life. I must sell something. I can do it. Chu Haiju stood up again, took the round tube hook off the track and felt its weight in his hand. It was manageable, though not light. He could still wield it. Help. At that moment, a woman's cry for help echoed from outside the door. There are actually people. Great. Chu Haiju was overjoyed, but then thought again. No, I can't even protect myself right now. How can I save others? I nearly hurt my back twice already. Chu Haiju struggled with his thoughts, torn between saving someone and self-preservation. Watching the red countdown change continuously, he gritted his teeth. No, this person might be sent by the system. I can't let her die. She could be my first customer or even my only customer. Determined, Chu Haiju resolved to save this woman. Grabbing the round tube in his hand, Chu Haiju didn't forget to take the last pack of milk with him. The stall system hadn't provided him with any goods. This was the only item he could sell. He hoped he could trade it. Chu Haiju quietly opened the door, only to find a row of chairs blocking the entrance. Creak. The chair scraped loudly against the marble floor as he pushed the door. Chu Haiju peered through the crack of the door into the corridor, which was empty. He carefully poked his head out. The entire corridor was in disarray. The ceiling above was nearly collapsed. A few flickering lights were still blinking and the decorative paintings on the walls had fallen to the ground. In that moment, as Chu Heju poked his head out, he wasn't searching for the woman who called for help but rather looking for a fire hydrant. Though he had a round tube weapon, he felt a fire axe would be safer. Help. The cry for help resounded again, coming from the right side of the corridor. Chu Heju looked over and saw a closed iron door. The mysterious woman's desperate cries for help drew nearer while chaotic footsteps and guttural zombie roars echoed from the distant corridor. Chu Heju turned his gaze toward the sound. There at the far end of the ward stood an iron door from beyond which the cries emanated. Bang! A young nurse in a white uniform burst through the iron door, slammed it shut behind her and hastily wedged a mop handle between its two handles to bar it. Chu Heju could see dark bloodstains already marring her pristine uniform. She had clearly fought zombies before. Her hair, loosened in flight, cascaded down her back like a silken river, long, lustrous and hauntingly beautiful, yet this was no moment for admiration. Roar! The ordeal was far from over. Zombies already lurked within this ward. Both the nurse's cries and the pursuing horde had stirred them into frenzied motion. Several shambling figures emerged from adjacent rooms, shuffling steadily down the corridor toward the nurse. Hurry, over here! Chu Heju knew that leaving her exposed would be tantamount to offering her as fodder. Her ears pricked at the sudden voice, her last flicker of hope, and she turned to see Chu Heju's head peering out from a doorway, beckoning urgently. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward his room and slipped inside just as the first zombies lunged into view. Chu Heju slammed the door shut and locked it with a decisive click. Thank you. Thank you so much. Panting heavily, the nurse pressed a trembling hand to her chest, unmindful of the blood smeared across her fingers, as she gasped out her gratitude. You're welcome. Do you want to buy milk? She never expected the man who'd just saved her life to be hawking dairy. Chu Heju had no choice, his very survival hinged on this transaction. Failure to make a sale would trigger annihilation by the street stall system. He glanced at the countdown. Only 5 minutes remained. He silently willed her to seize the milk without delay. Bang. Bang. Roar. Thuds and snarls now battered the door. The ward zombies had tracked her straight to Chu Heju's room. Such fortune was too rich to be hoarded alone. They too craved their share of the feast. Still catching her breath, the nurse nearly choked on her own shock at his words, and then lifted her eyes to him. You are. Only then did she truly take him in, and let loose a piercing shriek. Be silent. Chu Heju lunged forward and clamped a firm hand over her mouth. How she'd survived this long with such unrestrained screaming defied reason. It was practically an invitation for zombies to surround them. MMMPH, let me go. She mumbled through his palm. Not another sound, not yet. SSSK. A searing pain shot up his finger. He jerked his hand away. Do you bite like a dog? Are you human, or something else? Are you blind? I'm human, very much alive. Then why are you so emaciated? You look like one of those walking skeletons outside. You're the skeleton, your whole family is. SSSK, what was that for? Trying to sever my finger. Staring at the crimson imprint on his finger, Chu Heju glared at the nurse with simmering indignation. I'm sorry, I truly am. Forget it. Just tell me, will you buy the milk? Fine, I'll buy it. But I have no money. Cash only. Check your pockets, any coin will do. Even a single cent. His anxiety spiked as the countdown tightened. He couldn't afford to lose this sole customer. She frantically searched every pocket, then held up empty palms. I'm truly sorry, I haven't a single cent on me. Damn it. His temples throbbed. With only 60 seconds left, he paced like a caged fox. Fine, then take her nurse's uniform instead. If the system accepted barter, this might just save him. Strip off your uniform, now. What? What do you think you're doing? Don't you dare. She clutched her chest, horrified. Was this skeletal stranger some deranged predator? Get your mind out of the gutter. Since you're broke, trade your uniform for the milk. He knew exactly what she was thinking, that he was exploiting her desperation. Huh. That's all. She stared incredulous. Hurry up. Though skeptical, she hesitated, fear of his authority warring with fear of assault. She darted behind the opposite side of the hospital bed, stripping off her uniform while never taking her wary eyes off him, ready to bolt if he moved a muscle. Miss, please for heaven's sake hurry. As the countdown ticked into single digits, he nearly reached out to help her himself. With seconds to spare, she flung the uniform at him. Here. And here, your milk. He placed the carton squarely on the bed. She clutched the milk, he held the uniform, the transaction complete, sealed upon that narrow hospital bed. System ding. Task completed. Street stall system activated. Awarded level 1 street stall access granted to basic procurement channel. Please check your back-end interface. Phew, finally done. Relief washed over Chu Heju like a tidal wave. He glanced at the nurse across from him. Thanks again. You're welcome. She still eyed him warily, gripping the milk tightly, her blood-stained hands smearing the once pristine white packaging into a grotesque mottled mask. A chime, crystalline and serene, sounded, and once more a translucent holographic interface shimmered into existence before Chu Heju's eyes. The blank expanse of the interface now bore no countdown, but beneath it floated two icons, the first a delicate balance scale labeled procurement, the second a wooden crate marked warehouse. At the center pulsed a gleaming treasure chest, alive with subtle rhythmic light. Curious, he reached out, only to find his hand no longer passing through the interface but firmly grasping the chest itself. He seized it with both hands and lowered it gently onto the bed. Chu Heju reached out and took down the treasure chest. A wooden chest now rested in his hands and he placed it directly onto the hospital bed. At that moment the young nurse noticed the sudden appearance of the chest. Hey! Where did this chest come from? Chu Heju glanced at the nurse across from him but offered no explanation. Truth be told, he had no idea how to explain it either. Chu Heju ignored the nurse, his eyes fixed intently on the wooden chest, for upon it hovered a translucent virtual screen. Wooden chest contains a basic street stall. Owner Chu Heju. Curious, he opened the chest to find a black blanket inside. Beside the black blanket another virtual screen appeared. Basic street stall items for sale 1. Owner Chu Heju. Chu Heju took out the black blanket and spread it open. It measured about 2 meters square. He laid it on the floor and the virtual screen above it expanded. Where only basic information had been displayed, now 3 columns appeared. On the left was items for sale, in the middle was buyback items, and on the right was the warehouse. The items for sale column had only a single empty slot. Below it were 3 rows: unit price, quantity and total price. At the very bottom a line of small text read service fee 50. Holy crap. Chu Heju couldn't help but curse at the service fee, which was even more exorbitant than usual. A 50 fee. That means if I sell something for $10 I have to fork over 5. ISNT, that's a total rip-off. Might as well just trade for Ceto face instead of using this lousy blanket. The middle column also had a single empty slot with the same 3 rows below: unit price, quantity and total price. Fortunately the buyback items column required no service fee. On the far right under the warehouse option was a 10-byte grid completely empty. This must be my warehouse from the main interface, he muttered. Chu Heju mumbled to himself, then tried to select the wooden chest on the virtual screen with his hand. But the moment his gaze focused on it, the chest opened by itself. The scene shifted, revealing a 10-byte grid empty inside with a recycle button at the bottom. Man, I'm not about to play the part of a junk dealer, am I? Beneath the 10-byte warehouse grid there were a few more lines of small text: copper coins 0. He closed the warehouse and opened the icon that resembled a scale. Upon opening the procurement icon, a label at the top read basic procurement channel. Below it was a single item, a can resembling Red Bull spinning slowly. Energy drink increases satiety by 100. Procurement price 1 copper coin. Only 1 copper coin. Seems pretty cheap. But what kind of currency is this? Why isn't it in RMB? I don't have a single one of these stupid copper coins. Frustrated, Chu Heju could only exit the interface and scan the hospital room. He noticed the young nurse across from him was breathing rapidly as if she had been drugged. Miss, what's wrong? Are you okay? I feel terrible. Help me. Please help me. What's the matter? Where does it hurt? Chu Heju saw the nurse's immense suffering and wanted to help, but he wasn't a doctor and had no idea what to do for her. At that moment he noticed that because she had removed her uniform, a large chunk of flesh was missing from her left calf. Oh no, this nurse is probably turning into a zombie. Hungry. Chu Heju, who had been staring at her calf, heard a strange sound from the nurse. He looked up to see her eyes had rolled back, turning white. Then she opened her mouth wide and lunged at him. Whoa! Chu Heju quickly stepped back, not forgetting to grab the black blanket from the floor. It was his lifeline. Who knew if the stall system would give him another one if he lost it? With the hospital bed between them, the zombie nurse lunged and landed on the bed. Chu Heju grabbed a metal hook pipe nearby and swung it down at the back of her head. Growl. But Chu Heju, having been hungry for a long time, struck with the force of a mere tickle. Yet the nurse chased him for a meal while Chu Heju fought for his life. Perhaps that was the difference between trying one's best and giving it one's all. Chu Heju lost count of how many times he swung the pipe. His arms ached terribly and his hands felt like they weren't his own. Seeing the once pristine hospital bed now a bloody mess, Chu Heju couldn't help but vomit. He threw up most of the flatbread and milk he had just eaten until only stomach acid remained. Trembling, Chu Heju stood up, covered the corpse with the nurse's discarded uniform and pressed his palms together in a silent prayer. Thank you. Without you I might have been erased by the stall system by now. Chu Heju looked at the nurse beneath the uniform, his face filled with gratitude and guilt. He had been so absorbed in examining his stall system that he hadn't even had a chance to thank her before she turned. If there were no survivors, the stall system would be meaningless. Outside, the dark sky began to clear. There was no thunderstorm, perhaps it had just been a massive cloud. Chu Heju gazed at the sky. The enormous black cloud had drifted away and sunlight spilled onto the earth. After every storm there must be a rainbow. What was a zombie apocalypse anyway? Neither the virtual screens nor the electronic voice in his mind were products of this era's technology. Chu Heju clenched his fists. Since the stall system had chosen him, he was determined to make something of himself. Bang. 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 But the zombies outside wouldn't let him wallow in sentiment. The pounding on the door never ceased. Smack. Crack. The opaque glass in the door shattered under the zombies' assault. The creatures outside spotted Chu Heju inside. Growl. Seeing him, the zombies grew even more frenzied, reaching through the broken window to grab him. There's a path to heaven you refuse to take, there's no door to hell, yet you barge right in. Chu Heju, who had been wondering how to kill the zombies, suddenly realized they had handed him a method through that small window. He grabbed the metal hook pipe and thrust it directly into the eye of the zombie at the window. Squelch. Chu Heju drove the pipe deep into the zombie's eye, then twisted it violently, turning the eye into a pulpy mess. Growl. The act of blinding the zombie only enraged it further, and its arms flailed even more wildly. Chu Heju gouged out the zombie's eyes, enraging it. The zombie let out a furious roar, its arm thrust through the small window, flailing wildly. Poochie. Chu Heju pulled out the metal pipe and swung it at the zombie's arm, striking repeatedly until he snapped the limb. I told you to reach out. Reach out and get broken. The zombie's arm now dangled limply, posing no further threat to Chu Heju. Chu Heju continued his assault on the zombie's eyes, blinding the other one as well. Now sightless, the zombie lost track of his whereabouts. The zombie lowered its head, sniffing for the scent of human flesh. Poochie. What are you, a bloodhound too? Chu Heju showed no mercy. Having blinded the zombie and shattered its arm, he now crushed its nose as well. Without eyes or a nose, I doubt you can find me now. But no sooner had he spoken than he clamped his mouth shut. After all, the zombie still had ears and might hear him. Chu Heju watched the zombie at the door in silence. After a moment, the zombie indeed ceased its movements. Nearby other zombies tried to surge forward, but the row of chairs at the entrance blocked them. The chairs had been pushed aside, leaving only the blinded zombie as an obstacle, while the others couldn't secure a good position. Chu Heju hid in the far corner of the ward, waiting for the zombies outside to leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill that one, it was simply that his metal pipe was too weak a weapon. Even gouging out its eyes couldn't kill it, and with several more zombies nearby, he realized only a fire axe would do the job. Bang. 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 Yet even after he stopped attacking and hid, the zombie didn't leave. The one he had blinded kept up its previous motion, pounding relentlessly on the ward door. The door was already showing a massive gap, a few more hits and it would be breached. No, at this rate the door will be smashed to pieces. Chu Heju quickly scanned the room, then shoved the hospital bed against the door, locking its wheels to brace it firmly. He then went to the window, opened it and leaned out. The adjacent ward was not far away, only about a meter separated the windowsills. Crossing over was feasible. But a glance down at the third floor, though not terribly high, made him dizzy. He steadied himself, then looked back at the door, shaking violently under the assault. He had no choice but to escape to the next ward, hoping it was free of zombies. Chu Heju picked up a black blanket, then after a moment's thought opened his store system interface and stored it in the warehouse. Using the storage function, he could deposit external items into the void screen's warehouse grid. He even stored the metal pipe and hook he had used earlier. After a moment's consideration, he picked up the blood-stained carton of milk from beside the corpse of the nurse zombie he had killed and stored it as well. Having done all this, Chu Heju climbed trembling onto the windowsill. A glance at the zombies below showed they hadn't noticed him on the third floor. Bang. With a crash, the ward door finally gave way under the assault, shattered by the zombies. The leading zombie, being blind, was merely flailing randomly. Though the door was broken, a bed still blocked the way. The other zombies crowded at the entrance, waving their arms excitedly at the sight of Chu Heju on the windowsill. Here goes nothing. Chu Heju turned back, telling himself not to look down, and gripped the window frame tightly as he stretched his leg onto the adjacent windowsill. Squeak, squeak. The locked bed was pushed aside by the zombies and several rushed in. Just then Chu Heju grabbed the window frame of the next ward. Roar. With a zombie's cry, several lunged forward, but Chu Heju swiftly pulled his limbs back. The charging zombies missed. Enraged, they leaned out and roared at Chu Heju, who now stood on the next windowsill. Their cries drew the attention of the zombies below. They spotted him on the third floor windowsill and waved excitedly in unison, as if cheering him on. Damn him, not jumping off, why are you all so thrilled? Chu Heju glanced at the fervent zombies below. They seemed to be urging him to jump. Perhaps the woman who had leaped earlier hadn't been enough to satisfy their hunger, and they wanted him to join them for a feast. He peered into the adjacent ward. It was empty, the door closed. 2 of the beds were covered with blue dust sheets, while the third had a folded blanket. It seemed the occupants were absent. Chu Heju opened the window and jumped in. For safety, he hurried to lock the door. Phew. After all this, he collapsed to the floor, leaning against the wall. Though it had seemed like a simple step across. He had no safety measures. That single step could have been a plunge into the abyss, a fall that would either kill him or leave him to be devoured by zombies. His back was now drenched with sweat, and his calves and hands were trembling uncontrollably. He pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from the breast pocket of his security uniform, extracting a lighter and a bent cigarette. Click. Puff. Chu Heju took a deep drag, his trembling body gradually relaxing. A cigarette after the ordeal, better than being an immortal. He rolled his stiff neck, feeling as though he had walked the edge of death. Despite the danger, the thrill of survival was exhilarating. After finishing the cigarette, he slowly recovered. Stubbing it out, he retrieved the milk carton, wiped it clean on the dust sheet. Inserted the straw and downed the milk in a few gulps. With the cigarette and milk done, he dusted himself off and turned to study the stall system's restocking feature. The last carton of milk was gone. He now had to find his next meal. The energy drinks available in the stall system stock would be his sustenance from now on. Having survived a disaster, Zhu Heju decided to study the inventory system of his stall. After all, can a person really die of hunger? But before that, he must first gather some copper coins. Zhu Heju glanced around the room. It was almost identical to the hospital room he had previously occupied. 3 bedside cabinets, 3 hospital beds, a broken television on the floor, and an inverted clock. Zhu Heju heard the clock ticking, then picked it up only to find that it was still functioning. At this moment the clock indicated it was 2 in the afternoon, but it could not display the date, so Zhu Heju still did not know what day it was. The broken television beside him had many shattered parts scattered around. Since the television was already broken, he wondered how many copper coins he could recover from it. Zhu Heju opened the void interface of the stall system, stored the broken television in the warehouse, and then chose to recycle it. System Huami 32-inch LED TV damaged, recycling price 10 copper coins. Do you want to recycle? Yes. Zhu Heju was unsure whether this recycling price was reasonable, but since it was broken and not his, any amount he could get back was a profit. After recycling the broken television, Zhu Heju opened the inventory option again and purchased a functional drink from the inventory. Then a prompt appeared at the bottom right of the void interface. System functional drink 1. After purchasing the functional drink, Zhu Heju quickly switched to the warehouse and retrieved the bottle. Slap. He pulled the tab and tilted his head to drink. Gulp. Gulp. He downed the entire bottle of functional drink in one go, feeling his stomach swell. Is this the feeling of fullness? Although he did not know what fullness meant, Zhu Heju felt that he was already full. It's truly remarkable. With 9 copper coins remaining, Zhu Heju directly continued to purchase. However, upon buying the second bottle, he noticed that the quantity of functional drinks on the inventory page decreased from 9 to 8, meaning he could only stock 10 bottles. Zhu Heju looked at the remaining 8 copper coins and decided to spend them all. After all, there were many other items in the hospital room that he could easily recycle. After spending all his copper coins, he stocked up on 9 bottles of functional drink, but at that moment the icon for the functional drink on the inventory page showed a sold-out label along with a countdown timer of 1 hour for refreshing. It actually needs refreshing. Zhu Heju had no choice, this was beyond his control. Since he could only purchase after an hour, he decided to wait. System ding. New task released. Sell 10 items through the beginner stall and have 2 or more new customers to upgrade to an intermediate stall. At this time the stall system issued a new task that was very clear. It indeed required selling through the beginner stall, meaning face-to-face transactions would not count towards the task. This task had no time limit and no penalties, but even without any consequences, Zhu Heju was determined to complete this task as soon as possible. Then Zhu Heju looked at all the items in the hospital room. His next task was to recycle all these items. After a series of operations, only Zhu Heju and a clock remained in the room. Everything else had been recycled. Bedside cabinet recycling price 2 copper coins. Multifunctional sliding hospital bed recycling price 50 copper coins. Stool recycling price 2 copper coins. Trash can recycling price 1 copper coin. Round tube hook recycling price 2 copper coins. After all the recycling, Zhu Heju had become a wealthy man with 171 copper coins. It is worth noting that with this amount he could purchase 171 bottles of functional drink. However, this purchasing channel was too restrictive. He could only stock 10 bottles, and after finishing those he had to wait for an hour to refresh. The efficiency was indeed quite frustrating. Could it be that I need to upgrade the stall system? But how do I upgrade it? Zhu Heju pondered while stroking his chin, his mind racing. Since it was a system, it could certainly be upgraded, and since it was a stall system, the method of upgrading must be related to the stall. Either he needed to sell a certain amount of goods to upgrade, or he needed to sell to a certain number of customers, or perhaps he had to sell goods of a certain value. It seemed that he really needed to go out and find survivors to sell goods. Those mindless zombies would not buy anything. Was this little security guard going to switch careers to become a street vendor? Becoming stronger starts with setting up a stall. Now it's the apocalyptic world of a biochemical crisis. Surely setting up a stall casually would not attract the city's law enforcement to tear down his stall, right? Let's do it. Zhu Heju cleared the room, not even leaving the round tube hook for 4 drips, but he decided to keep the clock as it was still useful for telling time. The clock was stored in the warehouse by Zhu Heju. He cautiously pushed open the door and the entire corridor had become eerily quiet. The zombies had all rushed into the hospital room next door that he had originally occupied. Meanwhile, the zombies behind the iron gate had temporarily lost their target and stopped their howling, wandering aimlessly. Zhu Heju scanned the entire corridor and indeed found 2 fallen fire extinguishers near the nurse's station. Fire hydrants are usually placed together with fire extinguishers, and above the extinguishers there was indeed a window-like fire hydrant. Zhu Heju gripped the round tube hook tightly and slowly opened the door, tiptoeing to the side of the fire hydrant. Clack! Clack! At that moment a sound of footsteps came from inside the nurse's station. It sounded like the feet were dragging on the ground. Without needing to guess, Zhu Heju knew it must be a zombie. He glanced at the fire axe visible through the transparent glass of the fire hydrant. The axe was essential as he would not be able to kill zombies with just the broken steel pipe in his hand. Zhu Heju saw that the fire hydrant was sealed with a sticker indicating that it was locked, but he had no key. Do I have to break it open? Zhu Heju tried pulling at the glass window of the fire hydrant, but it was jammed, meaning it was locked. At that moment Zhu Heju looked up at the top of the glass window of the fire hydrant and saw a small key resting there. Wow, what a stroke of luck. Zhu Heju picked up the key and inserted it directly into the lock. Click. A faint sound was produced and he quickly covered the glass window. However, the noise from within the nurse's station suddenly stopped. Roar. A deep voice emerged as a nurse zombie wearing a hat began to move towards him. The faint sound of Zhu Heju opening the fire hydrant alarmed the nurse at the station. However, the counter shielded her and Zhu Heju pressed his entire body against the wall, striving not to be seen by the nurse zombie. Growl. Yet things did not unfold as Zhu Heju had anticipated. The nurse zombie lunged directly over the counter, her entire body leaning forward, which also revealed Zhu Heju pressed against the wall. The nurse split her mouth wide, smiling at Zhu Heju as if to say, "How may I assist you?" Oh my god. Zhu Heju's legs trembled in fright, but he had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Growl. The nurse zombie's roar also alarmed the other zombies. Among the few that had crowded into Zhu Heju's original ward, one had already emerged. Damn. Since he was discovered, Zhu Heju no longer hid. He swiftly opened the glass pane of the fire hydrant and retrieved the fire axe inside. The fire axe is more handy. With the fire axe in hand I have the world. Zhu Heju immediately discarded the broken round pipe hook. Thud. Zhu Heju swung the axe, striking the nurse zombie's arm, then followed with another blow, severing both her arms and depriving her of her primary means of attack. Then using the blunt side of the fire axe he smashed the nurse zombie's mouth. Scaring me. Scaring me. Perhaps this nurse had once been a beauty, but Zhu Heju showed no chivalry, hacking at the nurse zombie before him. After several axe strikes, the nurse zombie slumped motionless over the counter. Meanwhile, the zombies that had crowded into Zhu Heju's original ward burst out. Zhu Heju dashed into the medication preparation room behind the nurse station and quickly shut the door. This room had two doors, one leading to the nurse station and the other to the corridor. He locked both. The pursuing zombies arrived and began pounding on the wooden door. Zhu Heju dragged a nearby refrigerator to block the entrance. The refrigerator still had power. Upon opening it he found it stocked with medications apparently heat-sensitive and requiring cold storage. On a distant counter, bottles and jars lay scattered amidst debris strewn across the floor. The recent earthquake had left the preparation room in utter disarray. However, Zhu Heju had no time to study the medications. He launched into a frantic looting spree. Two trays sat on the table, the kind nurses used for injections. Zhu Heju stored them directly into his warehouse. Of course, 100 spaces were insufficient for Zhu Heju's greed. He had no choice but to pack the intact medications into cardboard boxes. Syringes, medical cotton swabs, disposable infusion sets, iodine, medical gloves, 75 medical alcohol, 84 disinfectant. Is this? 75 medical alcohol. Zhu Heju picked up a small bottle. 75 alcohol was sufficient for burning. Yet just these few bottles were far from enough. Crack. Smash. The glass on the door shattered once more. Zhu Heju turned to glare at the zombie's face pressed against the window. Let me treat you to some barbecued zombie. Zhu Heju poured the alcohol directly onto the face of the zombie at the small window, then lit a mop and thrust the burning end toward the alcohol-soaked zombie. Whoosh. The alcohol-drenched zombie ignited instantly upon contact with the flame. Growl. With a piercing scream, the zombie began frantically pounding on the wooden door. What the hell? Do zombies feel pain? Seeing that the wooden door wouldn't hold much longer, Zhu Heju made a swift decision and fled through the other door. Listening carefully, he heard no sound from outside this door. He cautiously opened it, poked his head out and saw that the zombies were all crowded at the nurse station entrance to the preparation room. The corridor was clear. Zhu Heju crouched low, gripping the fire axe, and slipped out of the preparation room. The zombie nearest to the preparation room had its entire face ablaze and the flames spread to a few nearby zombies. However, Zhu Heju had only used a small bottle of alcohol and the fire quickly died out. Apart from the lead zombie being charred black, the others suffered little damage and continued pounding on the preparation room door. Zhu Heju slipped out of the preparation room and hurried west along the corridor, spotting an emergency exit sign at the end, likely the way out. He carefully bypassed several wards and reached the corridor's end. Damn it. Zhu Heju felt like cursing. At the corridor's end stood a large iron gate with a sign, under construction. Please use the east gate. A massive padlock hung on the iron gate. Bang. At that moment the east iron gate was breached by the zombies. However, Zhu Heju was far enough away that the zombies didn't notice him at the corridor's end. The iron gate was locked. Zhu Heju could only break it by force. But the noise would surely attract the zombies. He raised the fire axe ready to strike. Just then a voice sounded behind him. Security. Security. Over here. Zhu Heju turned to see a wealthy-looking woman at a ward entrance waving for him to come over. How did Zhu Heju know she was a wealthy woman? From her attire. Who but a wealthy woman would wear a cheongsam these days? Ordinary folks wouldn't wear such things. Zhu Heju glanced at the zombies wandering at the corridor's end and shook his head. Survivors meant potential customers. It seemed business could resume. Without a second thought, Chu Haju slipped into the woman's room. This was a special care ward far superior in size and quality to the one he had occupied. It felt like the difference between a standard room and a luxury suite. Damn the wealth gap, he would have to fleece this rich lady thoroughly. There was a separate bathroom and even a single bed by the window for an accompanying caregiver. In front was a larger TV, its screen full of static. It seemed even the TV had lost signal. After such a massive earthquake, the TV hadn't fallen. Damn the wealth gap, even the mounts had different grades. Chu Haju closed the ward door behind him. When his gaze shifted to the patient lying on the bed, he felt ashamed of his earlier thoughts. Chu Haju intended to rob the rich to help the poor and give this noblewoman a good lesson. However, upon seeing the patient on the hospital bed, he felt ashamed of his previous thoughts. The electrocardiogram monitor beside the hospital bed displayed a constantly moving straight line indicating that the patient on the bed had already passed away. I'm sorry, auntie. Please accept my condolences. Maybe this is a form of relief for him. On the high-end hospital bed lay a person wrapped like a mummy, indistinguishable in gender or age, but judging by the hand gripping a feather pen, it appeared to be a child and not a very old one. About a month ago, I bought a feather pen from the Daobao auction house that was said to enhance intelligence. Once the goods arrived, I couldn't wait to let my little treasure use it. A miracle occurred. My little treasure, who previously had the intelligence of an infant, suddenly started calling mommy. I was overjoyed and immediately shared this good news with my husband. My husband rushed home in a hurry. When he discovered that our little treasure could call mommy, he was as happy as a child. I had never seen him so joyous before. After so many years of suffering, we finally saw hope. I excitedly embraced my husband, hopping with joy. However, I forgot that our little treasure, who had only infantile intelligence, still couldn't walk at that time. But suddenly possessing intelligence, my little treasure wanted to learn how to walk. In a moment of carelessness, he tumbled right out the window, falling from the second floor. At that moment, my little treasure's head struck the marble floor and blood stained the ground. It's all my fault, everything is my fault. If it weren't for my overwhelming joy, if I hadn't bought that feather pen, my little treasure would still be happily like a child. The noblewoman sobbed softly, blaming herself for her negligence. Auntie, please do not grieve, perhaps this is little treasure's fate. Chu Haju had no idea how to comfort this noblewoman. He had never been in love and couldn't fathom the taste of love, let alone the pain of losing a child. Auntie, may I see this feather pen? Chu Haju might have previously doubted the notion of enhancing intelligence, but in a world that had turned into a zombie apocalypse where humanity had become walking corpses, even he had acquired a stall system from an unknown era's technology. This piqued his curiosity about the magical feather pen. The noblewoman nodded, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. With the noblewoman's permission, Chu Haju attempted to take the feather pen from the patient's tightly clenched hand, but it seemed as if the pen was glued to his grip. After much effort, Chu Haju finally managed to pry the feather pen from the boy's grip. Examining it closely, he found it to be extraordinarily ornate, made from an unknown creature's feather. There was no place to change the ink, and when Chu Haju tried to write in his palm, no ink flowed from the nib. Did you buy this pen at the Daobao auction house? Yes. Does it enhance intelligence? Yes. How much did it cost? 1 million. What? 1 million? I really don't understand the world of the rich. Chu Haju mumbled to himself, but upon seeing the noblewoman's attire, he felt relieved. One shouldn't compare a poor person's lifetime savings to a rich person's pocket change. That would lead to a rhythmically tragic end. People die when compared, goods are discarded when compared. Cough cough. Cough cough. At that moment the noblewoman suddenly sat on the nearby sofa, coughing violently. Auntie, what's wrong? It's nothing, perhaps I haven't eaten well in a long time and I'm a bit hungry. I'm going to the restroom to drink some tap water. After saying this, the noblewoman stood up and walked towards the restroom, her unsteady figure making Chu Haju feel a pang of sympathy. Pity the hearts of parents everywhere, even more so for the white head sending off the black haired. The noblewoman didn't look old, yet her hair was completely white. Chu Haju quickly stepped forward. Auntie, I have some drinks here. Don't drink tap water, it's unhygienic. Drinks. Chu Haju didn't avoid the noblewoman and directly opened his storage to take out a bottle of functional drink, handing it to her. Auntie, drink this, it's better than tap water. Little brother, are you a deity? How can you take out a bottle of functional drink with just a wave of your hand? At this moment the noblewoman's eyes widened in shock as she tightly gripped Chu Haju's shoulders. You must be a deity sent by heaven to save me and little treasure, right? There's still hope for little treasure, right? Please, I beg you, you must save little treasure. Auntie, keep your voice down, be careful not to attract the zombies. I'm not a deity. As for this ability to take things from the void, I can't explain it either, perhaps it's my innate skill. Innate skill? The noblewoman stood up, her face full of surprise, then slowly regained her composure. Yes, it's the apocalypse, it's not so strange for some supernatural phenomena to occur. Just like me, I haven't eaten for half a month and still haven't died. I might not even be considered human anymore. Auntie, don't say that. If not eating for half a month means you're not human, then I must be about to become a deity. I know how long I have been unconscious, but since I fell into a coma I haven't eaten at all. By the way, Auntie, what year and month is it now? January 1st, 2115. A whole month. Chu Haju still remembered that the day he finished work was December 1st, 2114. This means he had been unconscious for an entire month. What do you mean a month? From the time I fell into a coma until now it's been a full month. It seems that I'm not the only one experiencing supernatural phenomena. Even if you receive 4 drips daily, the apocalypse has been ongoing for almost a month. During this time surely no nurse has come to change your bandages, yet you haven't starved to death. Auntie, you still expect me to starve? I have already become skin and bones. If you didn't know better you might think I'm a skeleton. I'm no different. I used to be much fatter than I am now. I probably weigh less than 60 pounds now. Alas, women always want to lose weight. Little do they know being fat is actually the most beautiful time. Huff. Just as the two were conversing, the patient on the bed suddenly sat up. Little treasure, you're awake. That's wonderful. Little treasure, you've come back to life. The noble woman's tears flowed with joy as she rushed to embrace little treasure. At that moment Zhu Heju quickly grabbed the noble woman's arm. Auntie, don't go over there. Zhu Heju glanced at the electrocardiogram monitor. It still displayed a straight line indicating that this mummy had not truly come back to life. It could be a false resurrection. Little treasure, speak. Don't scare mommy. Hungry. Hungry. Mommy has drinks here. If you're hungry, just drink, little treasure. Though the lady was deeply concerned for her child, the little treasure before her was clearly not acting as usual. Because the words were exactly what the little one would say when hungry. If she hadn't been by his side the whole time watching him lie there, she might have thought he had been replaced. At that moment she felt like fleeing. With a roar, the mummy sitting on the bed suddenly opened its gaping maw, stretched so wide it snapped the bandages. Ah. The lady screamed, but Zhu Heju quickly covered her mouth. Auntie, don't shout. There are zombies outside. Go hide in the restroom. Little brother, what about you? If you don't mind, let me send your child to heaven. Hearing this, the lady was stunned. The words sounded strange, but the mummy gave them no time to talk. The mummy leaped from the bed, lunging at them. Zhu Heju shoved the lady aside, raised the fire axe and swung it at the zombie's head. With a strange sound, the fire axe sliced into the zombie's skull, hitting something hard. Then Zhu Heju kicked the zombie in the stomach. Perhaps fueled by the life or death crisis, he sent the zombie crashing onto the bed. Zhu Heju seized the opportunity, jumping up to bring the axe down on the zombie's head again and again until it finally lay still. Zhu Heju found this zombie rather weak, perhaps because it had been bedridden. Though he himself had lain for a month, his previous job as a security guard had kept him visiting the gym. Now a mere skeleton, he was still stronger than this sickly creature. After killing the zombie, Zhu Heju jumped off the bed panting. Meanwhile, the lady was sobbing quietly nearby. I'm sorry, auntie. He was a zombie. I had to kill him. What? What? The lady ignored him, continuing to weep. With a sigh, Zhu Heju, not good at comforting others, tiptoed to the ward door to listen for sounds in the corridor. Fortunately, it was silent outside. Perhaps because this was the westernmost end of the ward, the noise hadn't attracted the zombies. Zhu Heju glanced back at the weeping lady and shook his head. He couldn't console her, so he could only wait until she finished crying. He began to survey the room, searching for anything recyclable. After all, these items meant money. Huami 48-inch LED TV, recycling price 200 copper coins. Damn, 200 copper coins. The broken 32-inch TV only gave 10. This one's 200, I'm rich. ECG monitor, recycling price 1200 copper coins. Whoa, why so high? But what's the use of an ECG monitor? Is it worth recycling? Recycle. Zhu Heju recycled everything in the room, leaving only a lonely hospital bed and the mummy's corpse on it. The lady had stopped crying. Wiping her tears, she walked to the dead mummy, wanting to stroke her son's hair, but his head was now a mangled mess, unrecognizable. Auntie, we have to leave this hospital or those damn zombies will find us. Little brother, you go. I want to stay with my son. Auntie, your son is gone. You don't have to throw your life away too. No, I want to be with my son. Leave. I don't want to see you again. Auntie, you'll go, but could you buy something from me? Leave or I won't be polite. Auntie, just buy one thing and you'll be gone immediately. The lady laughed bitterly. She pulled a stack of bills from a small bag behind the bed and threw them in Zhu Heju's face. Take the money and get out. The bills scattered on the floor, but Zhu Heju didn't pick them up. This was the apocalypse. Money had lost all meaning. To stock goods from his stall system, he needed copper coins. What use were these scraps of paper? Seeing the lady lost in grief, Zhu Heju sheepishly walked around the bed. He glanced back at her, crouching and sobbing. They had never even exchanged names. But that no longer mattered. Earlier she might have held hope for her son. Now that he had been chopped into pulp, she had lost all will to live. Death seemed her only refuge. Alas. Zhu Heju sighed. He hadn't sold a thing. Seeing her heartbreak, he could only leave. Before going, he set down 4 of his remaining 8 energy drinks for her, hoping it would help her hold on a little longer. Then a roar came from outside the door. Damn. I have to get out of here. He shouted to the lady, Auntie, run. Zombies are coming. Get lost. A furious scream tore from her throat. Her bloodshot eyes terrified Zhu Heju, making him stumble back. Auntie, don't be rash. I'm going. Chu Heju grabbed the fire axe, opened the door and dashed out. In the corridor not far away a horde of zombies had appeared. With no other choice he violently smashed the lock on the security door. The loud noise drew the zombies' attention and they began running toward him. With all his strength Chu Heju chopped the lock off the iron door. It swung open and he rushed out. But then at the doorway behind him the lady appeared. Head bowed, hair disheveled, she looked utterly lost and Chu Heju felt a pang of pity. The zombies from the corridor charged and collided with her. Stumbling she didn't run but instead threw herself at the zombies. To Chu Heju's shock her fingernails had become sharper than Iron Man's claws. With a few swipes she tore the charging zombies apart leaving bloody chunks on the floor. Terrified by the horrific sight Chu Heju's legs began to tremble. Get lost. A low hoarse voice came from the blood-soaked lady. Chu Heju could even see the red glow in her eyes. He averted his gaze and quickly ran down the stairs. Meanwhile the lady with glowing eyes reverted to a forlorn woman. Soft sobbing echoed from the high-end ward like a mournful dirge. Any living creature that approached would be torn apart by the weeping woman. From then on this place became a forbidden zone for both zombies and humans. The noble woman suddenly erupted, instantly slaying several zombies. Afterwards her bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Chu Heju. Get lost. A voice as if from the abyss escaped her lips. Chu Heju could barely manage to kill a single zombie, let alone face such a monstrous noblewoman. Chu Heju scrambled down the stairs, almost tumbling head over heels. Though the noblewoman had annihilated the zombies with overwhelming force, he had clearly seen a zombie scratch her arm during the struggle. That meant she might soon turn into a zombie herself. If she was this ferocious as a human she would become an invincible zombie boss upon transformation. I must get out of this damned hospital and fast. The thought of the noblewoman's razor-sharp claws tearing through his body sent a chill down Chu Heju's spine, spurring him to quicken his escape. He was on the second floor, which fortunately was an empty construction site. But in his haste to leave the building he didn't bother to search the floor and instead headed straight for the stairs to the first floor. Roar. Damn it. He had barely taken a few steps when he rushed back, for the stairwell on the first floor was clogged with a horde of zombies. A steel-barred door held shut by a single iron rod rattled precariously under their assault, on the verge of breaking open. Forced to retreat to the second floor, Chu Heju dared not go up to the third, unwilling to face the terrifying noblewoman again. The second floor appeared to be under renovation. The corridor reeked of formaldehyde. Fortunately the workers had likely knocked off for the day, leaving the area devoid of both zombies and survivors. Chu Heju moved eastward along the hallway. At the end stood a security door bolted from the inside with an additional chain lock hanging outside. A nearby room had its door ajar. He pushed it open gently, found it empty, stepped inside and locked the door behind him, hoping the zombies in the west would settle down if they lost sight of him. A musty odor assaulted his nostrils. Good heavens, was this the workers' break room? The floor was littered with leftover food wrappers and on the table sat several plastic bags containing unknown items. Chu Heju picked one up and found the pastries inside had gone moldy. What? He swept all the trash from the table onto the floor. Such garbage didn't deserve to be on such a decent table. His frantic escape had left him parched, so he gulped down a bottle of energy drink. Now only 3 remained. He had to ration them as they were essential for completing his mission. System ding. New stock has arrived. Talk about perfect timing, just when he needed it the inventory refreshed. Chu Heju opened the system's restocking interface. The icon for the energy drink had been replaced by something resembling a zipper. Restock zipper bandage applied to both ends of a wound to treat simple injuries without surgery. Price 5 copper coins. A zipper bandage. He bought one and a bandage resembling a trouser zipper materialized in his hand. Looks like minor wounds won't need stitches anymore. This is a handy first aid tool. Glancing at the quantity, 9, he bought them all. The restocking interface then reset to a 1-hour cooldown. So the stock changes each time, but the quantity is always 10. Still, a 1-hour refresh is painfully slow. After grumbling, he had no choice but to accept it. He needed to complete the mission quickly and upgrade the stall system, or this restocking speed would drive him mad. Earlier in his rush to flee he hadn't tried the stall function. Seizing the opportunity he decided to test it out, after all it was unknown technology. Chu Heju took out the basic stall mat, spread it on the table, placed the zipper bandages in the selling slot, set the price at 500 copper coins, quantity 10 and confirmed. After confirming, 2 options appeared. System, please select the stall mode. Default is automatic mode. You can switch to manual mode in the stall system settings. Automatic mode. Not knowing the difference he decided to try both. Upon selecting automatic mode, a zipper bandage materialized on the black mat accompanied by a virtual screen the size of a bank card displaying the unit price of 500, quantity 10 and a purchase button. Wait. Can others see this virtual screen? Otherwise how would the price and quantity make sense? Staring at the floating bandage he hesitated. The technology behind the virtual screen was far too advanced, far beyond current capabilities. It was like possessing a priceless treasure in a dangerous world. Someone might steal it or even enslave him for it. Given his current strength, barely able to kill a single zombie, he would be an easy target for anyone stronger. No, this automatic mode is too siffy. He navigated to the stall system's mode options, where he found descriptions for both manual and automatic modes. System manual mode optional. The host handles all stall operations, setting prices and completing transactions. Goods displayed on the stall can be looted. Automatic mode selected. The system oversees the entire transaction process, automatically deducting the buyer's corresponding currency. Goods on the stall cannot be looted. Wow. Automatic mode makes the goods invincible, but it's an obvious neon sign screaming future tech, here come steal it. Manual mode. He made the switch instantly. The zipper bandage on the mat vanished along with the selling slots. What does this mean? Is the black mat just a regular cloth now? Clank. Clank. Just then the sound of chains rattled from outside the door. Damn zombies. Chu Heju quickly folded up the basic stall mat. Hearing a strange noise outside, Chu Heju swiftly gathered the items from the makeshift stall on the table, then grabbed the fire axe beside him and hid behind the door. The iron door was opened from the outside by a middle-aged man who had a plastic bag hanging from his mouth containing several unknown items, with another fire axe lying on the ground. As he unlocked the door, the middle-aged man frequently looked back, fearing zombies might appear behind him. He unlocked the chain with one hand, kicked the fire axe on the ground into the corridor, then turned to lock the iron door. Why aren't there any zombie roars? Are they this quiet? Though curious about the silence, Chu Heju remained silent, guessing that zombies might be quiet when no humans are in sight. Hiding by the door, Chu Heju's palms were sweating as he gripped the fire axe, fearing that zombies might burst in at any moment. After locking the chain, the middle-aged man looked grimly at the closed door, picked up the fire axe, approached cautiously and pressed his ear against the door to listen carefully. It was utterly silent inside, without a single sound. But the middle-aged man clearly remembered that when he left, the door was not closed. Since there was no wind inside, the only possibility was that other survivors had taken over. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. He stepped back a few paces, then kicked the door with full force. Bang. The door flew open under his powerful kick. Bang. Ouch. The flung open door slammed directly into Chu Heju's nose, causing tears to stream down his face as if his nasal bridge had been broken. Who's there? The middle-aged man charged in with his fire axe raised. Realizing this was no time for pain, Chu Heju quickly emerged from behind the door, brandishing his axe to confront the intruder. The middle-aged man glanced at the table where food had been, finding it empty. What watchdog is this stealing my food? Pay with your life. Hell. Who stole your food? You're like a dog, biting everyone on sight. Even in the apocalypse, I'll see you for slander. Chu Heju hated being called a watchdog, a nickname he endured while guarding the gates, often teased by that brat Wang Dao. Hearing the same insult from this middle-aged man, Chu Heju grew furious. Had he not been weak from a recent illness, he would have split this contemptuous fool's head with his axe. The food I left on the table is gone, and you're the only one here. Who else could have eaten it? The food on the table. You mean those moldy items? So you admit it. How else would you know there was moldy food on the table? Look at what I threw on the floor. The middle-aged man followed Chu Heju's pointing finger and saw several plastic bags on the ground with moldy food spilling out. You're wasting food. The man stopped confronting Chu Heju, rushed over, dropped his axe and tremblingly picked up the scattered moldy food into the plastic bag as if collecting gold. That's just trash. The food's moldy. Are you trying to scam me? Get out of my room now, or I won't be polite. It's just some moldy food. No need to be so dramatic. The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. Oh, easy for you to say. Moldy food. I can't even find a single pack of moldy food in half a day, and you just throw it away like garbage. People like you deserve to starve. Get lost. I'll spare you for being human, but leave my sight now. Are you sure you want me gone? Get out. A scrawny guy like you, I can take you down with one hand. I haven't tasted human flesh yet. Don't push me. The man licked his lips eerily. HMPH, let me tell you, I'm a traveling merchant. I wouldn't even look at your garbage food. Chu Heju pretended to pull a bottle of energy drink from his pocket. Too bad. I was going to sell you some goods, but since you're so eager to send me away, go ahead and keep eating your moldy food. Hongnyo. No? That's not the Hongnyo brand. Must be a knockoff. Seeing the bottle of Hongnyo drink in Chu Heju's hand, the man's mouth began to water. He couldn't remember the last time he had such a beverage. Chu Heju made as if to leave. Wait. The middle-aged man quickly ran over, blocking his path with his left arm. What, are you going to rob me? No. We're civilized people. I wouldn't do such a thing. You're a merchant, I'm a buyer. Fair trade. I'll buy your drink. Name your price. 100 copper coins for a bottle of energy drink. 100 copper coins. What country's currency is that? How about 200 RMB? No, I only accept copper coins. Nothing else. But I don't have these copper coins you mentioned. Simple. No copper coins, you can trade with other valuables. I'll appraise them. Other things? The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then pulled out a red candesized object from his pocket. I took this from a zombie's head. It should be worth something. How many of your copper coins can it fetch? Chu Heju took the crystal from him and examined it. A prompt sounded in Chu Heju's mind. System blood crystal recycling price 1000 copper coins. Wow. Zhu Hezhu was stunned. What was this blood crystal? How could something the size of a fingernail be worth 1000 copper coins according to the system? So is this little crystal worth anything? The man noticed Zhu Hezhu's shocked expression upon seeing the zombie crystal, guessing he recognized it. This blood crystal is somewhat interesting. He'll give you 100 copper coins for it. Only 100. That seems a bit low. But blood crystal is a fitting name, a red crystal like blood. 100 is not bad. You said yourself it came from a zombie's head. Now there's no shortage of zombies, so this thing isn't valuable. Nonsense. There are countless zombies out there, but not everyone has a blood crystal. I killed 10 zombies to find this single one. All merchants are unscrupulous. Zhu Hezhu directly slashed the price of blood crystals to 1/10 of the system's recycling price. 100 copper coins, not a single coin more. You have to understand, it's the apocalypse now. Factories have shut down and even the factory owner has run off with his mistress. These energy drinks will become a rare commodity. Who knows, if you run into a big shot, a single bottle could sell for 8 or 10 blood crystals. Fine, 100 copper coins it is. So can I trade this blood crystal for one of your energy drinks? How many energy drinks do you have? What are you implying, you have more of these blood crystals? Of course. Just tell me how many energy drinks you've got. I only have 3 bottles in total. The middle-aged man pulled out 2 more blood crystals. Here, that makes 3 blood crystals. Trade them for your 3 energy drinks. Hold on. Zhu Hezhu immediately returned the blood crystal to the middle-aged man, then swiftly pretended to retrieve a black cloth from his pocket. He spread it on the table and placed the 3 energy drinks on top. Now we're good. Come on, let's trade your blood crystals for my energy drinks. The middle-aged man stared at Zhu Hezhu's theatrical pose, a vein bulging on his forehead. Are you out of your mind? Just hand them over. What's with the lousy cloth? So are you buying or not? If you are, come over here and we'll exchange goods right on this spot. Fine, you win. The middle-aged man walked to the other side of the table, took out 3 blood crystals and traded them with Zhu Hezhu for the 3 energy drinks on the black cloth. System, congratulations, host. You have successfully sold 3 items. It actually works. Zhu Hezhu had been somewhat worried before, as this manual mode felt rather childish. But when the system notification chimed, relief washed over him. It was valid, the system acknowledged it. Then Zhu Hezhu glanced at the task on the right side of his interface, which had been lingering there since its release. Task: sell 10 items through the basic street stall. 3 items sold so far, with more than 2 new customers. 1 new customer so far to upgrade to an intermediate street stall. Well, the task is half done. However, seeing the system's 50 commission fee, Zhu Hezhu felt a pang of agony. The fee was exorbitant, and even if he turned into a black heart merchant, it was the system's fault. Zhu Hezhu's eyes darted around and he again pretended to pull 7 zipper band-aids from his pocket. So I also have these ancestral zipper band-aids. No matter the injury, big or small, just 1 patch stops the bleeding. Look, it's the apocalypse now. When you go out to kill zombies, you're bound to have some bumps and bruises. On the run, you'll inevitably get scratches and cuts. But with these zipper band-aids, no surgery needed, you'll be back in action instantly. In a critical moment, it's like having an extra life. Just 500 copper coins each, a real bargain. This offer won't last forever. Limited to 7 pieces. So don't you want some? Kid, for someone dressed in a security guard uniform, you're quite the profiteer. 500 copper coins. Why don't you just rob me? Do I look like a fool? Not at all, sir. Could a fool survive amidst so many zombies? Absolutely not. That's why I can tell at a glance that you're a noble doctor. I wouldn't dare deceive you. You can see for yourself if this zipper band-aid works. HMPH, keep bragging. I've seen zipper band-aids before. If they really could replace surgery, what would be the point of doctors like us? The middle-aged man picked up a zipper band-aid from the stall, bit one edge with his teeth and tore off the protective layer with his hand. Don't worry, even if this zipper band-aid isn't as miraculous as you claim, you'll still buy it. I happened to get a nasty scratch from a protruding spike earlier. With that, the middle-aged man sat down on a nearby stool and rolled up his right pant leg. There was a long gash about 10 centimeters in length. Zhu Hezhu could even see the bone beneath. The man was quite a tough character, acting as if nothing was wrong despite such a wound. The middle-aged man took the zipper band-aid from his mouth. All right, kid, he'll have to trouble you to put it on for me. Only then did Zhu Hezhu notice that the man hadn't used his right hand since entering the room. Now that he was seated, the empty sleeve on his right side hung loosely. Zhu Hezhu reached out and grabbed it. It was empty. So your right hand? I chopped it off. What? You chopped it off? Why? It's a long story. Right before the apocalypse, I was in the middle of a surgery. But then halfway through, the patient on the operating table suddenly sat up. At the time, no one knew it was the zombie virus. We had no choice but to try and force the patient down. But he climbed off the table, his intestines and organs dragging on the floor. That image still haunts me. After that, we locked the operating room door. But my colleague Director Kui got infected and bit my right hand. I realized how serious it was. With no other option I had to cut off my own arm to survive. Damn sir, you're incredible, even ruthless to yourself. I had no choice. To live I had to do it. Otherwise I'd be a corpse by now. Are there any other survivors in the building? Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. Who knows? We're not saviors. Just staying alive is enough. Chu Heju sighed deeply upon hearing the man's story. Then he crouched down and applied the zipper band-aid to the wound on the man's leg. Since the gash was too large he used 2 of them. Hey kid. You used 2. Are you trying to rip me off? No way sir. Your wound is too long. 1 zipper band-aid can't cover it. I don't care. I don't have that many blood crystals to give you. If you don't have blood crystals you can pay with something else. Chu Heju walked back to the black cloth. Business is business. As a merchant, profit came first. Damn, you're a complete profiteer. The middle-aged man stood up and came to the other side of the black cloth. He pulled out 2 blood crystals, a dagger and a wristwatch from his pocket. Chu Heju glanced at them and knew in his heart that this deal was a sure win. The middle-aged man laid out 3 items on the blanket, spreading his hands. I still need the fire axe to kill zombies, so these are all I have. Take it or leave it, no refunds or exchanges. Dagger recycling price 10 copper coins. Carlo mechanical watch recycling price 1000 copper coins. The 2 blood crystals plus the dagger and watch total 3010 copper coins. Fine, you'll take a loss. 2 blood crystals, this crappy dagger and this lousy watch, you'll give you 1000 copper coins. The 2 zipper bandages are already on your leg, so consider the deal done. Deal. A Carlo mechanical watch worth 10 grand and you call it junk. You'll just consider it charity for the poor. Damn, being a doctor pays well if you can casually wear a 10th Tianyuan watch. What do you know? My father-in-law gave it to me, I couldn't afford it myself. The transaction complete, Chu Heju stowed everything away, yet after waiting the mission progress remained unchanged. Damn. Could it be that because I only took his goods without handing over any items this deal doesn't count? Chu Heju glanced at the middle-aged man's pant leg, his face twisted as if he'd eaten something foul. The zipper bandage had been applied by himself and at the time the transaction hadn't taken place on the black blanket. Well, a fall into a pit again in your wit. You'll remember that next time. By the way kid, my name is Yang Quan, chief physician in the urology department at Zhaoyang City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. You're wearing a security guard uniform, but it's not ours, you a patient's family. I'm Chu Heju. I'm not a family member, I'm a patient too. I was on the 3rd floor right upstairs. Oh, the 3rd floor. That's the brain disease ward too. I see. The middle-aged man's face lit up with sudden realization. Uncle, what's with that expression? Brain disease ward 2 is for people with issues here. Yang Quan pointed at his own head. Bullshit. You're the one with the brain problem. I was beaten into a coma and they just stuck me in that ward. I only woke up today. Comatose patients naturally go to brain ward 2, coma is a brain issue. But it's been a month since the apocalypse and you're still alive. That's quite lucky. Of course. I'm the chosen one. Yang Quan looked at this overly dramatic security guard Chu Heju and thought to himself that he must keep his distance from this Janibia little guard. He said he'd been beaten into a coma, maybe his brain hadn't recovered yet. He had to get rid of this Janibia guard quickly or in this apocalyptic crisis he might get them both killed. So Xiaochu, what are your plans? Me. I'm planning to escape this hospital, but I haven't figured out how yet. I'm ambitious. I wish you success in your escape. Thanks Uncle Yang. Aren't you leaving? Of course I'm leaving. But someone as outstanding as you Xiaochu, I'm afraid I'd only slow you down. After all, I've only got 1 arm, escaping isn't easy. Splitting up gives us both a better chance of survival. Clang. At the sound of metal striking metal, Chu Heju and Yang Quan both looked up sharply. Damn, the security door on the west side has been breached. Yang Quan rushed out of the room with his fire axe. At the end of the west corridor, zombies were already coming up. Spotting Yang Quan in the hallway, he roared and charged forward. What do we do? Quick, there's a key in my coat pocket. Unlock the chain behind us. Okay, got it. Chu Heju fished a square-headed key from Yang Quan's pocket and quickly unlocked the chain. Roar. Thud. Yang Quan, a true survivor of a month in the apocalypse, swung his axe one-handed and cleaved straight into the skull of the first charging zombie. The zombie crumpled to the ground. Uncle, the door's open. Go. A horde of zombies surged from the end of the corridor. Yang Quan didn't linger, he wrenched the axe free and dashed eastward. Roar. A zombie wearing a hard hat appeared in their path. Clang. Clang. The zombie carried a massive hammer, clearly once a construction worker, one swing $80. Without hesitation, Yang Quan hurled his axe. The fire axe flew through the air, striking the hard hat zombie squarely in the forehead. The axe split the hard hat and embedded itself in the zombie's skull, the sheer force sending it crashing to the ground. Uncle Yang, that was badass. Cut the crap, kid, and run. They sprinted past the fallen zombie and Yang Quan yanked the axe from its skull as he went. Hungry. The hard-hat zombie staggered to its feet. Damn, this one's tough. Yang Quan swung the axe down again. This time the zombie didn't get up. Glancing at the approaching horde, Yang Quan didn't bother cleaning the axe and hurried after Chu Heju. Clang! Clang! 2 energy drinks fell from Yang Quan's pocket, rolling straight toward the zombies. Damn, that's a loss. Uncle Yang. Quick, there's another security door ahead and I don't have the key. Chu Heju had reached the end of the corridor blocked by a steel door. This way. Yang Quan grabbed Chu Heju and pulled him through a small door which led to a narrow staircase. This goes to the basement. Follow me. Without a second thought, Chu Heju followed Yang Quan through the door. The staircase was so narrow it barely allowed one person to pass. After a turn they reached the first floor. The exit door was barred with a steel pipe. Chu Heju knew the first floor was overrun with zombies, so he said nothing and followed Yang Quan down to the basement. At the basement level, Yang Quan carefully pushed the door open and peered out. Through the gap, Chu Heju saw 2 figures that looked like security guards wandering back and forth. Yang Quan scanned the zombies outside, his eyes turning cold, then turned to Chu Heju. There are 2 zombies out there. I need you to lure them away and he'll sneak up from behind. He'll take one out then help you with the other. Any problem with that? Well. Chu Heju followed Yang Quan as they fled all the way to the first underground floor. Peering through a crack in the door, Chu Heju spotted 2 security guard zombies patrolling back and forth outside, each wielding a spiked club. Xiao Chu, 2 security zombies, 1 for each of us, any problem? Well. Chu Heju hesitated for a moment. After all, he had just recovered from a serious illness and was far from capable of taking down a zombie on his own. I knew your scrawny arms and legs wouldn't be reliable. Fine, you lure one away. Once I finish off mine, he'll come help you. All right. This time Chu Heju agreed without hesitation. Taking down a zombie alone might be tough, but luring one away shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chu Heju felt the sting of contempt, but there was no helping it. Though he used to work out regularly, a month in bed had left him gaunt and weak. Regaining his strength would take time. It was a miracle no one mistook him for a walking skeleton. Creak. Yang Quan opened the door and concealed himself to the side. Xiao Chu, go. With that, Yang Quan stepped aside, clearing the path. Chu Heju gripped the fire axe and charged out. Little zombies, come get me. Roar. Chu Heju's sudden appearance stirred the zombies, triggering a chorus of roars. He took a look and saw, good heavens. Hidden behind a car beside the 2 security zombies were 2 more zombies. In an instant he was spotted by 4 of them. The 2 security zombies, spotting Chu Heju in his security uniform, lunged at him with fervent enthusiasm. Who says rivals in the same trade can't get along? Look how warmly these zombie security guards welcome Chu Heju. Uncle Yang, quick, I've lured them all away. Finish off the last one first. Chu Heju sprinted ahead with 2 security zombies brandishing spiked clubs in hot pursuit and 2 more lagging behind at a distance. But after waiting a long while, he heard no reply from Uncle Yang. Turning back, he saw Yang Kui already fleeing with the fire axe, his back turned to Chu Heju and the 4 zombies having already covered 40 or 50 meters. Sorry, Xiao Chu. Every man for himself, that's the apocalypse. Yang Quan glanced at the furious Chu Heju, muttered under his breath and quickened his escape. What the hell? Chu Heju erupted in rage, spewing curses. He thought he'd found a good brother only to be used as bait at the critical moment. To avoid drawing the zombies' attention, Yang Quan didn't even dare utter a harsh word, silently slipping away into the distance. Yang Quan, you better not die too soon, otherwise it won't be any fun. Chu Heju watched Yang Quan vanish around a corner, gnashing his teeth in fury. The end of the world, this was a realm of survival of the fittest and deceit. How foolish he'd been to believe he'd found a true ally. Chu Heju glanced back at the 4 zombies trailing him. The 2 security zombies swung their spiked clubs unrelentingly while the other 2 followed behind, all eager to devour him. Damn it, stop chasing me. In nothing but skin and bones, there's no meat for you. Going head-on was out of the question. Facing 1 zombie was manageable, but taking on fully armed security zombies was suicide. He had to find a way to escape. Chu Heju mustered all his strength and ran with all his might. This was the first underground floor, the hospital's parking lot, where many zombies roamed among the cars. Spotting him running, they joined the chase. In no time, Chu Heju had drawn nearly every zombie he passed into pursuit. Oh no, what now? It was just 4 before, but now there must be at least 10 behind me. Huff. Huff. Chu Heju gasped for breath. His stamina was plummeting. At this rate the zombies would catch him sooner or later. Chu Heju quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted a fire door. He dashed toward it. Creak, creak. He tried to push the fire door open only to find it locked from the inside. Damn it. He shouted, turning to see the zombies closing in. It's over. Why did I run into a dead end? Creak. Young man, hurry in. Just then the fire door behind him swung open. A disheveled woman beckoned him inside. Without a second thought, Chu Heju slipped through. Bang. Together with the disheveled woman, Chu Heju slammed the fire door shut and secured it with a heavy padlock. Thank you, ma'am. If you hadn't opened the door, I'd have been devoured by now. Step away from the door, don't let the zombies see us. The woman walked over to a staircase leading upward, presumably to the first floor. You're right, ma'am. Zhu Heju glanced back at the fire door. The zombies were pounding on it furiously, but the door seemed sturdy enough to hold them off for a while. He quickly caught up with the woman. Around a corner he spotted a pile of rotting food at the stairwell landing. A woman was curled up in the corner of the stairs, not even looking up as Zhu Heju approached. Young man, are you out looking for food too? I have some pastries here, help yourself if you're hungry. The disheveled woman handed him a moldy piece of bread. Ma'am, I'm not hungry. Young man, are you put off because the bread's moldy? Alas, to survive you have to eat even moldy food. Without it we'd have starved long ago. Ma'am, I really am not hungry. Well, if you get hungry feel free to take some. Thank you, ma'am. Young man, make yourself comfortable. It's relatively safe here, as long as there's no loud noise. Those undead will move on soon. Zhu Heju looked around. The floor was covered in rotting food, the fermented stench stinging his nose. He even caught a whiff of urine. Yet the two women seemed accustomed to it. I'm a cleaner at Zhaoyang Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. The young woman here, son, is an intern nurse. Young man, I see you're in a security uniform, you a guard here. Zhu Heju, who had been used as human bait by Yang Quan, was unexpectedly rescued by a cleaning lady. Young man, I see you're wearing a security guard uniform. Are you a guard here? Auntie, I'm not a guard here. I was unconscious before staying in the second ward of brain diseases and only woke up today. Oh young man, you're quite lucky to have survived so long without starving. Maybe fate hasn't abandoned me yet. Sigh, everywhere's full of the living dead. If it weren't for the garbage heap ahead, I'd have starved long ago. Won't eating rotten food cause food poisoning? At first no one thought of eating rotten food, but there was no choice. If we didn't eat, we'd starve. After eating that rotten food I had diarrhea, vomited and ran a high fever for 3 days and nights. It was the intern nurse Xiao Sun who found me, gave me her only water and took care of me without abandoning me. Later I slowly recovered, but driven by hunger I ate some rotten food again. Because of this Xiao Sun hasn't spoken to me for a long time. Look, I'm fine now, aren't I? Maybe I've become immune to rotten food. After saying this the aunt glanced at the intern nurse Xiao Sun, who was sitting on the ground with her head buried. Xiao Sun, a young man is here. It's rare to meet a living person. Won't you look up? He's the first living person we've encountered in a month. Xiao Sun, with her head still buried, ignored the cleaning lady. Zhu Heju awkwardly exchanged a glance with the aunt. Xiao Sun might be a bit too traumatized and needs time to recover. But she hasn't eaten all day. I really don't know if she can hold on. Zhu Heju glanced at Xiao Sun, who was still burying her head, and pondered for a moment. Then he slowly approached the intern nurse. Miss? Zhu Heju tried calling out, but Xiao Sun didn't react. He looked back at the cleaning lady, then turned and gently pushed Xiao Sun's arm. To his shock, Xiao Sun's seated body toppled sideways from his push. Startled, Zhu Heju wondered if she had died. Xiao Sun, the aunt cried out anxiously. Roar. The zombies outside the fire door below the stairs, hearing the shout, resumed pounding on the door. Xiao Sun, the aunt whispered again, quickly lifting her up. But Xiao Sun was unresponsive. The aunt checked her breathing and then felt her forehead with the back of her hand. Oh no, Xiao Sun has a high fever. She's still alive. Zhu Heju had thought the intern nurse was dead, but it was just a high fever. She's still breathing, so she should be alive, but her forehead is very hot. What should we do? Is it a cold or something? I'm just a cleaner, I don't know how to diagnose. I'm just a security guard, I don't know what to do either. Water. Water. The unconscious intern nurse muttered for water. Young man, hand me that bottle over there. The aunt pointed to a plastic bottle filled with yellow liquid. All right. Flustered and unsure, Zhu Heju simply followed her orders. Picking up the bottle of yellow liquid, Zhu Heju clearly smelled urine. Could this be urine? With a look of disgust he handed the bottle to the aunt. The aunt opened the cap and brought the bottle to Xiao Sun's lips. Water's here, come drink. The intern nurse took a sip of the yellow liquid, then immediately choked and spat it out. Unable to bear watching, Zhu Heju turned his head away. Though he knew urine could quench thirst in dire time, seeing it in reality was hard to accept. The orange liquid looked like juice, clearly a sign of dehydration. Zhu Heju would rather die of thirst or be eaten by zombies outside than drink urine. But what if one day he was so thirsty that urine was the only option? Drink or not? No, I must find drinking water quickly. Zhu Heju had set his next goal: securing food and water, or survival itself would become the greatest problem. The energy drinks were gone. Who knew what the next restocked goods would be? He couldn't rely entirely on the stall system's restocking, he had to utilize the warehouse, which had 100 spaces. The sip of urine choked Xiao Sun awake. Xiao Sun, you're awake. Auntie, where am I? This is the stairwell. You were delirious with fever. I want a hamburger. I want cola. If someone could give me a hamburger right now, I'd marry them immediately. Xiao Sun, even a plain steamed bun is a luxury now. Here, I have some bread I just scavenged. Eat if you're hungry. Don't worry, I tore off the moldy parts, the rest is good. Thank you, auntie. Starving Xiao Sun grabbed the bread and ate ravenously. Water. But after a few bites she choked on the bread. Water's here. Zhu Heju turned away again. Moldy bread washed down with urine, he couldn't bear the sight. Was it only a month into the apocalypse and food had already become this scarce? How had things come to this? Though he had been a lowly security guard at the bottom of society, those days though bland were fulfilling. Work only to wait for the end of the shift, wages barely enough for breakfast, so he dared not fall in love, for love was beyond his reach. He had just resolved to trust no one in this apocalypse, yet Zhu Heju couldn't bear to witness such tragic scenes. System ding. Goods have been restocked. The system notification interrupted Zhu Heju's thoughts. Restocking was what he looked forward to most. He opened the restocking interface again. Restock wound healing ointment restores a small amount of health, price 100 copper coins. Good heavens, this time it was such a valuable item and the most expensive restock yet. Zhu Heju was not short on money now, so he bought the entire stock. 10 bottles of wound healing ointment cost him 1000 copper coins, but that was just a drop in the bucket. He had plenty of copper coins. The real problem was the low restock quantity, only 10 items each time. Hey, when did this security guard uncle arrive? Just as Zhu Heju finished buying, the 10 bottles being called uncle made him frown. He was only 23 and now someone was calling him uncle. Zhu Heju slowly turned around, seeing the young nurse in her uniform, and forced what he thought was a friendly smile. A ghost? Auntie, get rid of this skeleton. Zhu Heju put on what he thought was a very friendly smile, but it instead frightened the intern nurse Xiao Sun into hiding in the arms of the cleaning lady. Xiao Sun, this young man has just been starving for a month, has not a skeleton. Not a skeleton. If he were a skeleton he would have eaten you by now, wouldn't he? The intern nurse Xiao Sun slowly peeked her face out from the cleaning lady's arms, curiously taking a closer look at Zhu Heju. You're not a skeleton. I'm a zombie. Keep this up and he'll eat you directly. Uncle, zombies can't talk. Being ugly isn't your fault, but coming out to scare people is. Uncle. I'm only 23 and you dare call me uncle. Believe me, I'll throw you into a zombie's mouth right now, then you'll know what an uncle really is. Auntie, drive this skeleton away, I can't eat with him around. Auntie, thank you for opening the door to save me earlier. This is my ancestral bruise ointment, it can restore a small amount of health. Consider it a small token of my gratitude. Zhu Heju directly handed the aunt a bottle of bruise ointment. Auntie, it seems Xiao Sun isn't very welcoming, so I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. After saying this, Zhu Heju walked straight down the stairs to the first floor. Hey young man, don't go. The aunt chased after him and grabbed Zhu Heju. Young man, Xiao Sun is still a child. Don't mind her. There are so many living dead outside, it's safer if we stick together. You were hospitalized before, so you're probably unfamiliar with this place. I've worked here for 5 years, I know it well. Why don't we team up? We can look out for each other. Auntie, I'm not holding a grudge. I just don't want to stay where I'm not wanted. Oh, Xiao Sun has a high fever. Can't you cut her some slack? She's just an intern nurse, hasn't even graduated yet. She's still a kid after all. Young man, listen to your auntie and stay. With a thud, Zhu Heju and the cleaning lady turned around to see the intern nurse Xiao Sun collapse to the ground again. Xiao Sun. Seeing Xiao Sun fall again, the aunt rushed over to help her up and felt her forehead. Oh no, she's burning up. I have to get some fever medicine. Zhu Heju stood there unsure whether to leave or stay. See, Xiao Sun has a fever, she's probably delirious. She might not have been thinking straight when she spoke. Don't go just yet. Take care of Xiao Sun for me and I'll go find some food and see if there's any water. Auntie, where are you going to look? Let me help you. You watch over Xiao Sun. It's not far, just the trash bin up ahead. It's dirty, you can't handle it. Alright then. Hearing it was a trash bin, Zhu Heju lost his enthusiasm. With the intern nurse Xiao Sun unconscious from the fever, at least she wasn't annoying to look at anymore. The cleaning lady went up the stairs to find food while Zhu Heju walked to the stairwell and helped the unconscious intern nurse Xiao Sun up. He felt her forehead with the back of his hand. She really is burning up. Unfortunately, he had sold all the energy drinks to Yang Quan. Yang Quan had dropped 2 bottles on the second floor while escaping, but there were zombies there. Besides, he had run a long way through the basement level 1 like a headless chicken and hadn't memorized the route. Going back now, he wouldn't know the way. Looks like I can't just sell off the goods casually. After all, each refresh brings different items. Who knows when he'll see energy drinks again. I hope the factory owner didn't really run off with his sister-in-law and make these energy drinks a limited edition. That's settled. From now on, all goods from the restocking channel will be sold at 100 times the price. You'll prioritize my own use first, then consider selling. As for upgrading, you'll worry about that after I survive. Water. Water. The intern nurse Xiao Sun in his arms murmured for water again in her sleep. Damn it. Zhu Heju glanced at the urine bottle beside him. There was only a bit of dried residue left. This intern nurse Xiao Sun had drunk so much urine earlier, she really was a tough one. But now Zhu Heju couldn't bring himself to pick up that bottle of residue. But his warehouse only had bruise ointment, no other liquids. No way, I spent a fortune to get this bruise ointment. I haven't even sold it yet. I can't just give it away. Water. Water. Xiao Sun kept opening her mouth searching for water in her sleep. Because her mouth was open, Chu Heju being closest was hit by a wave of urine smell. Chu Heju pinched his nose. Consider this my charity to the poor. He took out a bottle of bruise ointment, removed the stopper and brought it to the intern nurse Xiao Sun's lips. The intern nurse Xiao Sun, like a lamb eagerly nursing, drank down the bruise ointment. After finishing the ointment, the intern nurse Xiao Sun smacked her lips twice, then fell into a peaceful sleep. Damn, I can't be doing charity work. When Xiao Sun wakes up, she's paying me back. I'm a merchant, but lately I've been acting like a money dispensing kid. After drinking the bruise ointment, the intern nurse Xiao Sun fell into a deep sleep, giving Chu Heju a moment of peace. At that moment, the cleaning lady hiding in the corner of the stairwell secretly peeked at this scene. She placed the food and water she had gathered at the stairway entrance, then turned and walked westward. The west side of the hospital housed the pharmacy. To get fever medicine for the intern nurse Xiao Sun, she had to go there. She knew this journey would be fraught with danger, so she didn't tell Chu Heju. Even if she were unfortunately surrounded by zombies, Xiao Sun would have Chu Heju to take care of her, and that would put her mind at ease. When she herself had a fever, it was Xiao Sun who took meticulous care of her, allowing her to survive. This was her way of repaying that kindness. The cleaning lady's gaze was now resolute. She pushed open a fire door leading to the basement level 1 far from Chu Heju's area. The ground was now a world of zombies. Going through the basement was the safest route to the pharmacy. System ding. Goods have been refreshed. Has it been that long? Chu Heju, who had been staring blankly at the stairwell, was startled by the prompt in his mind. The freshly refreshed goods were bottled drinking water. Restock bottled drinking water 500 milliliters, price 5 copper coins. As usual, buy all of them. Parched with thirst, Chu Heju took out a bottle and drank it all in one go. Although the person beside him was a nurse whose breath smelled of urine, this was actually the first time Chu Heju had sat so close to a girl, which inevitably made him feel a bit dry-mouthed. This bottled drinking water, if only it had appeared earlier, I wouldn't have wasted a bottle of bruise ointment. The corridor gradually grew dim. Chu Heju looked up. The intern nurse Xiao Sun, who had been sleeping, stirred and let out a soft murmur. Keep your voice down. It's me, skeleton. You. Where's Auntie? She said she went to the trash bin to find you some food and water. I just gave you a bottle of my ancestral healing ointment. That'll be 10000 copper coins. Pay up. 10000. Why don't you just rob me? I don't have a single cent. You want my life. You'd have to waste food keeping me alive. Figure it out yourself. So I saved you for nothing. Did I ask you to save me? Did I beg you? Fine. My fault for being blind, unable to tell a person from a dog. Ridiculous. 10000 coins. Why not just rob someone? So many good people died in the apocalypse, yet a charlatan like you survives. Ancestral healing ointment. Why not claim you're the Jade Emperor descended to save us all? You. What? Hit a nerve. Fine, I'm a charlatan. You're on your own. Stop. Who said you could leave? Moron. Chu Heju scrambled up and hurried up the stairs, unable to bear another second in that place. He had thought she was an easy Auntie's nurse, but she turned out to be a brainless woman. In his haste, Chu Heju kicked something. Bending down, he found a plastic bag of discarded food with half a bottle of Yulao Ji herbal tea. No, the cleaning auntie has already been back. She left again. Where did she go? Chu Heju gripped the bag, looking around anxiously, but there was no sign of her. Just then intern nurse Xiao Sun caught up. You're just a security guard, mutt. Who are you calling a moron? She raised her fist to strike him. Chu Heju grabbed her arm mid-swing. I said you're a moron. Stay away from me or I'll split you with my axe. It's the apocalypse now, no one knows who's human and who's a zombie. You. As a guard, it's your duty to protect us and you want to run away. You even want to kill me. I'll report you to your captain. Brains are a good thing, but some people just don't have them. Today I've truly seen the worst of it. How can there be a woman so brain dead? Report me. Go ahead. Be my guest. Chu Heju stepped aside, clearing the way. Help. Pervert. Suddenly intern nurse Xiao Sun screamed. Roar. Countless zombies swarmed toward her, drawn by the noise. Are you insane? Yes, I am. Come on, let's all die together. I've made up my mind, living is just suffering. Now that auntie's gone, I'll take you down with me. The intern nurse lunged at Chu Heju, clinging to him tightly. Get off. He kicked her hard in the stomach, sending her flying. Attracted by her screams, the first zombie to arrive pushed open the unlocked door and charged in. Chu Heju swung his axe into the zombie's face. The creature's arms still flailed wildly. He then kicked it squarely in the stomach, sending it crashing to the ground. Die. He yanked out the fire axe and cleaved through the back of the zombie's skull. Chu Heju knew that inside the zombie's head might be the blood crystal Yang Quan had mentioned, but there was no time for dissection now. He turned around. Xiao Sun was nowhere to be seen. Her talk of dragging him down with her was probably just a bluff. She must have known a hiding spot. That damn Xiao Sun. When I find you, we'll kill you. With no other choice, Zhu Heju bolted down the stairs. He remembered seeing an elevator when he came in through the fire door on the first basement level. He wondered if it still worked. He raced down to the elevator. The indicator light was off and the doors were forced open. Peering in, he saw the car stuck somewhere above the 4th or 5th floor. And there in the shaft was the figure he loathed. Stop right there, you brainless woman. Come catch me. If you do, we'll let you. Ah. Before she could finish, Xiao Sun's foot slipped through a gap. She dangled in midair, her hands desperately gripping a ladder. Save me. Please, kind sir, save me. I know I was wrong. I'm still a virgin. You'll be your maid serve you, just please save me. A woman as beautiful as you, I can't afford to keep. Kind sir, I beg you. I know the way out of this hospital. I can guide you. No need. I can escape without you. With a scream and a thud, Xiao Sun fell from above her body, crashing right before Zhu Heju. Her jaw was shattered, blood splattering Zhu Heju's face. Yet her will to survive was fierce. She looked up at him, mumbling incoherently, begging for help. Save me. Heh. In your next life, try being human. Zhu Heju stared coldly at her blood-soaked face. Not kicking her while she was down was already more than she deserved. Save her. Heh. In my dictionary there is no such word as forgiveness. With that, he stepped over her and climbed the ladder. The locked security door finally gave way under the zombies' assault. They rushed straight to the source of the strongest blood scent, where Xiao Sun lay. With her jaw crushed, she couldn't even scream as the zombies tore her apart. Zhu Heju watched the bloody scene for a moment, then turned and climbed up the elevator shaft. In the apocalypse there's no room for sympathy. It's just a pity I couldn't repay Auntie's kindness. Some people were good, like the cleaning auntie. Others were rotten through and through, like Yang Quan and that nurse whose name he only knew as Sun. The stuck elevator above him creaked ominously. Not good. Zhu Heju climbed faster. With a thunderous crash, the stuck elevator plummeted. Zhu Heju barely had time to press himself into a nearby recess. The falling elevator grazed the back of his head. It smashed into the ground below, killing half the zombies feasting on Xiao Sun's corpse. Karma comes fast like a whirlwind. Who says the good die young and the wicked live 1,000 years? The entire elevator plummeted down, nearly grazing the back of Zhu Heju's head. Perhaps fate had not yet abandoned him, for Zhu Heju miraculously survived. At this moment his palms were drenched in cold sweat and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet clinging to the nearby ladder, he fought desperately for his life. Boom. As the elevator crashed down, the zombies that had been feasting on the nurse's corpse at the elevator entrance were crushed into a bloody pulp. The remaining zombies, drawn by the noise, climbed onto the elevator roof. Looking up, they spotted Zhu Heju scaling the ladder and began waving their arms, attempting to climb after him. What the hell, can zombies climb ladders now? A cloud of dust billowed from the impact of the falling elevator. Zhu Heju held his breath and continued his ascent, not daring to wait and see if those damn zombies would figure out how to climb the ladder. Ahead lay a closed elevator door. It was already night, visibility was extremely poor. He had to find shelter quickly. Wandering outside in the dark might lead to an unwanted embrace with a zombie. Zhu Heju circled around and used a fire axe to pry open the elevator doors. They were not as difficult to force as he had imagined. With a bit of effort they gave way. As the doors slid open, Zhu Heju caught a glimpse of a sign on the opposite wall. 3rd floor. Although it was also the 3rd floor, this place was utterly unfamiliar to him. It was not the 3rd floor of the building he lived in. The entire 3rd floor was eerily silent. Not a single zombie roamed the corridor. Zhu Heju scanned his surroundings. Both ends of the hallway resembled dark, gaping abysses waiting to devour anyone who ventured near. The floor was spotless, no bodies, no bloodstains. If not for the recent attack by a horde of zombies, Zhu Heju might have thought it was all a dream. In this unfamiliar environment, Zhu Heju grew more cautious. Gripping his fire axe tightly, he crept silently down the corridor to the right. Looking up, he noticed a sign hanging from the ceiling, its words barely legible. So this is the rehabilitation department. The rehabilitation department, as its name suggested, provided equipment and services for patients' recovery. Such places typically opened late and closed early. The reason for the silence was likely that the department had already closed for the day. To the far left was an acupuncture room. Zhu Heju tried the door, it was locked. To the right was the equipment storeroom. Zhu Heju gently turned the doorknob, it too was locked. Zhu Heju grew bolder. Since the doctors had already left for the day, there were no medical staff or patients, meaning there might be no zombies here. Just then the sound of human conversation drifted from a room not far ahead. Zhu Heju could even see a faint glimmer of light. Brother, no. What are you afraid of? The whole hospital is full of zombies now. No one's going to bother us. This was followed by sounds of chasing and frolicking, even the clatter of a chair falling. Then came an indescribable eerie noise that made Zhu Heju's skin crawl. Damn, what bad luck. I'm a red-blooded man, I can't be hearing this kind of weird noise. Zhu Heju never expected to encounter such a scene here. He crouched low, pressed against the wall, and quickly passed by the room. As he passed the door he glanced at the sign above it. Tweener department. Might as well call it the massage department. Clang. Rumbled Tilda, crouching as he walked. Chu Heju failed to notice the two fire extinguishers at the corner of the wall. In such darkness it was nearly impossible to spot them. Zombies? You'll go check it out. Chu Heju quickly broke into a jog and ducked into a small cubicle nearby. A sign on the cubicle read, Disability Assessment Room. Please knock before entering. Damn, who's going to knock at a time like this? Chu Heju tried the door gently. It was unlocked. He slipped inside quietly. Meanwhile the door to the tweener department was slowly pushed open and a head poked out. It was a bald middle-aged man, bare-chested, holding a spiked club in one hand and a flashlight in the other. He swept the beam across the corridor, peering cautiously left and right. Brother, are there zombies? No? Strange, if there are no zombies, what made that noise? The bald man exchanged a glance with the young nurse beside him. Someone's here. They quickly shut the door and locked it. Brother, what do we do? Don't worry. If they didn't show themselves, there's probably only one of them. Watch me. The bald man cleared his throat and called out. Friend, I know you're hiding in one of these rooms. We're the chief physician and a nurse from the rehabilitation department. We mean you no harm. In fact, we have plenty of food here to share. After speaking, the bald man swept the flashlight beam across both ends of the corridor again. Silence, an absolute stillness, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Meow Tilda, suddenly a black cat darted in through the elevator shaft that Chu Heju had pried open, its tongue constantly licking its whiskers. The bald man instantly shone his flashlight on the cat. Meow Tilda, startled by the light, the cat bolted back into the elevator shaft. Brother, it seems there's no one. It must have been that cat knocking something over. Damn that black cat, it nearly gave me a heart attack. Brother, you have a heart condition. Let me give you a massage to make it better. You little minx, your technique is still very amateur. Come, let big brother teach you proper massage methods. The door to the tweener department was closed again, this time firmly locked from the inside. Hiding in the disability assessment room, Chu Heju heard the commotion outside and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally managed to avoid them. Chu Heju calmed himself. Without strength, he was not only chased by zombies but also felt oppressed when encountering other survivors, let alone setting up a stall. Not getting robbed would already be a blessing. For the first time, Chu Heju's desire for power reached its peak. System boss, I hope you'll refresh some better goods next time, okay? Please, boss. System ding. Goods have been refreshed. It was time to restock. Chu Heju eagerly opened the restocking interface. Restock simple crossbow, a simple crossbow made of cheap materials priced at 100 copper coins. Great, finally a weapon has appeared. Chu Heju pumped his fist in excitement. With this crossbow he believed his survival would become 10 times easier. Upon refreshing the inventory again, weapons finally appeared. The moment he saw the crossbow, Chu Heju swiftly procured one. To his surprise, the system was quite considerate, directly providing 3 bolts. Chu Heju excitedly retrieved the simple crossbow he had just acquired, fondling it with great affection. At last he possessed his first ranged weapon. Although the fire axe was satisfying for slaying zombies, with his current frail strength taking down a single zombie alone was exceedingly difficult. But now things were different. The crossbow was a silent ranged weapon capable of eliminating foes from 100 paces away. With proper handling he could hunt with 0 injuries. There were 9 more simple crossbows available for purchase in the inventory. Chu Heju decided to buy them all. System insufficient balance, unable to purchase. I'm out of money. Just as he was about to buy the last one, Chu Heju noticed a prompt indicating insufficient funds. Checking his warehouse, he found his copper coin balance was 0. Short by 100 copper coins, Chu Heju directly recycled 1 blood crystal. He had obtained the blood crystal from Yang Quan earlier but had been reluctant to recycle it as it seemed to have some potential use, though he didn't know what. But now, strapped for cash, he had no choice but to recycle 1. He then made the purchase again and waited for the inventory to refresh. Each simple crossbow came with 3 bolts. Chu Heju stored 9 of the crossbows in his warehouse, placed the 30 bolts into a single quiver and slung it over his shoulder. 3 bolts might not be enough to kill a zombie, but with 30 he was confident he could take one down without issue. Unless his equipment was several times superior to this simple crossbow, Chu Heju had no intention of selling any lethal weapons or gear. What if a buyer used his own sold weapons against him? That would be a most unjust death. Gurgle. In the pitch-black room, Chu Heju's stomach began to growl. He hadn't eaten all day since a single energy drink that morning. Checking his warehouse, he found nothing but water, no food. Am I, Chu Heju, going to starve to death here? In the man destined to become the ruler of the realms, how could I die like this? Bang bang bang. Just as Chu Heju was fretting, a sudden knock came at the door. A sliver of light seeped through the crack. Friend, I know you're in there. We mean no harm. Would you come out and meet us? Damn, I've been found. Chu Heju muttered under his breath but remained silent. Gurgle. Chu Heju's face darkened with embarrassment. His traitorous stomach had chosen this very moment to betray him. Friend, I heard your stomach growling. Still not coming out. Left with no choice, Chu Heju had to go out. However, for safety he raised his crossbow and loaded a bolt onto the mechanism. Creak. Zhu Hezhu slowly opened the door but stayed hidden behind it. Through the crack he saw two people outside, a bald middle-aged man in a white coat holding a flashlight in one hand and a spiked club in the other, with a woman behind him wielding a fire axe. The bald man was sensible enough to point the flashlight at the ceiling, providing illumination without shining it in others' eyes and causing offense. Both armed with melee weapons. Zhu Hezhu assessed the situation. His crossbow was a ranged weapon. If they tried anything it would serve as a powerful deterrent. Then Zhu Hezhu stepped out with the crossbow aimed. A skeleton. The young nurse behind the bald man shrieked, hiding behind him. Zhu Hezhu's face was a mask of exasperation. This wasn't the first time he'd been mistaken for a skeleton. He had to regain his weight quickly. What if one day a mighty being mistook him for a skeleton and obliterated him? That would be a truly unjust death. Zhu Hezhu's sudden appearance also startled the bald man. Young man, are you human? What else would I be? Phew, you scared me. You've clearly been through a lot starving to this state. Young man, could you please stop pointing that crossbow at us? It might go off accidentally. And what about your fire axe and spiked club? What's the meaning of that? Misunderstanding. They are for self-defense. The whole hospital is crawling with zombies. It's unsafe to go out unarmed. I'm just passing through and wanted to rest here for the night. I didn't mean to disturb you too. Young man, I understand. But with an unknown person suddenly nearby we can't tell friend from foe. It's hard to rest easy, so we took the liberty of checking things out. I see. No harm done. Gurgle. His stomach growled again and Zhu Hezhu looked thoroughly embarrassed. Young man, you must be starving. Why not come to my tweener department? I have some food there. If you don't mind you can have a simple meal. Alright then, I'll trouble you. Zhu Hezhu hadn't wanted to impose, but since they'd found him and he was indeed hungry he agreed. The bald man led the nurse around the corner and onto the corridor. Young man, please. Thank you, sir. Zhu Hezhu emerged from the disability assessment room, but he kept the crossbow raised, maintaining a meter's distance from the bald man. He was no longer a novice, he knew the importance of being wary. Following the bald man to the tweener department, the latter went to a desk and switched on a rechargeable lamp. The room brightened considerably. There was electricity yesterday, but this morning the floor went dark, probably a short circuit somewhere. This lamp was charged beforehand. Please make do, young man. You're too kind, sir. Light is more than enough. I'm Fan Jian, the chief physician of the tweener department. This is Nurse Wang Lidian. May I ask your name, young man? My name is Zhu Hezhu. I'm a patient here. It's fate to meet, especially in these end times. Xiao Wang, go mix one of your signature cocktails for Xiao Chu to try. Fan Jian said to Nurse Wang Lidian, adding a wink. Wang Lidian caught on. Excuse me, brothers. I'll be back shortly. Wang Lidian shot Zhu Hezhu a flirtatious glance before leaving. Zhu Hezhu quickly looked down. Was that a flirtatious look? Yet not long ago he'd clearly heard her engaging in vigorous activity with Fan Jian. Zhu Hezhu scanned the entire tweener department. It was vast, nearly 30 to 40 meters long, with a row of curtained private rooms along one side, likely for individual treatments. Or could it be that there were others in the tweener department? The balding middle-aged man Fan Jian instructed the young nurse Wang Lidian to mix a cocktail, and this very nurse Wang Lidian actually cast a flirtatious glance at Zhu Hezhu. Go on, don't keep little Zhu waiting. Fan Jian, standing nearby, seemed completely oblivious to Miss Wang's flirtatious look. At that moment Zhu Hezhu was utterly repulsed. Before him stood a balding man who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s while he himself was only 23. Yet that nurse Wang Lidian had called him big brother. What the hell? Zhu Hezhu couldn't help but shudder inwardly. How could she utter the words big brother so effortlessly? Little Zhu, don't underestimate Xiao Wang because of her age. She's diligent and quick in her work, one of the best subordinates I've had in years. Miss Wang Lidian is indeed hardworking, and she's quite pretty too. Then Zhu Hezhu muttered to himself, was she so diligent that she didn't leave after work, staying here to work overtime with you, Baldy? Otherwise how could it be that the entire rehabilitation department had clocked out, leaving just the two of you? Of course Zhu Hezhu wasn't tactless enough to expose the balding man. To each their own, he couldn't meddle in others' private affairs. Gurgle. Oh, look at me, how forgetful. Little Zhu, wait here. You'll go get you something to eat. Hearing Zhu Hezhu's stomach growl, Fan Jian apologized and went to fetch food. Thank you, brother Fan. Since the other party was so courteous, Zhu Hezhu felt it improper to be overly hostile. After all, one doesn't strike a smiling face, does one? But having been burned a few times before, Zhu Hezhu knew that one must always be wary. Fan Jian was being a bit too warm. Could it be because they were the first fellow survivors he'd met after the apocalypse? Sniff sniff. Zhu Hezhu inhaled deeply, catching the distinct hospital odor that permeated the room. Is this the smell of disinfectant? Or formaldehyde? He couldn't quite place it, only knew that the scent was overwhelmingly potent. Just then the curtain with red spots was pushed aside and a woman emerged wearing a nearly transparent dress. Don't ask how Zhu Hezhu knew it was transparent, he could clearly see the black undergarments beneath. She walked gracefully toward Chu Heju holding a glass of crimson liquid. Brother, you must be thirsty. Try a cocktail I personally mixed for you. It's called Bloody Mary, quite a unique flavor. Come brother Chu, quench your thirst first. As she drew closer, Chu Heju recognized her as Nurse Wang Lidian, who had stepped away moments ago. But now her attire truly set his imagination ablaze. Thank you. Chu Heju took the cocktail and Wang Lidian's icy-cold fingers lightly brushed across the back of his hand. Chu Heju's entire body trembled. Not good, this Wang Lidian is actually trying to seduce me. Chu Heju knew well that when he had stealthily passed by earlier he had heard the sounds of a man and woman engaging in aerobic exercise in the massage department. At this moment only Fan Jian and Wang Lidian were here, meaning those two were the ones doing the exercise. And now this Wang Lidian was trying to seduce him. There was only one truth. Chu Heju didn't believe Wang Lidian would secretly try to seduce him behind Fan Jian's back. They must have some ulterior motive. At that moment Wang Lidian leaned close to Chu Heju's ear and whispered a few words. Brother, save me. Huh. Hearing these words, Chu Heju's heart stirred with turmoil. Could it be that Wang Lidian was being coerced? Yes, a young woman trying to survive in the apocalypse would have to rely on a powerful man. Perhaps this nurse Wang Lidian was being forced into it. No? Things aren't that simple. Chu Heju quickly dismissed his own idea. Having been deceived before, he decided to take things slowly and not rashly make an enemy of Fan Jian. Ahem, little Chu, sorry. I don't have much food left here. Most of it seems to have gone moldy. After searching for a while I only found a pack of calcium milk biscuits. These have a long shelf life, so please make do. As Wang Lidian finished speaking, the balding man approached from not far away holding a pack of calcium milk biscuits. But from the looks of it there wasn't much left in the pack. The young nurse Wang Lidian stepped away from Chu Heju and stood beside Fan Jian. Chu Heju took the half pack of biscuits Fan Jian offered. Brother Fan, thank you so much. Being able to eat biscuits now feels like a dream. I don't have much to offer in return, but here's a bottle of drinking water I scavenged. I hope Brother Fan won't think me stingy. Chu Heju used his pocket as cover to pull out a bottle of water and handed it to Fan Jian. Drinking water. Fan Jian's eyes widened and he eagerly took the water from Chu Heju. Little Chu, I won't stand on ceremony then. Fan Jian twisted off the cap and drank deeply. Gulp gulp. Fan Jian downed the entire bottle of mineral water in one go as if he hadn't drunk anything in ages. Standing nearby, the young nurse Wang Lidian licked her lips as if she too was dying for a drink. By the way, Miss Wang, I have another bottle here. Consider it an exchange for your cocktail. Chu Heju pulled another bottle of water from his pocket and handed it to Wang Lidian. Really? This is for me. Miss Wang, thank you for the cocktail, but I'm not much of a drinker. I'm afraid your kindness might go to waste. Thank you, Brother Chu. Wang Lidian happily took the water, kissed the bottle cap and was about to open it. Ahem. Just then Fan Jian let out a few coughs. Wang Lidian's joyful expression instantly became more cautious. Little Chu, the cocktail Wang Lidian made doesn't contain any alcohol. After all, resources are limited, where would we get liquor? Just drink it, it's a token of Xiao Wang's goodwill. Yes, Brother Chu, there's no alcohol in it. Please just have a taste. See how my skills measure up. Well. Chu Heju glanced at the crimson cocktail, hesitating. At that moment Fan Jian shot another meaningful look at Wang Lidian. Brother Chu, just take a sip, one sip. Acting on Fan Jian's cue, Wang Lidian lifted the cocktail to Chu Heju's lips, her right hand resting on his shoulder. The rim of the glass nearly touched his lips. Chu Heju lowered his gaze to the cocktail. System Bloody Mary, made from fresh blood. Recycle value 100 copper coins. Made from fresh blood. Chu Heju had not carefully observed the cocktail earlier, it merely appeared blood red, and besides he did not drink alcohol. But now as Wang Lidian raised it before his eyes, Chu Heju could not help but examine it. The system displayed the item's name and recovery price, and even the faint scent of blood emanating from the liquid within the glass sent a jolt through Chu Heju's nerves. Chu Heju shoved Wang Lidian's hand away, spilling the cocktail she held. The glass shattered upon the floor and the red liquid splattered over her, appearing eerily sinister under the glow of the rechargeable lamp. Ah. Wang Lidian was startled by Chu Heju's sudden move. Xiao Chu Yu. In that instant Chu Heju raised the crossbow beside him, its bolt aimed directly at Wang Lidian. Miss Wang, care to explain? Brother Chu, explain what? I don't understand what you mean. Xiao Chu, put down the crossbow and let's talk slowly. What's wrong? Fan Jian was also taken aback by Chu Heju's reaction. He slowly rose, attempting to approach. Stay away from me too. Chu Heju immediately redirected the crossbow at the approaching Fan Jian. Alright, I'll keep my distance. Just put down the crossbow, okay? Fan Jian said while subtly edging closer to the spiked club on the table. Don't move or I can't guarantee this bolt won't pierce your skull. Hands on your head, squat by the wall. Fine, I'll put my hands up, I'll put them up. And you, Miss Wang, join old Fan. Hands on your head, squat by the wall. Ah. Say that again and I'll shoot you dead. Helpless, they complied. Though uncertain of the crossbow's power, they feared that Chu Heju in his tension might actually fire and they would be the ones to suffer. The two squatted against the wall, hands on their heads. Xiao Chu, what's this all about? Did Xiao Wang do something wrong? Miss Wang, aren't you going to explain? What is this cocktail made of? Bloody Mary. If I'm not mistaken, it contains blood, doesn't it? Well. Wang Liandian glanced nervously at Fan Jian. Fan Jian shook his head at her. Old Fan, why are you shaking your head? Do you think I'm blind? Xiao Chu, I wasn't shaking my head, my neck just feels a bit stiff. Miss Wang, I'll give you one more chance. Is there blood in this cocktail? Yes. Good. Don't tell me it's your own blood or Brother Fan's here. Xiao Chu, so this is what you're suspicious about? Yes, there's blood in it, but it's not mine, nor is it Xiao Wang's. Oh? So it's someone else's? Of course. But that someone isn't a person, it's a dog's. A dog. Brother Chu, you scared me to death. I thought something was wrong. It's from my dog Pee-Pee. I had no food, so I had to reluctantly kill Pee-Pee. The blood in the cocktail is Pipis. Dog blood. Damn, you two really are full of dog blood drama. Xiao Chu, I know drinking dog blood isn't right, but without it we'd die of thirst. We survived thanks to Pipis blood and meat. If we could live on air, who would kill their own friend? Friend? I mean, dogs are man's best friend, right? Oh? Xiao Chu, can we get up now? Chu Heju glanced at the two. Get up. Thank you, Xiao Chu. Thank you, Brother Chu. Brother Fan, my apologies for earlier. It's the apocalypse, everyone's on edge. It's unavoidable. I didn't expect it to be dog blood. Sorry, Miss Wang, for breaking your glass and staining your dress. It's all right, Brother Chu. I'll mix you another one. No need. You drank dog blood because you had no water. I have water, you don't have to drink that anymore. Xiao Chu, are you saying you have drinking water? Yes, I have some. If you want it, I can sell it to you. No problem. Name your price. 500 copper coins per bottle. Copper coins? Yes, it's a currency I set up myself. I know you don't have any, but you can trade other things for it. I'll appraise them. Well, how much would you appraise this spiked club of mine? System spiked club, recovery price 50 copper coins. Brother Fan, your club is worth 5 copper coins. That cheap? Sorry, but if I'm not mistaken, that's hospital security equipment. It's worthless. Fine. What about this? Fan Jian removed a watch from his wrist. System Casio mechanical watch, recovery price 100,000 copper coins. Holy crap. A storm raged in Chu Heji's heart, but he maintained a calm exterior. Well, this has some value. It's worth 1,000 copper coins. Wow, Brother Fan, your watch is worth way more than the spiked club. Though she didn't grasp the concept of 1,000 copper coins, it was 200 times the club's value, prompting the nurse Wang Liandian to exclaim in shock. Keep your voice down. Even if there are no zombies on this floor, we can't be too careless. Brother Fan is right. This was a limited edition a friend brought back from abroad. With import tax it cost me 200,000 RMB. 200,000. Wang Liandian's eyes lit up. A watch worth 200,000, Fan Jian was indeed wealthy. But her gaze quickly turned wistful. Too bad even 200 million was useless now. So Brother Fan. 1,000 copper coins it is. This watch is only good for telling time now, and it's not much use. But Xiao Chu, do you really have that much drinking water? Yes. Absolutely. With that, Chu Heju took a black cloth from his pocket and spread it on the table. Then he pulled 2 bottles of drinking water from his chest and placed them on the cloth. Brother Fan, let's trade. Xiao Chu, if I recall correctly, you've pulled out 4 bottles of water from your chest. Do you have a sleeve dimension or something? Brother Fan, I'm actually a magician. These are just basic tricks. Then Chu Heju produced a dagger, and with a wave of his hand the dagger vanished. Brother Fan, these are just the most fundamental skills of a magician. Nothing remarkable. A magician is just a wizard in a coat. I've truly witnessed it today. So Brother Fan, shall we trade? Chu Heju did not wish to dwell on the topic of magic. He knew that loose lips sink ships. The best approach was to divert Fan Jian's attention. Since Fan Jian and his group were short on water, Chu Heju decided to sell his own drinking water to them, catering to their needs to secure a good price. Chu Heju spread a black blanket on the table and took out 2 bottles of drinking water. Here are 2 bottles of bottled water. Brother Fan, what do you think? Good. Fan Jian, as if making a firm decision, placed his Casio mechanical wristwatch on the other side of the black blanket. May I take it? Yes, you may. Pleasure doing business. Chu Heju was delighted at the progress on his task. Pleasure doing business. Fan Jian was equally pleased to have bought 2 bottles of water. They shook hands, each obtaining what they desired. Xiao Chu, do you have any more of this water? To be honest, I do, but not much. I need some for myself, sorry. Including the 2 I gave you earlier, I only have 1 bottle left. I can't sell any more. Oh, what a pity. It's rare to drink such pure water these days. I was hoping to buy more. Brother Fan, do you mean you have something else to trade? If you trade me your last bottle Xiao Chu, won't you have none to drink? Oh, I can gather more if I run out. It just means crossing through the zombie horde, a bit dangerous, that's all. In that case Xiao Chu, how many copper coins do you think this ring is worth? This is a gold inlaid jade ring. Fan Jian removed a gold inlaid jade ring from his finger and placed it on the black blanket. The black blanket illuminated by the charging desk lamp nearby made the gold inlaid jade ring radiate the allure of wealth. Wow, another little treasure with a recycling price in the tens of thousands. However, Chu Heju did not show his excitement. Brother Fan, this ring is a bit lacking. Although it's made of gold and set with jade, its value isn't high. I'd appraise this jade piece at 1000 copper coins for you. I figured as much. I acquired this gold inlaid jade ring last year from a Taoist temple, spending 100000 on incense offerings. So want to trade? Yes, regardless of its past worth, these are now just material possessions. Better to exchange them for things that help us survive. After selling another bottle of water, only 4 items remained on his task. Brother Fan, you still have 500 copper coins. What else would you like to buy? I have a heirloom zipper band-aid worth 500 copper coins and a heirloom golden wound ointment worth 10000. You'll take the band-aid. I can't afford the ointment. Alright, here's the heirloom zipper band-aid. Take care of it, Brother Fan. 3 more items to go. Chu Heju turned his gaze to Wang Lidian, who was watching curiously nearby. Brother Chu, don't look at me. I have nothing. But what? Brother Chu, how many copper coins do you think I'm worth? Miss Wang, you jest. Even in the apocalypse, human trafficking is illegal. I'm serious. Probably a few 100,000 copper coins. Then Brother Chu, I'll sell myself to you. I was joking. Besides, I can barely support myself, let alone another person. Sorry, Miss Wang. Then Chu Heju bowed to Fan Jian. Brother Fan, I've been unconscious for a month and only woke up today. I've been dealing with zombies all day and am now quite tired. You'll take my leave. What's wrong, Xiao Chu? Going to sleep? Yes, after a month in a coma my stamina is lacking. I need to rest early. Excuse me, Brother Fan. It's rare to meet another human. I was hoping to chat over drinks all night. Since that's the case, Xiao Wang, take Xiao Chu to a clean private room so he can rest early. Yes, Brother Fan. Brother Fan, no need. You'll just go to the room across the hall. This is the massage therapy room with the most comfortable beds. Besides, here with more people, if a zombie appears we can look out for each other. Yes, Brother Chu, let me find a room for you. Well, Brother Chu, will take you to the easternmost private room. It's rarely used with brand new bedding. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Wang. No need to be so polite, Brother Chu. Brother Fan says you're diligent and a good subordinate. You flatter me, Brother Chu. Work should be done with dedication. Can you call me Sister Wang? Miss Wang sounds too distant. Chu Heju did not reply, unsure how to respond. He wasn't close enough to Wang Lidian to call her Sister Wang. Here we are. Brother Chu, let me make the bed for you. Wait a moment. The young nurse Wang Lidian went in to prepare the bed while Chu Heju, standing at the door, glanced back at Fan Jian at the distant desk. Fan Jian was not looking their way, instead he stared blankly at the bottle of water in his hand, a cigarette burning between his fingers. A wisp of smoke rose from its tip, swirling under the glow of the charging desk lamp. All set. Brother Chu, come in and see if it's suitable. The curtain was drawn aside and the young nurse Wang Lidian blinked her big eyes at Chu Heju as she spoke. However, the room was far from the desk, not pitch black but quite dim. In the distance, Fan Jian glanced up as Chu Heju entered the private room, muttering something under his breath, his words indistinct. Brother Chu, are you satisfied? Chu Heju entered and saw the room was about 10 square meters with a single bed on each side covered in white sheets. 2 racks stood in the corner. What are these? They are heat lamps used for microwave therapy on patients. Oh, thank you, Miss Wang. I need to rest now. Please return. Brother Chu. Wang Lidian stepped closer to him. Have I done something wrong that you don't want to stay with me a moment longer? I heard about what happened between you and Fan Jian. How can you treat him this way? Between me and Fan Jian? What? Do I need to spell it out? There's really nothing between Brother Fan and me. Hey, Miss Wang, please go. Brother Chu, Brother Fan and I. What's wrong? Too embarrassed to say it. Brother Chu, I see. Did you hear some strange noises earlier? It's true, I was doing some exercise with Brother Fan, but not what you think. We were doing yoga. Yoga? Yes, Brother Chu, I was just doing yoga with Brother Fan. That's why you might have misunderstood us. Hey, brilliant. Go on. Start your performance. Chu Heju sneered. Yoga? Had she ever seen anyone doing yoga in sheer clothing? Why won't you believe me? I was truly doing yoga with Brother Fan. Let me tell you in secret, Brother Fan is old and has long lost his capability. Miss Wang, I don't care what you were doing. If there's nothing else, please leave. Brother Chu, I actually have a personal request. Speak. Brother Chu, can you take me with you? What? You want to abandon your Brother Fan? I just don't want to stay here waiting to die. There's barely enough food for a day or two. Once it's gone, we'll have to go out looking for more. I think my chances of survival are better with you than with Brother Fan. So if you meet someone stronger than me, you'll immediately switch sides. Do you want the truth or a lie? Nonsense. Huh. Brother Chu wants to hear nonsense. Word games are pointless. You're playing with fire. Haha, just teasing you, Brother Chu. If I really did meet someone stronger, I'd definitely switch sides. After all, survival depends on being with the strongest, doesn't it? But doesn't Brother Chu have faith in himself? Why don't you strive to be the strongest? To be honest, I really don't. At least for now, I have no choice. You're my only option. That's true, but hearing it still stings. Hee hee, Brother Chu, if you agree tonight, I'm yours. How do you prove you weren't doing some kind of aerobic exercise with Fan Jian just now? Simple. Let me tell you, Brother Chu, I've never been in love. Tonight you'll find out. Don't tell me you're still a virgin. Bingo. What do you think? I'm still an untouched maiden. Tempted. Looking at Wang Lidian so close, Chu Heju had to admit, he was indeed tempted. Seeing Chu Heju hesitate, Wang Lidian knew he needed a little catalyst. She took his hand. A scorching volcano had just been thrown a gas canister. What about Brother Fan? How will you explain? Brother Chu, this was actually Brother Fan's idea. His condition is that he can come with you too. You may be weak now, but you're still a young and strong man. Damn, so taking you means taking your old Fan too. What isn't little me worth some sacrifice? After all, I'm worth hundreds of thousands of copper coins. Wang Lidian took his hand again. Enough. You'll take the deal. Thank you, Brother Chu. You'll go tell Brother Fan the good news. What, leaving already? Don't be impatient, Brother Chu. You'll be here all night. Besides, you splashed this outfit with Bloody Mary, I need to change. Fine. Hurry up. I don't have all day. Right away. Wait for me, Tilda. Wang Lidian winked, lifted the curtain and swayed out. Chu Heju squeezed his own hand, savoring the feeling. Meat delivered to his doorstep, why not eat it? He lay on the single bed, fantasizing about the methods he'd use later. No, this bed's too small. He got up, dragged over another single bed and pushed them together. Much more spacious now. Meanwhile, the little nurse Wang Lidian approached Fan Jian. How did it go? No problem. Chu Heju agreed. Good. Get ready. All right. Wang Lidian went to a single room in the west. After a while, she emerged in a different outfit. Her previous one was soaked with Bloody Mary. This time Wang Lidian was wearing a nurse's uniform. Fan Jian watched her retreating figure, side-licked his lips and headed west. Wang Lidian was right, he had long wanted to devour her, but age had left him willing but unable. System ding. Goods refreshed. Damn, time flies. Refreshed again. The restless Chu Heju heard the refresh sound and board switched to the restocking interface. Restock steamed buns 100 satiety. Purchase price 5 copper coins. Just what I was waiting for. After several refreshes of drinks, food finally appeared. Chu Heju bought 10 steamed buns and stuffed one into his mouth. Normally he could eat 5 or 6, but after one he was full. This satiety thing is strange. The energy drink this morning also gave 100 satiety, and now this bun does too. Do I need 200 satiety a day? Then how did I survive lying still for 30 days without eating? Beats me. Brother Chu, him here. Been waiting long. The curtain lifted. Wang Lidian was now in a nurse's uniform. Miss Wang, why did you change? Still calling me Miss Wang. You splashed Bloody Mary all over my other clothes. Sorry, I forgot. Wang Lidian threw herself into Chu Heju's arms. After some aerobic exercise, Chu Heju was in the mood. He eagerly pulled down his pants, but Wang Lidian produced a syringe from somewhere. In the dim room, Chu Heju didn't notice it. Phut. Ah. Chu Heju screamed, feeling a sting. Miss Wang, what are you doing? Don't worry, Brother Chu. It's a drug to boost stamina. Like hell, I believe you. Chu Heju struggled violently and the syringe fell to the ground. Wang Lidian fled in panic. Chu Heju felt his head grow heavy and drowsy. Damn, what's happening to me? That was no stamina drug. System host injected with anesthetic. Entering anesthetized state, all stats reduced by 90, movement and attack speed reduced by 90, pain perception reduced by 99, 60 chance of falling asleep. Duration 2 hours. Damn it, I've been set up. Chu Heju initially believed that Wang Lidian's embrace was genuine, but it turned out to be a honey trap. His vision began to blur and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Yet Chu Heju knew he could not afford to sleep. If he did, he might never wake again. With great effort he retrieved the simple crossbow by his side. Fan Jian. Wang Lidian. You both must die. Chu Heju shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to overcome the intense urge to sleep. With a thud, Chu Heju fell directly from the bed. His condition was even worse than when he had first awoken from a severe illness. The scene before him was blurred. By chance Chu Heju noticed the anesthesia needle still by the bedside with some liquid remaining inside. Summoning every ounce of strength, Chu Heju controlled his body and sprayed the anesthetic from the needle onto the arrowheads of his crossbow bolts. He then took out 3 more bolts, but the liquid was so scarce that he could only coat 2.5 of them. That damned Wang Lidian used so much anesthetic to knock me out. Brother Fan, brother Fan. The young nurse Wang Lidian rushed westward in a panic. What's the rush? At that moment a figure in a white coat emerged from the west. It was Fan Jian. He wore rubber gloves and carried a tray laden with scalpels, surgical scissors, forceps and even an axe and a saw. How is it going? Brother Fan, the anesthetic has been administered. Good, let's wait for the anesthetic to take full effect before we proceed. Xiao Wang, you've done well again. This time he'll let you pick first. Brother Fan, it's all thanks to your excellent planning. You should pick first. Ha ha, Xiao Wang, that's what I like about you. Come here, give me a kiss. More tilde. Wang Lidian picked up the rechargeable desk lamp from the office, its light shining into both their eyes. They exchanged a glance, seeing immense excitement reflected in each other's reddened eyes. Then Fan Jian looked toward the easternmost end. HMPH, whatever he took from me, he'll have to give back double. I want to see what that so-called ancestral golden wound salve really is. Well, strip this Chu Heju naked, isn't he a magician? Without clothes, let's see where he can hide his tricks. Xiao Wang, now you understand. The reason I traded my watch and ring for those supplies earlier is that they'll eventually return to my hands. In just letting that Chu Heju hold onto them temporarily. Brother Chu, you're brilliant. Although Chu Heju was in the easternmost part of the massage department in such a quiet environment, he could not help but overhear their conversation. A bed of roses is a hero's grave. If I survive this ordeal, I swear I'll never lose my head over a woman again, or I'll die at their hands. Meanwhile, the floor beneath the bed was covered with simple crossbows, 10 in total. 2 were loaded with anesthetic bolts while the other 8 were ordinary ones. With his weakened state, Chu Heju lacked the strength and speed to reload bolts mid-battle, so he prepared the loaded crossbows nearby ready to fire directly without wasting time on reloading. This was a do-or-die battle he could not afford to lose. Though the task seemed simple, Chu Heju had already exhausted all his strength. He was drenched in sweat, his entire body soaked through. It's about time. Let's go see if our little Chu has fallen asleep. All right, brother. Wang Lidian picked up the rechargeable lamp and headed toward the easternmost private room. Fan Jian followed closely behind, his hand still holding the tray. From beneath the curtain, Chu Heju saw the light growing brighter, a sign that Fan Jian and his accomplice were approaching. Chu Heju's hands trembled as he aimed the crossbow, but his eyes were resolute. This was a battle between life and death, and he had staked everything on it. The curtain was pulled aside. Light spilled into the room, but since Chu Heju was hiding under the bed, the blinding glare did not reach him. Huh? Where is he? The nurse Wang Lidian stood by the bed searching around. What's going on? Hearing that the man was missing, Fan Jian also stepped inside. Now. With a click, Chu Heju pulled the trigger. The bolt shot out with a whoosh, targeting Fan Jian's thigh, the only part Chu Heju could aim at from under the bed, unable to reach above the waist. With a piercing sound and a scream, Fan Jian cried out in pain. The tray clattered to the ground, scattering its contents everywhere. He's under the bed. Under the bed. Fan Jian crouched down and spotted Chu Heju lying there. Another bolt flew, striking him again. Fan Jian clutched his face, unable to breathe from the agony. Despite being drugged, Chu Heju's 2 bolts had hit their mark at such close range. Damn it. Chu Heju will kill you. A 3rd bolt was fired, but it struck the wall instead. Chu Heju shook his head vigorously. A drop of sweat had fallen into his eye, causing him to miss. When his vision cleared, Fan Jian was gone. Struck by 2 bolts, Fan Jian had no choice but to crawl out of the room in panic. The nurse Wang Lidian also fled the room. Where do you think you're going? Chu Heju grabbed another crossbow loaded with an anesthetic bolt and aimed it at the nurse's rear. The bolt hit its mark and Wang Lidian fell to the ground with a thud, biting her lip as she hit the floor. A metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. She spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva along with a tooth. Driven by survival instinct, she crawled desperately forward away from the room's entrance. Brother Fan, save me. Brother Fan, save me. Fan Jian, however, was breathing heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Xiao Wang, this damn crossbow bolt is poisoned. I feel completely weak, I can barely stand. Brother Fan, I feel terrible too. It must be the anesthetic. Damn it. Where's your anesthesia needle? It fell by the bedside when Chu Heju struggled. You useless waste. Fan Jian wanted to kick Wang Lidian, but he couldn't muster the strength. The rechargeable lamp had fallen at the entrance of the private room. Its faint light illuminated Fan Jian and Wang Lidian slumped against the wall outside, as well as Chu Heju hiding under the bed inside the room. The desperate will to survive drove Chu Heju to unleash strength beyond his usual limits. 10 crossbows, 4 had been used, but fortunately Fan Jian and Wang Lidian each took a tranquilizer dart. Now lying under the bed, Chu Heju had all the crossbows loaded and aimed. He had to stop Fan Jian and his companion at the door of the private room. This was a matter of life and death. About 5 minutes passed. Chu Heju did not hear Fan Jian and the others re-enter. Maybe the tranquilizer took effect. Zhu Hejun muttered, calculating the time. He had been tranquilized before them and the anesthesia lasted 2 hours. That meant he might wake up 2 hours earlier than they would. Fan Jian. Wang Lidian. Prepare to embrace death. Zhu Hejun stared fixedly at the door, but his eyelids were fighting a losing battle against exhaustion. No, I can't fall asleep. If I oversleep, I'll still die. Zhu Hejun struggled desperately to stay awake, but his eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Damn it, I won't give in. Zhu Hejun propped his eyelids open with his fingers. Huff. Huff. At that moment the sound of snoring came from outside. Are they actually asleep? Though the snoring was faint, it was irritating enough to keep Zhu Hejun already fighting sleep from dozing off. Looks like the tranquilizer kicked in, a 60% chance of falling asleep. Their willpower is pitifully low. Although Fan Jian and the other were asleep, Zhu Hejun knew he absolutely could not succumb. He had to wait until the anesthesia wore off. But time was the cruelest torment. Before he knew it, Zhu Hejun had fallen asleep. System ding. Goods have refreshed. He had no idea how long it had been, but Zhu Hejun was jolted awake by the system notification for the refresh. Has an hour already passed? Light snores came from outside. Fan Jian had not yet woken. Zhu Hejun shook his head, clearing his mind a little. He had fallen asleep, that would not do. To force himself alert, Zhu Hejun drew a dagger and slashed his palm. The sharp pain jolted him into full wakefulness. Let's see what's refreshed. Evolution antidote can neutralize low-level toxins. Price 1,000 copper coins. Antidote. What's that? This was the most expensive item Zhu Hejun had encountered. Checking his copper coin balance, only 850, he realized he would have to recycle something. 10 antidotes cost 100,000 copper coins. Zhu Hejun recycled the Casio mechanical wristwatch he had taken from Fan Jian, netting exactly 100,000 copper coins. He bought all the goods again. Taking out a single antidote, he stared at the green liquid, hesitating. Was it really an antidote or poison? No matter, the system wouldn't lie. He hoped it could neutralize the tranquilizer. Zhu Hejun tipped his head back and drank it down. Quite sweet, not as bitter as I imagined. System anesthesia status lifted. What? His vision instantly sharpened from its previous blur and the limp, powerless feeling vanished. It actually neutralized the tranquilizer. 1,000 copper coins, well worth it. Fully recovered, Zhu Hejun ate another steamed bun, regaining his strength. He gathered the extra crossbows, then crawled out from under the bed. Crossbow in hand, loaded and ready. Fan Jian, dying in your sleep, that's too kind for you. Creak. At that moment the sound of a door opening came. Someone's here. Zhu Hejun scanned the room and slipped back under the bed. In an unknown situation, hiding was the best option. I told you someone was here. This is the only lit room in the whole building. Boss, are those two dead? Thief got arrows stuck in them. Go check. Yes, boss. A scrawny man carrying a fire axe approached the sleeping Fan Jian and Wang Lidian. Boss, they are asleep. This old guy is even snoring. Kill the man, leave the woman for me. Yes, boss. Thud. The axe came down, striking the sleeping Fan Jian's neck. Blood spurted like a fountain. The searing pain yanked Fan Jian from his dreams. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was a blood-stained fire axe growing larger. Thud. Another swing and Fan Jian's head rolled away. He died without uttering a single word. Hot blood splashed across Wang Lidian's face, startling her awake amid the commotion. But her body was limp, the anesthetic still had an hour to wear off. Seeing herself nestled against a headless corpse, Wang Lidian screamed, but the sound came out as weak as a lamb's bleat due to the anesthesia. Bring that little nurse to me. Yes, boss. 2 lackeys, one fat and one thin, hoisted Wang Lidian up. The thin one took liberties with her body. Boss, this girl's body is really limp. Looks like she's been drugged. Drugged? Yeah, completely limp, like she has no bones. Ha ha, heaven helps me. Wang Lidian was brought before the boss. Little nurse, lift your head. Let me have a look. The boss lifted her chin with his hand. Whoa, not bad. You two keep watching, going to get some exercise. Sure thing, boss. Boss, can the brothers get a taste later? Don't worry, if your boss gets meat, you'll get broth. The boss carried Wang Lidian into a nearby room. Brother Chu. Save me. Weak and helpless, Wang Lidian tried to cry out to Zhu Hejun for rescue, but her voice could not reach him. Even if he heard, he would not have saved her. Brother Chu. Ha, that old man who just died. The rumors are true, you people are all in cahoots, no good any of you. With that, the boss tore open the nurse's clothes. How could a drugged Wang Lidian resist such a man? Under the bed, Zhu Hejun waged a fierce internal battle. He was no hero and Wang Lidian was no virtuous woman. But the classic trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress was right before him. To rescue or not, it was a choice only he could make. Zhu Hejun could have killed Wang Lidian with a single arrow, but he could not bear to witness such bullying of the weak. Thud. Thud. Hiding under the bed, Chu Heju heard footsteps slowly approaching. He raised his crossbow, aiming at the door of the private room. At that moment, a scrawny man walked from the office desk to the door of Chu Heju's room, bending down to pick up the rechargeable lamp on the floor. This hospital, why did the power suddenly go out? It's really inconvenient without electricity. Chu Heju held his breath, the crossbow trained on the pair of feet beneath the curtain at the door. Fortunately, the scrawny man picked up the lamp and left without entering the room. The light gradually faded, plunging the room into darkness. Chu Heju quietly crawled out from under the bed, tiptoed to the curtain and lay down to peer outside. Not far away, a headless corpse lay against the floor, blood pooling and reflecting light. Opposite the corpse was a severed head, Fan Jian's. His eyes were wide open like copper bells, but having died in his sleep, he felt no pain. What a pity, someone stole my kill. At the former office desk, two men sat, a fat man and a scrawny one. They were drinking the 2 bottles of water meant for Fan Jian. Ha! Refreshing. I didn't expect to score some drinking water here. Lucky. Yeah, I haven't had such pure water in days. Hey, if it tastes good, drink up. Chu Heju muttered to himself, scanning the desk. On it lay 2 fire axes and 2 spiked clubs. One of the axes and clubs had belonged to Fan Jian. Since there were 3 of them, the third man's weapon wasn't on the table. The scrawny man wore a blue delivery uniform while the fat man donned a security guard's outfit, likely a former guard here. Counting the person in the private room, there were 3. But Chu Heju didn't know the third man's weapon, melee or ranged. Chu Heju weighed the odds. The enemies lacked ranged weapons, or perhaps one had one. Taking on 3 alone was risky. They had killed Fan Jian in 1 blow, clearly no pushovers. In such tight quarters, even with his crossbow, he might not gain the upper hand. He who strikes first gains the advantage, he who hesitates suffers. It seemed he had no choice but to act first. 10 meters was well within range, but to be safe, Chu Heju aimed at the fat security guard, the bigger target harder to miss. Chu Heju raised the crossbow, aimed at the fat guard's head and pulled the trigger. Swoosh! Thud! Ah! With a scream, the fat guard collapsed, clutching his head and writhing in agony. The arrow was meant for his head, but the whizzing sound caught his attention. He turned and the bolt struck his face instead. Enemy! The scrawny man alert spotted Chu Heju and darted into the adjacent room. Scrawny, what are you doing in here? Can't you see I'm busy? Get out. Boss, there's an enemy. The fat guy's been taken out. What? There's someone else here. This boss, also in a security uniform, was slow to react. He had just dropped his pants, savoring the moment when trouble struck. He yanked up his pants to charge out, but the scrawny man grabbed him. No, boss. He has a crossbow. Hearing about the crossbow, the boss hesitated. His eyes darted, then he shouted outside. Friend, let's go our separate ways. Since you found this place first, well, leave now. Seeing them too scared to come out, Chu Heju guessed they had no ranged weapons. He grew bolder but remained cautious. What if they did? Boss, don't kill me. Please. The wounded fat man, seeing Chu Heju approach, wet himself in terror, scrambling backward until he hit the desk. Chu Heju stepped closer, ignoring the pleas, and finished the fat man with a bolt to the head, ending his suffering. The scream stopped abruptly, sending a chill through the 2 men in the room. Damn. We've got a tough one. Chu Heju ignored them, walking to the desk to collect the 2 axes and 2 clubs. Friend, leave a little leeway for future encounters. We'll give you everything we have. Can you spare our lives? Chu Heju didn't reply, calmly loading another bolt. Friend, can you say something? I might let you go, but only one of you can survive. So who should I kill? His words sowed discord. The scrawny man and the boss instinctively stepped back from each other. The young nurse Wang Lidian lay half naked on the bed, exhausted from the struggle and the anesthetic. She watched the standoff with wide eyes. Scrawny, don't fall for his tricks. If we work together, he can kill us both at once. But if we suspect each other, well, play right into his hands. Boss, of course. ID never listen to him. Whatever you say, he'll do. The scrawny man spoke smoothly but kept his guard up. Friend, I know you're here for the nurse. I haven't touched her. Well, leave everything and go. Please spare us. One person begs for mercy, another begs for mercy. I'm not Sun Wukong, nor a horsekeeper, nor a horse herder. You'll say this once, only one of you can live, and that one gets to make a deal with me. You'll count to 3. Make your choice. 1. Boss, what do we do? Charge. Together. All right, boss, in with you. Charge. The boss made a feint but didn't move. The scrawny man stayed put as well. The security guard's suggestion to charge out together was clearly an attempt to use the little skinny guy as a shield, yet unexpectedly the skinny guy was not fooled. 2. Chu Heju's voice came from outside the curtain like a death knell. Little skinny guy, why aren't you charging out? Big brother, you didn't charge out either, did you? Oh, I didn't expect you to play tricks on me, big brother. I dare not, it's also for the sake of survival. 3. Time's up, you all must die. Little skinny guy, since neither of us wants to be the first to charge out, let's use that Wang Lidian as a hostage. I don't believe that this little nurse isn't in cahoots with the person outside. All right. The little skinny guy surprisingly agreed to Big Brother's plan and the two of them hurriedly propped up Wang Lidian. At that moment Big Brother pulled out a dagger, pressing it directly against Wang Lidian's neck. Of course Wang Lidian was now completely limp, and to avoid accidentally killing her the security guard's dagger was held a little away from her neck. Although Chu Heju said he would kill them, he did not want to charge in. Who knew if there was an ambush behind the curtain? Chu Heju had his crossbow aimed at the curtain, ready to shoot anyone who dared to come out. The curtain was lifted, but the first thing Chu Heju saw was a half-naked Wang Lidian accompanied by a little skinny guy and a middle-aged man in a security uniform about 1.8 meters tall with dark skin. Let her go. Chu Heju said, coldly surprised that these two men were so shameless as to take Wang Lidian hostage. Friend, seeing as you're in a security uniform, we should be in the same line of work. Why make things difficult for each other? Let us go or I'll kill your little nurse directly. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. I said let us leave or I will kill her directly. Ha ha, what a grand joke. When did I say I was with him? When did I tell you that this little nurse is mine? The reason I told you to let her go is that she just tried to harm me and I just wanted to take action myself. You think I would believe you? Hee hee. Chu Heju sneered and pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh. Thud. A crossbow bolt shot directly into Wang Lidian's thigh. Wang Lidian was still in a daze and could be said to be unaware of the pain. The scream came from the shock of seeing Chu Heju shoot an arrow at her. Startled by the arrow, Wang Lidian fainted, believing she was truly dead. You killed her. I told you she just tried to harm me. Since you helped me hold her, she just happened to become a living target for me. Chu Heju said this calmly and then knocked another bolt. At that moment the two were so frightened that they let go of Wang Lidian, who collapsed to the ground without support. Clang! The dagger in the security guard's hand fell to the ground. Sir, I beg you to spare me. At that moment the security guard knelt down. Sir, please treat me like dirt and let me go. The little skinny guy also wisely knelt down, realizing that a man's knees are worth more than gold. Life is more precious than gold. I don't like to repeat myself, but it seems your brains are not functioning well. So I will repeat it once more, only one of you can live. Sir, this. The security guard wanted to say something, but he glanced at the little skinny guy kneeling beside him. The little skinny guy kneeling beside quickly scanned the area, then rose swiftly to grab the dagger that had fallen to the ground from behind the security guard. However, the security guard was no fool. He instantly noticed the little skinny guy's movement, quickly picked up the dagger with his right hand and with a swift motion plunged it into the little skinny guy's neck, severing his carotid artery, and blood sprayed directly onto the security guard's face. Big brother, you skinny guy, I've been wary of you for a long time. Do you think my dagger fell by accident? Sorry, brother. Having made up his mind, the security guard acted decisively. The little skinny guy's head was nearly severed and his gaze gradually became vacant. The little skinny guy closed his eyes, his neck tilted, and he died instantly. Thud. The security guard pulled out the dagger, blood gushing out and instantly staining the ground red. So now there's only me left. May I leave? I am willing to give you everything I have. What is your weapon? Sir, my weapon is this dagger. If you don't speak the truth, I still won't let you go. This? The security guard fell silent and pulled out something resembling a flashlight from his pocket. Sir, this is a stun baton that can emit a high voltage pulse of 1000 V to instantly incapacitate an enemy, but it hasn't been charged for a long time, so it is now ineffective. What else? Sir, I am speaking the truth. Fine, if I find out you have other weapons, I still won't let you go. Now let's make a deal. I will confiscate the dagger and the stun baton and you go stand on the other side of the table. Yes, sir. The security guard reluctantly walked to the other side of the table, realizing that the stun baton was indeed out of power. Moreover, it was ultimately a close-quarters weapon. It was useless if he couldn't get close. At this moment, Chu Heju arrived beside the table, laid down a black blanket and placed the crossbow in a position near himself. I am a wandering merchant. If you can buy 4 items from me later, I may consider letting you live. But if you buy fewer than 4, I will not spare your life. After saying this, Chu Heju felt that he had been engaging in strong arming recently and he was venturing deeper down the path of a black market merchant. However, for the sake of survival, what harm is there in being a black market merchant? So I will spend everything I have to buy your 4 items. At this time, the security guard was getting a bit frantic. This was clearly extortion, yet he had no way out considering the other party had a crossbow. Damn it, if he survived this time, he would definitely get a long-range weapon. Now there were only 3 of them left and he was the only one remaining. Although he killed the little skinny guy, he wouldn't have acted if he hadn't been forced to. This little skinny guy was quite clever, but he was a rare subordinate. Let me clarify my rules. My goods are measured in copper coins. I know you don't have copper coins, but you can offer your supplies and I will appraise them. So I understand the rules. Please tell me what goods you want to sell. Chu Heju never expected to find himself venturing deeper into the world of black commerce, where he was constantly engaging in coercive trades. Yet what of black merchants? There is no business without deceit and no wealth without darkness. Chu Heju glanced at his inventory. The crossbow was definitely not for sale. The security guard could be considered his enemy. It was already a stroke of luck not to have shot him, let alone arm him. Thus Chu Heju selected only a few food items and the most basic zippers for band-aids. A zipper band-aid for simple bleeding control costs 500 copper coins. A bottle of 500 milliliters drinking water costs 500 copper coins. A small bun costs 500 copper coins. Which one would you like to buy? Is it just these 3 items, my lord? What about the crossbow? The security guard, hearing that there were only 3 items, was disappointed. Although they were the most urgently needed medicines, food and water, he could gather these items himself. He had expected the crossbow to be for sale. Yes, currently just these 3 items. As for the crossbow, it is also for sale, priced at 100,000 copper coins. Since he wanted it, Chu Heju quoted him directly. After all, he wouldn't be able to afford it. My lord, the prices for the first 3 items are the same, so there isn't much to choose from. You'll take 2 small buns and a bottle of drinking water. As for the crossbow's price, I suspect I can't afford it either. Alright, show me your items and I will evaluate them. My lord, can the dagger and the electric baton I had earlier count as my items? System dagger recycling price 10 copper coins, electric baton recycling price 1000 copper coins. Fine, the dagger is worth 5 copper coins and the electric baton is 500 copper coins. Is the dagger really worth so little? It's just a piece of scrap metal. My lord, I truly have nothing else. I have half a sausage and half a compressed biscuit, but you wouldn't want those either. If you have nothing else, you still have those clothes on you. Take them off. Huh? My clothes? Yes, hurry up. I don't have time to waste with you, it's almost midnight, and if you're not tired, I certainly am. Yes, my lord, I'll take them off right now. The security guard began to remove his uniform, soon left in only his underwear. Big brother, do you think this outfit is enough? System security uniform recycling price 100 copper coins, security hat recycling price 100 copper coins, security shoes recycling price 100 copper coins. You're still far from enough, that's only 150 copper coins. Oh my lord, I'm really out of options here. What about what's around your neck? Chu Heju glanced at the security guard's neck where a necklace hung. Oh my lord, this is my family heirloom, I can't give it to you. If you won't trade, then I can only take your life. I'll trade. The security guard, frightened, quickly took off the necklace from his neck. Here you go, my lord. System peaceful token recycling price 1000 copper coins. Chu Heju looked up and down at the security guard before him, who was now left in nothing but floral underwear. Chu Heju asked him to turn around. The temperature had yet to rise and the security guard was already starting to shiver from the cold. Alright, I'll count you 1500 copper coins. Earlier you wanted 2 small buns and a bottle of drinking water, right? Come, let's trade. Place everything you want to trade on this blanket. Chu Heju pretended to take out 2 small buns from his pocket. The transaction had to be conducted in batches. Although the security guard didn't understand why the trade had to be on this black blanket, he carefully placed everything on it. My lord, can I take them now? Yes, take them, they already belong to you. My lord, I really took them. If I tell you to take them, then take them. No need for so much chatter. Task: sell 10 items through a beginner stall. 10 items sold. New customers 2 or more. 3 new customers upgrade to an intermediate stall. Task completed, please claim your reward. Great, the task is finally complete. However, Chu Heju did not directly claim the task reward and instead put away the black blanket. At that moment, the security guard in floral underwear held 2 small buns in one hand and a bottle of drinking water in the other, nervously watching Chu Heju from across the table. Why are you still standing there? Why not leave? Huh? My lord, you really want to let me go? If I don't let you go, do you expect me to keep you fed? No, my lord, what I mean is you won't kill me. Are you out of your mind? Why would I kill you? You bought my goods, so you are my customer and I spare your life. Remember, I am merely a traveling merchant, not a bloodthirsty murderer. Yes, my lord, you are right. Go on, if fate allows we shall meet again. If you hold any grudge, feel free to target me, for I cannot guarantee that I will be so calm in our next dealings. My lord, I am utterly convinced 100 times over. Thank you for sparing my life, I shall take my leave now. Yes, go on. The security guard in floral underwear turned back every 3 steps and waved every 2 like a maiden returning to her family, afraid that Chu Heju would shoot him in the back. However, Chu Heju paid him no mind at all. Once outside, the security guard quickly ran westward, directly reaching the stairwell and looking back to see that Chu Heju did not pursue him. Damn it. Just wait, next time will be your end. The security guard dashed down the stairs. Suddenly the security guard stepped on a shard of glass, cutting his foot. Damn, what bad luck. Glancing at the small buns in his hand, the security guard swallowed one whole. Damn it, all my possessions exchanged for 2 small buns and a bottle of water. My family heirloom is in your hands, just wait, I will make you pay it back with interest. After 1 small bun, the security guard found himself surprisingly full. What the hell? What did I just eat? Why do I feel so full of energy? The security guard approached the window and under the moonlight realized that the bun in his hand was just an ordinary one. At that moment he noticed that the bun was still warm, as if it had just been made. This? The security guard was momentarily stunned with 1 last small bun remaining. He carefully placed it down. It seems I have no pockets left, so I can only hold it in my palm, gripping it tightly. Chu Heju paid no attention to the security guard who had already fled. Whether he was scared of him or seeking revenge, he was not afraid. The reason he did not kill the security guard was that Chu Heju had his concerns. Chu Heju's greatest concern was whether he could indeed kill his customer. Chu Heju's biggest concern was whether he could actually kill his customers. He dared not kill his customers, or rather he did not dare to kill them on the spot in case the system deemed it illegal and the transaction failed. Finding another living person to complete the task would be difficult, especially in this apocalyptic world where zombies were easy to find but living humans were scarce. Therefore, weighing various concerns, Chu Heju decided to let the security guard go. Claim your reward. After letting the security guard go, Chu Heju directly claimed the task reward. System: congratulations to the host, your initial stall has been upgraded to a mid-level stall. Excited, Chu Heju quickly opened the warehouse only to find that the previous black blanket was gone, replaced by something resembling a table. What is this? Mid-level stall, available items for sale too. Owner: Chu Heju. Chu Heju took out this mid-level stall, and on the table was a black blanket, meaning that the previous initial stall had just added a table after the upgrade. However, with such a large table, how am I supposed to carry it? Before I could pretend to take it out of my pocket, but this large table cannot be taken out of my pocket. At this moment, Chu Heju noticed that on one side of the table there were two buttons, one red and one blue. The red button was labeled fold, and the blue button was labeled unfold. The table was currently unfolded, and Chu Heju pressed the red button. In an instant, the table automatically folded up, and the folded mid-level stall was about the size of a stool, complete with two carrying straps. Is this really user-friendly? I can carry it directly. Chu Heju tried to carry it, and the weight was similar to that of a stool, not too heavy. Well, it's still a mid-level stall, so the inventory should have updated now. System DD. The goods have been refreshed. While the refresh time is also up. Chu Heju opened the inventory interface and saw a solitary item. Inventory: straw hat can provide sunshade, adds slight defense, selling for 1,000 copper coins. Chu Heju was speechless, wondering why there was still only one item. But 1,000 copper coins for a broken straw hat? System, are you kidding me? This was the most expensive straw hat Chu Heju had ever seen, costing a full 1,000 copper coins. It could provide sunshade, which was obvious, but what did adding slight defense mean? System DD. Task issued. Task: content: within 3 days sell 20 items through the stall with more than 4 new customers. Task reward: inventory channel upgraded to level 2. Failure penalty: mid-level stall downgraded to initial stall. The system task was issued again, and at this moment Chu Heju realized that there was something fishy about the task content. Previously it mentioned upgrading to a mid-level stall, but he had thought it was the stall system upgrading to mid-level. He never expected that it was about the stall itself upgrading to a mid-level stall and not the stall system upgrading to a mid-level stall system. 3 days. Intending to survive by any means necessary, Chu Heju had to start looking for survivors again. It seems that survivors really cannot be recklessly killed. This skinny guy and this fat guy could actually be potential new customers. But now, with too fewer new customers in this world, if this task continued like this, would he end up without enough new customers and revert to his original form? Thinking of this made Chu Heju feel terrified. This was not just like rowing upstream, it was like going against the heavens. At that moment a faint moan came from nearby. Chu Heju looked over and saw Wang Li, who had been shot by him, waking up. However, the effects of the anesthetic had not worn off yet, and she could barely even stand. Chu Heju walked over. Brother Chu, help me. Help you? Have you forgotten that you were trying to harm me? I even plan to take you with me. Now that Fan Jian is dead, you have nothing to worry about. Come, tell me, why did you give me the anesthetic? Brother Chu, could you help me pull out the crossbow bolt? I can take you to see, you'll know as soon as you see it. HMPH, I advise you not to play tricks. PUH. Chu Heju showed no mercy, directly pulling out the crossbow bolt lodged in Wang Li's thigh, causing a spray of blood. Although Wang Li didn't feel much pain, the scene was indeed very crude and bloody. Chu Heju took out a bottle of detoxification medicine and a bottle of wound medicine. Drink this. Brother Chu. I said drink it. Wang Li looked at the green potion and turned pale with fright. The color clearly indicated it was poison. Brother Chu, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. What's wrong? Are you afraid of death? I will tell you that this is also a poison passed down from my ancestors, but as long as you take my antidote every 7 days you can survive. Otherwise you'll die from your intestines rotting. I can spare your life, but you must drink my poison. Brother Chu will drink it. Wang Li said, directly taking the detoxification medicine and wound medicine and drinking them down. Chu Heju deceived her. This was not poison at all, but merely a bottle of detoxification medicine. It could relieve Wang Li's anesthesia, and since she had lost too much blood, the wound medicine could restore a small amount of her vitality. Hey Brother Chu, I feel so much better. Stop wasting time, weren't you going to tell me why you gave me the anesthetic? Brother Chu, you need to be mentally prepared. Mysterious are we? Wang Li took Chu Heju to the westernmost single room where the curtain had some stains. Chu Heju shone a desk lamp and found the curtain was covered in blood. Then Wang Li glanced back at Chu Heju, nodded and directly lifted the curtain. On the ground were some bloodstains and on the bed there was a transparent plastic bag containing something resembling a corpse. Wang Li walked in and Chu Heju followed. The room was filled with the smell of disinfectant and formaldehyde along with a stench of rotten flesh. As he got closer, Chu Heju found that the corpse inside the plastic bag had only a skeletal lower half. This? Brother Chu, please forgive me for not telling you the truth. This was a male doctor who had fled here, but due to food issues he had a conflict with Fan Jian. During the conflict the male doctor was struck in the chest by Fan Jian with an axe and that night he was brutally killed. Later the male doctor's body was packed into a plastic bag by Fan Jian. However, one day I discovered that Fan Jian was actually using his surgical knife to cut the flesh from the corpse piece by piece as if he were dining elegantly on a Western meal, bloody yet graceful. You mean to say that Fan Jian ate human flesh and you gave me the anesthetic because you wanted to eat me? Yes, after all the male doctor's body has already rotted and cannot be eaten anymore. I only have one question, have you eaten human flesh? I'm sorry. Wang Li said, lowering her head. I see now. Chu Heju's expression turned cold. It turned out that Fan Jian and Wang Li intended to eat him. These two were no longer fit to be human and Chu Heju gave them a name, Cannibal Clan. I have only one question, have you ever tasted human flesh? Chu Heju stared coldly at Wang Lidian before him. He did not want to see her affirmative answer, but in truth he had already guessed the worst. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. Wang Lidian was like a frightened little girl. I understand. Chu Heju cut off Wang Lidian's words before she could continue. Everything was clear now. Wang Lidian had also tasted human flesh. He turned and left the small room, his spirit utterly deflated. It had only been a month since the apocalypse began. How had it already come to cannibalism? Though Fan Jian and the male doctor had died from conflict, the thought of eating human flesh had never crossed Chu Heju's mind. Chu Heju walked to the desk and placed the rechargeable lamp on it. The lamp's light was growing dimmer by the moment, seemingly on the verge of dying out. Wang Lidian followed him out, standing with her head bowed across from him. Her scant clothing made her appear pitifully vulnerable. Brother Chu, I'm sorry, I had no choice. There's no need to apologize. You stabbed me with a needle and I shot you with 2 arrows, we're even. Since you've consumed human flesh we are no longer of the same kind. You are a cannibal now and I cannot journey alongside someone who has eaten human flesh. I hope you will take care of yourself from here on. Brother Chu. Enough. Go put on some clothes. Yes. Wang Lidian lowered her head and silently left to dress herself. Chu Heju watched the scantily clad Wang Lidian depart, feeling not a flicker of desire. At this moment his heart was filled only with sorrow for the moral decay of humanity in this apocalypse. To survive one could eat human flesh, to survive one could kill without guilt. Without the rule of law, without the thread of morality. Deceit and betrayal. Ruthless cruelty. This was the apocalypse. But was this truly what the apocalypse had to be? Chu Heju wondered what he would become, whether he too would turn into a cold-blooded executioner. Yet he knew that if he remained as he once was, death would surely claim him. Facing this doomsday he had no desire to be a savior. He only wished to find a place to eke out a meager existence. But the stall system's task forced him to interact with more survivors, and with that came exposure to the ugliest facets of human nature. Phew. Chu Heju let out a deep breath. I suddenly realize how difficult this is. The hardest part of surviving the apocalypse wasn't killing zombies, it was facing unbound humanity, confronting those who had lost their morality and holding on to one's own true heart. Chu Heju approached Fan Jian's headless corpse and retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes from the pocket. Inside were 2 remaining cigarettes. Snap. Smoke began to curl again beside the desk, but this time it was Chu Heju sitting there. Wang Lidian reappeared once again wearing that sheer translucent garment. The stains of Bloody Mary lingered on it, dyeing the fabric with patches of crimson. Chu Heju took a drag of his cigarette, staring at Wang Lidian's sheer robe as he sank into thought. Her attire seemed a silent mockery of this apocalypse. When the apocalypse descended, everyone shed their disguises, revealing their most primal natures. They thought they were still clothed, but it was merely a transparent veil. Everyone's true face was laid bare, and that exposure inevitably led to bloodshed. As for Wang Lidian, she was merely a woman who had lost her true self after the end. Chu Heju glanced at her, then tossed her the security guard uniform he had traded from the guard earlier. Put this on. Thank you, Brother Chu. Chu Heju inhaled his cigarette, pondering his predicament. Should he kill Wang Lidian? What meaning was there in saving her only to take her life? Brother Chu. Call me Chu Ji. Chu Ji, I know what I've done is unforgivable, but I was merely trying to survive. Enough. I don't want to hear about your past actions anymore. I told you I shot you with 2 arrows and you lived. Consider yourself fortunate. Thank you, Chu Ji, for sparing my life. Here are 2 steamed buns and 2 bottles of water, the most I can spare. And this fire axe is for your protection. Our paths part here. I hope you'll take care of yourself from now on. With that, Chu Heju stubbed out his cigarette on the desk, stood up and brushed off his clothes. Chu Ji, are you leaving? Yes. Not killing you is the greatest mercy I can offer. I cannot stay with a woman who has harmed me, nor can I share a room with someone who has eaten human flesh. I'm sorry. But I hope you won't do this again, otherwise I might not show you the same leniency next time. Zhu Heju finished speaking and pulled the door open, stepping out. Creak. The door closed behind him. Wang Lidian, now wearing an oversized security uniform, stared blankly at his retreating figure, her eyes lost in thought. Then she lowered her head and began to sob quietly. The rechargeable lamp sat on the desk, its glow growing ever dimmer as if it might flicker out at any moment. The corridor outside was pitch black. Zhu Heju crept westward. Yes, he was heading back to the disability assessment room. In this dark night, where else could he go? Stay with Wang Lidian, who had eaten human flesh. Zhu Heju could not bring himself to cross that line. By the faint light, he opened the small cubicle again. It was utterly dark inside. Had he not been there before, he would never have dared enter such a black room. System ding. Inventory refreshed. The inventory had refreshed again, but Zhu Heju felt no excitement. The notification chimed in his mind every hour, and now it was nearly dawn. Rest had become a problem. He studied the stall system and discovered he could turn off the restock notification. Now he could sleep soundly and reactivate it when he woke during the day. Still, he needed to purchase the newly refreshed items. Restock flashlight provides illumination. Purchase price 100 copper coins. Perfect. Zhu Heju pumped his fist in excitement. He had just been worrying about lighting, and now a flashlight appeared. As usual, he bought the entire stock. He took out a flashlight and found it ran on batteries. Click. He turned it on and the 10 square meter disability assessment room was fully illuminated. With the flashlight in hand, illumination was no longer an immediate concern. Zhu Heju swept his gaze across this 10 square meter cubicle. Beside him were 2 stools for patients, a desk not far away, and behind the desk a chair with a backrest. 2 cabinets stood nearby filled with documents. To Zhu Heju's surprise, the disability assessment room had another door opposite. Zhu Heju walked over and twisted the door open. Bloody hell. Before Zhu Heju's eyes lay an enormous room roughly the size of the massage department to the south. He swept the flashlight around, discovering it resembled a gymnasium fully equipped with various rehabilitation training machines. However, these machines were specifically designed for disabled individuals' recovery, each outfitted with numerous assistive tools. Damn, so much equipment. How many copper coins would this fetch? Zhu Heju forewent sleep, spending the entire night recycling all the equipment in the rehabilitation training department, netting a full 1 million copper coins. Zhu Heju gazed at the once bustling rehabilitation training room, now a hollow empty hall. He then glanced at his warehouse brimming with 1 million copper coins, a grin spreading across his face. I've struck it rich. If just one training room yields this much recycling, the entire hospital would be nothing short of miraculous. Zhu Heju pumped his fist in excitement. Looks like surviving the apocalypse isn't all that tough. He looked out the window where the sky was just beginning to lighten. Crap, I need to sleep. It'll be dawn soon. Zhu Heju dashed back to the small cubicle, locked both doors, and slumped onto the desk. Exhausted from the day's turmoil, Zhu Heju drifted off to sleep in no time. Meanwhile, in the southern massage department, Wang Lidian seemed transformed. She had trimmed her loose security guard uniform with surgical scissors, making it fit reasonably well. The head of Fan Jian was gone. Wang Lidian had placed it inside a plastic bag with the male doctor's corpse. Fan Jian's body was heavy, so Wang Lidian merely covered it with some sheets. The other 2 bodies were also draped in sheets. After Zhu Heju left the young nurse, Wang Lidian nearly broke down alone in the massage department with 4 corpses. But now Wang Lidian's face no longer bore the timid, shrinking expression. Instead, it was marked by a morbid pallor and cold-bloodedness. She had been a nurse, she had seen corpses during her studies. The apocalypse had simply delayed her psychological adjustment. Now she had grown accustomed to sharing a room with the dead. People are scarier than corpses, aren't they? Wang Lidian stared at the charging lamp as its light slowly faded. Power drained, she bit her lip hard. Begging others is useless. I'll live on my own terms, relying on no one. As dawn broke, Wang Lidian grabbed a fire axe, packed several scalpels and surgical scissors into a small backpack, took the food and water Zhu Heju had given her, and pushed the door open. She had to leave the hospital, otherwise once the food ran out, death awaited. Walking to the staircase at the west end, she glanced back down the corridor. Zhu Heju, maybe we'll meet again. The massage department door was left ajar, the stench of blood from the 3 corpses seeping out through the open doorway. A new day dawned. Another night had passed and countless survivors had not made it till morning. A piercing scream echoed through the hospital, then abruptly cut short. Zhu Heju, still dreaming sweetly, was jolted awake by the chilling cry. Zhu Heju wiped the drool from his mouth. Damn, a perfectly good dream ruined. Zhu Heju felt no sympathy. This was the apocalypse. Who would play the savior? Just surviving was hard enough. Besides, even if he went, the victim was likely long dead, just offering himself as zombie fodder. Earlier, Zhu Heju had dreamed of doing aerobic exercises with Wang Lidian on the massage bed. Damn, am I just a creature ruled by my lower half? No. Absolutely not. Zhu Heju realized that the strange sounds he'd heard last night had stirred such desires, leading to the dream. I was such a fool. I had a willing woman and played the gentleman. If I get another chance, I won't let her go. Cannibal or not, I have an antidote now, and her anesthetic needles are useless. I wonder if Wang Lidian is still in the massage department. Chu Heju opened the stall system and turned on restock notification so he wouldn't miss new items. Restock straw sandals woven from straw, restock price 1000 copper coins. If I recall, last night there was a straw hat for 1000 copper coins. Now sandals for the same price. ISNT, that's a bit steep. Chu Heju was speechless. Was there a whole straw set in the making? The 1000 copper restock price piqued his curiosity. What kind of straw was so valuable? But Chu Heju was now a millionaire. This was pocket change. He restocked everything and tried recycling a pair of straw sandals only to find the recycling price was also 1000 copper coins. This baffled him as recycling prices were usually much lower. This meant the sandals' true value might far exceed 1000. He recycled his own security shoes for 100 copper coins. Indeed, these straw sandals are better than my shoes. How strange. Chu Heju took out a pair of straw sandals and examined them closely, finding nothing extraordinary. Could these be woven by Liu Bei himself? Is that why they are so expensive? Now what am I thinking? Chu Heju slipped on the sandals and donned the straw hat. Great, now all I need is a little boat and you'll be a full-fledged fisherman. After a hearty meal, Chu Heju decided to check the massage department to see if the little nurse Wang Lydian was still there. Even if she tried her anesthetic needles again, he had the antidote. Chu Heju licked his lips, intent on finishing what he had started in his dream. Creak. Chu Heju pushed the door open. The sight in the corridor made his jaw drop, but he quickly clamped his mouth shut, not daring to make a sound, and swiftly closed the door. Chu Heju swiftly shut the door he had just pushed open. His heart pounded wildly as he realized what he had seen. There were several zombies in the corridor. Roar. Though the sound of Chu Heju closing the door was faint, it still caught the attention of the zombies in the hallway. The zombies charged over and pounded on the small door. Before long, a massive gap was battered open and a rotting arm thrust through, followed by another. Damn it, what's going on? Where did these zombies come from? Chu Heju shoved a table behind the door to brace it, then swung his fire axe, hacking at the arms reaching in. 1, 2, 3 strikes. These damn zombie arms, why are they so tough? It took 3 blows to sever the arm completely. Chu Heju pushed hard against the door and slid the bolt home. Then he dashed out through the back door, which led to the large cleared room. Because of the noise Chu Heju had made, the entire corridor now echoed with the excited roars of zombies, as if they were shouting, "A live human! Come quickly! Bloody hell, I'm surrounded! How did these zombies creep up without a sound?" Chu Heju slapped his thigh. Damn, Nurse Wang Li is in danger. The entire hall had been cleared of equipment by Chu Heju, leaving not even a stool in sight. He opened a nearby window and clambered up. Roar. Thud. The moment Chu Heju poked his head out, he locked eyes with several zombies in the corridor. Startled, he fell straight down, landing hard on his backside. In that fleeting glance, Chu Heju saw clearly that the entire corridor was packed with zombies. It's over. Nurse Wang Li has probably been devoured by now. He had also noticed that the door to the massage department across the way was open, with zombies still shuffling out. If only I hadn't left the nurse alone last night, she might still be alive. Chu Heju felt a pang of regret and pity. After all, she could have been useful, but now whether she had turned into a zombie or been torn apart, she was gone. Bang. 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 The thunderous pounding came from a nearby door which was already shaking violently on its hinges. I can't stay here. Both doors were blocked by zombies. Even with his ranged weapon, he couldn't kill them all. Chu Heju went straight to the window, only to find it was a small one, barely the size of 2 keyboards, with no foothold outside. Damn, the plan to escape through the window is a bust. Bang. With a loud crash, the door to the rehabilitation training room was breached and a swarm of zombies rushed in. Screw it, he'll fight. Chu Heju took a running start, grabbed the windowsill and quickly hoisted one leg up. In that critical moment he succeeded, though he nearly tipped over into the arms of the zombies in the opposite corridor. Luckily he caught the window frame just in time. Perched on the sill with zombies in the corridor on one side and the room on the other, they clawed desperately at him from both sides. Huh. It was then that Chu Heju realized the wretched zombies couldn't quite reach him. They couldn't jump. If they had just leaped, they could have grabbed him, but they only stretched out their arms. In other words, he was temporarily safe. Since that's the case, you all can die. He raised his crossbow and fired at the forehead of a zombie in the corridor. At such close range, the bolt struck the zombie's forehead but didn't kill it. Unflustered, Chu Heju knocked another bolt and fired. After 3 consecutive shots, all hitting the same spot, the zombie finally slumped to the ground. 3 bolts, huh? Chu Heju calculated. He had 30 bolts, meaning he could take down 10 zombies. He swept his gaze over the corridor and the room, 13 in total. That left 3. But I only need to kill the ones in the corridor to escape. I don't have to take them all out. With that he launched into a killing spree. Before long all the zombies in the corridor were dead, 5 in total. Meanwhile 10 zombies had gathered in the room, including those that had broken in from the small compartments. Chu Heju jumped down into the corridor and pulled the bolts from the corpses. He had no choice, he only had 30 bolts, and if he didn't recover them, he'd run out soon. Luckily the zombies in the room were still snarling at the window, unaware they could go around through the door. Zhu Heju raised his crossbow and approached the entrance to the massage department. Wang Li. Though he already knew she was likely dead, he still called out softly just in case. There was no reply, only low guttural breathing. It was obvious, that wasn't a human sound. Zhu Heju glanced back. The zombies hadn't come around yet. He crept closer to the door of the massage department and peered inside. The floor was covered in blood. The bodies of Fan Jian from last night, the fat security guard and the thin delivery man, had been torn apart by the zombies, their limbs scattered and unrecognizable. The low breathing came from the far west end. Zhu Heju carefully stepped around the dismembered remains and approached the westernmost room. Though the corpses were too mangled to identify, he didn't see the nurse's body. That meant she might be in this room. Zhu Heju slowly lifted the curtain, his eyes instantly locking onto the creature inside. Xiao Chu. I'll kill you. A grotesque monster stood in the room. Zhu Heju's hands trembled as he aimed his crossbow. You are. His eyes widened, but his hands moved without hesitation. He pulled the trigger. The bolt struck the creature's belly. He Xiao Chu, you can kill me. The final victory is mine. Zhu Heju quickly stepped back and reached for another bolt from his quiver. He knocked and fired. Whoosh. Thud. Ha ha, useless. You must die. I don't believe it. 1 bolt 2 3, Zhu Heju kept firing until 10 bolts were embedded in the creature's abdomen. Xiao Chu still not giving up. Your attacks are like tickles. They're useless. Zhu Heju stared in shock at the monster in the private room. This creature actually recognized him. Taking a closer look, Zhu Heju realized the monster was unmistakably Fan Jian, whose head had been severed earlier. HMPH. I don't care what kind of monster you are, you're the one who's going to die. If Zhu Heju had been wearing glasses, they would have fallen off in astonishment. Because this was the corpse of the male doctor, its lower half nearly skeletal, the upper half so decayed that maggots could be seen falling from the eye sockets and writhing on the ground. Yet bizarrely, Fan Jian's head had grown onto the belly of this strange corpse. What kind of twisted sorcery was this? Resurrection through a borrowed corpse? All 10 crossbow bolts Zhu Heju had fired struck Fan Jian's head on the decaying belly, leaving it bristling like a hedgehog. But even that proved useless. Perhaps because Fan Jian had only just merged with the rotting body, its movements were even clumsier than a zombie's. Don't waste your bolts, you can kill me. I've already attained an immortal body. This is what the apocalypse should be like, little Chu. How about you merge with me too? Together we'd be far more powerful. Shut up, you inhuman freak. HMPH, then I'll kill you first, absorb you, and then go finish off that damn Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang. You mean Wang Lidian? She's alive. Oh, little Chu, don't tell me you've fallen for Xiao Wang. TSK, just one night and you're already in heat. It's not even spring, why are the animals already in mating season? You're asking for it? Zhu Heju fired another bolt. Ha ha, your attacks are like mosquito bites. If you've got the guts, don't run, let me touch you. Don't worry, I won't bite. As if I'd believe you. Zhu Heju had no idea what would happen if Fan Jian grabbed him, but it certainly wouldn't be pleasant. His greatest advantage was fighting from a distance, kiting his enemy. He couldn't let Fan Jian get close. Zhu Heju fired bolts while racking his brain. The bolts seemed utterly ineffective. 20 bolts were already spent, leaving only 10. If he couldn't kill Fan Jian now, he'd have to resort to melee combat. Little Chu, come here, let me give you a hug. I won't bite. Shut up. Zhu Heju bellowed but held back from firing. Got it. He grabbed a bedsheet from the floor and threw it over Fan Jian's head. Damn it, no dirty tricks. Fan Jian flailed wildly, trying to tear the sheet off, but the body barely obeyed him. Seizing the moment while Fan Jian was blinded, Zhu Heju swung the fire axe down with all his might. Ah. Fan Jian shrieked in agony. Damn it, your head is actually attached to this corpse. Little Chu, don't cut. Thwack. Thwack. Ignoring Fan Jian's pleas, Zhu Heju hacked the head off the corpse's belly. Without Fan Jian's head, the body crumpled to the ground, maggots slowly crawling out. Disgusting. Let me go, take this sheet off my head. To his shock, Fan Jian's voice came from beneath the sheet. What in the hell are you? How can you still talk with just a head? Ha ha, little Chu, I told you, I'm immortal. I don't believe that. Zhu Heju raised the fire axe and brought it down on the sheet. Ah. With a scream, the sheet, wrapped around Fan Jian's head, was split in two. But Zhu Heju didn't stop, he kept chopping blow after blow. After a while, no more sounds came from beneath. The floor had turned into a bloody pulp. I'd like to see you talk now. Finally, silence. Zhu Heju let out a deep breath. Strange things happen every year, but this takes the cake, a severed head that just won't die. Roar. Just then the zombies that had been chasing Zhu Heju finally rounded the corner and appeared at the entrance of the massage department. Great, I've got no bolts left to kill you all. Zhu Heju stepped onto the office desk and leaped onto the windowsill. His frenzied hacking had obliterated Fan Jian's head along with the 20 bolts embedded in it. Now he only had 10 bolts left, nowhere near enough to take down so many zombies. But Zhu Heju realized that with proper handling he might still be able to eliminate them. There were only 10 zombies in total, 3 in the massage department and 7 in the corridor. If he could kill the 3 in the department first, retrieve the bolts, then separate the ones in the corridor. Maybe killing them all wasn't just a fantasy. It all came down to positioning and luring tactics. Without further delay, Zhaoyang knocked a bolt and aimed at the 3 zombies charging into the room. Whoosh! These zombies were far easier to kill than that damned Fan Jian. After one volley, all 3 were down. Zhaoyang jumped down, retrieved the bolts and wiped them clean on a curtain. System ding. New goods have arrived. Alright, time for a short break. Zhaoyang crouched on the windowsill and opened the restocking interface. Restock grass ring, a ring woven from grass. Purchase price 1000 copper coins. Great, so in getting a full set of grass equipment. But if food doesn't show up soon, you'll starve to death. He bought everything in stock. Though he had no idea what the grass equipment did, its high value suggested hidden attributes. Besides, he was a millionaire, money was no object. After restocking and a brief rest, Zhaoyang lured in 3 more zombies from outside. Repeating this process, he eventually wiped out all the zombies. Phew. Finally over. Zhaoyang surveyed the corpses strewn across the floor. This was his first clean victory achieved through his crossbow positioning and kiting tactics. With the right approach, survival was possible. Zhaoyang mentally tallied the gains and losses of the battle. First, ranged weapons were essential for killing zombies to avoid close combat, given how zombies worked. A single scratch would likely turn him into one. Second, he had to exploit the terrain to keep himself in an advantageous position. Zombies didn't seem particularly bright and their movement speed was slightly slower than a normal human's. Third, tactics mattered. Lure the zombies in groups, pick them off one by one and eventually annihilate them all. At that moment, a tall figure in a white coat appeared at the end of the corridor. Holding a fire axe and carrying a backpack, he crouched low, peering toward the rehabilitation department. Why is it so quiet? Did that little security guard get eaten by the zombies? Surrounded by dozens of zombies, Zhaoyang did not panic. He handled the situation with composure, eliminating them in waves until all were annihilated. At that moment, Zhaoyang concluded that it was indeed possible for humanity to triumph over the undead. After all, his weapon was a simple crossbow, seemingly lacking in power, while the military's equipment was far more advanced. Dealing with these zombies would surely be a much smoother endeavor for them. However, what puzzled Zhaoyang was that the military had not dispatched troops to eradicate these zombies. More than likely, something had gone awry within the ranks. Nevertheless, these were not matters for Zhaoyang to worry about. His priority was to survive. Since he had acquired the stall system, his course of action was clear: he must sell supplies. Food and water remained the most scarce resources in the apocalypse. Therefore, Zhaoyang decided that his primary goods for sale would be food, water, and medicine. As for weapons and equipment, he would absolutely not sell them unless he possessed gear that was 2 grades superior. After all, human nature in the apocalypse was the most unpredictable variable. Arming others only to have them turn against you would be like lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot. After resting for a while, Zhaoyang switched to a fire axe and a dagger. There were 15 zombie corpses here, and within their heads lay blood crystals. He suspected these crystals held some unknown significance. I wonder exactly where these blood crystals are located. This was Zhaoyang's first time extracting them. The scene was too gruesome to describe. Suffice it to say, he vomited several times before finally finding a blood crystal in the 4th zombie's head. Damn, the drop rate for these blood crystals is ridiculously low. Only 1 crystal from 4 zombies. That means from these 15 corpses I can expect at most 3 blood crystals, with 4 being an incredible stroke of luck. I wonder how Yang Quan managed to accumulate so many. Dissecting the first zombie was a clumsy affair, but practice made perfect. By the time he reached the last one, Zhaoyang had grown quite adept. After finishing the last zombie, Zhaoyang retrieved the blood crystal. This was the 4th one, a stroke of good fortune yielding a total of 4 blood crystals. Ha! The drop rate for these blood crystals is truly abysmal. It seems I won't be recycling them for now. I still don't know their purpose, but one thing is certain: they must be useful for something. Having finished dissecting the zombies, Zhaoyang meticulously cleaned his crossbow bolts, dagger, and fire axe. After all this, he collapsed into the office chair, utterly exhausted from the intense battle and the gruesome task. The high level of activity had drained him completely. Seated in the chair, Zhaoyang took out his last bottle of drinking water and a small steamed bun. Sigh, this is the last bottle. You'll have to ration it. Recently the system had been refreshing with equipment. If food and water didn't appear soon, he would face starvation. Zhaoyang pondered this as he ate his small steamed bun. I definitely can't sell weapons and equipment. But if I only sell food and water, I won't have enough to eat myself. Zhaoyang's head throbbed with a dilemma. It looks like I need to upgrade my stock as soon as possible. I also have to start gathering food. I can't rely solely on the stall system for supplies. I need to go out and scavenge for food myself. My greatest advantage is the warehouse that can store up to 100 types of goods. After finishing the steamed bun, Zhaoyang leaned against the wall, letting his entire body relax. The intense battle had left his arms sore and numb. He let them hang limply, fully unwinding during this rare moment of rest. However, he knew he had to leave soon. The stench of blood was still heavy in the air, and it was likely that more zombies were already drawn to the location. At that moment a man cautiously crept down the corridor toward the massage therapy room. He stealthily peered inside. Inside the room the floor was littered with dissected zombie corpses. Chu Heju sat slumped in the office chair leaning against the wall, his arms dangling as if he were dead. Is he dead? Perfect. The tall man in a white coat, seeing Chu Heju's limp arms, assumed he was beyond saving. Who's there? The sudden sound startled Chu Heju, who had been resting with his eyes closed. He opened them to find a tall figure in a white coat standing at the doorway. Chu Heju swiftly grabbed the simple crossbow from the table and aimed it at the doctor. You're not dead. The tall man stared in shock. This was no corpse. Chu Heju appeared completely unharmed. Could this little security guard have killed so many zombies and emerged unscathed? How was that possible? If the guard was this formidable, then returning here had been a grave mistake. Who are you? It seemed the tall man in the white coat recognized him. Chu Heju spoke coldly, studying the man's face. He looked somewhat familiar. You're that security guard. Realizing Chu Heju was alive and had recognized him, the security guard wasted no time. He turned and bolted out the door. Stop right there. His earlier exclamation of surprise at Chu Heju being alive was suspicious. Did he know something? Had he deliberately lured those zombies here? Chu Heju gave chase immediately. He couldn't let him escape this time. Last time he had hesitated over whether to kill a customer. But this security guard was clearly no ordinary man. He had tried to use zombies to kill him. Some people simply couldn't be allowed to live. Chu Heju silently passed a death sentence on him. Die. As Chu Heju reached the doorway, he was startled by a furious roar from the security guard. What the? Chu Heju hadn't expected the fleeing guard to be hiding by the door. The moment he rushed out, the guard swung a fire axe at him. Whoosh! In his panic, Chu Heju pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt struck the security guard square in the chest. Hit by the bolt, the guard's axe swing went wild. Chu Heju instinctively blocked with his crossbow. Crack! The crossbow was shattered, but Chu Heju used the chance to dodge to the side. Little guard, now you have no weapon. What are you going to fight me with? Take another swing from your grandpa's axe. The security guard's hatred for Chu Heju was immense. Clutching the bolt in his chest with his left hand, he endured the pain and swung the fire axe with his right, determined to kill Chu Heju first. With his crossbow destroyed, Chu Heju tossed it aside and pulled another simple crossbow from his warehouse. How do you have another crossbow? The security guard's eyes widened in disbelief as Chu Heju produced a brand new crossbow. The security guard never imagined that after he smashed the crossbow, the man would instantly produce a brand new one. How the hell was he supposed to fight that? Didn't I tell you? I'm a wandering merchant, but I didn't mention my other identity. I'm also a magician. Bullshit. How could you possibly carry such a large crossbow on you? You're messing with me. Don't believe me. Chu Heju pulled out another simple crossbow, one in each hand. Let me make your death clear and certain. You're cheating. The security guard pointed at Chu Heju at a loss for words, finally sputtering, you're cheating. Swoosh. Swoosh. Chu Heju didn't waste words with him. He couldn't exactly say he had a system which really was cheating. Chu Heju shot with both hands, 2 bolts striking the security guard square in the chest. Hiss. By now 3 bolts were lodged in the security guard's chest and the pain made breathing unbearable. Clang. Overcome by agony, the security guard dropped his fire axe to the ground. Don't kill me. The security guard forced out a plea for mercy through gritted teeth. He knew that against such an enemy his odds were nearly 0. If given another chance, he would never have been so foolish and would have fled as far as he could. I gave you a chance, but you came back to die yourself, didn't you? Chu Heju calmly loaded the crossbow with a bolt. Don't kill me please, I'll be your lackey. Lackey. I let you off once, yet you sought your own doom. Besides, do you think I need a lackey? Seeing that Chu Heju was unmoved, the security guard, seizing the moment as Chu Heju loaded the crossbow, endured the searing pain and scrambled to his feet, fleeing outside. Chu Heju tossed aside the 2 crossbows in his hands and retrieved another pair from his storage. The security guard had already run several meters away, but 2 bolts from Chu Heju behind him greeted his escape. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 bolts struck the security guard's legs. Thud. His knees hit the ground, but with bolts stuck in his chest, he propped himself up with his arms refusing to collapse. Please. Don't kill me. The security guard was now in utter despair, unable to flee or fight. If justice vanishes in this apocalypse, then I will be justice. Someone like you doesn't deserve to live. Swoosh. Swoosh. No. 2 bolts struck the head of the pleading security guard on the ground. His head lolled to the side and he went still. This was Chu Heju's first time killing a human, and a wave of nausea surged within him, but he forcibly suppressed it. Treat your enemies with the coldness of winter, that's the wisdom our ancestors left us. Chu Heju pulled the bolts from the security guard's body and wiped the blood clean on his own pristine white coat. Then he turned the corpse over. The security guard had been carrying a woman's backpack. Chu Heju picked it up and found inside half a bottle of water, half a pack of compressed biscuits, and half a sausage, along with a lighter and a flashlight. Looks like he ate the rest of the food. So this is the legendary act of looting a corpse. Zhuheji's greatest fear was whether the system would punish him for killing his own customer, but after waiting for a long while no punishment prompt appeared. Now he could confirm that as long as a customer left and then returned, any conflict that ensued would incur no penalty. The boundaries of this rule could now be further explored. Growl. At the end of the corridor a lost zombie appeared, staggering and disoriented. It sniffed the air, then turned its gaze toward Zhuheji. Perhaps the zombie was drawn by the scent of blood on this floor. Besides over a dozen zombies, there were full living humans and the floor was practically carpeted in red. I can't stay here long. I only have 10 bolts left. If a horde of zombies shows up, you'll really die here. Zhuheji glanced toward the end of the corridor and saw another zombie appear at the corner, likely also attracted by the blood. Zhuheji grabbed the woman's backpack and dashed toward the west end of the corridor. The sound of his running caught the attention of zombies in the east and they quickened their pace, charging in his direction. Damn it. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, Zhuheji nearly collided with a group of zombies. The west staircase also had zombies climbing up. Growl. Zhuheji's appearance jolted the sluggish zombies into frenzied action. Hell. With no other choice, Zhuheji ran up the stairs. He reached the 4th floor and surprisingly there were no zombies nearby. If Zhuheji had known that the zombies on the 3rd floor had been lured down from here by the security guard, he would have been furious enough to desecrate the corpse. With no retreat, Zhuheji ran eastward on the 4th floor. He spotted a skinny figure sprinting ahead who quickly ducked into a nearby ward and slammed the door shut. There are people on this floor. That's good, at least I can sell things again. I still have a 3-day mission to complete. Zhuheji charged straight toward the room where the skinny figure had disappeared. Growl. Every ward he passed erupted with zombie howls followed by frantic pounding on the doors. At the east end of the corridor more zombies appeared, 1-2, likely coming up from the 3rd floor. This is bad. I've run right into a zombie encirclement. Bang. Bang. Several zombies burst through their ward doors and charged into the corridor, heading straight for Zhuheji. Trapped between zombies ahead and behind with more pouring out of the rooms, Zhuheji had nowhere to go. In his moment of life and death he pushed against the door the skinny figure had entered. It was locked from the inside. Open up. Zhuheji pounded on the door. Bro, please go away. There's no food or space here. If you don't open, you'll kick it down. Bro, I'm begging you, just leave. The zombies were closing in. With no other escape, Zhuheji aimed a powerful kick at the door. Bang. It was a kick born of desperation and the door flew open under the force. The moment it burst open, a fire axe swung toward Zhuheji's head. Zhuheji barely managed to raise his own fire axe to block. Clang. The two axes clashed with a sharp metallic ring and the attacker's axe clattered to the ground. You tried to kill me. Zhuheji's eyes turned cold. He had clearly seen a skinny figure slip into the room, yet when the door opened a woman was the one attacking him with the axe while the skinny figure cowered behind the hospital bed. Roar. Get in first. The elder sister finished speaking and directly pulled Zhuheji inside, then closed the door. However, the door had been smashed by Zhuheji and couldn't be shut properly. Zhuheji had no time for idle words. He hadn't expected so many people to be in this room, as the frosted glass on the door made it impossible to see inside without opening it. Zhuheji rushed over, pushed the only hospital bed forward and wedged it against the door, locking the wheels in place. Security guard, you've broken our door. The zombies will charge in now. We're finished, well, all die. The elder sister said calmly, but though she spoke of death her expression showed no great resistance to it. Are there only the two of you here? For now you could say so. She glanced back at a wheelchair near the window where a figure sat facing the pane as if admiring the apocalyptic scene. Despite the commotion, the person in the wheelchair hadn't turned to look. Zhuheji walked over and saw a man with a crew cut and a full beard. He stared vacantly out the window. Even when Zhuheji stood before him he didn't blink. Zhuheji waved his hand in front of the man's face, but his eyes remained motionless. Here's my husband. He used to drive trucks, but last year he had an accident and became a vegetable. Now at least he doesn't have to worry about survival anymore. Being devoured by zombies, I've imagined that ending countless times. How have you survived until now? Thanks to him. The elder sister looked up and the thin young man scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I stole food from other wards. What's your name? Im Jong Heping. My wish is for world peace. That's quite an ambition. But right now our priority is figuring out how to escape. Escape? Where to? If we can die without pain, that might be a relief. The elder sister said with indifference. Sister, a living dog is better than a dead lion. Roar. Bang. 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 The zombies stormed to the ward door, pounding furiously. Since Zhuheji had shattered it with a kick, the door couldn't hold them back. The zombies slowly pushed it open. Creak. Despite the bed blocking it, the door was gradually forced open. Die. Zhuheji swung his axe with such force that it severed the arm of a zombie reaching through. Advise you not to reach out and you'll be chopped. Thud. Thud. With a few more swings he chopped off the arms of several zombies. He then shut the door again. Damn, that's fierce. The thin young man Zhong Heping was startled by Chu Heji's moves, having never fought zombies head and only hiding from them. Zhaoyang, help me hold this. Bro, I dare not. Then bring that bed over there. Forget it, he'll hold it. The thin man reluctantly came over and pressed against the hospital bed, his eyes fixed on the force of the zombies pounding, ready to flee at the first crack. Chu Heju scanned the room, lifted a bed from near the window and stacked it on top of the other. The door won't hold long. We need to find a way out fast. Young man Zhaoyang, you go. We'll cover you. My husband is a vegetable, I can't leave him here alone. Are you crazy? Your husband's a vegetable. What's the point of dying with him? Chu Heju couldn't understand, even in the apocalypse she'd choose to die for love. No, you don't understand. It's my promise. We vowed to love each other forever, never to part. You. Chu Heju never expected such tear-jerking love in the apocalypse, but it mostly left him exasperated. Bang. 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 The door couldn't hold much longer. The frosted glass shattered under the zombies' blows, and seeing the humans inside they grew more frenzied, widening the gap. Zhaoyang, can the window here lead to the next room? Yes, but the ledge is very narrow. You have to sidle along, one misstep and you'll fall. I've only done it once. Other times I moved through the corridor when the zombies weren't paying attention. Looks like we'll have to take the ledge again. You help the elder sister onto it first, it'll hold them off. Young man Zhaoyang, you go. There's no time. Sister Hua. Go. At that moment the vegetable man in the wheelchair slowly turned his head and spoke a single word. Hearing this, the elder sister who had been speaking to Chu Heju burst into tears. She rushed to the wheelchair by the window and gripped the man's arm tightly. Akai, was that you? Can you speak? Did you really speak? The elder sister, who had seemed lifeless, suddenly came alive, tears streaming like a broken dam soaking the front of her clothes. Ahua. Go. Akai, are you really better? Ahua. Go. Don't worry about me. No, I'm staying. We promised to be together forever. Ahua. If you don't go, you'll die. With regret. Akai. Creak. The door was pushed open by the zombies, and Zhaoyang had already opened the window, standing outside on the ledge. The ledge here was about as wide as the one in Chu Heji's original ward, only enough for one person to sidle along, but this time it was the 4th floor. Roar. Sister Hua, there's no time. Take Ahua away. The vegetable man Akai stared at Zhaoyang from his wheelchair. Take Ahua away. Sister, go. Chu Heju let go of the bed propping the door, grabbed Sister Hua and rushed her to the window. Together with Zhaoyang they helped her climb out onto the ledge. Roar. The zombies surged past the obstacles. Meanwhile Akai turned his wheelchair awkwardly to face them. The charging zombies pounced on Akai, instantly toppling him and the wheelchair. They tore him apart, devouring his flesh, blood and entrails in a frenzy. Blood gushed from Akai's mouth, but he raised an arm toward the window and shouted, "Go." The vegetative Akai miraculously recovered in the end, even buying his wife Ahua time to escape. Akai's head sank heavily and he collapsed motionless on the ground. Akai. Sister Ahua stood outside the window witnessing Akai being dismembered. Her eyes burned with fury and her screams drew the attention of the zombies. Several zombies, their mouths dripping with blood, lunged toward the window. Chu Heju quickly pulled the window shut. Sister. Go. With a loud crash, Chu Heju barely stepped aside as the zombies shattered the glass. Several of them, propelled by their own force, tumbled out of the window. The zombies fell from the 4th floor into the horde below. The crowd of undead noticed the commotion on the 4th floor and gestured upward, beckoning Chu Heju and the others to jump down. A wave of fear washed over Sister. Death itself was not terrifying, but the manner of dying, falling, being half crushed and then torn apart by zombies, was horrifying. Involuntarily she edged closer to Zhaoyang, moving cautiously along the wall. Don't look down. Stay close to the wall. Chu Heju warned Sister while keeping an eye on the ward behind them. A few more zombies accidentally fell through the shattered window, crashing into the horde below and causing a brief stir among the undead. Because Chu Heju had run down the corridor earlier, most zombies had charged out. However, one zombie remained in the adjacent ward, its back to them, seemingly asleep or preoccupied. Chu Heju made a silencing gesture to Sister. Zhaoyang led the way as they slowly moved eastward, hoping the zombie in the room wouldn't notice them. With a cry, Sister nearly slipped and fell. Fortunately, Chu Heju grabbed her hand just in time, though the sudden weight nearly pulled him down as well. Sister Ahua broke out in a cold sweat and Chu Heju was equally shaken. Sister, you're trying to get me killed. I'm sorry. Don't look down. Keep close to the wall. With a crash, the glass beside them shattered as a zombie's massive hand reached out. Sister screamed in terror. Don't stop. Keep moving. Sister Ahua hurried forward 2 steps, barely evading the zombie's grasp. Chu Heju, however, was blocked from behind. If he continued forward, he would certainly be caught. Moreover, this zombie seemed unusually intelligent. It climbed out of the window, stood on the ledge and pursued Sister. Sister, stop screaming or every zombie will know we're here. I'm sorry, I'm just too nervous. Chu Heju drew his crossbow and fired an arrow straight into the zombie's head. Struck, the zombie lost its balance and plummeted. Damn, another bolt wasted. Watching the arrow embedded in the zombie's head disappear into the horde below, Zhu Heju knew it was unrecoverable. He stowed the crossbow and continued eastward. Ahead was the third ward. Zhaoyang peered inside. The bedding was neat and tidy, suggesting the room was empty of zombies. Brother, this ward is clear. Good, let's rest here for a while. Zhu Heju noticed Sister Ahua's legs trembling. If they kept going, she might truly fall. Zhaoyang slid open the window, jumped inside, and then helped Sister Ahua in. Zhu Heju entered last, checked the door. It was unlocked, and locked it behind them. This was a special care ward with a private bathroom. It contained only one hospital bed and a cot for a companion. Zhu Heju threw himself onto the hospital bed. Damn, the bed in this special ward is so comfortable. Meanwhile, Sister Ahua sat on the companion cot sobbing quietly. Zhaoyang began rummaging through the cabinets, but they were all empty, leaving him disappointed. Sister, don't cry. We finally found a zombie-free room. Don't attract them with your noise. I'm sorry. Sister Ahua stopped crying, though she still hiccuped. Sister, can you say anything besides I'm sorry? Akai died saving me. Zhu Heju didn't know how to console her. How could such love exist, especially in the apocalypse? Wasn't it supposed to be every man for himself? This plot seemed off. Sacrificing one's life for love was rare even in peacetime, let alone in this cold, merciless apocalypse. Sister, have some water. Zhu Heju offered his half-full bottle of drinking water, his last supply. Thank you. Sister took the bottle, took a few sips and handed it back. Zhu Heju then passed the remaining water to Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang drank it all in one gulp. I need to use the bathroom. Are you a bird? Drink and then pee right away. System ding. New goods have been refreshed. Zhu Heju ignored Zhaoyang and Sister Ahua, letting her cry it out. Restock fresh orange juice 1L, purchase price 5 copper coins. Finally some drinks. I was dying of thirst. The price of 5 copper coins was practically free. Zhu Heju considered giving Sister Ahua and Zhaoyang each a bottle of orange juice, but then remembered he was a merchant. He couldn't keep doing charity, he still had tasks to complete. Sister, everyone dies. Some deaths are weightier than Mount Tai, others lighter than a feather. I envy the love you and Akai shared, but the wheels of life keep turning. You must look forward. Sister remained silent. Sister, judging by your reaction earlier, Akai only started speaking today, right? He hadn't spoken a single word for a whole year since the car accident. So you must live on, for yourself and for Akai. He recovered and died to save you, didn't he? Sister wiped her tears. You're right. I must live well for Akai. That's the spirit. Zhu Heju felt relieved seeing the spark of hope rekindle in her eyes. But the entire hospital is overrun by the undead. Even if we hide for now, can we escape forever? We're doomed to die. Sister's newly kindled hope dimmed once more. Big sis, how do you know we won't make it if we don't try? As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we have to keep fighting to survive. You? Just a mere security guard like you. Big sis, are you looking down on me? Want to make a bet? If we get out of this hospital alive, you work for me for a month. If we can leave this hospital alive, I'd work for you for a lifetime without hesitation. Big sis, don't get too cocky. A month is my limit, I don't want to support you forever. Damn it, you brat. What, you're the one who brought me out and now you want to shirk responsibility? You'll go die right now then. No. A lifetime it is. But let's get this straight, I only cover meals, no salary. Fine by me. I don't ask for much, 3 square meals a day and it'll work for you. Deal. It's settled. Zhu Heju clasped Big Sis' hand. He knew he had to give her hope, a reason to keep living. In this apocalyptic world, Zhu Heju had resolved to trust no one. Yet the love between Big Sis and Akai moved him deeply. Having witnessed so much cold-blooded treachery and deceit, stumbling upon such a poignant romance made Zhu Heju believe that humanity hadn't completely fallen. Perhaps goodness still lingered in this doomed world. And Zhu Heju was determined to gather these few remaining souls of kindness. My name is Zhu Heju. May I ask yours? Im Nyo Ihua. Just call me Ahua. Big Sis, who gave you that name? My parents, of course. I couldn't very well name myself. Then I'll call you Sister Hua. Sister Hua, there's something I need to confess. I saved you partly for a personal reason. Go ahead. I figured as much. After all, we've never met before and you had no reason to go out of your way to bring me along. Sister Hua, the truth is I'm a wandering merchant. In this apocalypse I set up a little stall to sell goods and scrape by. But customers are hard to come by, all I see are zombies. So I saved you hoping you might buy something from me. That's easy, Xiao Chu. Set out your wares. I still have some cash here, let me help you keep going. Sister Hua, I don't take cash. Money's useless now. I only trade goods. But I've created a new currency called copper coins. You can show me what you have to trade and I'll appraise it. Alright. Nyo Ihua didn't question much. After all, in the apocalypse it would be strange if cash still held any value. Nyo Ihua's willingness made Zhu Heju feel a bit embarrassed, but for the sake of the mission he swallowed his pride and laid out his stall. Sister Hua, this is orange juice, 10 copper coins per bottle. 10 copper coins. How much is my phone worth? Sister, my phone buyback price, 10 copper coins. Sister Hua, this iPhone is worth exactly 1 bottle of orange juice. Sigh. Akai bought me this latest model. Never thought it'd only be worth a bottle of juice now. Alright, I haven't had orange juice in ages. After completing the trade with Niu Hua, Zhong Heping sidled up, his eyes fixed on the orange juice as he swallowed hard. Brother, can I buy a bottle too? Of course, 10 copper coins each, fair and square. I don't have an iPhone. Mine's a domestic Amy. How much is it worth? System Amy phone buyback price, 100 copper coins. Your Amy phone is worth 20 copper coins. Really? Great. Then you'll take 2 bottles of orange juice. Here you go. Thanks, brother. Don't mention it. It's a fair trade, nothing to thank for. By the way, I have other goods too. If you've got any valuable antiques, I'll trade for those as well. Other things. Like what? Chu Heju listed them all for Zhaoyang, even mentioning crossbows. Given Zhong Heping and Niu Hua's character, Chu Heju figured it wouldn't hurt to sell them a couple of crossbows, it would strengthen the team. This crossbow costs 100,000 copper coins. Yeah, it's a bit pricey, but it's reliable. I've taken down nearly 20 zombies with it. It's the ultimate survival tool in the apocalypse. With this crossbow you won't have to hide anymore. You can take out lone zombies with ease. Oh, and I forgot to mention, zombies have blood crystals in their heads. I buy those too, 100 copper coins each. Besides blood crystals, I take anything valuable. A smart guy like you can recoup the cost in no time. Chu Heju toyed with the crossbow as he pitched it to Zhong Heping, who was quickly drawn in by the salesman's spiel. But even if I sold my underwear, I couldn't afford a crossbow. Zhaoyang, I have some gold and silver jewelry here. Take it and see how many copper coins it adds up to. Sister Hua, I can take your things. Zhaoyang, I've always wanted to thank you. Without you, I'd have lost all hope. You've helped me, brought back food to share, I've seen it all. These baubles are just material things. Why be so stubborn? Sister Hua. Just take them. Niu Hua fumbled in her pocket and pulled out an exquisite jade bracelet, then removed the gold necklace from her neck and the gold rings from her fingers. This bracelet was passed down from my mother. The necklace and rings were wedding gifts from my husband. This is probably all I have of value. See how much they are worth. Thank you, Sister Hua. Go on. Zhong Heping, deeply moved, took the jewelry and approached Chu Heju's stall. Brother, how much are these worth? System jade bracelet buyback price, 100,000 copper coins. System gold necklace buyback price, 100,000 copper coins. System gold ring buyback price, 100,000 copper coins. Just enough for a crossbow. Great. You'll take a crossbow. Deal. Thanks, brother. Don't mention it, it's just a fair trade. If there's nothing else, I'll pack up. No, that's all. With this crossbow I won't have to hide from zombies anymore. Chu Heju promptly packed up his stall, having just sold a bottle of orange juice to Sister Hua at cost price. In truth, he felt a bit embarrassed, for if he hadn't kicked her door down back then, she and Akai might still be alive. As for the crossbow, he had also sold it at a high price. Although it was the first weapon he had ever sold, dealing it to Zhong Heping wasn't too much of a loss. After all, Heping's wish was world peace, a man with such aspirations couldn't have too dark a heart. Chu Heju put away his mid-level stall, the table draped in black velvet. Mission: sell 20 items via the stall within 3 days, 4 sold with at least 4 new customers, 2 new customers. Reward: upgrade the supply channel to level 2. Penalty for failure: the mid-level stall will be downgraded to a basic stall. Well, half a day had passed and had finally made a sale. Selling things was just too difficult. Chu Heju knew the real problem wasn't selling, it was the scarcity of customers. So far he had almost been forcing sales. Fortunately, all these customers were weaker than him, otherwise it wouldn't have been a sale but a robbery. Apart from the orange juice sold at cost, the crossbow, which had a purchase price of 100 copper coins, he sold for a staggering 120,000 copper coins. This was the power of monopoly, scarcity drove up prices. If he had priced the orange juice at 100,000 copper coins, no one would have bought it. He felt no guilt about squeezing the maximum profit from his customers. He was a merchant and saving them was just part of completing his mission. Sister Hua, I should apologize to you. If I hadn't kicked your door down, things might not have turned out this way. Xiao Chu, don't blame yourself. We've almost run out of food. Zhaoyang hasn't found any supplies these past few days, and I can't go out to search either. Even if you hadn't come, our fate would have been either to be devoured by zombies or to starve to death. It was destined. Don't hold yourself responsible. Thank you for understanding, Sister Hua. Next, I need to leave this hospital. The food resources here are too scarce and there are too many zombies. As you said, even if the zombies don't get us, we'll starve. So leaving is urgent. Brother Chu, that won't be easy. The main south gate is swarming with hundreds of times more zombies than the square dancing aunties at night. Charging out that way is nearly impossible. As for the west gate, it's a small one. I've seen from the window that it's also blocked solid. There's no road to the east, but there is one path with the fewest zombies. Which path? To the north. There's a small path leading to the parking lot. I've observed it, though there are zombies it's the direction with the least. Then we'll go north. But what's wrong? From here if we go straight north we have to cross the infectious disease ward. Otherwise we'd have to take a detour which could lead to countless more zombies. Infectious disease ward. Brother Chu, come here. Zhaoyang led Chu Haiju to the window pointing at a standalone building. That's the infectious disease building. A sky bridge on the 3rd floor connects directly to it. From the back door of that building we can reach the north gate. Then through that gate we'll be at the open parking lot, and we'll be free. Sounds easy enough. But how do you know this place so well? Brother Chu, I used to deliver food. A delivery guy. Then why aren't you wearing your uniform? I fell off my electric bike and was hospitalized for a month. My mom took my uniform home. Then I got stuck here for a month. Actually, I'm a bit luckier than you. I was unconscious for a month so I didn't experience the horror of the apocalypse. At least I wasn't eaten by zombies while in a coma. Chu Haiju sighed. Before his coma the world was bright and clear, now he had awakened to a completely different realm. 10 years in a dream unknown to all, a sudden awakening, words of desolation. Suddenly a woman in white appeared before his eyes. Her long hair flowing, she stood atop the infectious disease building gazing down at the zombies in the hospital yard. The creatures below had yet to notice her. Miss, don't jump. Chu Haiju threw open the window and shouted across the dozen-meter gap to the woman opposite. She was a potential new customer, he couldn't let her jump. Besides, having missed Wang Lijian, he couldn't afford to lose this beauty. Long hair flowing, beautiful and moving, what of it? Saving lives as a white-robed angel, what of it? Her voice like a lark drifted over, deeply stirring Chu Haiju's heartstrings. That voice. So sweet. At least a 4+ rating. Having already missed Wang Lijian, Chu Haiju was determined not to let this white-clad beauty slip away. Miss, don't jump. But it's the apocalypse, why won't anyone be my boyfriend? The woman in white cried out in anguish. Her cries alerted the zombies below, who saw her waving her arms and began their own frenzy as if at a rave. Miss, if no one will be your boyfriend, I will. Don't jump. You. The long-haired beauty's attention now focused on Chu Haiju on the 4th floor opposite. He's too skinny like a bamboo pole, she muttered, then called out to him. Will you really be my boyfriend? As long as you don't jump, he'll be your boyfriend. He thought with a voice like that she was probably a beauty, and it was just being a boyfriend, not marriage. A woman with a voice like a lark, this was heaven's gift to him. He couldn't miss this chance. Xiao Chu. Are you really going to save her? Yes. Saving one life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. I can stand by and watch an angel in white jump. Brother Chu, will go with you. No, you stay here. That's the infectious disease ward, you'll scout the route first. If it's viable you can come later. Alright, Brother Chu. How are you planning to get there? Chu Haiju scanned the infectious disease building. The woman stood on the rooftop, the 5th floor, while he was on the 4th. Nearby a sky bridge connected to the 3rd floor topped with an arched glass canopy. He could step onto that glass and cross over. Saving a life is of greater merit than building a 70th pagoda, especially since the woman in white before him was also a potential client beneficial to completing his mission. Though he was no hero, there was no harm in doing what a hero would do. I can cross via the glass canopy atop the footbridge. Chu Ji, that's too perilous. You'd have to traverse dozens of meters from this windowsill. There's no other choice. The windowsill path is the safest, who knows how many zombies we'd encounter in the corridor. Alright, wait for me here. If conditions are right, he'll signal you and then you can come over. Understood. Xiao Chu, stay safe. Thank you, Sister Hua. Chu Haiju stepped directly onto the windowsill. Rescuing the woman in white was secondary, his main goal was to scout the terrain, as the infectious disease ward was his next destination and the windowsill path was the best choice. Once done, twice familiar. Chu Haiju pressed his back against the wall, slowly edging toward the footbridge. Zhaoyang, hand me the crossbow. Sister Hua, what do you need the crossbow for? Xiao Chu might encounter zombies on his way, he'll provide cover. Oh, here you go, Sister Hua. Zhong Heping handed the crossbow to Niu Aihua. The crossbow Chu Haiju had sold to Zhong Heping came with 3 bolts. Niu Aihua, shedding her earlier timidity, knocked a bolt and aimed precisely in Chu Haiju's direction. Sister Hua. You. Zhong Heping stared in shock. She wasn't aiming at the zombies, she was aiming at Chu Haiju. Niu Aihua, her crossbow trained on Chu Haiju, trembled slightly. Her finger hovered over the trigger, yet she hesitated, unable to press it. Then Niu Aihua lowered the crossbow, panting heavily, her body drenched in sweat. Sister Hua, you. He's right. It was him who caused Akai's death. If he hadn't kicked down the door, we might never have needed to leave and Akai would still be alive. This is all his fault. Sister Hua, but he gave us juice and weapons. He's a merchant. Merchants chase profit. Do you think he'd do anything without gain? The value of what we gave him far exceeds these supplies. That's just how merchants are. Sister Hua. Zhang Heping didn't know what to say. This sudden shift in Niuaihua was hard for him to accept. True Chu Ji had kicked down the door, but they would have been overrun by zombies sooner or later anyway. Akai Ji was a vegetable with Sister Hua and him supporting Akai. They couldn't escape and they'd all die in the end. Abandoning Akai Ji was actually the best choice. Chu Ji just played the villain. Zhang Heping's mind was a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. He had known Sister Hua the longest and the crossbow had been bartered with the jewelry she provided. Yet rationally he knew following Chu Ji might mean surviving longer. For a moment Zhang Heping was trapped in a dead end. We still need him to escape the hospital. Once we're out we'll settle old and new scores. Zhaoyang, will you help me? Sister Hua, I've known you and Kai Ji the longest. I'm definitely on your side. Good. As soon as we leave the hospital you and I will take him down. At that moment Niuaihua's eyes were cold and sharp like a seasoned female assassin. The sight terrified the scrawny Zhang Heping. Was this still the Sister Hua he knew? Yes, Sister Hua. Zhang Heping could only nod meekly. Meanwhile Chu Heju had reached the glass canopy of the footbridge, trembling as he walked toward the bridge. The arched glass canopy was treacherous to walk on with a constant fear of slipping. Brother. Brother. The woman in white kept calling out from the edge of the infectious disease ward's rooftop. Are you really risking so much to save me? Will you truly be my boyfriend? Miss, don't jump. I'm coming. Brother, let me help you. The woman in white moved from the rooftop to a spot near the footbridge. For Chu Heju to reach her he'd have to climb up one level. Finally he reached the other side. The entire journey was nerve-wracking, like walking on thin ice, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Miss, don't jump. If you have no one to be your boyfriend, he'll be your boyfriend. Thank you. You're so kind. The woman in white gently brushed aside the hair covering her face, revealing a visage that made even the ugliest seem beautiful, with a smile more bitter than tears. Holy crap. Startled, Chu Heju slipped and slid off the glass canopy of the footbridge, still several meters from the rooftop. Brother. Get lost. Chu Heju fell, cursing the woman in white, but his will to live made him cling desperately to the railing of the footbridge. Brother, I'll save you. Just go. Jump off the building already. Whatever you do, don't save me. Chu Heju desperately wanted to flee. Damn it. A voice that's a quadruple plus, a face that's also a quadruple plus and covered in beauty marks. Brother, you promised to be my boyfriend. How can you treat me like this? I'd rather die than be your boyfriend. Just jump. With a face like that even zombies wouldn't dare eat you. Only jumping is your release. The woman as ugly as a monster leaped from the rooftop. Crash. Shatter. But she landed directly on the glass canopy. From a distance Chu Heju hadn't noticed her figure. Now the woman crashed through the glass canopy, her entire body plunging onto the footbridge. Brother, take my hand. Damn it, I don't need your help. Chu Heju looked at her ugly face, tempted to let go and fall. But a glance at the eager zombies below made him muster all his strength to climb up. Halfway up, the ugly woman reached out and helped him. Using her support, Chu Heju flipped over onto the footbridge. Brother, are you okay? A sweet voice came from beside him. Chu Heju looked at the woman, now covered in cuts from the shattered glass, blood streaming from her face and arms. Yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, still concerned about him. The word, get lost, was on the tip of Chu Heju's tongue, but he couldn't say it. Once he too had been called a skeleton and told to get lost. How the tables had turned, and so quickly. To have survived looking like this already took immense courage. To attack her with words would be crueler than being devoured by zombies. Here are band-aids. Treat your wounds yourself. This is a healing potion, drink it to restore some vitality. Thank you, brother. You're so good to me. Chu Heju clutched his forehead. Damn it, what a curse. A body like a beast, a voice like an angel. The heavens are unjust. Roar. Bang. 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 At that moment, behind the iron door leading to the infectious disease ward, 2 zombies were frantically pounding against it, though there was also a glass door on this side. Let's leave here first. Brother, follow me. The woman as unremarkable as a flower took Chu Heju's hand and slipped through a small door beside the iron gate leading into a tiny office. This is the duty office. To enter the infectious disease ward you must register here and put on protective suits, but there's no need for registration now. Who are you? I was a nurse working here before, later trapped by the zombies. I have a few companions there in the isolation room of the infectious disease ward. Isolation room. Yes, originally used to quarantine patients, but after the apocalypse it became our only place to survive. How many people inside? Not counting me, 3 men and 1 woman. Why were you about to jump off the building? I was driven out by them. Food is running low. That vixen seduced the male doctors and got more food than me. Today they kicked me out, saying I consume the most food. With me gone, the remaining food can sustain them for a few more days. Brother, am I not beautiful? Why don't men like me? No, you are beautiful, but few know how to appreciate you. Brother, were you serious about being my boyfriend earlier? Sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. I knew it, always the same excuse. Where is your girlfriend? Is she as pretty as me? If you don't bring her before me, then you'll be your girlfriend from now on. My girlfriend is? Zhu Heju didn't know whom to claim as his girlfriend. Wang Lidian. That woman was a man-eater, he only thought of her for physical pleasure. Who should I say? Zhu Heju's mind raced trying to find a suitable candidate, but he was just a security guard whose wages barely covered meals. Love? Please, without money what love could there be? Zhu Heju couldn't think of a single woman to call his girlfriend. What? You don't even know where your girlfriend is yet you claim to have one. Are you trying to deceive me? I really do. I don't know where she is now, but I will find her. How touching. If there were a man who loved me like that in this world, I'd die for him. Zhu Heju glanced at the woman's face, noticing her lips were almost as thick as a pig's. Probably no man in this world would ever fall in love with her. There will be. Zhu Heju didn't want to crush her confidence, or she might rush to jump off the building again. She had helped him earlier when he nearly fell, and it would be unkind to discourage her now. By the way, I have 2 friends on the opposite building. You'll call them over first? Okay, brother. The woman followed Zhu Heju as he stood up. Meanwhile, the zombies in the infectious disease ward continued pounding tirelessly on the iron door. Zhu Heju glanced over and walked to the sky bridge. Standing there, he saw Zhong Heping on the 4th floor of the opposite building peering out the window. Xiao Zhong, come over here. Jump from the sky bridge. Zhong Heping waved at Zhu Heju. Sister Hua, it's brother Chu. He wants us to go over. Should we go now? Yes, let's go. He must have found a suitable place. Maybe following him we can escape the hospital. Niu Aihua climbed onto the windowsill without needing assistance. How quickly a person could change. My life was saved by a Kai. I must live for him and avenge him. Niu Aihua's eyes fixed on Zhu Heju across the way. She had set her goal: escape the hospital, kill Zhu Heju and avenge a Kai. With a purpose, her demeanor transformed completely. Zhong Heping followed Niu Aihua, amazed to see Sister Hua walking swiftly along a windowsill barely 10 centimeters wide. How did Sister Hua become so skilled? Zhong Heping tried to catch up, but at that speed he risked falling and ending up dead or crippled. Helpless, Zhong Heping could only trail behind slowly. Niu Aihua covered the dozens of meters quickly, now passing through the glass canopy atop the sky bridge. There was a large hole where she had fallen and shattered the glass. Zhu Heju had set up a table standing on it and used a fire axe to break off the sharp glass shards around the hole to prevent injuries. Sister Hua, be careful. Let me help you down. Thanks, Xiao Chu. Hello, Sister Hua. I'm his girlfriend. My name is Xiong Chumo. The woman behind introduced herself as Zhu Heju's girlfriend. Hello, I'm Niu Aihua, a friend of Xiao Chu. Wait, your name is Xiong Chumo? Zhu Heju couldn't stand it. Did she have his consent? Yes. But when did I agree to be your boyfriend? Didn't you? When I was about to jump, you said you'd be my boyfriend. You shouted so loud the zombies must have heard, and Sister Hua definitely did right. Isn't that right, Sister Hua? Are you going back on your word? Well, Xiao Chu, I was closest and I did hear it. Didn't I say I already have a girlfriend? You said so, but I haven't seen her. Until you bring her before me, I'm your girlfriend. Or do you despise me too? Then what's the point of living? I might as well die. With that, Xiong Chumo climbed onto the railing of the sky bridge. Miss, can you stop threatening to jump every time? It's bad for the railing, and even if you don't break it, falling and crushing a zombie isn't right. Think about it, zombies were once humans infected with a virus, they are pitiful enough. Smashing them into meat patties would be too cruel. Are you calling me fat? No. At this height, anyone jumping would turn a zombie into a meat patty. Brother Chu, give me a hand. Zhong Heping had reached the gap and was waiting for help. All right, coming. Zhu Heju rushed over, finally getting a chance to leave. Saving this little nurse Xiong Chumo was truly a disaster. He helped Zhong Heping down as well, who quickly thanked him. No need for thanks. In the apocalypse we should help each other. Yes, brother Chu is right. Zhong Heping nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with Niu Aihua, all unspoken words conveyed. Whoosh. As they were conversing, the curtain across the pedestrian bridge swayed. This curtain, used for insulation, was a dark green resembling the hue of a military overcoat. During winter, such curtains were commonly hung at shopping mall entrances to block the biting wind and preserve indoor warmth. At that moment the curtain stirred again and a blooded hand reached through, pulling it aside. A zombie with a twisted head poked its head in. Hungry. The zombie, upon pushing through the curtain, spotted the survivors standing opposite and lunged straight at Zhu Heju, its foot dragging along the ground as if sprained. Zhu Heju promptly raised his crossbow and loosed a bolt straight at the zombie's forehead. Far from killing the zombie, Zhu Heju's attack only enraged it. The creature's speed increased, nearly matching a jog. Swish. Unfazed, Zhu Heju knocked another bolt and fired. Based on his experience, it took at least 3 shots to the head to bring down a zombie. No, the zombie seemed stronger. After firing 3 bolts, Zhu Heju noticed the zombie was still alive. Thud. With the 4th bolt, the zombie finally collapsed stiffly. The zombies are getting stronger. Zhu Heju's expression darkened considerably. If it took 4 bolts to kill a single zombie, his mere 6 bolts would only suffice for one such creature. Chu Heju walked over, retrieved his bolts, wiped them clean on the zombie's clothes, then drew a dagger and a fire axe to dissect the creature's skull. After the gruesome dissection, Chu Heju wore a look of displeasure. Bad luck. The zombie's skull contained no blood crystal. As Chu Heju turned back, the others stared at him in shock. Little Zhong even took a step back. Xiong Chumo and Niu Aihua merely furrowed their brows. Xiong Chumo, being a nurse, was no stranger to dissections, but a zombie dissection was a first, and she regarded Chu Heju with newfound respect. Truly, no one who survived the apocalypse was incompetent. Niu Aihua, however, thought Chu Heju was decisive and efficient. Following him might indeed offer a chance to escape the hospital. Yet she worried about being silenced later. Glancing at the crossbow in her own hands, she mused that a sneak attack might be her only option. Chu Heju also had a crossbow. In a direct confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. Niu Aihua exchanged a glance with Zhong Heping, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Brother, you look terrible. Are you unwell? Xiong Chumo, after a brief moment of shock, collected herself. After all, kill or be killed, a bit of ruthlessness was understandable. But dissecting a corpse? Wasn't that a bit twisted? I think the zombies are stronger than yesterday. Yesterday 3 bolts were enough. Today it took 4 to finish this one. Maybe each zombie's strength varies. Yeah, Brother Chu, you're already strong, at least the strongest among us. Chu Heju glanced at the scrawny Zhong Heping. Few were weaker than him, surely. As for being stronger than the 2 women, that was nothing to boast about. As the protagonist of this realm, with a stall system being only slightly above average, would be far too pathetic. Little Xiong. Yes, brother. Never mind, I'll call you Chumo. How do we get into the infectious disease ward? I noticed earlier that this door is locked from the inside. Brother, I really don't advise going in there. The patients there all have infectious diseases. We usually need full protective gear and isolation suits to enter. Now that they've turned into zombies, they are likely still contagious. That's a problem. This is the only way to the hospital's north gate. To pass through the ward, we have to wear isolation suits. It's too dangerous otherwise. Where can we get isolation suits? There are some in the isolation room I came from. But they probably won't just give them to us. The isolation room. What weapons do they have? Just fire axes and fire extinguishers. No ranged weapons. I don't think so. Alright, take me to this isolation room you mentioned. Brother, we might have to go around via the rooftop. The place I jumped from earlier. Fine, let's go. Weren't you kicked out by them? This time we've got your back. Whoever bullied you, go slap them a few times. Yay? Thanks, brother. Xiong Chumo planted a kiss on Chu Heju's cheek. Chumo, don't just kiss me like that. I have a girlfriend. Chu Heju vigorously wiped his face with his sleeve, feeling utterly uncomfortable. I don't care. Until you bring your girlfriend before me and your girlfriend. You're impossible. Chu Heju couldn't be bothered to argue with this Shedeville, short of telling her to go jump off a building. Little Zhong, help me move the table. We need to climb back onto the glass canopy of the bridge. Sure thing, Brother Chu. The group hastily assembled a small makeshift platform. Meanwhile, more zombies pushed through the insulation curtain and, spotting Chu Heju and the others attempting to flee, scrambled toward them. No time. Quickly, Little Zhong, go first. Chu Heju instructed the slim Zhong Heping to ascend, followed by Niu Aihua and then Xiong Chumo. With the 2 above pulling and Chu Heju pushing from below, they barely managed to hoist Xiong Chumo up. Roar. The zombies charged, toppling the makeshift platform. Chu Heju narrowly evaded their snapping jaws and was hauled up by the others. Hurry. To the rooftop first. This way, brother. Xiong Chumo led Chu Heju and the others to the stairway connecting the rooftop to the infectious disease ward. Descending the stairs, Chu Heju spotted another glass door reinforced with an iron gate at the end of the corridor. Several zombies were tirelessly pounding on the iron gate. Xiong Chumo guided Chu Heju and the group to a small room that resembled a bank vault on the side. Brother, this is the isolation room. How do we open this door? I don't have a key. They have to open it from the inside. It has to be opened from inside. That's a tough one. Chu Heju examined the heavy iron door. Its defenses rivaled a bank vault's. Forcibly breaking it down would take an eternity. Even the small window on the door had glass thicker than bank glass, just smashing that would take considerable time. The door to the isolation room was too sturdy, a direct assault would not work. It seemed they would have to rely on cunning. So Chumo, you go knock on the door, pretend you're alone and lure them out. Then we'll all rush in together. All right. Xiao Zhong, you and I will keep watch with the crossbows. Chumo, it's up to you. Don't worry, brother. Xiong Chumo approached the isolation room's door and peeked inside through the small window. The isolation room was very small, a single glance revealed everything. At that moment, a bare-chested man sat on a stool smoking while 2 other men were engaged in strenuous activity with a vixen. A real vixen indeed, still not dead after all that. Bang. 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 Xiong Chumo pounded heavily on the door of the isolation room. Inside, the men interrupted mid-activity, turned to see the hideous Xiong Chumo had returned. Why is that ugly thing back? Zhaoyang, go get rid of her. Yes, director. The bare-chested smoker picked up a nearby fire axe with one hand, a cigarette still dangling from the other. Zhaoyang was just an intern. The privilege of such activities with the nurse naturally fell to the director and deputy director first, leaving only scraps for him. Zhaoyang was already irritated enough. Seeing the pig-like Xiong Chumo causing trouble again, a vicious thought crossed his mind. This time he would kill her. This woman was utterly repulsive, devoid of any appeal. Even if she were merely ugly in an ordinary way, she might still be usable, but her appearance drove Zhaoyang to prefer the company of zombies. Not my ass. Zhaoyang shoved open the isolation room door. Why are you back, you pig? Didn't I tell you to get lost? There's no place for you here. You're useless at everything and eat more than anyone else. Brother Xiong, I left something behind. I came back to get it. Get lost. Get your stuff, my ass. You'll give you 3 seconds. If you're not gone, he'll split you open. 3. Brother Xiong, would you really kill me? 2. And what if I do? This is the apocalypse. Killing you is no different from killing a zombie. Aren't you afraid the police will catch you? Murder is a capital offense. Don't be ridiculous. This is the end of the world. You think we're still in the old days? A new world police. If there were police, why don't I see any? 1. Time's up. Xiong Chumo, you really want to die, don't you? Perfect timing. I've been wanting to know what it feels like to kill one of my own kind. Zhaoyang couldn't understand why Xiong Chumo showed no fear. Perhaps she couldn't grasp that he was truly intent on murder. Zhaoyang charged out of the isolation room, swinging the fire axe, aiming to strike Xiong Chumo down. She swiftly dodged to one side. Zhaoyang pursued her, ready to strike, but the axe froze midair. 3 people were hidden beside the isolation room and 2 crossbows were now aimed at his head. Oh, you called for backup, huh? How about you let me go back and call mine? Well, see who has more. Save your breath. Drop the axe. Chu Heju didn't waste words with the male doctor. Fighting with numbers is no way for a hero. If you've got guts, let me go. Whoosh. Without a word, Chu Heju fired a bolt straight into Zhaoyang's thigh. Clang. The pain made Zhaoyang drop the axe. He clutched his thigh, unsure whether to crouch or stand. Zhaoyang, search him for any other weapons. Got it, Brother Chu. Zhong Heping searched for a moment and found a dagger in Zhaoyang's pocket. Brother Chu, just this dagger. Inside the isolation room, the 2 men and the woman had finally finished their exertions. All were drenched in sweat and the woman was nearly unconscious from exhaustion. Damn it, Zhaoyang is so unreliable. Taking this long just for a simple task. You think he's busy with that bare woman? Impossible. With a face like hers, Zhaoyang would have to be blind. What a nuisance. You'll have to handle this myself. Old Fei, she was one of us. Don't go too far. Just get rid of her, no need for violence. Old Xiao, I know what I'm doing. Maybe if we put a mask on her, she'd still be usable. What do you say we keep her? No, absolutely not. That woman eats as much as the 3 of us combined. With her around, we'll starve. Fine, you'll go drive her away. Old Xiao lounged on a nearby sofa, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. A smoke after the deed made one feel like a carefree immortal. Old Xiao's hand began to wander again. Meanwhile, Old Fei slipped on a pair of shorts, grabbed the fire axe and walked out. Zhaoyang, I asked you to handle a simple. Young man, don't be rash. Let's talk this out. Before Old Fei could even step out of the isolation room, his words were cut short. A crossbow was pressed against his forehead. Chu Heju aimed it at the man clad only in floral shorts. Inside, Old Xiao, who had been smoking, realized trouble had arrived. He hastily tossed his cigarette aside and grabbed his own fire axe. The cigarette but landed by unfortunate chance on the nearly unconscious nurse. Lost in her blissful fantasies, the burning tip grazed her skin, jolting her back to reality with a sharp cry. The moment the nurse opened her eyes, she saw strangers barging into the room. Panicked, she scrambled for clothes to cover herself. Chu Heju cast a cold, indifferent glance. It was no wonder the 3 men had chosen that nurse. Her figure alone would appeal to any man. Drop the axe. Chu Heju's command was icy. I will. Just don't let that thing go off. Old Fei slowly crouched, placing his axe on the ground, his eyes darting around. Just as Chu Heju's gaze flickered back to the nurse still searching for cover, Old Fei lunged. Die. Old Fei swung the fire axe at Chu Heju. I was waiting for you to make a move. Whoosh. Thud. Chu Heju stepped back swiftly and pulled the trigger. The bolt flew straight into the eye socket of the man in floral shorts, barely missing his eyeball. It hurts. I'm blind. Old Fei dropped the axe, clutching his eye socket and screaming. Make another sound and you'll really shoot your eye out. Old Fei stifled his cries, forcing himself silent. The pain in his eye socket was indescribable. He wanted to clutch it but dared not. Uncle, wouldn't it be wiser to just put down the fire axe? Must you lose an eye before you let it go? I've never seen anyone as foolish as you. Zhu Heju cast his gaze toward another middle-aged man in the distance. And you, uncle, do you wish to go blind as well? No, I most certainly do not. Then what are you doing with that fire axe? Chopping firewood. Clang. Old Xiao dropped the fire axe to the ground without hesitation, crouched down obediently and clasped his hands behind his head. Well, you're quite the seasoned one, aren't you? Looks like you've dabbled in no small amount of mischief. Boss, if you've taken a liking to this quarantine room, we'd be more than happy to vacate it for you. Please have mercy and let us off the hook. I have no interest whatsoever in your quarantine room. I'm here for the isolation suits. Bring out every single one of them now. Yes, boss, I'll fetch them right away. Old Xiao scurried off to retrieve the isolation suits while the young nurse still held a piece of clothing over herself. You. Move that cloth aside. Those two old geezers have already seen everything, why the modesty now? Boss, I. If you don't move it, I'll kill you on the spot. Boss, please don't. I'll move it. The young nurse seated on the sofa reluctantly shifted the garment aside, revealing her flawless figure to the assembled crowd. TSK, not bad looking at all. Gulp. Beside him, Zhong Heping was far more direct, audibly swallowing his saliva. HMPHU vixen. Xiong Chumo fumed inwardly. Watching the nurse being ogled by so many stirred an unpleasant feeling within her. Though she envied the woman's allure, the humiliation she witnessed was hard to bear. Brother, could you let her put on some clothes? Oh? Why plead for her? Wasn't it because of her that you were driven out? Forget it, that's water under the bridge. Making a spectacle of her is punishment enough. Very well. Any longer and I fear Xiao Zhong's dam might burst. Zhu Heju himself swallowed a few times. You there, put your clothes on and go fetch the isolation suits. Thank you, boss. Meanwhile, old Xiao hauled out a pile of isolation suits from the cabinet. Seizing a moment when Zhu Heju wasn't looking, he discreetly tore small slits into several of them. Only then did he slowly carry the suits over. Boss, here are the isolation suits you requested. Go check on your companion. Zhu Heju glanced at Old Fei, who was still whimpering softly while clutching the crossbow bolt embedded in his eye socket. Beside Old Fei sat Xiao Xiong, clutching his own thigh. When Xiao Xiong noticed Zhu Heju's gaze, he lowered his head, afraid to meet his eyes. Zhong Heping stood nearby, crossbow trained on the two of them. After a while, the young nurse also carried over a cardboard box. It appeared quite heavy, leaving her drenched in sweat. Boss, these are all the isolation suits left. I've brought them all. Good, you've worked hard. Rest over there. Chumo, inspect these suits and see which ones are usable. All right, brother. Xiong Chumo began her inspection. Old Xiao's heart skipped a beat. After checking the box, Xiong Chumo moved on to the pile Old Xiao had brought. Brother, all these suits are damaged. What? Damaged? Zhu Heju strode over and examined the tears on the fabric. Brother, these tears look fresh. See, there are still crease marks. If they were old, the creases would have faded. These were clearly just torn, the wrinkles haven't even smoothed out. Freshly damaged her. Zhu Heju shot a glance back at Old Xiao. Boss, I swear I didn't know those suits were damaged. Is that so? Then explain why every single suit you brought over is damaged. Maybe they were already damaged. Perhaps I grabbed the wrong ones, after all the nurses usually handle this sort of thing. I'll let it slide this once. You'd best keep your little schemes in check or my crossbow won't be so forgiving. Zhu Heju dismissed Old Xiao and returned to where the suits were laid out. Chumo, how many intact suits do we have? Only 3 intact, 5 damaged. Can the damaged ones be repaired? Repairing them would require specialized equipment. Ordinary needle and thread won't do, they need to be sealed airtight or the virus won't be blocked. Zhu Heju glanced back at Old Xiao once more, who cowered and lowered his head. Is there no other way? So actually, we sometimes use tape to temporarily patch damaged suits when new ones haven't arrived. It works well enough, the young nurse interjected. Chumo, is that true? Yes, though it's rare. No one wants to gamble with their life. Tape can provide a temporary seal, but it's never guaranteed to be perfectly airtight. Zhu Heju surveyed the group. With only 3 intact suits and 4 people, Zhong Heping, Niuai Hua, Xiong Chumo and himself, needing protection, one would have to wear a taped suit. That meant someone would have to make do with a patched one. He decided to deal with the suit issue later. Completing the stall system's mission took priority. Scanning the room, he counted 4 new customers, including Xiong Chumo. 16 more items needed to be sold. If he could lower prices, even sell at a loss, he might finish the task. System ding. Friendly reminder: the minimum selling price cannot fall below the purchase price. This sudden system prompt dashed his hopes of selling at a loss. Zhu Heju had intended to sit on the nearby sofa, but the sight of milky liquid on it made him reconsider. Instead, he stood in the center of the quarantine room. I'm here for 2 simple reasons. First, to get some isolation suits. Second, to bring you warmth. I'll come clean. I'm a businessman and my greatest joy is selling things. I've come to serve the masses, to bring warmth to our fellow survivors in this grim apocalypse. Of course, all goods are clearly priced, fair and square. That's the foundation of my business. Bring warmth. Nearby Zhaoyang with a crossbow bolt in his thigh, old Fei with one in his eye socket, and old Xiao whose pants were now dripping wet wore expressions of utter misery. Their faces were even more unsightly than if they had eaten something foul. If only they had known he was here to sell goods and bring warmth, they wouldn't have assumed he was after their supplies or territory. Having suffered such severe injuries for nothing, they felt more wronged than the most unjustly accused. However, the young nurse beside him was gazing at Chu Heju with a flushed face. Indeed, she had already begun scouting her next patron, confident that with her looks seducing this little security guard would be more than enough. When Chu Heju glanced her way, the nurse tugged at her clothes, revealing a hint of allure. Ahem. Chu Heju turned away and calmly laid the folded stall from his back on the ground, spreading it out before placing 6 zipper bandages and 7 bottles of orange juice on top. Heirloom zipper bandages that heal wounds without surgery, priced at 50 copper coins, and 1 liter fresh orange juice for 50 copper coins. Huh. Brother Chu, wasn't the orange juice 10 copper coins? Scarcity drives value. I had plenty of juice before, but now this is all I have. This is the base price. Each item sold increases the price by 50 copper coins. If you want to buy, act fast, limited supply until sold out. Brother, I'd like to buy a bottle of juice, but I don't know what copper coins are and I don't have any. Unexpectedly, the first to step forward was the nurse who had been flirting with Chu Heju. Ahem, miss, please dress properly. Copper coins are my unit of measurement. You can offer any supplies you wish to trade and I'll appraise them. Oh, and I forgot to remind you, anyone who doesn't buy from me will be sent straight to reincarnation. Chu Heju cast a cold glance at the 3 men in the distance. What? Not buying means reincarnation? Panic set in among them. Though they wanted the juice, they had planned to wait and see. Now not buying might mean death. Old Xiao, he wouldn't really kill us, would he? Relax, we just need to buy 1 item, right? But I've got nothing, just this pair of shorts. Would he even take that? Well, old Fei, you're on your own. Don't abandon me, old Xiao. We've known each other, you've got to help. Old Xiao's eyes darted, then he rushed to the cabinet and dragged out their food box. Damn, old Xiao, that's low. Brother, I have nothing valuable to trade but myself. How many copper coins do you think I'm worth? Not a single copper. You. What? If you have no suitable supplies, you might die. Chu Heju glared coldly at the woman. So what if she was fair-skinned and charming? She was nothing but a fickle woman. Though Chu Heju had never been in love, he wouldn't spare such a woman a second glance, even if she stood naked before him. Brother, don't scare me like that. HMPH scare. If you truly have nothing but yourself, feel free to try. You. Brother Chu, I have nothing valuable. This ring I bought from a street stall might be worthless. Could you see how many copper coins it's worth? System platinum ring, recycle price 1000 copper coins. Though the price wasn't high, it was decent for a street find. Xiong Chumo was quite lucky. Not bad. It can get you 1 bottle of juice and 1 bandage. Let's trade. Thank you, brother, you're so kind. After the trade, Xiong Chumo leaned in to kiss Chu Heju. Stop right there, Chumo. If you keep this up, you'll lose my temper. Sorry, brother Chu, I know I was wrong. Hee, big brother, how many copper coins would this food be worth? At that moment, the sleazy old Xiao carried over a cardboard box of food, the entire quarantine room supply which he had claimed as his own. Chu Heju was only there for the mission and couldn't be bothered with where the supplies came from. System box of food, recycle price 100 copper coins. It can get you 1 bottle of juice. What? Just 1 bottle. Got a problem? No problem. 1 bottle it is. Old Xiao traded for the juice and shuffled away, relieved to have avoided reincarnation. Meanwhile, Zhaoyang limped over holding 3 fire axes. Stop right there. Zhong Heping aimed his crossbow at Zhaoyang. Brother, I mean no harm. I just want to trade these axes for supplies. The axes had been left on the floor earlier and Zhaoyang had seized the opportunity. Let him come over. Chu Heju waved for Zhong Heping to let him pass. If a cripple could take him down, Chu Heju would have no business surviving. Brother, can these 3 axes get me 1 bottle of juice? System fire axe, recycle price 100 copper coins. Barely enough for 1 juice. Thank you, brother, thank you. Orange juice price rises to 150 copper coins, bandages to 100. What? That fast? Old Fei with a crossbow bolt still embedded near his eye grew frantic. He scanned the room but found nothing left to trade. Got it. Old Fei pushed the sofa over. Brother, can this sofa be traded? System genuine leather sofa, recycle price 1000 copper coins. It can be traded, but the stains make it worthless. Brother, give me a moment. Old Fei grabbed a piece of clothing and wiped the sofa clean. Brother, is it acceptable now? Barely enough for 1 bandage. Thank you, brother, thank you. Old Fei wept tears of blood as he took the bandage and left. Chu Heju glanced at the middle-aged man with the bolt still in his face and called out, wait. Brother, you called me. Come here. Brother, you. Just get over here, no more nonsense. Zhong Heping kicked Old Fei's backside, nearly sending him stumbling. Yes, brother, incoming. Chu Heju looked at Old Fei, who was lucky the bolt hadn't hit his eyeball directly. Chu Haiju grabbed Old Fei's head and took hold of the bolt's tail. Brother, you. Old Fei panicked, fearing Chu Haiju would yank it out without stopping the bleeding. Phut. Ah. With a spray of blood, Chu Haiju pulled the bolt from Old Fei's eye socket. Hand me the bandage. Old Fei, as if in a trance, quickly handed over the bandage. Chu Haiju tore off the protective layer, pressed it onto the wound and zipped it shut. The bleeding stopped instantly. The bandage was miraculous, the wound which had been gushing blood stopped as if by magic. This? The onlookers were stunned. Such a bandage would make doctors obsolete, anyone could be a healing expert with it. The effect of the band-aid astonished everyone in that moment. Each person secretly yearned for one themselves, as it was a life-saving item. However, all the goods that could be exchanged had already been traded. Surely they couldn't trade away this very isolation room itself. At this moment the young nurse before him still wore a hesitant expression. Miss, have you made up your mind? If you don't purchase any supplies soon, you'll have to pack up. Even if I don't kill you, we'll drive you out. Brother, The young nurse pondered for a moment, then pulled a red string from her ankle. Brother, aside from these clothes, this is the only valuable thing I have left. If this still can't get me any supplies, then I'm out of options. I'd rather be driven out. System unknown, string, recycle, price 100,000 copper coins. Wait, Chu Haiju rubbed his eyes and looked again. 100,000 copper coins. How could this shabby string be worth so much? Could it be another luxury item? Chu Haiju glanced at the young nurse across from him. Or perhaps does this nurse have some kind of background? Brother. The young nurse waved her hand in front of Chu Haiju, who had been staring at the red string in her hand without moving for quite a while. Could there be something wrong with this red string? This string is worth a bit. Chu Haiju didn't want to reveal that the string was worth 100,000 copper coins. After all, saying that would make him look like some kind of fool. How much? 200 copper coins. 200 copper coins. Then he'll exchange it for a band-aid. Alright, the band-aid is 100 copper coins, and he'll throw in the orange juice for 100 copper coins too. Here you go. Thank you, brother, thank you, brother. You're welcome. Everyone had made their purchases. In a sense, they had all become Chu Haiju's customers. The requirement for new customers had been fulfilled, and he still needed 10 more items. At this moment Chu Haiju held the red string, lost in thought. The name of this red string was quite strange, unknown string. Could it be that even the store system didn't know what this string was called? But what exactly was the use of this string? Why was its recycle price so high? This was by far the most expensive item Chu Haiju had ever seen. For a moment he even grew curious about this young nurse. System beep. Goods refreshed. Chu Haiju immediately switched to the restocking interface. Restock straw cape, a cape woven from grass, windproof and rainproof. Restock price 100,000 copper coins. Another piece of equipment woven from grass. This thing seemed utterly useless. Could it really form a complete set? Although the restock price was very high, it was practically worthless. Moreover, the stall system didn't allow selling items below their restock price. Though the young nurse's red string was extremely valuable, Chu Haiju dared not say it could be exchanged for many supplies, otherwise everyone would think something was off about that string. Innocence is no excuse when one possesses a treasure. Even if the string's value was sky-high, Chu Haiju could only treat it as an ordinary item in the trade. This wasn't about being a shady merchant, it was about perception. Chu Haiju glanced at the young nurse. It seemed he'd have to find an opportunity to ask her where she got this red string. Perhaps only the person who gave it to her would know its true use. Chu Haiju checked the task. He still needed 10 more items to upgrade the restocking channel to level 2. But all the cheap supplies were gone. However, he noticed the box of food that old Xiao had exchanged. It was very cheap, almost all rotten. Chu Haiju's eyes flickered as an idea struck him. The food in the cardboard box was also merchandise. It could be sold as long as the price wasn't lower than the recycle price. Now I'm selling this box of food at a super low price. Although some of it is rotten, it's still edible after cleaning. There are about 10 rotten items sold as a bundle for just 100 copper coins. 100 copper coins. That cheap. Big brother, can I trade my orange juice for it? You can trade items I've sold to you, it has to be something you found yourselves. Chu Haiju grumbled inwardly. Seriously, the restock price for this orange juice was only 5 copper coins. If he allowed that trade, he'd be losing money. Telling them the price would obviously expose him as a profiteer. I see. Big brother, the sofa I traded with you earlier, can other furniture be traded too? Of course, as long as you can bring it here. No matter how big the item is, it's fine. Great. Big brother, I'll go grab something right now. What is it? Zhaoyang, come help me. You'll share the food with you later. Director Fei, are you serious? As serious as gold. Alright. Hey old Fei, where are you two going? Count me in. Old Xiao, we're just going next door. Zhaoyang and I are enough. Next door. You're not? Old Fei and Zhaoyang had already left the isolation room. Who knew if they had run off or were really fetching something? Before long the two returned, each carrying 2 unknown machines. Ventilators. You actually brought ventilators here. Chu Heju didn't recognize the machines but old Xiao did. Hee big brother, how many copper coins can this ventilator fetch? System ventilator recycle price 300 copper coins. This is a cheap item. 100 copper coins each. 4 of them make 400 copper coins. Here's the deal, it'll give you all the food plus a band-aid. That young man over there can take the crossbow bolt out of his leg, with this band-aid you won't need to bandage it. Thank you big brother, thank you big brother. Seeing that the task was complete, Chu Heju immediately packed up his stall. System task content completed within 3 days, sell 20 items via the street stall, 21 sold with at least 4 new customers, 6 new customers. Task reward restocking channel upgraded to level 2. Failure penalty intermediate stall downgraded to beginner stall. System congratulations host for exceeding the task requirements. Restocking channel upgraded to level 2. Bonus reward 1 beginner stall. What the hell? Chu Heju stared blankly at the extra black blanket in his warehouse. What does this mean? There's more than one stall. But what Chu Heju cared about most was what the level 2 restocking channel looked like. Closing the warehouse, he eagerly opened the restocking interface. There, the restocking interface had refreshed. Previously there was only one item, now there were 2 directly. So level 2 restocking channel means I can stock 2 items at the same time. However, upon closer inspection, Chu Heju discovered that the level 2 supply channel offered a single item quantity of 100, meaning he could now purchase 100 pieces in one go. Awesome. Chu Heju let out a loud roar, startling not only the people in the room but also the zombies outside the isolation chamber. After a momentary pause, they began furiously pounding on the iron door. It was the sound of a human. If they could shatter the iron door, they would feast on human flesh. System ding. Mission issued. Mission objective: sell 100 items, 0 sold via street stall within 7 days with over 10 new customers, 0 new customers. Mission reward warehouse upgraded to level 2. Penalty for failure level 2 supply channel downgraded to level 1. Well, it seemed this street stall system wouldn't give him a moment's respite. Selling 100 items was simple enough, but finding 10 new customers was the real challenge. Still, with a 7-day deadline, finding 10 people should be manageable. Unfazed, Chu Heju, after a brief burst of excitement, began selecting his stock. Stock: grass belt, a belt woven from grass, purchase price 1,000 copper coins. Grass necklace, a necklace woven from grass, purchase price 1,000 copper coins. Well, looks like completing the set is within reach. With a single item quantity of 100, the purchase cost him 2,000,000 copper coins. Just after stocking up, Chu Heju noticed that the supply channel had no cooldown and immediately refreshed with another set of goods. Could it be that after upgrading, the supply channel allows immediate restocking once everything is bought out? Stock: grass bracelet, a bracelet woven from grass, purchase price 1,000 copper coins. Grass whip, a whip woven from grass, purchase price 1,000 copper coins. After purchasing the entire supply again, Chu Heju glanced at his balance. His million coin fortune had dwindled by half. Making money is like climbing a mountain, but spending it is like water flowing downstream. Chu Heju couldn't help but sigh. System ding. Congratulations host on successfully stocking a full set of grass equipment. Personal information panel unlocked. What? Before Chu Heju could finish his lament, he noticed an ID card icon spinning into view in his field of vision. The ID icon then settled to the left of the stock icon. Personal information. Curious, Chu Heju selected it and a 3D model of himself appeared on a virtual screen. On either side were 5 slots reminiscent of an equipment interface in a game, with his stats displayed on the right. Info: Chu Heju level 1 combat power 13 attack 3 defense 0 HP 100100 street stall system level 1 basic stall 1 intermediate stall 1 weight him a tough guy who killed a zombie with 3 arrows. How do I only have 13 combat power? And what's with these ridiculous attack and defense stats? Is this some kind of game? Looking at the 10 empty slots, Chu Heju guessed they were for equipment. He switched to the warehouse and tried equipping the straw hat. System: equipment not identified, cannot equip. What? Equipment not identified. Chu Heju took the straw hat off his head. He had worn it for a long time. Did it have no stat bonuses and was just a decoration? He put the hat back on and confirmed it didn't appear in his personal info panel. Then what about this crossbow? He tried equipping the crossbow. System: equipment not identified, cannot equip. Damn it. I've killed countless zombies with this crossbow and it's still not considered equipment. Unidentified. How do I identify it then? Chu Heju switched back to the stock interface only to find the goods had refreshed again. Stock 1. Knowledge scroll: knowledge is power, can identify items revealing their true properties. Purchase price 1,000,000 copper coins. 2. Energy drink: consuming it increases satiety by 100. Purchase price 1 copper coin. Finally, the energy drink had reappeared. Chu Heju bought 100 bottles and a 1-hour cooldown icon appeared beneath it. This meant that if he bought out the other item, the entire stock would refresh. But the so-called knowledge scroll with a quantity of 100 cost 1,000,000 copper coins each, the most expensive item Chu Heju had ever seen. This is it, the knowledge scroll that can identify items. But is the price of 100,000 copper coins a bit excessive? Zhu Heju checked his balance. 57,000 copper coins remained, meaning he could buy at most 57 scrolls. Too expensive. He'll just buy one to try. He purchased a single knowledge scroll. The scroll looked like a rolled-up certificate. Zhu Heju used it to identify a straw hat. System straw hat provides sun protection and a slight defense boost. 10 defense. Durability 10001000. This? Zhu Heju stared blankly at the now enchanted straw hat in his warehouse. It really has stats now. 10 defense, just like in a game. He took the hat out of the warehouse and a virtual screen appeared beside it displaying its name and stats. Hey big brother, why is there a tag on this straw hat? Straw hat provides sun protection and a slight defense boost. 10 defense. Durability 10001000. How strange, the tag looks transparent. The nurse who had been watching Zhu Heju approached curiously, trying to touch the tag, but her finger passed right through the virtual screen. You? Zhu Heju was stunned. Could this nurse actually see the virtual screen? Brother Chu, what is this? Why is there a transparent tag? Xiong Chumo also came over. Zhu Heju had been muttering to himself, and though the others hadn't disturbed him, he remained the center of attention. Chumo, you can see it too. Of course I can, it's like a screen. Look, there are even words on it. Come over, all of you. Can you see this tag? The others, already curious, gathered around when called. Xiao Chu, what is this tag? It's so odd. Bro, what kind of tech is this? Putting it on a straw hat seems like a waste. Whoa, even as a tech enthusiast, I'd say this display method is generations ahead of our time. At this, Zhu Heju understood the street stall system had chosen to visualize the item's attributes, making them easier to sell. But this also posed a problem. This level of technology was not of this era, and he currently lacked the strength to protect such advanced secrets. Zhu Heju scanned the crowd. Was he supposed to silence them all? No, silencing them is not necessary. To set up a stall and sell goods, customers are indispensable. Attribute visualization seems to be the future trend. For now, the priority is to improve one's own personal attributes. As he always said, unless the equipment's grade was at least 2 levels higher than what he currently possessed, Zhu Heju had no intention of selling those armaments. It was merely a straw hat with 10 defense. Watching them study the floating light screen tags, Zhu Heju spent all his savings to purchase 56 knowledge scrolls. Knowledge is power, this phrase fits perfectly here. I wonder what the true attributes of the crossbow are. System simple crossbow, a low-cost simply crafted crossbow. 100 attack, durability 996100. Holy crap. Zhu Heju stared in shock at the simple crossbow with 100 attack. So this is its true attribute. Without pausing, Zhu Heju appraised the entire set of straw equipment. Once identified, he could finally equip them. After equipping all 10 pieces of straw gear, the system prompted a set bonus. All attributes increased by 10. At that moment, a circle of onlookers surrounded Zhu Heju, their jaws dropped in astonishment. It was as if Zhu Heju were performing magic, conjuring a full set of straw equipment from nowhere. Now resembling a scarecrow, he gained the 10 set bonus but found the simple crossbow's 100 attack far superior to the feeble straw whip. He discarded the whip and equipped the crossbow as his weapon. Status: Zhu Heju. Level 1. Combat power 83. Attack 123. Defense 30. HP 130,130. Stamina 100,100. Stall system level 1. Basic stall 1. Intermediate stall 1. Good heavens, his combat power had surged 8-fold and his attack had multiplied by 41 times. At that moment, Zhu Heju felt a sudden urge to go out and test his skills against some zombies. Brother Chu Yu. Apologies everyone. I've restocked a bit. As you can see, it's that attribute bearing straw hat. I've just equipped a full set. Brother Chu, do you mean this entire outfit matches that straw hat? Yes, the whole set. It's called the Scarecrow set, granting 30 attack, 30 defense and 30 HP. For an ordinary person with about 100 HP, wearing this set is like gaining an extra life. An extra life. The crowd exclaimed, their eyes burning with desire as they stared at the Scarecrow set on Zhu Heju. Meanwhile, Niu Aihua frowned. If killing him alone was already difficult, with Zhu Heju now wearing the Scarecrow set it would become even harder. Brother Chu, may I ask? How many copper coins does this entire set cost? Zhong Heping rubbed his hands together, speaking with embarrassment. Well, roughly 1 million copper coins. But this item is priceless, if sold it might cost even more. What? 1 million copper coins. For a moment everyone swallowed hard. This wasn't a million soft coins from peacetime, it was a million copper coins equivalent to 10,000 bottles of orange juice. Each person's mind churned, some shocked by the exorbitant value of the straw gear, others scheming on how to steal it. Their expressions varied. Zhu Heju knew that such groundbreaking items would inevitably provoke envy, even driving people to unscrupulous means to possess them. However, there was one way to completely eliminate this risk, to elevate his own strength far above the masses, widening the gap to an insurmountable degree. Then envy would transform into reverence. As the saying goes, power comes from the barrel of a gun. All conspiracies are mere paper tigers. Brother Chu, how many copper coins for this 10 straw hat? A full set has 10 pieces, each piece costs 1,000,000 copper coins. 1,000,000 copper coins. Now the crowd looked at the tagged straw hat and shook their heads. Who would have thought a simple straw hat could be so valuable? Big brother, please accept my worship. I'm willing to be your underling to serve your every need. Please take me in. No one expected old Xiao to throw himself at Chu Heji's feet, sobbing and pleading to become his follower. Uncle, are you out of your mind? I'm a merchant, not some gang leader. Why would I take on underlings? If you have money, buy my goods, if not, go earn some. At your age, becoming my underling, are you expecting me to support you? But how do I earn money? Simple. Kill zombies. Their heads contain blood crystals, I'm buying them for 500 copper coins each. Also gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, anything like that can be exchanged for cash. Big brother, I can't kill zombies either. But I do have plenty of gold, silver, jewelry and antiques at home. However, my place is far from here in Tsinghua in the western part of the city. If you could escort me home, I'd be willing to sell my antiques to you at half price. Forget it. We're in the city center and Tsinghua is in the western suburbs. Who knows how many zombies we'd encounter that far away. I don't have time to escort you home. Hearing that Chu Heju refused to escort him, old Xiao couldn't think of any other way to quickly obtain copper coins. Brother Chu, if you need gold, silver, jewelry and antiques, there are a few places worth visiting. Oh? Little Zhong, what places? Tell me. The gold and silver jewelry store Lao Fengxiang. Brother Chu, why not just head to the gold shop? It's the apocalypse now, no cops to stop us. Whoever grabs it keeps it. A gold shop, huh? Chu Heju nodded. That wasn't a bad idea. But there's an even better place. Since gold and silver jewelry works, why not just rob a bank? A single gold bar is worth 1,000 gold rings. As for antiques, the antique market is perfect. Sure, there are fakes, but plenty of genuine items too. Even if that uncle has a large collection at home, can it compare to the antique market? Gold shops, banks and the antique market, huh? It seemed he had a new destination after escaping the hospital. Chu Heju glanced at Zhong Heping. Little Zhong, you've got a sharp mind. You'd make a good strategist. Brother Chu, does that mean I can be your underling? A strategist type? No. I'm just a merchant, I don't take on underlings. Since you've provided such valuable information, I'll reward you. Here are 3 energy drinks as compensation. Energy drinks. Little Zhong took the 3 drinks curiously. They looked like H&O beverages, something these people had never seen before. Initially there were only 10 bottles of energy drinks. Apart from a few that Chu Heju consumed himself, the rest were either sold or given away and they were long gone. Thus these people had never seen the energy drinks. Oh, don't underestimate this energy drink. 1 bottle can keep you from needing food for half a day. It quenches thirst and satiates hunger. It's truly a fine thing. Brother Chu, how much for this energy drink? It's cheap, 100 copper coins per bottle. 100 copper coins. Several of them exchanged glances. Killing a single zombie yielded a blood crystal that could be traded for 5 bottles, a surefire risk-free deal. But killing zombies? They truly dared not. For a moment old Xiao and old Fei turned their gaze towards Zhaoyang, as he was the only one who had ever single-handedly slain a zombie. Don't look at me like that. I'm injured now, I can't kill any zombies. He Zhaoyang, you're the youngest here. I promise you this, if you go kill those zombies once this apocalypse ends, I'll promote you straight to deputy director. How about that? You know this apocalypse can't last forever. The nation will surely come to rescue us. The nation. It's been a month and I haven't seen a single rescuer. Don't be impatient. Perhaps they have other duties. You've seen that scarecrow set, it might be military technology. Zhaoyang, I promise you this, if you go kill those zombies, Xiao Shui is yours from now on. We 2 old men won't compete with you youngsters anymore. Are you serious? I Xiao Buzi swear that I won't touch Xiao Shui anymore. Her ownership is yours, Zhaoyang. Xiao Buzi knew that ever since Chu Heju arrived he had lost any authority here. Xiao Shui's fate was no longer his concern, so he readily relinquished her to Zhaoyang. I Fei Xinji feel the same. Good. You said it yourselves, as long as I kill zombies you'll never touch Xiao Shui again. She's mine. Absolutely. When the apocalypse ends, old Fei and I will jointly nominate you as deputy director. Deal. What are you all up to? At that moment the young nurse Xiao Shui approached, noticing old Xiao, old Fei and Zhaoyang whispering among themselves. Great, Xiao Shui. Director Qiao and Director Fei have decided to nominate me as deputy director after the apocalypse ends, and they've also given you to me. From now on you're mine alone. Zhaoyang reached out to grab Xiao Shui's arm. Take your filthy hands off me. Xiao Shui slapped his hand away. I'm not your private property. I don't belong to anyone, I belong only to myself. You'd better know your place. Xiao Shui, don't you know how I feel about you? Feelings. Can feelings be eaten? Can feelings help you survive? You can barely walk now and you want to take care of me. Look at yourself in the mirror. But if you could trade for a scarecrow set from that brother over there, I might consider dating you. You said it. If you're truly capable of that, it proves you're not entirely useless. Then dating you wouldn't be out of the question. Deal. With a smack, Xiao Shui planted a kiss on Xiao Xiong's cheek. If you can really get me a scarecrow set, I'll try dating you. Xiao Shui had only said it casually, but seeing Xiao Xiong take it seriously, she decided to give him a little incentive. Who knew, maybe he'd actually deliver. At that moment, Xiao Shui had a two-pronged plan. First, she would personally seduce Zhu Heju, hoping to get the scarecrow set for free. But if Zhu Heju remained as cold as ever, she would have to rely on Xiao Xiong. Just then Xiao Xiong limped toward Zhu Heju. Xiao Xiong clenched his fists. For Xiao Shui, for love. Big brother. What is it? Zhu Heju was studying the knowledge scroll when he looked up to find Xiao Xiong approaching, his expression less than pleasant. Big brother, I want to trade for that gear you're wearing, the scarecrow set. I need to know how much gold and jewelry it takes to equal 1 million copper coins. Seeing Xiao Xiong's earnest look, Zhu Heju directly took out a gold ring and handed it to him. A ring like this is worth about 500 copper coins. For 1 million copper coins you'd need 2,000 such rings. As for gold bars, I don't have any to estimate, probably more. 2,000 gold rings. Xiao Xiong murmured, then bowed to Zhu Heju. Thank you, big brother. I have one more question. Speak freely. If I gather 2,000 gold rings, where can I find you? Well, I can't tell you that for now. But since I'm a merchant, after I leave the hospital and loot the jewelry stores, banks and antique markets, I'll likely head to a survivor base. If you can find me, just go there. Good, big brother. Wait for me, I will buy that set of gear. Keep at it, young man. With this gear, killing zombies will be a breeze and beauties will flock to you like bees to honey. I will. Xiao Xiong seemed to envision Xiao Shui begging him to be her boyfriend, and a slight smile crept across his lips. Zhu Heju watched Xiao Xiong leave with renewed vigor and shook his head. By the time Xiao Xiong gathered 1 million copper coins, he would likely have upgraded several tiers, and this basic gear would be a dime a dozen. Zhu Heju was now using the knowledge scroll to appraise equipment, specifically items with a high recycling value, at least 100,000 copper coins or more. Since each knowledge scroll cost 100,000 copper coins, anything cheaper wouldn't be worth the scroll. First on the list was the mysterious rope. Zhu Heju directly appraised it. System soul locking rope absorbs the essence of deceased beings within a 1 meter radius. Those at the first rank or above can devour to absorb all the rope's essence. Those below the first rank will suffer backlash, their life force instantly drained by the rope. Current essence 010000. This? Zhu Heju's eyes widened. What was this? Essence of the dead. Zhu Heju tried it. The soul locking rope didn't belong to any equipment slot, so he wasn't sure how to wear it. In the end, he simply wrapped it around his wrist. In the distance, Xiao Shui noticed Zhu Heju wearing the red string from her ankle on his wrist, and a smirk played on her lips. Is this a hint? It seems this young man might be interested in me. Zhu Heju tied the red string around his wrist, allowing it to absorb the essence of nearby deceased beings. He would only test it later. For now, he had one crucial task: appraising the blood crystal. The next task was to identify the blood crystal. Zhu Heju speculated that this blood crystal likely had some kind of effect. At this moment, he held a knowledge scroll and cautiously examined a blood crystal. System inferior blood crystal, a crystal formed from the coagulated essence of zombies, containing immense energy and serving as the energy source that drives the zombies' movements. Consuming it grants 10 to life limit, 10 to attack power, and 10 to defense, but simultaneously reduces energy limit by 50. It contains violent energy that may damage the nervous system, and the side effects are considerable. Use with caution. When energy drops to 0, it will mutate into an undead creature. Zhu Heju was once again stunned beyond measure. The energy contained in this small blood crystal was equivalent to that of his 3 pieces of equipment. However, the side effects of this blood crystal were indeed severe, requiring a reduction of 50 to his mental energy limit. He glanced at his current mental energy limit. Now he could only consume 1 inferior blood crystal. If he ate 2, he might mutate into an undead creature. What a double-edged sword. After all, it consumes 50 mental energy to gain those 3 attributes. Zhu Heju hesitated for a moment, then directly tossed the blood crystal into his mouth. You can catch a wolf if you don't part with the cub. 50 energy for the other 3 attributes, it's worth it. A surge of scorching energy slid down Zhu Heju's esophagus into his stomach. He felt as if his stomach was about to explode, and then the energy began to move towards his lower abdomen, followed by the rest of his body. As fast as one could say it, this process lasted only for a few breaths. Zhu Heju opened his eyes and a trace of red streaked his white eyeballs. He felt as if an unnamed fire within him wanted to vent. It seems that this blood crystal can also make one irritable. 1 blood crystal is already the maximum, eating 2 would likely cause me to lose consciousness completely. Zhu Heju's action of throwing the blood crystal into his mouth was very swift. Everyone thought he was eating something except for Niuaihua, who noticed that motion. Isn't that the blood crystal from a zombie's head? Can this thing be eaten? Zhu Heju clenched his fist tightly after finishing the blood crystal, feeling a slight increase in strength, though it might just be a psychological effect. Bang. Crash. Suddenly a sound of something shattering came from outside. Zhang Heping ran out directly and in a few seconds he rushed back in. Brother Chu, it's not good. The zombies in the infectious disease department have smashed the glass door. What? At this moment old Xiao and old Fei also rushed over. Big brother, hurry and put on the isolation suit. These are all zombies infected with diseases. Chu Heju didn't waste any words, his life was at stake. He walked directly to the box where the isolation suits were stored. 3 complete isolation suits plus 5 damaged ones. Chumo, where's the tape? There's some in the cabinet next to it, he'll go get it. Chu Heju began to don the isolation suit, of course putting on the intact one. No joke, his life was the most important, he wasn't that noble. Especially since none of these people were truly willing to follow him, there were even some who wanted to claim his scarecrow suit for themselves. Sister Hua, Chumo, Xiao Zhong, there are 2 intact isolation suits left. You 3 decide with scissors paper stone. No need, brother Chu, you'll wear the damaged one. Just stick it with tape and it will be fine. Alright, hurry and put on the isolation suits. We are leaving here soon. Big brother, but it's almost dark. Where are we supposed to escape to now? The parking lot to the north. Once we get there it will be safe. Big brother, how do you plan to get there? Old Fei said while putting on his isolation suit. Old Xiao had a face like he had eaten something unpleasant. If he had known that these isolation suits would end up on him, he would never have destroyed them. Now it was too late, he had really shot himself in the foot. My plan is to escape from the infectious disease department to the north gate. Big brother, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but going from the infectious disease department to the north gate requires passing through the morgue, which is not safe. Morgue? What's unsafe about it? You may not know this, but many patients died when the apocalypse struck, and due to a thick fog the bodies were not promptly removed. I now have a concern that these deceased bodies may very likely turn into zombies or even more terrifying creatures than zombies. Damn, why didn't you say this earlier? Big brother, you didn't ask. Xiao Zhong, didn't you say we could go directly from the infectious disease department to the north gate? Brother Chu, I'm just a delivery guy. I saw that the infectious disease department had a back door that could go directly to the north gate. Who knew it was the morgue? Bang bang bang. The glass door had already been smashed by the zombies, and now the zombies were banging on the second iron door. Everyone finished putting on their suits, and those in damaged isolation suits began using tape to secure the damaged areas with the help of others. To reach the north gate they had to pass through the morgue. This was quite unsettling. Even if those corpses didn't turn into zombies, it was still disturbing. What's your name, sir? My name is Fei Shinjiji. Old Fei, where is the morgue in this building? Half of the entire first floor is the morgue. There is a quarantine door between the infectious disease department and the morgue. If we want to go to the north gate we must pass through the morgue. Damn it, that's so uncomfortable. Is there no other way? Besides the north gate, the west gate is also an option, but it's a bit far and there might be several times more zombies. No way, I don't have that many crossbow bolts for a horde of zombies. Old Fei and you all, are you escaping the hospital with us or staying in this isolation room? Brother, I want to follow you. Big brother, we also want to escape with you. They knew that if they missed this opportunity there might not be a next time. That box of decaying food wouldn't last 3 days. Alright, but I have one condition: everyone must follow orders, do not act on your own, and don't attract zombies recklessly. Otherwise before I deal with the zombies I'll deal with you first. Chu Heju said fiercely. If someone disobeyed orders midway it would be easy to attract zombies and then it would be a complete wipeout. That's not a problem, I'm Old Fei the first to support Big Brother. We also promise to obey orders. Good, you all tidy up and wait for me at the door. Chu Heju glanced at the sofa and respirator on the ground. It was best not to directly take these things back to the warehouse in front of them as it would be too conspicuous. He could only distract them first and then take them into the warehouse. As everyone left the isolation room the zombies' roars grew more intense and the sound of the banging on the door gradually increased. The group finished packing. Aside from Chu Heju and Nyo Aihua, everyone else was holding a fire axe. As for why the crossbow sold to Zhong Heping was now in Nyo Aihua's hands, that was none of Chu Heju's concern. The customer had the right to dispose of purchased goods as they saw fit. At that moment the zombies behind the iron gate stretched their arms through the gaps, wildly clawing and snarling at Chu Heju and his companions. 2 zombies. Chu Heju raised his crossbow, aimed at the forehead of the zombie behind the iron gate and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! 3 bolts in quick succession and the zombie collapsed dead against the iron gate. 3 bolts. His current attack power was 133. 3 bolts dealt 399 damage, meaning the zombie's health was likely within that range. Chu Heju swiftly dispatched the other zombie as well, also expending 3 bolts. Does anyone have the key to this iron gate? I do, Big Brother, I have the key. Xiao Xiong quickly raised his hand and spoke. Then opened the door. Xiao Xiong pulled a key from his pocket and unlocked the iron gate. As the gate swung open the 2 zombies hanging on it toppled forward. Who's willing to dig out the blood crystals from the zombies' heads? You'll pay 100 copper coins each. Well. Though tempted by the 100 copper coins, everyone hesitated, knowing these zombies carried infectious diseases. One wrong move could lead to infection. Let me do it. Their protective suits are torn, it wouldn't be good if anyone got infected. Huajie. Xiaochu, lend me a dagger. Here? Chu Heju handed a dagger to Huajie. Surprised by her transformation, she dared to dissect a zombie's head. The scene was too gruesome, everyone turned away. A few minutes later Nyoihua returned holding a bloodstained crystal. Lucky I found one. Huajie, that's 100 copper coins for you. What would you like to buy? Just a sports drink. Alright, I'll trade with you after we dig out the other zombie. Nyoihua went back to extract the blood crystal from the other zombie. Meanwhile Chu Heju began consulting Old Fei. Old Fei were on the 4th floor. Any suggestions for getting to the first? Big brother, please don't call me Old Fei, just Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, how old are you? 53. Xiao Fei, go on, what's your suggestion for reaching the 1st floor? Take the west staircase straight down to the 1st floor, pass through the quarantine door, then the morgue, and exit through the north gate. Brother, I have a much better idea that completely avoids the morgue. Oh? Miss, what's your suggestion? If I'm not mistaken, we can slide down the drainage pipe from the 2nd floor directly to the 1st, bypassing the morgue entirely. Isn't that better? The drainage pipe? No, climbing down that pipe would be the death of us. If we fall, we'll be crippled or worse. Old Fei objected and Xiao Xiong's face turned pale, his injured thigh made climbing the pipe extremely risky. Then we'll go down the drainage pipe from the 2nd floor. If you find it too difficult, you're welcome to take the morgue route. But, big brother, we wouldn't dare go through the morgue alone, there might be zombies in there. Then it's settled, we'll use the drainage pipe. Miss, if we escape successfully, I'll reward you with a sports drink. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. And anyone else with good suggestions will be generously rewarded. Just then Nyoihua returned empty-handed. Sorry Xiaochu, the other zombie didn't have a blood crystal. That's fine, 1 out of 2 is already good odds. Earlier we only got 1 from 4. Huajie, here's your sports drink, consider it your wages. Now let's move out to the 2nd floor. Miss, lead the way, any problems? No problem, leave it to me, brother. Xiao Shui headed toward the west staircase, followed closely by Chu Heju, then Nyoihua, Xiong Chu, Mojong Heping, and finally Old Fei, Old Xiao, and Xiao Xiong. Old Fei, it looks like Xiao Shui is about to betray us. I think so too, she's probably trying to latch onto that young security guard. Nonsense. Xiao Shui isn't that kind of person. Xiao Xiong, you're still too naive. These days women would rather cry in a BMW than smile on a bicycle, that's human nature, that's reality. No, Xiao Shui isn't like that. Xiao Xiong clenched his fists, his gaze burning as he stared ahead. Xiao Shui at the front was already out of his sight. Sire, simp's love is worthless. Back in my day, old Xiao I. Cut the bragging, hurry up and keep up. If we get out of this hospital, I'm heading north to Maidong Yinhua to find a girl. Damn, still thinking about girls. That place is probably overrun with zombies by now. Sigh, I wish I'd gone more often in peacetime. Now even if I went, it'd be full of zombies, useless. Old Xiao, you'll die because of women one day. We're struggling just to survive and you're still obsessing over them. Well, when there's nothing left to live for, you've got to find some pleasure. The group slowly made their way to the 3rd floor, where Xiao Shui suddenly stopped. Chu Heju spotted a nurse in uniform standing with her back to them in the corridor, limping slowly away, a pitiful sight. Hey, why aren't we moving? Someone from behind muttered. The sound caught the nurse zombie's attention. She turned slowly, revealing a face that was once beautiful, but her entire lower jaw was missing, dark red fluid dripping from her mouth, and her chest was stained with a crusted blackish patch of dried blood. The nurse zombie held a scalpel in her hand. Seeing her colleague Xiao Shui coming down the stairs, she lunged forward, swinging the blade. Hun. The nurse zombie tried to roar, but without a jaw, even that was a luxury, only a strange guttural sound escaped her throat. Mom. Xiao Shui at the front was terrified by the nurse zombie and immediately turned to bury herself in Chu Heju's arms. Get behind me. Chu Heju pushed Xiao Shui aside, raised his crossbow and aimed at the nurse zombie's head, pulling the trigger. The bolt struck the nurse zombie's forehead, snapping her head back, but only momentarily. She turned, accelerated, and lunged straight at Chu Heju. Whoosh! Another bolt hit the nurse zombie's face, but she was already upon him. She swung the scalpel, aiming to stab Chu Heju. Suddenly Xiao Shui from behind threw herself onto Chu Heju's back, pushing him a step forward. The nurse zombie lunged at Chu Heju with a scalpel, intending to stab him. Just as he tried to evade, Xiao Shui pushed him from behind and he instinctively crouched down and rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the nurse zombie's attack. Thud. Ah. With the sound of the scalpel piercing flesh, Chu Heju turned around to see the nurse zombie's scalpel embedded in Xiao Shui's shoulder. Chu Heju forcefully pushed the nurse zombie away with his shoulder, then kicked out. The nurse zombie stumbled back and Chu Heju seized the opportunity to notch an arrow and shoot at the zombie's forehead. Uah. The nurse zombie opened her mouth wide, her blooded and mangled appearance made Chu Heju feel nauseous. Whoosh! Another crossbow bolt shot straight into the nurse zombie's mouth. 3 arrows, she should be dead by now. However, the nurse zombie did not behave as Chu Heju expected. After a brief pause, she quickly lunged at him. Come on, still not dead. Chu Heju switched to a fire axe, swinging it down at the nurse zombie's head. Thud. Uah. The nurse zombie's scalpel stabbed toward him and Chu Heju quickly retreated. The fire axe was still lodged in the nurse zombie's head. Had he not discarded it earlier, he might have been stabbed by the scalpel. I refuse to believe this. Zhu Heju notched another arrow, aiming for the nurse zombie's mouth. Whoosh! Thud. The nurse zombie fell to the ground, struck by the arrow, and the fire axe was also knocked away. This nurse zombie was indeed difficult to kill. The previous 2 zombies had died with 3 arrows, while this one required 4 arrows and 1 axe to finally take down, suggesting that her health was at least over 500. Zhu Heju furrowed his brow. Could it be that zombies have varying health values? Some zombies have more health than others. Considering the mutated zombie that Fan Jian had, he had shot it over 20 times without killing it. This meant that its health must be over 2,000, which could be troublesome. Without knowing the enemy's health, he might end up in big trouble. No way, I need to quickly gather supplies and upgrade to stronger weapons. This scarecrow set is too low tier, it's utterly useless. Ouch. Ouch. Xiao Shui, you alright? At this moment Zhu Heju turned to see Xiao Xiong supporting Xiao Shui, who was dripping with cold sweat and looked pale. Zhu Heju intended to ask her why she pushed him, but seeing her condition he decided against it. Perhaps it was an accident. He took out a bottle of healing medicine and a band-aid and walked over. Miss, please drink this medicine first. The wound needs to be bandaged quickly. Excuse me. Xiao Shui pushed Xiao Xiong's arm away forcefully. Brother, you can help me bandage it. I don't have the strength, please help me take it off. Excuse me. Standing nearby, Xiao Xiong bit her lower lip in frustration. How could Xiao Shui push her away to let a stranger help her bandage? But upon seeing Zhu Heju take out that miraculous band-aid, she realized it wasn't the time for petty disputes. Zhu Heju didn't hold back. He removed Xiao Shui's isolation suit, then unbuttoned her top. Her snowy skin was alluring, but Zhu Heju merely glanced and then ripped off the protective layer from the band-aid and applied it to the wound. After zipping up the suit, the bleeding stopped immediately. Thank you, brother. No need for thanks, just drink this medicine. Zhu Heju opened the cap of the healing medicine and supported Xiao Shui's head to help her drink. Zhu Heju had also assessed the healing medicine. It increased health by 10 per second for 5 seconds, meaning this bottle could restore 50 health points, which is half of an average person's life. He believed that the blood Xiao Shui lost should be enough to recover. In fact, with the rope that Xiao Shui exchanged earlier, she could buy numerous bottles of healing medicine, which could be considered a small reward for himself. Thank you, brother. I feel much better now. How about it? Can you get up and keep moving? Xiao Shui attempted to stand. Brother, I'm fine. I can do it. I'm sorry for stepping wrong earlier. No worries, as long as you're alright, just fix your clothes and patch up the damaged areas of your isolation suit. Let me help you with that. At this moment Xiong Chumo stepped forward, pulling out a roll of tape from who knows where. Thank you, Chumo. No need for thanks, we were good friends before, weren't we? Thank you, Chumo. I was wrong to you before. That's all in the past now. At this moment Niu Aihua squinted her eyes. Indeed, she was the one who pushed Xiao Shui, causing her to bump into Zhu Heju. She had hoped the nurse zombie would stab Zhu Heju, but instead it was this little nurse who took the hit. However, Xiao Shui didn't mention that someone had pushed her. She merely cast a sidelong glance at Niu Aihua, knowing the woman had ill intentions. She realized that since she wasn't part of their group, no one would believe her accusations without proof. She needed evidence, proof that caught her in the act. Chumo was a big-chested, brainless and ugly woman, the kind that beauties like Xiao Shui preferred as friends. After all, even flowers need green leaves to complement them, and Xiong Chumo was just a green leaf to highlight her beauty. To entice Zhu Heju, now was the time for Chumo to play the supporting role, so Xiao Shui temporarily restored her friendship with Chumo. As for that old woman Niu Aihua, Xiao Shui couldn't tell whether she was jealous of her beauty or had other motives. All she could do was wait and see. Zhu Heju cleaned the crossbow bolt and fire axe, extracting a blood crystal from the nurse zombie's head. Let's keep moving. He glanced at Xiao Shui, who was being supported by Xiong Chumo, looking as if she could still walk. The group did not explore the 3rd floor and instead went down to the 2nd floor via the stairs. This time Zhu Heju led the way, as it was just 1 floor and he could guess the route. Brother, there might be more patients on the 2nd floor. The contagious diseases here are relatively mild, but we can't be careless. I understand. Zhu Heju descended slowly, layer by layer. There were no zombies on the 2nd floor, but just as he stepped down the stairs, Zhu Heju noticed a corpse on the ground nearby with only the head and upper torso remaining. The lower half was missing, even the bones and its intestines were dragged far away, leaving a long trail of blood on the floor. The corpse still had a somewhat intact head with long yellow hair, suggesting it had been female in life. He just didn't know if she was a nurse or a patient. Zhu Heju glanced into the distance. The doors in the corridor were open, the iron door violently breached and lying to the side. Looking around, there were no zombies in the corridor. Could it be that all the zombies went to the 1st floor? Zhu Heju instructed the others to wait here while he ventured alone into the corridor. Zhu Heju slowly circumvented the mutilated corpse and continued down the corridor. Passing several rooms, he found each door shattered and the interiors vacant. Reaching the middle of the hallway without encountering any zombies, Zhu Heju turned back and waved to the group. The others began to cautiously advance, also stepping around the mangled remains. Each face twisted in disgust at the sight, silently vowing that if death were to come, they would rather leap from a building than be devoured alive. Perhaps stirred by the footsteps, the severed head suddenly opened its eyes. My God! Lao Qiao trailing behind jumped in terror. Quick, hurry. That head's eyes are open. Lao Fei turned to witness the hair-raising sight, a lone head with eyes wide, its jaw chattering as it gnashed its teeth. Those ahead noticed the commotion. Move on. It's just a head, can it fly up and bite you? Chu Heju didn't bother to destroy the head, his only goal to escape this cursed hospital. Suddenly a roar echoed from the corridor ahead as a horde of zombies emerged. Damn. At the far end of the hallway a swarm of zombies poured out of a room. They are having a gathering. Fall back to the 3rd floor. Too late, there are zombies behind us too. Lao Fei's shrill voice pierced the air. Chu Heju spotted zombies ascending from the 1st floor. Spotting an open door he darted inside. This way. The room was a standard ward with a single bed, likely a private room in the infectious disease unit. Chu Heju rushed to the window only to find it sealed shut. This is the contagion ward, windows are sealed to prevent patients from opening them, Lao Fei explained. No choice, we'll have to break it. Chu Heju swung the fire axe against the glass. Fortunately it wasn't bulletproof and with a few strikes the window shattered. He tore away the broken frame and peered out, spotting a white drainage pipe. You go first, I'll cover the rear. Zhaoyang closed the door and with others bracing it Chu Heju shoved the bed against it for reinforcement. Zhaoyang descend first and prepare to catch the others. Everyone else follow in order. Be careful, big brother. Xiao Shui supported by Xiong Chumo approached and kissed Chu Heju on the cheek. Xiao Shui. Chumo incensed tried to kiss him too but Chu Heju dodged aside. Ladies, can we focus on escaping? Zhaoyang had already begun climbing down while the 2 old men eagerly awaited their turn. The zombies outside the door were more ferocious than any Chu Heju had faced before. Were these zombies stronger or were they all evolving? He felt a pang of unease. Big sister, you go first. You go, your leg's injured. I'll follow, I can help Xiao Chu with my crossbow. All right. Xiao Xiong didn't hesitate climbing down the pipe despite the bandaged thigh slowing her movements. With a crash the door and its glass shattered as zombies clawed through the gaps toward Chu Heju. He switched to the fire axe hacking at the reaching limbs. Huajia go. Goodbye Xiao Chu. What? Big brother, watch out. Xiao Shui's scream from below alerted him. Turning he saw Niu Aihua now outside on the pipe aiming her crossbow at him. A bolt whizzed past grazing his hair before striking a zombie. Chu Heju ducked just in time. Huajie. Why? You killed a Kai. You must die. Niu Aihua loaded another bolt. Chu Heju raised his own crossbow and fired before she could. The bolt struck her shoulder and she fell backward, her eyes locked on him with a faint smile on her lips. Xiao Chu. You won't escape. She clung to the pipe having slashed it with a knife. Niu Aihua pulled the pipe sideways, wrenching it from the wall as her body plummeted. A heavy thud echoed as she hit the ground outside. A smile spread across her face as if she saw a Kai beckoning her. More zombies poured in. Chu Heju abandoned the fight and scrambled onto the windowsill. The pipe was severed, leaving no handhold. It was only the 2nd floor, but the raised 1st floor and steps made it nearly 1.5 stories high. No choice. He turned, gripped the sill, lowered himself and dropped. From about 1 story he hoped to survive. The pursuing zombies lunged, tumbling off the sill from momentum. Ignoring his twisted ankle, Chu Heju rolled aside just as a zombie crashed headfirst into the ground. The group rushed forward, axes swinging, and dispatched the fallen creature. Chu Heju looked up to see zombies at the window waving but not jumping, perhaps the first one was shoved off by accident. His ankle throbbed from the awkward landing. We need to get to the north gate. Knowing it was close he refused to stop. Zhaoyang offered to help but Chu Heju waved him off. Scout ahead, don't worry about me. He walked over to Xiao Shui. Thanks for earlier. You're welcome. Her kiss had carried a whispered warning, on the stairs that big sister pushed me. Be careful, big brother. That warning had made him wary of Niu Aihua and Xiao Shui's later shout had saved him. He owed her a debt. Chu Heju did not wish to owe anyone a favor. Once this matter was settled he would repay Xiao Shui's kindness. However, to his utter astonishment, Niu Aihua actually intended to kill him. This was something he had never anticipated. It was ironic considering he had even planned to lend her a helping hand. As for Zhong Heping, he had previously been allied with Niu Aihua. Who knew what schemes lurked in his mind? It was entirely possible that Zhong Heping was complicit in Niu Aihua's plot to kill him. Now that they were outside, Chu Heju immediately removed the hood of his isolation suit. The fresh air was a relief, wearing that hood had nearly suffocated him. The others had already taken off their hoods and even discarded their isolation suits in a corner. A system notification chimed indicating that the goods had refreshed. The goods had now refreshed. Although it was possible to purchase 2 types of items simultaneously, if one type was not fully stocked it would remain available. Thus the purchase interface now displayed, aside from the remaining 43 knowledge scrolls, another newly refreshed item. The system described a Molotov cocktail, a makeshift incendiary device made from gasoline, a beer bottle and rags with a purchase price of 100 copper coins. A Molotov cocktail, huh? Not a bad area of effect throwing weapon. Chu Heju did not hesitate and directly purchased 21 bottles, depleting his savings. He realized he must earn money quickly or even restocking would become a problem. Brother, it's bad. There are zombies ahead. Someone exclaimed. On the road leading to the north gate a few zombies were staggering about. Zhaoyang noticed an open door nearby. What's that? That's the exit of the morgue. It seemed the corpses from the morgue had also risen. With only 5 crossbow bolts left they were utterly unable to fight a horde of zombies. Zhaoyang glanced at the tall wall beside him. I've got it. Zhaoyang walked directly to the wall, took out a leather sofa and stood it upright. Everyone climb over the wall using this. The group was no longer particularly surprised by Zhaoyang's ability to produce a leather sofa out of thin air. After all, they had already seen his scarecrow suit, so other strange occurrences seemed plausible. Zhaoyang was the first to climb up. On the other side of the wall was a patch of grass with a parking lot in the distance. This was a temporary parking lot built on undeveloped land, an area awaiting construction but delayed due to holdout homeowners, so it had been converted into a makeshift parking lot. From his perch on the wall, Zhaoyang could even see zombies wandering in the parking lot. Damn, there are quite a few zombies here too, he said, turning back. Keep your voice down. There are zombies over there too. Don't attract their attention. Zhaoyang jumped down from the wall, landing in the grass without drawing the notice of the distant zombies. One by one the others climbed over, with Zhaoyang helping them down. Night had fallen and the group moved stealthily along the edge of the parking lot, heading westward. Wait here. I'll go check over there. Zhaoyang crept along the base of the wall toward the west. If his memory served him correctly, Niuehua had fallen outside the wall at that spot. Since she had tried to kill him, Zhaoyang saw no reason to spare her life. Zhaoyang took out a flashlight and followed the wall to the spot outside the window where she had fallen. The drainage pipe still leaned against the wall. He shone the light on the ground. The grass was flattened and a pool of blood was visible, but there was no sign of Niuehua. She didn't die. It was already dark. To avoid attracting zombies, Zhaoyang did not search extensively with his flashlight, fearing it might draw more of them. Reluctantly he returned to the group. Brother, what happened? No one. She might have escaped. Zhaoyang then fixed his gaze on Zhong Heping. Brother Chu, don't look at me like that. I knew Sister Hua, but I really didn't know she wanted to harm you. Do you think I believe that? Zhaoyang aimed the crossbow directly at Zhong Heping's head. Tell me, why did you give the crossbow to Niuehua? If you don't have a good reason, he'll kill you right now. Brother Chu, please spare me. 3. Brother Chu, I really didn't know. 2. Brother Chu, most of the jewelry used to exchange for the crossbow belonged to Sister Hua. She wanted it and I had no choice but to give it to her. 1. Seems like you're pretty stubborn. Still not talking her. Brother Chu, I'm truly wronged. I really didn't know Sister Hua wanted to kill you. Zhaoyang turned away. You can leave. Whether you knew Niuehua's motives or not, you're still implicated. We've escaped the hospital. From now on we go our separate ways. Brother Chu. Enough. Niuehua is only injured and probably still alive. Follow the wall west and you might find her. Zhong Heping left. Zhaoyang did not kill him. Watching Zhong Heping's retreating figure, Zhaoyang knew that the young man had definitely made some kind of deal with Niuehua. Moreover, Zhong Heping was tight-lipped and he couldn't extract any information for now. Zhaoyang turned to the remaining few. Let's go too. Once we find a suitable place, we'll part ways. Brother, you're leaving. We are all just passers-by in each other's lives. Escaping the hospital means our fates have run their course. You saw it too. Niuehua, Zhong Heping and I were companions who escaped together. Yet Niuehua wanted to kill me. When I rushed into the isolation room, I shot some of you with crossbow bolts for certain reasons. Don't tell me none of you ever thought about killing me. Brother, we really haven't. If you hadn't led us out, we would have been devoured by zombies long ago. Enough. Don't try to convince me with reasons you don't even believe yourselves. I know you'd love to kill me, but you still need me, so you had no choice but to follow me out of the hospital. It doesn't matter. I've said it before, I'm a businessman. Our relationship is purely transactional, no hierarchy, no friendship, just a simple merchant-customer dynamic. Let's not talk about that now. First we need to find a place to sleep. We can't spend the night in the wilderness. When the group heard that Zhaoyang intended to leave them, a wave of sorrow swept through the team. No one spoke, they simply followed quietly behind him. Of course it wasn't sorrow over parting with Zhaoyang personally, they had only known him for half a day and had no emotional bond. As for the true reason for their melancholy, perhaps only they themselves knew in their hearts. Everyone followed Zhaoyang with heavy hearts, not a word was spoken. The northwest side was the exit of the parking lot. Once they got out they could flee directly. The group followed Zhaoyang along the wall towards the northwest. To avoid attracting the attention of zombies with the flashlight, Zhaoyang did not use it at all, relying solely on the faint moonlight to navigate. However, as they approached the parking lot exit, Zhaoyang signaled for everyone to stop. The area leading to the parking lot exit was crowded with vehicles, and by the moonlight Zhaoyang could vaguely see several zombies wandering around the cars. We can't go out through the exit, these people were probably queuing to escape and now not a single one remains. Big brother, we can climb over the wall, we're not driving, so there's no need to go out through the exit. You reminded me of something important, Old Fei said at that moment. Zhu Heju glanced at the wall beside him. It wasn't built of bricks but rather a construction fence made of iron frames coated in advertising standing 3 to 4 meters high, making it impossible to climb over. I've got it. Zhu Heju discovered a dog hole in the corner of the construction fence and quickly crouched down, slipping through a gap at the bottom of the wall. What? The people behind saw Zhu Heju directly crawl through the dog hole. Crawl through the dog hole. As long as we can get out, I'd gladly crawl through a dung pit. At that moment Zhaoyang didn't hesitate either and followed Zhu Heju through the hole, with the others following suit. Outside was a small grove. After Zhu Heju crawled through, he waited for the others in the grove, and once they caught up he slowly made his way westward. The small grove was not large, and ahead was a 3 to 4 story building. Behind it lay a massive open-air parking lot, likely making the grove a sound barrier. I know this place. This building is the sales office in the new city, Zhaoyang whispered to Zhu Heju. How do you know? I came to look at houses before, but since I had no money I just browsed around. By the way, I have a question. Was the apocalypse in the morning, noon or afternoon? That's hard to say. I just know that on the morning of the apocalypse there was a thick fog. Perhaps it was related to that fog. In the morning? Zhu Heju thought for a moment. If it was morning, the sales office might not have opened yet as there were no vehicles in sight. Perhaps the employees were given a day off because of the fog. If I'm guessing correctly, there should be no one at the sales office. Let's go well rest there tonight. Be careful and try not to make any noise. Zhu Heju took out his crossbow, and after passing through the grove they reached a concrete square with parking spaces. Zhu Heju slowly approached the sales office. The group gradually neared the back door of the sales office, which was locked from the outside, indicating that there was likely no one inside. To avoid making noise, Zhu Heju decided to check the surrounding windows. Everyone spread out and see if there are any unlocked windows. Several people searched in both directions from the entrance. Brother, there's a window open here. To everyone's surprise, it was Xiao Shui who found it first. Zhu Heju headed towards Xiao Shui's direction and saw a window on the wall wide open. He shone his flashlight inside and discovered it was a restroom. Great. It seems it was left open for ventilation and the cleaner didn't manage to close it. After saying that, Zhu Heju bit the flashlight with his mouth and crawled through the window. It was a women's restroom. Although the back door was locked, there was no telling if there were any zombies inside. Zhu Heju crouched down and shone the flashlight at each stall. If someone or a zombie was present, he would be able to see their feet. None of the stalls had feet visible, so it seemed there were really no zombies. You all come in now, Zhu Heju instructed everyone to crawl in through the window. This is a women's restroom. I checked it earlier and there are no zombies. This will be our base in this building. After all, the building is too large to search thoroughly at the moment. It's already nighttime and searching at night is too dangerous, so we decided to rest in this women's restroom tonight. Our brother, are we really going to stay in the women's restroom for the night? It's relatively clean here and there are no unpleasant odors. Besides, if any danger arises, this window will also serve as our escape route. Alright, but it feels strange to spend the night in a women's restroom. Everyone began to set up camp in the women's restroom. Although it felt a bit awkward, it was still better than camping outdoors. Besides, this was the end of the world. Having a place to sleep was already quite good and no one had too many demands. Hey! Where's old Xiao? Suddenly Old Fei noticed that old Xiao was missing. Old Xiao? Yes, old Xiao was right next to me, but I just realized he seems to be gone. Everyone come over here. Zhu Heju gathered everyone together, which amounted to 5 people, and indeed that old man was missing. When was the last time you saw old Xiao? Big brother, the last time I saw old Xiao was before crawling through the dog hole. He followed me in and I didn't pay attention after that. Old Xiao couldn't have hidden in one of the stalls, could he? Everyone take a flashlight. Initially only Zhu Heju had a flashlight while the others followed behind him, but old Xiao's sudden disappearance made Zhu Heju feel that things were not so simple. There might be enemies here. Zhu Heju took out the flashlight from the storage and distributed one to each person. Old Fei, watch the restroom. Do you guard the window? Zhu Mo and Xiao Shui, you stay here while I check each stall. After making arrangements, Zhu Heju began to check each stall one by one. There were only 6 stalls and he would finish checking them soon. Nothing. Old Xiao was still here when we crawled through the dog hole. After that I didn't hear him speak again. Help. At that moment a cry for help came from outside, but after that there was no further sound. That's old Xiao's voice. Old Fei should know old Xiao best. He could tell just by listening that it was old Xiao's voice. You all stay here and wait for me. I'll go take a look. Brother, I want to go too. Keep watch at the restroom door and window. Don't let anyone in except me. I'll be right back. Zhu Heju opened the window and jumped out, shining the flashlight around. This was the parking lot behind the sales office, which was empty at the time. Help. Another cry for help came, and this time Zhu Heju captured the direction of the sound. It was coming from the small grove he had just crawled through. The cries for help came from the small grove ahead. Zhu Heju, holding a flashlight in one hand and a fire axe in the other, charged straight toward it. Old Xiao. As he drew nearer, Zhu Heju called softly into the grove, but only a low muffled sound answered. There was no response from old Xiao. The grove exuded an eerie aura. Had it not been for the desperate cries he had heard earlier, Zhu Heju would never have dared to enter. The grove spanned only a few meters. As Chu Heju dashed in, he discovered old Qiao bound up like a zongzi. Old Qiao was trussed up entirely, a leaf plastered over his mouth. When he saw Chu Heju, he writhed frantically, emitting muffled sounds. The leaf seemed to stick to his lips like tape. Chu Heju quickly scanned the surroundings but spotted no enemy. He dashed over and tore the leaf from old Qiao's mouth. "Watch out behind." No sooner had Chu Heju ripped off the leaf than old Qiao urgently warned him. Without a moment's thought, Chu Heju rolled aside and swung his fire axe. He felt it strike something, but the target made no sound. He quickly retreated a few steps and aimed his flashlight. The sight before him made Chu Heju's eyes widen. But as the flashlight beam swept over, the enemy darted away and vanished. This? To Chu Heju's shock, it was a tree with a human face. Darkness enveloped everything and a cold sweat trickled down his back. A tree turned into a spirit and it's attacking people. This defied Chu Heju's understanding. Humans becoming zombies was one thing, but a tree gaining sentience. Meanwhile, strands of vine were slowly coiling around Chu Heju's legs. Sensing a slight movement near his feet, he shone the light down and saw vines slithering like snakes winding into his pant legs. What the hell? Seeing the vines creep up, Chu Heju leaped aside and hacked at them with his axe. But the vines were incredibly tough and the axe was soon entangled. Chu Heju abandoned the axe and drew his dagger. Surprisingly, the blade was sharper than the axe, and with a few cuts he severed the encroaching vines. "Boss, save me." "Shut up. If your noise attracts zombies, it'll leave you behind." After the vines were cut, several tendrils began to retract. Chu Heju started slicing the vines binding old Qiao. "Boss, watch your back." Again. Chu Heju dodged aside, expecting the tree spirit to be behind him, but instead several vines rose high like cobras. Damn it, if a sick cat doesn't show its claws, you think him a tiger. The axe was useless, the dagger too short, the crossbow even worse. Chu Heju quickly surveyed his supplies. Got it. He pulled out a Molotov cocktail, one of the 21 he had recently acquired, and lit it with a lighter. Flames blazed up and Chu Heju hurled the bottle at the nearby vines. The bottle hit the ground but didn't shatter. Yet the fire spread along the vines and several tendrils writhed and fled. Bang! Chu Heju took out another Molotov. This time he smashed it forcefully onto the ground. The bottle shattered, spilling gasoline. Flames shot up 3 meters high, igniting the entire patch of grass. "Boss, stop. The fire's about to reach me." Chu Heju noticed that when the vines touched the flames they sizzled and quickly retreated. The surrounding vines also kept their distance, seemingly terrified. Since old Qiao was close to the fire, the vines binding him loosened and fled on their own. Old Qiao scrambled to his feet and ran to Chu Heju. "Let's get out of here." Seeing old Qiao was unharmed, Chu Heju leaped over the blazing fire. Old Qiao hesitated for a moment, then jumped as well. Compared to being entangled by vines, the flames were nothing. "Let's go to the women's restroom." Huh. Old Qiao was baffled, but Chu Heju was already on the move. Glancing back at the fire, old Qiao quickly followed. When Chu Heju reached the window of the women's restroom, Xiao Xiong opened it. The fire outside lit up the sky like a bonfire, making it easy to see Chu Heju and old Qiao without a flashlight. "Boss, what's on fire?" "Old Qiao, are you alright?" "Don't ask, I almost got eaten by a plant." "What? Eaten by a plant?" "I crawled through the dog hole and got caught by some vines. A leaf covered my mouth. At first I thought I'd accidentally stumbled into the vines, but the more I struggled, the tighter they got. If the boss hadn't come back for me, I'd have been plant food by now." This? They had been too far away to see what happened, so they turned to Chu Heju for confirmation. "That's right. Plants have mutated too. Their activity is beyond anything I imagined. They are no different from animals now, they can move and hunt. But it seems they can't leave the soil yet. They can't come up onto concrete like this. Damn apocalypse. Not only do we have to watch out for zombies now, we have to be wary of plants too. And more than that. If plants can mutate, so can animals. We're in the city, so there aren't many animals here. But places with lots of animals probably have powerful mutated creatures too. So what do we do? Where can we go? There are few zombies here, why don't we just stay? Stay and eat what? Air. Yeah, to survive we need food and water." Everyone turned to look at Chu Heju. "Don't look at me. I'm a merchant, but I still need to restock. I can't stay in this women's restroom waiting for goods to come to me. I have to go out and scavenge. So staying here and living off our savings is out of the question. Besides, tomorrow morning we go our separate ways." "Boss, why can't we follow you? We swear to be loyal. I've said it before, this is the apocalypse. I don't trust anyone but myself. Not until I'm strong enough to crush any conspiracy. Some of you might genuinely want to follow me, but I'm sorry. Right now I can barely protect myself, let alone others. When I have enough power, I'll consider taking on followers." Though he escaped the hospital with the group, Chu Heju only considered them his customers, since they had purchased goods from him before. Rescuing them was merely a form of after-sales service. Now that they had fled the hospital, Chu Heju saw no reason to remain with them. The hospital experience taught Chu Heju that human nature after the apocalypse was inscrutable. Apart from the janitor who had been kind to him, almost no one he encountered there was good. Perhaps the good cannot survive the end of the world. Big brother, since you've made up your mind, we won't press you further. But where will we find you when the time comes? I am a merchant, so I won't hide in a cave. You'll most likely head to the large survivor bases. If you seek me, look for me there. However, let our relationship remain that of merchant and customer. As for being your leader, forget it. I'm too accustomed to being free. It's late. If we don't sleep now, dawn will come. Tonight it's my treat, 1 energy drink each as a farewell gift. Zhu Heju produced 6 energy drinks, handed 1 to each person and kept 1 for himself. He pulled the tab, raised the can and said, "Cheers." Cheers? They all drank in 1 gulp. We've escaped the hospital and everyone is tired. Go rest now. The group bid him farewell and each found a spot to sleep. Xiao Shui and Xiong Chumo, however, did not leave. Brother. No need to say more. I won't take anyone with me. Please go back. Brother Chu, I was driven out by them before. I'm afraid they'll bully me again. Can you take me with you? Zhu Heju knew Xiong Chumo's plight. She had been cast out and nearly forced to jump off a building. Sending her back to that group would be like delivering a lamb to the tiger's den. For a moment he hesitated. Brother, I want to follow you too. I was coerced before. If I didn't obey, they wouldn't feed me. I'm truly pitiful. Xiao Shui began to sob softly, her delicate appearance evoking sympathy. Sorry, but our fate ends here. Zhu Heju thought for a moment, then took out 4 grass rings and leaned close to Xiao Shui and Xiong Chumo. Here, I'll give each of you 2 rings. Wear them, they increase attack power by 20. With these you can match an adult and won't fear their coercion. Then he raised his voice. Sorry, I can't take you with me. You can join old Xiao's group or form your own. My mind is made up. Go rest now. Zhu Heju walked to a cubicle by the window, opened the door and stepped inside. Xiao Shui's soul-binding rope was worth 100,000 copper coins, a small repayment to them. But looking at the toilet cubicle he frowned. I should have brought a sofa, chair or bed. There's no way to lie down here. Resigned, he spread out his old security guard uniform on the floor. Exhausted, someone nearby began to snore softly. Zhu Heju stared at the ceiling. I wonder how the nurse Wang Lidian is doing. He had once let a good opportunity slip away, and searching for her now was like finding a needle in a haystack. Another opportunity presented itself now. Xiao Shui seemed easy to approach, but Zhu Heju felt no interest. Recalling the sight of her with the 2 old men, disgust welled up inside him. As for Xiong Chumo, her face alone made him uncomfortable, let alone any romantic interest. Sigh, good women are all taken and the rest aren't even worth pursuing. Is it really this hard for me, Zhu Heju, to find a girlfriend even in the apocalypse? Though everyone was in separate cubicles, Zhu Heju knew they couldn't be trusted. Hearts were hidden behind walls, who knew if they might attack him in the night. So he stayed awake. The cubicle was enclosed with entry only through the door. Sitting on the floor, he noticed a large gap beneath the partition. Damn, is this for peeping? Why such a big gap? He measured it with his hand, 5 fingers wide. Suddenly a hand reached through from the other side and grabbed his. What the hell? Startled, Zhu Heju yanked his hand back. It felt like something out of a horror movie. In the moonlight, the hand reached toward him again. Not knowing who was next door and with many asleep, Zhu Heju stayed silent. He grabbed the hand and pushed it back, but it grasped his again. The hand was soft and cool. A woman, either Xiao Shui or Xiong Chumo. No, Xiong Chumo's hand isn't this soft. So it must be Xiao Shui next door. Zhu Heju actually liked Xiao Shui. She was sweet and had a good figure. The only pity was that he had witnessed an unsightly scene. If not for that, releasing some tension with her might have been a good idea. Lost in thought, he didn't realize he was still holding Xiao Shui's hand. Eventually he fell asleep. Next door, Xiao Shui's heart pounded. Zhu Heju had held her hand all along, and after tying the red string around her wrist she knew he liked her. He just couldn't get past that mental block. That night everyone slept deeply. It was a rare night without fear of zombie attack, so they all rested soundly. A scream shattered the dawn's peace, jolting Zhu Heju from his sweet dreams back to reality. Before him was a door. He quickly scanned his surroundings, a cramped space, a women's restroom. He wished he had woken up in his rented room, not in this damned apocalypse. But it seemed this was no dream. He pushed open the door to find several people waiting anxiously outside. What's wrong? I heard a scream. Big brother, we woke up early, but Xiao Shui is missing. That scream might have been hers. Xiao Shui is missing. Zhu Heju was jolted awake by a startling scream, yet to his dismay Xiao Shui had vanished and the scream likely belonged to her. Xiao Shui is missing. Yes, this morning the door to Xiaoxu's compartment was shut. You were still asleep, brother, so we didn't wake you. Where did Xiao Shui go? She exited through the restroom door. I personally locked it last night, but today it was left ajar. So Xiao Shui went into the sales office. Most likely, but we dared not go out to search for her, fearing we might encounter the zombies. What a nuisance. Why must Xiao Shui be so reckless? Zhu Heju had intended to part ways with them as soon as possible, but now he had to search for Xiao Shui. He was a businessman, yet he kept doing the work of a philanthropist. Arm yourselves. We're going to the sales office to find Xiaoxue. Zhu Heju was the first to open the door. Outside lay a wash basin and beside it the men's restroom. He exited through the restroom door and found himself facing several pots of green plants. He probed one with his fire axe, found nothing amiss, yet still cautiously skirted around it. The memory of the mutant plant's voracious appetite from the previous night was still vivid, leaving Zhu Heju no choice but to be vigilant. Old Xiao was even more cautious, hiding directly behind Old Fei. Rounding the two pots they came upon a lounge area filled with many sofas. Damn, if I'd known there were sofas here I would have moved a few over last night. Zhu Heju now deeply regretted not having exited through the women's restroom to scavenge some sofas. He had spent the night curled up in a corner and now his neck was stiff. Zhu Heju was not one to stand on ceremony. Since they had likely guessed about his spatial ability, he simply stored all the sofas into his warehouse. A total of 10 sofas, no longer would he have to worry about sleeping on the floor. Passing through the customer lounge they arrived at a hall dominated by a massive model of a building complex so lifelike that the skyscrapers within it seemed to pierce the sky. Zhu Heju let out a cold laugh. In peacetime he hadn't even had the courage to take out a loan for an apartment. Now he no longer had to worry about buying a house. Houses were everywhere, and as long as one had the guts and feared not death, the finest homes in Zhaoyang city were theirs for the taking. The hall was empty. Zhu Heju looked up and saw a giant chandelier hanging from the high ceiling as if it might come crashing down at any moment. Looks like they weren't at work before the apocalypse. I wonder where Xiaoxue went. This sales office has only 2 floors, it shouldn't be hard to find her. Since no one's here, let's split up. Yes, boss. The group dispersed while Zhu Heju headed straight for the second floor. Having underlings did feel good, but the thought of his own low strength and the constant risk of betrayal from those same underlings made it all too difficult. Now was not the time to recruit followers. Besides, aside from Xiaoxiong, the rest were either ugly or old, hardly worth the trouble of taking care of. Zhu Heju reached the second floor, which was simpler, consisting of just a few offices: the general manager's office, a reception room, and a secretary's office. All the office doors were locked, meaning Xiaoxue couldn't have come here. But to be thorough, Zhu Heju kicked each door open. The interiors were sparsely furnished. Zhu Heju didn't hesitate to collect every sofa, stool, and executive chair into his warehouse. After clearing 3 offices, Zhu Heju stood at the edge of the second floor overlooking the building model in the center of the hall. The others were still gathered around it. Any luck? No, boss. Nothing on the second floor either. What about the main entrance? Boss, the main entrance is locked from the outside. But there's a window open beside the hall. Xiaoxue might have gone out through it. Why would she leave? We don't know. Old Xiao, Old Fei, and Xiaoxiong exchanged glances. Perhaps she had wanted to escape their clutches. After all, they had heard Xiaoxue's plea to follow Zhu Heju the night before, and his rejection might have driven her away. That scream we heard earlier was probably Xiaoxue's. She might have already been devoured by the zombies. Forget it. We won't search anymore. Since she sneaked away, she clearly doesn't want to be found. So this is where we part ways. Good luck to you all. Brother. Old Xiao, Old Fei, Chumo is your colleague. You wouldn't abandon her, would you? Don't worry, boss. Back at the hospital it was only because of the food shortage that we had to ask Chumo to leave temporarily. Now that we're outside, finding food is much easier. Besides, Chumo is a capable subordinate. We won't abandon her again. In that case, I entrust Chumo to your care. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Xiong Chumo's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed up at Zhu Heju on the second floor. She longed to follow him, but she knew that with her looks she had no hope. If only she had half of Xiaoxue's beauty, perhaps Zhu Heju would have kept her by his side. Zhu Heju couldn't bear to see Xiong Chumo's resentful expression any longer. It made him feel as though he had done something wrong, like a spurned lover. So he retreated into the general manager's office, turning his back on the farewell scene. To survive in the apocalypse, one had to be cold-blooded. If every woman looked at him with such a reproachful gaze, would he have to take in every woman in the world? That would be more than a harem of 3,000, it would be 30 million. At the thought, Zhu Heju strode away, his guilt toward Xiong Chumo vanishing without a trace. To hell with it all. He was dirt poor now, barely able to look after himself. As for saving the world, that could wait. Sister Chumo, let's go. Don't worry, with me Xiong Wentian here, no one will drive you away again. We need to gather as much gold and jewelry as possible. We might meet Brother Chu again soon. I must collect enough jewels and then he'll get plastic surgery. The men exchanged amused glances. In this apocalypse, where would one even find a plastic surgeon? Xiong Wentian tugged at Xiong Chumo's arm. Let's go, Sister Chumo. The main entrance of the sales office was locked and it faced the road where who knew how many zombies lurked. The 3 men and 1 woman headed for the open window in the hall. It might have been the very window Xiaoxue had used to escape. If they followed that path, they might even catch up to her. Zhu Heju pulled out a sofa, threw himself onto it and found a comfortable position to lie down. Finally some peace and quiet. Parting amicably, it was finally peaceful, and thankfully no unpleasant incidents occurred in the end. Zhu Heju produced a sofa, threw himself into it and found a comfortable position to lie down. The first goal of escaping the hospital has been achieved, so it's time to start working on the second goal. Zhu Heju stared at the ceiling, beginning to organize his thoughts. Although he had driven Zhong Heping away, Zhong Heping's suggestion was actually quite good. The countless gold, silver jewelry, gold bars and antiques in gold shops, banks and antique markets, if he could collect them he would soar to new heights in no time. The antique market was out of the question. He had never dealt with antiques before and had no idea where it was located. That would have to wait. As for gold shops, the department store was southeast of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and it seemed to house a gold shop. But that department store was surely teeming with zombies, likely even more than the hospital. Going there would be suicide. However, Zhu Heju had no clue about other gold shops. After all, he was just a poor security guard who had never considered buying gold or silver jewelry, so he had no concept of where those shops were located. That left only one place: the bank. But not every bank had a vault. Zhu Heju was momentarily unsure which bank to loot for its gold reserves. Creak. As Zhu Heju was tangled in thought about his next moves, the door suddenly swung open. A beautiful woman with long flowing hair appeared at the entrance. She gently brushed the hair from her face, revealing a charming smile. Big brother, aren't you lonely here all alone? Xiao Shui. What are you doing here? The newcomer was Xiao Shui, the little nurse who had vanished early in the morning. Xiao Shui gracefully walked toward Zhu Heju, who was sitting on the sofa, and then sat directly on the armrest. Big brother, I knew you couldn't bear to let me go, right? Xiao Shui, you still haven't answered me. How did you end up here? You disappeared this morning and we searched the entire sales office but couldn't find you. Where did you go? Big brother, guess. Did you hide on purpose? Zhu Heju stared at Xiao Shui, who was right beside him. Bingo. I was actually here all along. I was in the men's restroom, but you never found me. So clumsy. Why did you hide? Big brother, last night you held my hand all night long, but you kept telling me to leave. So I secretly hid, waiting for them to leave before I came back. I held your hand all night. You don't remember? Sorry, I really don't recall. I didn't mean anything by it. Maybe I was too tired and forgot to let go. Big brother, there's no one else now. You don't need to be so polite. Xiao Shui's soft, boneless little hand reached for Zhu Heju's neck. Wait. Zhu Heju quickly removed Xiao Shui's arm. The lesson from the little nurse Wang Lidian still lingered in his mind. In the apocalypse, no woman was a pushover. What if Xiao Shui also wanted to harm him? I need to check your body. Naughty big brother, you're so impatient. Sorry, slip of the tongue. I mean, I need to check if you have any weapons on you. Oh, that. You'll do it myself. Xiao Shui was quite cooperative and directly undressed to let Zhu Heju check for weapons. Big brother, see. I don't have any weapons on me. Zhu Heju swallowed hard. Meat at his doorstep, why not take a bite? With no one else around, the room directly staged an aerobic exercise. A wisp of smoke slowly rose into the air from the cigarette in Zhu Heju's hand. Zhu Heju exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly, spill it. What do you want me to do? Zhu Heju knew Xiao Shui had stayed because she needed something from him. Although he had obtained the stall system, he still had some self-awareness. With his scrawny build, he was hardly the handsome man in a beauty's eyes. Big brother, does Xiao Shui need a reason to stay? We've only known each other for a day. There's no emotional foundation at all. You must have your reasons for staying. If you don't tell me, I can't help you. Big brother, actually I do want to ask you for a favor. Go ahead, let's hear it first. I might not be able to help. I lost my parents when I was young and I've been relying on my younger brother ever since. He's my only family. Now that the apocalypse has come, my only reason to live is to find my brother. Where is your brother? My brother is a freshman at Zhaoyang University of Technology. The one in the north of the city. Yes. Frankly speaking, the apocalypse has been here for a month. The chances of your brother surviving aren't high. But weren't we trapped in the traditional Chinese medicine hospital by zombies and still made it out alive? Maybe my brother is blessed by heaven and survived too. Hopefully. But I have to apologize, Zhaoyang University of Technology is too far away. My next goal is to collect gold bars from the bank. It's completely out of the way. All right. But I didn't really expect you to take me. After all, in the apocalypse everyone has to look out for themselves. Zhu Heju took out a grass bracelet and handed it to Xiao Shui. This bracelet is for you. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Shui lovingly picked up the grass bracelet and put it on her wrist. The bracelet also had a tag with 10 health points. Xiao Shui knew this was another piece of magical equipment worth 1,000,000 copper coins. Although Zhu Heju wanted to be a lone wolf, driving Xiao Shui away again now seemed a bit heartless. He looked at Xiao Shui before him and shook his head. Forget it, he'd just take her along. At least they could relieve each other's boredom on the road. It wasn't like she was his girlfriend, so he didn't need to set high standards. Zhu Heju took out 2 energy drinks, handed one to Xiao Shui and drank the other. It had been a long time since he heard the restock notification, so he switched to the restock interface. So much time had passed, but the restock interface still showed 43 knowledge scrolls and 79 Molotov cocktails. It seemed that unless he bought all these items, the restock wouldn't refresh. Chu Heju glanced at his balance. A big fat zero seemed to mock him for being a pauper. This wouldn't do. The bank was still quite far away. Would he be unable to restock the entire way? With only 5 crossbow bolts at his disposal, he couldn't fight any zombies. Chu Heju decided he had to refresh the restock for a ranged weapon before setting off for the bank. Otherwise he wouldn't know how many zombies he'd encounter on the road and he might not even get far. To scrape together some copper coins, Chu Heju recycled all the less useful items in his warehouse. A cigarette after the deed is a joy that rivals immortality. Seizing this rare moment of leisure, Chu Heju began to organize his inventory. The safety buckles and some rings he had previously traded were all recycled for 1000 copper coins each, the same price as the straw rings. Thus Chu Heju did not bother appraising these ornaments, deeming them unworthy of wasting a knowledge scroll, and simply sold them all off. However, this sorting unexpectedly revealed 2 high-value items, a gold inlaid jade ring and a jade bracelet, both with a recycling price of 10000 copper coins. So Chu Heju did not stint on knowledge scrolls and directly appraised the 2 pieces of equipment. System: gold inlaid jade ring, a gold ring inlaid with jade, 50 attack, 50 HP, durability 100 0010000. Jade bracelet, a bracelet polished from natural jade, 100 HP, 2 HP, recover min, durability 100 0010000. I'm freaking rich. Chu Heju stared intently at the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment. Damn, a jade bracelet is practically an extra life, plus it has health regeneration. It's absolutely invincible. This gold inlaid jade ring is also a small gem, adding 50 attack and 50 HP. Chu Heju directly equipped these 2 small items. Info: Chu Heju level 1, combat power 237, attack 173, defense 30, HP 290, stamina 50/50, stall system level 1, basic stall 1, intermediate stall 1, holy cow. His HP had doubled, now equivalent to the vitality of 3 ordinary people. He guessed his current HP was about the same as an average zombie. With 173 attack, roughly 3 arrows could kill a normal zombie. Chu Heju was quite satisfied with his increased attack power. Achieving such results in just 2 days was impressive. However, it was not yet time for complacency. The revolution was far from over and the battle must continue. Brother, you look really happy. Are those ring and bracelet attributes that good? Huh? Can't you see the tags? No brother, I can't see the attributes when they are on you. Oh, I see. Yeah, these 2 are a bit better than my straw ring, barely passable as small gems. Brother, if you were to sell that jade bracelet, how many copper coins would it fetch? This jade bracelet? I don't plan to sell it for now. Good stuff should be kept for oneself. You'll consider selling it when I get better equipment. But based on the price of the straw ring, this jade bracelet would start at 1 million copper coins. If I really wanted to sell, I wouldn't let it go for less than 2 million. 2 million. Brother, if I remember correctly, the whole scarecrow gear set costs only 1 million copper coins. What, you don't believe me? Then let me show you the attributes of this jade bracelet and you'll understand. Jade bracelet, 100 HP. And 2 HP recovery per minute. See? Not even mentioning the health recovery, just the 100 HP alone gives an ordinary person an extra life. Tell me, is 2 million copper coins for an extra life expensive or not? Not expensive, really not expensive. In fact, it's even too cheap. And there's the health recovery on top of that, full recovery in just 50 minutes. Probably won't even need band-aids or bandages for minor scrapes. A gem, truly a gem. Congratulations, brother, on obtaining such fine equipment. It seems I still need to visit a jewelry store. Going only to the bank might not be as effective. After all, you can't exactly hang gold bars in your equipment slots. Chu Heju knew that equipment must be wearable parts. Gold bars were currency and definitely couldn't be used as gear. Brother, are you really going to a jewelry store? Yeah, but I can't for the life of me think of where a jewelry store is. The 3rd floor of Zhaoyang department store has a jewelry store. I thought of that long ago, but with my current strength, going there would be no different from walking to my death. Brother, the truth is, with our current level, going anywhere is like walking to our deaths. It's already the apocalypse. Why don't we head to the Public Security Bureau? Maybe there are guns there. With guns we wouldn't have to fear the zombies. Easier said than done. It's been a month since the apocalypse began. Even if there were guns, they've probably been snatched up by others long ago. Brother, don't forget you can easily kill zombies with a crossbow. The police would have a much easier time with guns. I bet the Public Security Bureau might even be a survivor base now. Aren't you a merchant? A survivor base means more people and more customers. That's actually a good idea. A survivor base, huh? Alright, the next stop will be the Public Security Bureau. If it's a survivor base, he'll set up a stall and sell goods for a while. If it's a zombie stronghold, he'll find a way to get some guns. Yeah, brother, I support you. No rush, I need to prepare before that. The massive open-air parking lot north of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital was no ordinary place. Those 400 or 500 cars, if recycled, could easily bring in millions of copper coins. So Chu Heju's interest was piqued. Bang. Bang. Crash. Suddenly the sound of glass shattering came from downstairs. Chu Heju exchanged a glance with Xiao Shui. Someone's here. The sound was unmistakably glass broken by a heavy object. Zombies wouldn't use weapons, so there was only one possibility: people had arrived. Chu Heju signaled Xiao Shui to stay quiet, then carefully approached the railing on the second floor, lying down to look below. Before he saw anyone, he heard the footsteps of several people entering. Judging by the sounds, there were quite a few. Boss, this sales office looks clear of zombies. Xiao Han, Xiao Su, you two check the whole building. You'll go upstairs and have a look. Yes, boss. He Xiao Ji, come upstairs with me. You'll show you something nice later. You're so naughty. The woman playfully tapped the man's chest with her little fist, but the force was about as effective as a tickle. It's him. Chu Heju quickly retreated, then slipped into the general manager's office, his face now cold and fierce. He then began checking his crossbow, which had 5 bolts left. Judging by the voices, there were at least 4 people on the other side. This time he had to make every shot count. Brother, they're coming up to the second floor. Don't make a sound, just stay hidden. Brother, are you going to kill them? Yeah, that man must die. He's the one who wronged me, Yang Quan. Chu Heju had once believed that Yang Quan would be a reliable elder brother and good friend to rely on in the apocalypse, but he never expected that Yang Quan would ultimately nearly cause his death. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement that brought Yang Quan before Chu Heju once more. This time Chu Heju would not let the opportunity slip away. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and from the noise they had already reached the second floor. Hey. It seems someone has been here on the second floor. The door has been kicked in. Brother, maybe we should go to the first floor. Little temptress, let's stay on the second floor, it's quieter here. Wait for me. Yang Quan hurled the spiked club in his hand like a bowling ball straight into the general manager's office. This startled Chu Heju so much that he nearly pulled the crossbow's trigger, thinking Yang Quan had entered. Brother, what are you doing? The door is broken. What if it's a zombie? I'm just testing the waters. If there were a zombie, it would have charged out. Now it's safe to go in. Yang Quan, with one arm around the young nurse, headed toward the general manager's office. Who the hell looted this place? There's only a sofa left in the room. Damn, was it never furnished? Before even entering the room, Yang Quan saw through the doorway that the entire general manager's office held only a solitary sofa placed in the center. What a bummer, but a sofa will do, at least the floor is soft enough. Come on Xiao Ji, let's test the quality of that sofa. Yang Quan, still holding the young nurse, walked into the room with a grin, tilting his head to chat with Xiao Ji. The moment Yang Quan stepped into the room, Chu Heju spotted him, and Yang Quan also realized that 2 people were hidden inside. Swish. Without a word, Chu Heju pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt shot straight toward Yang Quan's chest like a sharp arrow. In the blink of an eye, Yang Quan instantly pulled Xiao Ji in front of him. Thud. The bolt struck Xiao Ji directly in the head. Ah. A piercing scream rang out, then abruptly ceased. Xiao Ji in Yang Quan's arms went silent, her body collapsing limply to the ground. Instant kill. Although he had shed his gear due to the earlier aerobic exercise, the crossbow's base attack power of 100 was more than enough to instantly kill an ordinary human, no doubt about it. Having narrowly escaped death, Yang Quan turned and fled without a word. Stop right there. Prepare to die. Chu Heju gave chase, knocking another bolt and firing, but this time he aimed directly at Yang Quan's buttocks. I hope he doesn't die from one shot, that would be no fun. Swish. Ah. With a scream, the bolt struck Yang Quan's rear and he fell flat on his face. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I wonder how this attack damage is calculated. Logically, with 100 attack power, even a scratch should be fatal, but Yang Quan now has a bolt stuck in his butt and is still groaning in pain. Is it necessary to hit a weak point to unleash the full attack attribute? Or does Yang Quan have equipment that increases HP? Chu Heju quickly dismissed this thought. Impossible. Yang Quan doesn't have a knowledge scroll, there's no way he has gear that boosts max HP. Thump thump thump. At that moment, the 2 underlings who had been searching the ground floor for zombies and supplies came running up. Boss. The 2 underlings saw their boss with an arrow in his rear, facing a skinny man in only his boxers holding a crossbow. They were at a loss, unsure whether to attack or flee. If you 2 drop your weapons on the ground, he'll spare your lives. Don't listen to him. Both of you attack together, he only has 1 crossbow, he can kill you both at once. That may be true, but neither wanted to gamble on a 50-50 chance. After all, it was their own lives at stake, and this boss was just someone they met temporarily at the hospital, hardly a close bond. Clang. Clang. The 2 underlings wisely dropped their fire axes on the floor. So we barely know him. Do whatever you want with him. We've dropped our weapons, can we go now? You 2 ungrateful bastards. I brought you out of the hospital and this is how you repay me. Boss, what do you mean brought us out? We fought side by side, killing quite a few zombies along the way. If anything, we helped each other escape the hospital, you didn't bring us out. Fine, I was blind to have saved you 2 ingrates. Boss, speak with a clear conscience. When you came to save us, the zombies trailing you were no fewer than the ones we faced. Yang Quan was fuming, glaring at Chu Heju in the distance. If looks could kill, Chu Heju would have died countless times by now. Yang Quan, look at you now. Any last words? Speak up, you'll make sure you have a proper burial. Xiao Chu, let me off. Weren't you a merchant? I'm willing to trade everything I have. No need. I may be a merchant but I don't do business with my enemies. If you have no last words then I'm sorry. Goodbye. Chu Heju aimed the crossbow directly at Yang Quan's forehead. Brother Chu, Master Chu, please treat me like a fart and just let me go. My digestion isn't that good, there are too many farts. In your next life remember not to mess with me again. I hold grudges. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing that Chu Heju was unmoved and truly intended to kill him, Yang Quan hurled the fire axe in his hand at Chu Heju. Clang. But with an arrow in his rear, Yang Quan couldn't generate any force. Not to mention accuracy, the strength behind the throw was far from enough to hit Chu Heju. Chu Heju merely sidestepped slightly and the fire axe flew into the wall beside him before clattering to the ground. Axe, give me the axe. Yang Quan struggled to his feet and limped toward the fire axes the two underlings had dropped. Swish. Ah. The bolt struck Yang Quan's hand, leaving him in such pain that he couldn't even make a fist. Chu Heju knocked another bolt, this time aiming directly at Yang Quan's head. No. Swish. Thud. Yang Quan's body crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes still filled with disbelief, a classic case of dying with lingering resentment. He had thought that escaping the hospital would be his ticket to greatness, only to end up at the mercy of this little security guard. If only he had known how formidable this security guard was, he would have taken him under his wing as a lackey. Who would have thought this little guard would survive and be so lucky as to obtain a crossbow? The two underlings, trembling at the sight of Yang Quan's death, feared that the skinny man in his boxers might kill them too. Huff. Chu Heju let out a heavy breath. With Yang Quan dead, a knot in his heart had finally been untied. It wasn't his first time killing someone yet, his heartbeat inexplicably quickened, an indescribable mix of fear, restlessness, excitement and agitation swirling within him. Chu Heju glanced at Yang Quan's two lackeys standing nearby. Spare us, boss. We really only met Yang Quan while fleeing. A rare smile crept across Chu Heju's face. It was time for some good old-fashioned forced trading again. Boss, please don't smile like that. It scares us. Chu Heju stepped directly onto Yang Quan's corpse, pulled out the 3 crossbow bolts embedded in him and casually wiped them clean on the dead man's clothes. Afterward he unhurriedly retrieved the bolt lodged in the head of the so-called Xiao Ji. 5 bolts were still far too few. Chu Heju wondered why it took 3 bolts to kill Yang Quan. Perhaps a weak point strike was needed for maximum damage, or maybe Yang Quan's health exceeded 100. Either way, he made a mental note to be cautious. Next, Chu Heju fetched his meteor stall and set it up outside the door. You two come here. Boss, what are you planning? Take out everything you have and put it here. Huh? Boss, do we have to strip too? Everything except your clothes. Don't make me search you myself. If I find a single thing hidden, you'll end up just like Yang Quan. Boss, in pulling it out. In pulling it out. The 2 lackeys quickly began emptying their pockets. One of them even had a backpack which he placed entirely on the stall. They assumed Chu Heju was robbing them. After all, this was the apocalypse. Robbery was nothing new. If they encountered someone with decent morals who only took their goods and spared their lives, that was already a stroke of luck. After a thorough search, the 2 lackeys stared blankly at Chu Heju. Boss, this is everything we have. Chu Heju began appraising the pile. 2 Amy phones, a flashlight, a dagger, some candy, a bottle of cola, 2 packs of cookies, a canteen, a lighter, band-aids, gauze, alcohol, and even a map of Zhaoyang city. Chu Heju did the math. The entire lot was worth only 1000 copper coins. Not a single valuable item. These 2 were truly destitute in this apocalypse. Without any courtesy, Chu Heju stuffed everything into the backpack. Glancing at his current inventory, aside from weapons and gear, the only sellable items were energy drinks. He placed 10 bottles of energy drink on the stall. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out 1 bottle after another, producing 10 in total. Anyone witnessing this would be stunned speechless. That pile of junk you gave me is worth 1000 copper coins. My energy drinks cost 100 copper coins each. 10 bottles make exactly 1000 copper coins. The 2 lackeys exchanged glances. What was this guy's angle? Was he robbing them or trading? 10 bottles of energy drink didn't seem like a bad deal. What? Not interested. Then make it 5 bottles. Boss, we're interested. We're interested. Then take them and go. Yes, boss. Right away. The 2 lackeys quickly grabbed the 10 bottles from the stall and stood aside like obedient children. With the transaction complete, Chu Heju packed up his stall. System mission: sell 100 items via the stall within 7 days. 10 sold so far, with over 10 new customers. 2 new customers so far. Reward: warehouse upgrade to level 2. Penalty for failure: level 2. Supply channel downgraded to level 1. Chu Heju glanced at the mission progress. Finally, he had made his first sale. This covered about a tenth of the task, but with 7 days left there was no rush. He looked back at the poor nurse lying dead by the door. If Yang Quan hadn't used her as a shield, she could have been another new customer. Oh, what a shame. Just then he noticed the 2 lackeys still standing there clutching their energy drinks. What are you 2 still doing here? The deal's done. You can leave now. Huh? Boss, you're letting us go. What, you expecting me to feed you dinner too? Boss, you're not going to kill us. Are you 2 out of your minds? Why would I kill you? I'm a merchant, I only do business not murder. The two looked at Yang Quan's corpse on the ground and the dead nurse inside, unsure how to respond. Was this what he called not killing? I had a grudge against Yang Quan. That nurse was killed by him. Now are you leaving or not? We're going. The two quickly ran downstairs. Wait. Boss, what else do you need? You're not taking the fire axe. Planning to box with zombies? Thank you, boss. Thank you. The two lackeys snatched the fire axe from the ground and scurried down the stairs. Only after putting some distance between them did they let out a deep sigh. They had thought Chu Haju was just pretending to let them go, using them as target practice for his crossbow, but he hadn't paid them any attention the whole time. What's wrong with that guy? What's his deal? Just shut up and move. Don't let him hear you or he might put a bolt in you. Damn, this is frustrating. First that psycho Yang Quan, now this crazy merchant. He forced us to trade and took our backpack for these crappy drinks. Zhaoyang pulled the tab and took a few gulps of the energy drink. Hey, this stuff actually tastes pretty good. Try it. Really? Xiaosu opened a bottle and took a few sips. Yeah, it's pretty nice, sweet but not cloying. Xiaosu downed the whole bottle in one go, letting out a small burp. So good. I feel full just from drinking it. Me too. This is the best energy drink I've ever had. Those other brands don't even come close to a tenth of this. So did we come out ahead or lose on this deal? We came out ahead, of course. That backpack barely had anything useful, just stuff we picked up along the way. At first I thought these drinks were knockoffs, but they taste amazing. By the way, how much did he say they cost? I think it was 100 copper coins per bottle. You think he has more of these drinks? Hard to say. He probably keeps some for himself, right? Xiaohan stared at the energy drink in his hand. Had never seen this brand before. Suddenly his eyes lit up. You think besides these drinks he might have other good stuff too? Xiaohan glanced at the second floor of the sales office, then whispered to Xiaosu. Since he has such a good energy drink, he must have other valuable things too. You mean the crossbow? It's unlikely he'd sell the crossbow. I mean other things. Xiaohan's eyes darted as if a thought had struck him. Let's go. Where to? While he's still here, we need to hurry and find something to trade for supplies. We barely escaped from that madman. What if next time he decides to shoot us with the crossbow? He killed Boss Yang and Sister Ji just like that. He said he had a grudge against Yang Quan, so it's likely Yang Quan wronged him before. Sister Ji was probably collateral damage. He let us go because he wants us to gather supplies for him. Otherwise, why wouldn't he do it himself? Besides, he has a crossbow. He could easily take our stuff by force, but instead he trades with energy drinks. Why? He wants us to keep gathering supplies to trade. The trinkets in our bags are troublesome to collect but practically worthless. I almost feel like he's doing charity, helping survivors survive. Now that you put it that way, it does seem like it. So what are we waiting for? Let's grab some good stuff and come back to trade. If we're late, he might leave. But we just escaped the hospital. Is it really wise to go back? Who said anything about going back to the hospital? There are plenty of private cars in this parking lot. We can take things from them. You mean steal from the parking lot? Steal? We're taking. How many of those car owners are still alive? Half of them are probably zombies now. Is it stealing to take from zombies? That does make some sense. Whether he has better things to trade or not, we'll find out if we try. Let's head to the parking lot and find some good stuff. There are plenty of luxury cars here and the things inside must be valuable. Maybe we can get a good price. With that, Xiaohan walked toward the parking lot, heading straight for the dog hole Chu Haju had crawled through earlier. The plants in the grove had been burned to ashes by Chu Heju's fire. Upon closer inspection, a few plants could be seen among the embers, slowly writhing and growing at a visible rate. Xiaosu will go first. Follow me. Xiaohan lay down at the dog hole and peered through. Seeing no zombies nearby, Xiaohan turned back to Xiaosu. Follow me. The two hunched over, using private cars as cover, and began searching the parking lot for targets. They ignored the cheaper cars and focused on luxury vehicles. Meanwhile, Chu Heju was rifling through Yang Quan's corpse. Despite their earlier trade, Yang Quan still had a surprising number of valuables on him. Aside from his clothes, the miscellaneous items in his pockets fetched 5000 copper coins. Chu Heju then returned to the room and searched the unfortunate nurse's body. She had a gold chain around her neck, but when Chu Heju pulled it off, the system showed it was only worth 5 copper coins, plastic. Damn this wretched vanity. The nurse also wore a ring, also plastic. In total she was worth less than 50 copper coins. The poorest pauper of the apocalypse has arrived. Brother, should we head to the Public Security Bureau now? Not yet. I need to scavenge in the parking lot first. Suddenly an alarm blared from the eastern open-air parking lot. Damn. A zombie must have triggered a car alarm. Help. Help. A man's cries for help came from the parking lot. Chu Heju rushed to the window, but a massive billboard blocked his view of the parking lot. He couldn't see what was happening. Brother, should we save them? No. I can barely protect myself. I can't save anyone else. Suddenly a figure scrambled toward the dog hole. It was Zhaoyang returning from gathering supplies. He quickly dropped to the ground and crawled through the dog hole, but his backpack got caught on a metal rack. Unable to free himself, he had no choice but to abandon the backpack before crawling out. With a thud, Xiaosu's voice cried out, "Brother Han! Save me!" Zhaoyang turned to see several zombies pouncing on Xiaosu. Xiaosu spat a mouthful of blood and reached out with a bloody hand towards Zhaoyang. "Brother Han! Save!" His voice was instantly drowned out by the swarm of zombies along with his body. The sight sent Zhaoyang into a panic. He ran frantically toward the sales office, but after 2 meters he turned back to retrieve the backpack caught on the rack. Several zombies had already spotted him and charged toward the dog hole. Zhaoyang slung the backpack over his shoulder and sprinted for the sales office. With a thud and a cry of pain, Zhaoyang tripped over a vine and fell flat on his face, knocking out 2 front teeth. He spat out the bloody teeth and tried to tear the vine from his leg, but it tightened like it was alive. Suddenly a figure appeared beside him, Zhu fully armed. The sudden appearance of a scarecrow startled Zhaoyang, but upon realizing it was the coercive trader, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't move. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets." Zhu pulled out a dagger and sliced through the vine. The earlier weeds had been completely burned by the Molotov cocktail. Zhu traced the vine to a nearby plant. He followed it, stabbed the plant repeatedly with his dagger, then uprooted it and tossed it onto the concrete. A strange sight followed. The uprooted plant began inching toward the soil. It really has become a spirit. Zhu pulled out a Molotov cocktail, lit it and smashed it onto the plant. Flames engulfed it as it writhed wildly. Roar. The zombies reached the billboard. They had seen a human crawl through the dog hole, but they couldn't crouch, so they could only watch helplessly as the opening taunted them. Enraged, the zombies began smashing the billboard. With a tearing sound, a zombie's claw shattered it. Zhaoyang and Xiaosu, who had gone to the parking lot to scavenge supplies, accidentally triggered a car's alarm. Countless zombies began converging on the screeching vehicle, though a few still chased after the instigators Xiaosu and Zhaoyang. The billboard, made of spray-painted cloth and weathered by years of sun and rain, had long since decayed. It couldn't withstand the immense force of the zombies. With a single swipe of its claws, the zombie shattered the billboard. Without the barrier, it immediately spotted Zhu and Zhaoyang on the other side. It roared with excitement and intensified its pounding. Soon a massive gap was torn in the billboard and more zombies joined the assault. The mutated plant from earlier had been burned to a pile of ash. Though the plant was dead, a single seed survived within the embers. By now Zhu had already run into the sales office. He could still fight off 2 zombies, but if there were 3 or more he had no choice but to flee. Zhaoyang caught up from behind, but Zhu had no time to care for him. Survival was the priority now. "Xiaoshui, we need to get out of here now. The zombies have broken through the billboard, they'll swarm us any moment." Hearing that the zombies were about to charge in, Xiaoshui was terrified, her face pale with fear. "Brother, let's run then." Without a word, Zhu led Xiaoshui out through the side window of the sales office, the same escape route old Xiao and old Fei had used earlier. Meanwhile, Zhaoyang followed closely behind Zhu. Despite losing a teammate, he had secured the heavy backpack. This backpack was taken from a luxury car. However, while breaking the window, Zhaoyang had triggered the car's alarm. The piercing sound drew the zombies' attention, leading to their pursuit. He hoped the backpack contained something valuable enough to trade with that merchant from before. As for Xiaosu's death, Zhaoyang felt not a shred of guilt. What were teammates for? They were meant to save your skin in critical moments. Otherwise, what was the point? Now Zhaoyang stayed glued to Zhu's heels. Though the last time he saw that merchant, the man was only wearing a pair of shorts, his current scarecrow outfit was quite bizarre. But then again, extraordinary people were often eccentric. Zhaoyang didn't mind. Zhu leaped out of the window with Xiaoshui and moved westward along the wall. Surprisingly, the road to the west was clear of cars. Following the wall to the roadside, he saw only a few scattered vehicles. Just as I thought. He had guessed correctly. On Doomsday, a thick fog had blanketed everything, so there were fewer cars on the road. Zhu looked around. There were also few zombies on the street, just a handful. Perhaps old Fei and the others had lured some away when they escaped. Zhu headed north along the roadside. "Brother, look." Following Xiaoshui's pointing finger, Zhu saw a zombie in the driver's seat of a car frantically struggling against its seatbelt, desperate to lunge out and bite him. "Ignore it. Let's go." Zhu continued forward. Up ahead was a car that had crashed into a utility pole, its front end severely mangled. The vehicle was nothing but a frame. Glancing into the driver's seat, he saw a skeleton lying there. A grim expression crossed Zhu's face. This person had been burned alive, reduced to bones. What agony they must have suffered. As he looked on, flames suddenly flickered in the skeleton's hollow eye sockets. Then the skeleton opened its jaw, snapping its teeth together while its bony hands clawed wildly at the steering wheel, pinning it down. Holy shit. Run. A chill ran down Zhu's spine. How the hell is it still alive when it's practically ash? Zhu quickened his pace. Xiao Shui, seeing the frenzied skeleton, was so scared her legs turned to jelly, but she clung tightly to Chu Heji's hand. Behind them, Xiao Han stuck close as well. I thought we'd be safe after escaping the hospital, but now it feels even more dangerous out here. Mom, I want to go home. Xiao Han sped up, afraid of being left behind by Chu Heju. With a deafening explosion, the car that had been blaring its alarm was smashed by the zombies and blew up. The surrounding zombies were thrown into the air and the screeching alarm finally ceased. At that moment, a woman climbed over the wall using the leather sofa Chu Heju had placed against the north wall of the infectious disease department. She glanced around and jumped down from the top. It was the cleaning lady who had gone to find fever medicine for Xiao Sun. Meanwhile, Chu Heju, leading Xiao Shui with Xiao Han following, carefully crossed a street and continued heading north. But the atmosphere grew eerie. Along the way they encountered nothing but zombie corpses, not a single living one, not even a skeleton. Brother, I'm scared. It feels so creepy here. Don't be afraid. Chu Heju patted her hand reassuringly, though he was terrified himself. Boss, this is too weird. There's not a single live zombie anywhere. When things are abnormal, there's bound to be trouble. Let's find a spot nearby to observe first. Chu Heju led Xiao Shui into a 3-story street front building. The glass door was shattered. He crept inside quietly. It was a hardware store. Aside from the broken door, everything else seemed normal. He pulled out his crossbow and checked every corner. The first floor was clear of zombies. He then gestured to the others, pointing upstairs. Continuing upward, the second floor was divided into several offices and the third floor was a living space. Chu Heju lowered his crossbow. Looks like the shop owner has already fled. Let's rest here. He took out some energy drinks and handed one to Xiao Shui. Beside them, Xiao Han stood awkwardly, but he pulled out his own energy drink from his pocket. You're safe now. You don't have to follow me. You'll let the zombie incident slide. Boss, I'm here to trade with you. Trade? Yeah, I found this backpack in a luxury car at the parking lot. I haven't opened it yet, but since it's from a fancy car, it must be worth something. Let me see it. Sure thing. Xiao Han, unafraid that Chu Heju might take it, handed the backpack over readily. Hold on. Not wanting to waste a good opportunity for a quest, Chu Heju didn't take the backpack. Instead, he first laid out his medium stall. Alright, put the backpack here. Here you go, boss. Xiao Han placed the backpack on the stall. System backpack, various supplies. Recycling price 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 copper coins. What the? Chu Heju rubbed his eyes. He wasn't mistaken. 23 million copper coins. What the hell was in this backpack? Whatever it was no longer mattered. What mattered was that Chu Heju had to have this backpack, even if he had to take it by force. Yet the shock in Chu Heju's eyes was fleeting. He quickly nodded. The items in this backpack are worth something. What would you like to buy? Brother, are you selling your crossbow? Why? You want to buy my crossbow? Chu Heju glanced at Xiao Han. No, brother. If you're not selling, then forget I asked. I am selling, why wouldn't I? But my crossbow isn't sold separately. If you want it, you must also purchase another set of equipment from me. I think you'll like it. Brother, what equipment do you mean? This scarecrow set I'm wearing. The full set grants 30 attack, 30 health, 30 defense and 5 movement speed. Brother, I don't quite understand. What do attack, health and defense mean? Aren't those stats from games? Chu Heju didn't waste words. He took off his straw hat. Look for yourself. Xiao Han took the hat, finding it quite ordinary. Brother, this straw hat is finely made, but what's so special about it? Look again. Huh. There's a tag here. Straw hat provides shade, grants slight defense, 10 defense, durability 10001000. Is this future technology? What do you think? Interested? Brother, I still don't get it. What does 10 defense mean? Simply put, an ordinary person has 100 health and 0 defense. If someone with 10 attack hits you, you lose 10 health. With this hat you take no damage. Brother, are you joking? That's a game mechanic, not reality. This is a new world, one that transcends the old. As a young man, you should adapt easily. If you still think this is the old reality, when you see zombies and skeletons, you won't survive long. Brother, you should adapt easily to this change. If you still think this is the old reality, when you see zombies and skeletons, you might not survive long. Alright, brother. Can this backpack buy the scarecrow set? I only wanted a crossbow and some energy drinks. Easy. Since you're buying so much from me, I'll throw in some extras. The scarecrow set cost him 110000 copper coins wholesale, but Chu Heju didn't plan to sell high. His goal was to complete the 100 item task, so he decided to sell at cost. After selling the scarecrow set in parts, the backpack's estimated value on the mid-tier stall dropped from 12345567 to 11245567, with some parts locked. Of course, locked or not, Xiao Han could still take the backpack if he wanted. That was the downside of manual vending. Goods on the mid-tier stall could be looted. Xiao Han inspected every piece of the scarecrow set. Each had a tag with attributes, just as the brother said. The full set boosted many stats. This crossbow has been with me a long time. I'd be lying if I said I had no attachment. Now I'm selling it to you. I hope you'll put it to good use. Zhu Heju finally placed his beloved crossbow on the stall along with 3 bolts. Though he had another crossbow, he only had 2 bolts left. Yes, brother. The transaction complete. Zhu Heju packed up his stall. System task: sell 100 items via stall within 7 days. 21 sold. New customers 10 or more. 2 new. Reward: upgrade warehouse to level 2. Penalty for failure: level 2 supply channel downgraded to level 1. With sales reaching 21 items, Zhu Heju wanted to complete the 100 item task through Zhaoyang. But beyond the scarecrow gear, his warehouse was empty. He couldn't sell unappraised sets. That wouldn't do. As a merchant, having no goods to sell was embarrassing. Holy crap. Brother, this crossbow has 100 attack. If ordinary people have 100 health, I could kill one with a single arrow. If what you say is true, an ordinary person has 100 health, then with this crossbow I could kill someone with 1 shot. So you'd better not aim it at humans lightly. Oh? Zhaoyang gazed lovingly at his crossbow, then glanced at Zhu Heju, who was checking his backpack. Should I just kill him? If I do, everything he has will be mine. Zhaoyang hesitated, then gave up. He dared to sell me the crossbow, and Scarecrow said, he must have better gear. Maybe he's itching for me to attack so he can take back this Scarecrow set legitimately. HMPH, good thing I'm smart. I won't fall for that. Holy crap. Zhaoyang stared in shock at Zhu Heju. Zhaoyang wanted to slap himself. Zhu Heju was holding a pistol, one from Zhaoyang's own backpack. Damn it, I got ripped off. If I'd known there was a pistol in that backpack, why would I have traded for this stupid crossbow? Zhaoyang looked at his crossbow, wanting to kill himself. Zhu Heju's mood was the opposite. What the hell is this? A pistol. How did a pistol end up in the backpack? But this pistol looks weird. System pistol, a thermal weapon from the old world. Has some collectible value. Recycle price 1000 copper coins. What does that mean? Is it a toy? Zhu Heju removed the magazine and found it loaded with bullets. He tried pulling the trigger, it worked. It looked like a real pistol, but the description baffled him and the recycle price was too low. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Heju used a knowledge scroll on the cheap pistol. System pistol, craft, a thermal weapon from the old world. Has some collectible value. Recycle price 1000 copper coins. Damn it. I wasted a knowledge scroll just to add craft to the name. What about the attack power? Zhu Heju loaded the magazine and raised the pistol. Zhaoyang immediately raised his hands. Brother, spare me. Zhu Heju aimed at the wall. Click click. The trigger moved but no shot fired. Damn, it's a fake gun. Zhaoyang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Zhu Heju pulled a pistol from his backpack, causing Zhaoyang to regret his decision so deeply that his intestines turned green. Trading a crossbow for a pistol, Zhaoyang felt like committing suicide on the spot. However, when he later discovered the pistol was fake, Zhaoyang was spared from being infuriated to death. Good thing it's a fake gun. That big brother was terrifying. Zhaoyang patted his racing heart, which had nearly leaped out of his chest moments ago. Zhu Heju then retrieved several packs of bullets and 2 grenades from his backpack. Judging by the recycling price, Zhu Heju knew these were mostly imitations. The owner of this backpack must be insane, filling it with nothing but fakes. Zhu Heju continued rummaging and finally found the real treasure underneath. Gold bars. What the hell? What's going on? He picked up a gold bar. It was heavy, weighing at least 2 jin. Did you rob a bank? Big brother, I didn't rob any bank. I just smashed the window of a luxury car and this backpack was inside that car. Then the owner of that luxury car must have robbed a bank. Big brother, why don't you think the owner might have earned it himself? Damn wealth gap. I've never seen so many gold bars in my life. System gold bar 999 pure gold, weight 1 kilogram, recycling price 50000 copper coins. Zhu Heju searched the backpack and found exactly 10 bars. But that was only 50000 copper coins. Where were the remaining 70000? He continued searching and finally found an exquisite box in the adjacent compartment. Opening it, he discovered a black silk pouch inside. Holy crap. Diamonds. Inside the pouch were 7 diamonds of nearly identical size. Zhu Heju took one out. Its perfect facets sparkled brilliantly. Diamonds. Xiao Shui's eyes widened as well. Like dinosaurs, every woman is drawn to shiny objects. Big brother, can I have a look? Here? Zhu Heju wasn't stingy. Looking was fine, but he wasn't giving them away. So beautiful. I've never seen diamonds this gorgeous. Zhaoyang, however, stared greedily at the gold bars, though he knew these belonged to the big brother before him. Once traded, they were no longer his. It seems this merchant big brother has a thing for gold bars and diamonds. At that moment, Zhu Heju was torn. The gold bars and diamonds were excellent, but he needed money. He agonized over whether to recycle them all, knowing each one would be lost forever. Forget it, he'll recycle the gold bars first and keep the diamonds for now. After recycling the 10 gold bars, his savings climbed back to 510000 copper coins. The knowledge scrolls had been listed for a while. This time he bought all the knowledge scrolls, leaving 50000 copper coins, and then purchased all the Molotov cocktails. After purchasing all supplies, the inventory refreshed. Restock knowledge scroll 100. Remaining knowledge is power, can identify items and reveal their true attributes. Purchase price 10000 copper coins. Health pack 100. Remaining restores health. Price 1000 copper coins. Zhaoyang stared at the newly refreshed knowledge scrolls, feeling as if he'd swallowed a bitter pill. What does this mean? Are knowledge scrolls a permanent item now? With only 44100 copper coins left, Zhaoyang could only buy 44 health packs. 1,000,000 copper coins to Zhaoyang was equivalent to about 100 yuan in soft currency, gone before he even started spending. Yet it sparked an idea: he must rob a bank vault. 1 gold bar was worth 50000 copper coins. A vault must contain thousands of bars. Robbing a bank would mean instant ascension. Creak. A faint sound came from the window. Zhaoyang looked over and his eyes widened like copper bells. An old man was standing on the windowsill outside. This was the 3rd floor, for crying out loud. The old man made a gentle swipe and the glass on the window was sliced cleanly. He tapped it lightly and the pane fell shattering on the floor. Xiaohan and Xiao Shui were frozen in terror. The old man swept his piercing gaze over the 3 of them and spoke. Not bad, not bad. With that he lunged forward. Zhaoyang felt a gust of wind and then his entire body was immobilized. A black cloth was placed over his eyes and he could see nothing. Damn it, we've run into a villain. This is bad. Zhaoyang felt himself being lifted and moved at incredible speed. After an unknown amount of time and distance, the black cloth was finally removed. A blinding light shone in his face. Squinting, he couldn't make out the surroundings. His body remained paralyzed. Was this the legendary acupuncture technique? Big brother, I'm scared. Xiao Shui's voice came from beside him. Zhaoyang saw her on his right, equally immobilized, and Xiao Han on his left, still in his straw costume but missing his straw hat. Ahem. A sound came from ahead and a figure slowly approached. It's that old man. What does he want? Zhaoyang's mind raced, searching for an escape. But his cursed immobilized body refused to move. The unfathomable old man before him filled him with despair. What was happening? I see that all of you are rare martial arts prodigies. I have a supreme martial art called the body tempering technique. Master it and you can fly through the skies, move mountains, and even part the seas. How about it? Interested? By now Xiao Han had wet his pants. Though the old man claimed to offer martial arts manuals, the situation felt more like a death sentence than a gift. The outside world is too dangerous. Mom. I want to go home. Young man. Huh? Do I look that old? Call me handsome. Zhaoyang smirked bitterly. This old man, though dressed in a suit, wore mismatched attire with his ankles exposed, had probably stolen it from somewhere. Zhaoyang muttered under his breath, have I run into a fellow con artist? Is this old man also a coercive merchant? Kid, are you going to call me or not? Hand. Some. Zhaoyang forced a smile uglier than tears. With no other choice, he had to bow to circumstances. This old man was a ruthless one, he might not survive this. Good, that's more like it. Since you're so cooperative, I'll throw in a treasure. Buy one get one free, the body tempering technique and the soul calming pearl. Within a month you'll ascend to immortality and attain Buddhahood. Zhaoyang never expected to encounter a fellow peddler engaging in coercive trade. The old man in a suit before them was hawking some inexplicable merchandise. But really, was such blatant coercion appropriate? Zhaoyang struggled vigorously, but to no avail. This body felt as if it were not his own. Handsome. Even if you're selling something, you should at least let us go first. Releasing you is simple. Just purchase my body forging technique and I will set you free immediately. Is this body forging technique truly as miraculous as you claim? What, you don't believe me? I do. I do. How much does this so-called body forging technique cost? I can give you the body forging technique for free. Free. Zhaoyang sensed there was more to this than met the eye. Free. How could that be? Coercive trade was one thing, but free. Little did he know free was the most expensive thing in the world. Yes, free. As the apocalypse descends and demons run rampant, our sacred immortal sect must emerge to save the people from this calamity. Alas, our sect is dwindling in numbers and cannot bear this great responsibility. Thus I have been forced to descend the mountain and recruit disciples widely. If you pledge allegiance to me, you shall become my disciples and I will naturally release you. However, you must promise to stay here for 7 days and not leave this place for even a step. Agree to this and I will release you right now. That long? Zhaoyang hesitated. After all 7 days, who knew what the outside world would become? Handsome. I agree. Please untie me now, Tilda. At that moment Xiao Shui nodded frantically, even acting coy toward the old man in the suit. Xiao Shui, you. Zhaoyang glanced at her beside him, her movement seemed rather exaggerated. Very well, this body forging technique and soul calming pearl are yours. Guard them well. The old man in the suit approached and swiftly tapped Xiao Shui twice. Thank you, handsome Tilda. Beside them, Xiao Han eagerly joined this so-called sacred immortal sect. After all, the name sounded impressive, and in an apocalyptic world, belonging to such a formidable organization would ensure survival. Only Chu Heju remained hesitant. Even if it was a sect recruitment, this coercive method made him unwilling to join, even a little resistant. Truly, fortunes had reversed. He who had always been the coercive trader now faced a black marketeer stronger than himself. It seemed if he didn't agree to the old man's terms, he wouldn't be released. Xiao Han and Xiao Shui were freed from their immobilization, and the lights on them were turned off. Now in the entire dark space, only Chu Heju was illuminated by a spotlight, its piercing glare blinding him to everything around. I possess the stall system and might be the protagonist of this plane. Yet looking at my current state, I seem utterly powerless. Have I just left the newbie village only to encounter this plane's ultimate boss? How the hell am I supposed to play this? Boy, my patience is limited. You should know I'm not negotiating but informing you. He'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't agree by then, he'll take measures. 5. Time ticked away. Chu Heju knew that even if this man was the plane's ultimate boss, he had no means to resist now. Forget it, survival mattered most. 7 days it is. I am willing to join the sacred immortal sect. Boy, giving in so soon. I thought you'd hold out a few more seconds. How boring. Very well, he'll release you. The old man freed Chu Heju from his bindings and tossed him a book and a pearl. This soul-calming pearl is the token of our sacred immortal sect. Guard it well and do not lose it. Yes. The old man then snapped his fingers. The lights came down again, but this time the entire venue was illuminated. TCH thought we'd get a tough one this time. Just another coward. Exactly, none of the disciples these days have any backbone. The moment the boss applies a little pressure, they fold. Says the one who folded back then. At least I didn't wet my pants, okay? Whispers echoed from all around. Chu Heju looked and saw a massive dance hall with himself at its center, surrounded by a crowd. Where was the apocalypse? You read that right, Chu Heju was surrounded by a crowd so vast he couldn't count them, but at least 40 or 50 people. What the hell were all these people doing here? What kind of place have I stumbled into? Cai die, hit the music, let's get hyped. Wait, was everything before just a dream? No apocalypse. Chu Heju was still lost in his immense confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Sacred Immortal Sect DJ Cai Die Music Studio. Welcome to the Pulse of Youth Sacred Immortal Sect DJ Special. I'm your friend DJ Cai Die. Sacred Immortal Phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. Music Factory Dance Album. Follow my rhythm, jump together, let me see your hands. A childish voice came from the nearby DJ booth and dynamic music instantly filled the hall. The colorful lights above spun wildly, followed by the screams and shouts of countless men and women. Chu Heju stood there utterly bewildered. Where are the zombies? Brother, let's join in. It's been ages since we danced. Meanwhile, the scarecrow Xiao Han became the center of attention on the dance floor, breakdancing in his unique scarecrow costume, which made him stand out strikingly. Before Chu Heju could recover, Xiao Shui pulled him to the middle of the floor and they swayed widely to the beat with the crowd. As the dance intensified, some even started aerobic exercises at the edge of the floor. No one seemed to mind and the crowd around cheered them on. Something's wrong. Chu Heju shook his head, then pulled Xiao Shui toward the exit. Pushing open the door, he rushed out. The moment the door closed, the raucous music from the hall vanished. Brother, I want to dance. Why are you dragging me out? Let go. Xiao Shui, don't go back. Those people are not normal. I said let me go. Xiao Shui's eyes slowly turned blood red, then she shook off Chu Heju's arm, pulled open the dance hall door and dashed inside. Xiao Shui. Chu Heju was startled by Xiao Shui's gaze just now. What was wrong with her? Why were her eyes blood red? No, I have to go back. Chu Heju pushed open the door only to see Xiao Shui break free from his grasp and return to the dance floor, twisting her body wildly with the crowd. As she moved deeper into the frenzy, she began to shed her clothes one piece after another until she was completely naked. Chu Heju rushed in again and pulled Xiao Shui out. Let me go. Let me go. Slap. Chu Heju struck Xiao Shui across the face. At that moment, Xiao Shui's long hair covered her entire face. She tilted her head in silence, then slowly turned to stare at Chu Heju. You hit me. Xiao Shui, wake up. Do you even know what you're doing? Brother Chu will call you that one last time. My affairs are none of your business. You're not my father nor my man. What we had was just mutual need. I have my own freedom. Please stop bothering me. Xiao Shui returned to the dance floor, writhing frantically until finally completely naked she stole the spotlight from the straw man Xiao Han, becoming the new center of the dance floor. Several men began to edge closer to her. Damn it, something's definitely wrong here. Chu Heju charged in again, kicking one man aside and then another, pushing away the 2 men who had approached Xiao Shui. The conflict on the dance floor didn't stop the crowd. Instead, people slowly made space, forming a circle around Chu Heju and the 2 men. Like the Roman Colosseum, bloodshed and violence became the thrill they sought. Kill him. Kill him. Xiao Shui. Chu Heju looked at Xiao Shui, who had somehow grabbed a loose t-shirt and slipped it on. Brother Chu, kill them and he'll still be yours. But if you lose, kill him. The crowd around them roared with excitement and the DJ's music grew increasingly provocative. The two men stepped apart, revealing their muscular physiques. This was a fight with no contest. Chu Heju was as thin as a skeleton. How could he battle two burly men? In a single exchange, Chu Heju was beaten to a pulp and the other man hadn't even joined the fight. Chu Heju was far too weak now. He had sold his scarecrow suit to Xiao Han, leaving only the gold and jade ring and the jade bracelet with attributes. Fortunately, he still had these two pieces of equipment or he would have been beaten to death. Ha. Tui. A thick glob of spit landed directly on Chu Heju's face. With trash like you, I could take you down with one hand. The burly man grabbed Chu Heju by one leg, dragged him to the corner and tossed him at the edge of the dance floor. Xiao Shui let out a cold snort and didn't spare Chu Heju another glance. The two burly men flanked her and soon sounds of rhythmic exertion came from afar, though the pounding music quickly drowned them out. In a surveillance room, the old man in a suit sat with a woman on each arm being fed delicacies by two eunuch-like beauties. Xiao, go and bring that boy to me. Yes, sect master. Cough cough. Joy belonged to them. Chu Heju had nothing. No one even noticed him in the corner. The law of the jungle was amplified here. Chu Heju struggled to lean against the wall, pulled out 2 bottles of golden wound medicine and downed them. He also had one last band-aid which he pressed onto his split cheek. Chu Heju clenched his fists. Forget the old man in the suit, even among the people on the dance floor, how many could he actually defeat? Chu Heju had never craved power as desperately as he did now. Just then a woman in high heels with long slender legs appeared before him. The sect master wants to see you. Follow me. Chu Heju looked up to see a woman in a red cheongsam, her face veiled in pink. Stare again and he'll gouge out your eyes. Follow me. The woman in the red cheongsam turned and walked away and the crowd parted to make way for her. Chu Heju struggled to his feet. Though he had drunk 2 bottles of golden wound medicine, the bruises and pain remained. The sect master must be that old man. What does he want with me? Chu Heju followed the cheongsam woman out of the dance hall, but as soon as they exited, a hood was thrown over his head, plunging him into darkness again. Forget it. With my strength, I'd better not resist. Chu Heju was led into a dim room lit only by the faint glow of a wall of monitors. Chu Heju was forced to the ground and the hood was removed. Boy, I underestimated you. The old man in the suit stared at him. You seem unremarkable, but how did you see through my illusion? Illusion? Chu Heju was baffled. What illusion? Why didn't you lose yourself and fall into madness like the others? Chu Heju's heart was shaken. What madness? Could it be that the stall system had protected him? Only then did Chu Heju recall that from the moment he met the old man there had been a few system notification sounds. He quickly checked the system log. System detected unknown mental attack. System automatically activated defense mechanism, initiating Faraday cage to nullify mental attacks. Consuming 100 copper coins per second. What the? Chu Heju quickly checked his warehouse balance. It showed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He was a millionaire again, but in debt. The balance was negative. What was going on? Could he even go into debt? Watching the balance continue to drop, Chu Heju realized the damn old man was still bombarding him with mental attacks. Xiao Wen, strip that boy naked. I want to see what he has that lets him ignore mental attacks. Yes, sect master. Being stripped by 2 cheongsam beauties, even if forced, was awkward. After some fumbling, Chu Heju stood completely naked. The 2 cheongsam beauties sneered at him. Such a scrawny body, and he was using his hands to cover himself. Sect master, everything is here. The old man in the suit began inspecting the items Xiao had brought. The folded mid-tier stall was unremarkable and the clothes were ordinary. The only things that piqued his curiosity were the 2 accessories, a gold and jade ring and a jade bracelet. The old man in a suit toyed with the tag jewelry, his fingers gliding back and forth across the tags. This futuristic technology of the virtual light screen was beyond his comprehension. Spiritual energy imaging. Interesting, boy. Tell me, where did you get these things? I found them on the road. Found them on the road. The old man in a suit flung his cigarette directly at Chu Heju's chest. Hiss. The cigarette but burned Chu Heju before falling to the ground, leaving a red mark on his chest, yet he remained silent. If you don't tell the truth, he'll make sure you die a rhythmic death. I really found them on the road. It seems you truly don't want to be honest. Xiao Wen, hang him up and give him 20 lashes first. Yes, sect master. Chu Heju was suspended like a skinned pig. Crack. 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 Yet Chu Heju bit his lip so hard that blood seeped out. He refrained from uttering harsh words, knowing it would only enrage the old man further. The 2 kipao-clad beauties showed no mercy, each lash drew blood, leaving his body flayed and raw. Finally, Chu Heju's head lolled to the side and he fainted from the pain. Sect master has passed out. Quite a tough bone. He joined our sacred immortal sect so readily yet now has tight-lipped about where he got those ornaments. Sect master, shall we continue? No need. Continuing would likely kill him outright. The old man in a suit pondered for a moment. I've got it. He approached Chu Heju, produced a round pill, grabbed him by the hair and forced it into his mouth. Xiao Wen, take him down to the cell and starve him for 2 days. I doubt he'll still be so stubborn. Yes, sect master. The old man watched as the unconscious Chu Heju was dragged away, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Now this is going to be interesting. Thus Chu Heju was ignominiously hauled by the 2 kapow-clad beauties into a dim, cramped room and dumped inside. Bang. The door slammed shut, plunging the room into utter darkness. The 2 beauties departed, leaving Chu Heju alone in the pitch-black cell. His clothes, jewelry and even the mid-tier stall were taken, leaving him with nothing, except the stall system embedded in his mind, which remained safe. After an unknown period, Chu Heju slowly regained consciousness. Darkness enveloped him and he felt parched, an intense thirst rousing him from his stupor. But it wasn't the thirst for water, it was a carnal craving unlike any he'd ever felt. It was a primal physical urge. Could he have been drugged? Water. Water. Suddenly a woman's voice came from nearby, seemingly murmuring for water in her unconscious state. Yet that feeble voice became the final straw that shattered the remnants of Chu Heju's rationality. Following the sound, Chu Heju groped his way to a silken garment beneath which lay a cold body. Water. Chu Heju cared not for her plea, his desire overpowered his reason. Like an arrow already released, he lunged forward. The unconscious woman was jolted awake by his rough movements, but her body was utterly powerless. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the old man in a suit watched the scene unfold with relish. TSK, TSK. A proud white swain taken by a toad. Now this is amusing. Despite Chu Heju's frail frame, this aerobic exercise lasted for hours, causing the already unconscious woman to faint once more. By then Chu Heju was exhausted like a dead dog, but his eyes gradually cleared. What had he done? He tried to rise slowly, but his body was weary. He slapped himself. System, where's the promised protection for the host? System beep. No damage detected to the host. What the hell? So it only activates when I'm not harmed. Then why didn't it kick in when I was getting beaten black and blue earlier? System beep. When attacked by opponents weaker than the host, the system will not activate protective mechanisms. Chu Heju was speechless. Still, it seemed that if a fatal threat emerged, the system would step in. That meant he was invincible. System beep. When the debt reaches 100 million copper coins, the system's protective mechanism will be automatically cancelled. I understand. Chu Heju sat glumly against the wall. The cell was so dark he couldn't see a thing. Then he noticed a faint red glow in the corner. A surveillance camera. So his recent aerobic exercise had been broadcast live. Damn it, that was his first time on screen. No doubt the old man was watching. But why give him a woman and drug him as punishment? This felt more like a reward. Could the old man be impotent? Or did he have a fetish? No, there was only one possibility: the punishment was meant for the woman. Hours of exertion had drained Chu Heju's energy and his stomach began to growl. But he knew every move was being watched. He couldn't retrieve any functional drinks from his stash now. Chu Heju reached out, groping until he touched the woman's body. Miss? There was no response. Damn, she's not dead, is she? He felt for her face and checked her breath. Good, still alive. He pressed his finger on her philtrum. He had many questions for her: who she was, where this place was, and how she ended up here. Hiss. A soft gasp and the woman awoke. Let me go. Miss, I mean no harm. I want to know who you are, where this is, and how you got here. Water. Give me some water. Water. Chu Heju smacked his dry lips. His own mouth was parched. Then Chu Heju pressed himself against the woman once more. Pervert, get off me. Don't speak. I'm giving you water now. Turning his back to the surveillance camera, Chu Heju retrieved a sports drink from the warehouse, popped the tab and brought it to the woman's lips. Drink. It's a sports drink. The woman, perhaps ravenous after a long period without food, drank the entire bottle like a fledgling bird eagerly awaiting nourishment. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Heju also consumed a bottle himself. He then stashed the empty bottles back into the warehouse. Thank you. You're welcome. Could you please get off me now? Oh right. Chu Heju awkwardly rose, but the room's pitch-black darkness concealed his embarrassed expression. The woman, now regaining a sliver of strength, slowly leaned against the wall. Miss? Shut up. Once I recover my power, I'll kill you with my own hands. I'm sorry. I was drugged, I lost control. HMPH. Men are all pigs. Do you think I'd believe that? Believe what you will. That old man is far too powerful. I doubt we have any hope of escape. A long silence ensued. The woman, starved for days, clung to consciousness through sheer willpower alone. But the sports drink Chu Heju had given her restored some energy. She spoke in his direction. Hey, do you have any more of that drink? Chu Heju was surprised. After such a long silence, she was asking for more to drink. Wasn't one bottle supposed to stave off hunger for half a day? I do. Give me another. Miss, there's a camera. The old man can see everything we do here, so. So what? You'll have to lie on top of you as cover. You better not try anything. I told you I was drugged. Come on then. Zhaoyang retrieved another sports drink and this time the woman opened it herself and drank. More? Yes. Time passed in a blur and Zhaoyang mechanically handed bottle after bottle to the woman. I'm barely half full. You can get up now. Oh? Zhaoyang cursed inwardly. Was this woman a pig? How could she drink so much? She had downed 20 of his bottles, his 10-day supply. How could her stomach hold all that liquid? Women are made of water, he thought. The saying was true. Hey? My name is Zhaoyang, not Hey. What's your name, miss? You can call me Xiana. How did you get in here? Xiana. What a beautiful name. Focus. Oh? That old man said illusions don't work on me. He took everything I had, beat me, and I think I passed out. What? You can ignore illusions. The woman sat up in shock. If it weren't so dark he would have seen her silk robe slip off. Well, not entirely. There's a limit. Alas, your cultivation is too weak. The woman slumped against the wall again, clenching her fists. Her strength was slowly returning, she had recovered 1/10 of it. I don't remember anything after passing out. I just woke up doing aerobic exercise with you. I truly don't know what happened, but I'll take responsibility. Responsibility? Ha. Treat this as a dream. In this darkness I can't see you and you can't see me. I'll spare your life this time. If we meet again I'll take it. Though still shrouded in darkness, the woman began to dress. With her power slowly recovering, it was time to escape this place. Zhaoyang was left speechless by her retort. Though he had been unconscious, it was still his fault, he had no defense. Clang. The door to the dark room swung open. The two Gyeongsam-clad beauties appeared again. A beam of harsh light flooded in, illuminating Zhaoyang and the woman. My dear Lady Zhaoyang, how does it feel? A lofty white swan defiled by a toad. Any thoughts? HMPH. When my sister arrives you'll all die. Ridiculous. Your sister. Your sister can barely save herself. She has no time for you, Lady Zhaoyang. This is only the beginning. I hope you can endure. Xiao, give that boy another pill. Yes, Sect Master. No. Don't. Zhaoyang retreated in terror, but without his equipment he was just an ordinary man. His eyes reddened again and his blood grew hot and restless. Damn it, I've been drugged again. That was his last rational thought before the old man in the suit and the two Gyeongsam beauties left once more. Remember, give him another pill every time they finish. Keep it up for 2 days. Don't feed them. The sight of a white swan being tormented is beautiful. I want to see the limits of human endurance. Bang. The door slammed shut. Zhaoyang lunged at the woman again, but she dodged aside. This time, however, she was no longer a helpless lamb. Glancing at the distant camera, she threw a small stone, shattering it. The old man in the suit was on his way back to the surveillance room. It wouldn't take long. Zhaoyang's voice came from nearby. The woman knew her recovery of 1/10 of her power was thanks to this mysterious man. When the light had shone on him, she had clearly seen he was naked. Where had those 10 bottles of sports drink come from? Could he possess a storage space? Without overthinking, she immobilized Zhaoyang with a point, punched a hole through the wall, and as light poured in, hoisted him onto her back and fled down the corridor. Meanwhile, the old man had just returned to the surveillance room, lounging lazily on the sofa. Keep watch. There's nothing interesting. Notify me if anything changes. Yes, Sect Master. The two Gyeongsam beauties turned to the monitors, but one screen showed no signal. Sect Master, one monitor has lost signal. Maybe a loose wire. They checked. Sect Master, the connections are intact. Let's go check the dark room. The old man led the two women to the dark room. The moment the door opened, they saw the damaged wall. Damn it. Thief escaped. After them. The old man charged through the hole in the wall, encountering several injured guards along the way. He burst through the main gate of Nianhua. Several guards at the gate lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Useless fools. Order all guards to pursue them. Don't let them get away or I'll hold you all accountable. Yes, sir. The old man dashed out through the main gate. Damn it. I should have planted a tracking bead on that boy. Now without its aura there's no way to find them. Standing on a pillar, the old man closed his eyes and tried to sense their presence, but the area was devoid of their aura. He then rushed back into Nianhua. This place is no longer safe. We need to relocate. A chill crept over him. Zhaoyang shivered, then slowly opened his eyes to a canopy of stars above. Where is this? Right, wasn't I drugged? This isn't the dark room. Where's that girl Xiana? Zhaoyang glanced down at himself. The drug's effect seemed to have worn off, though how the potency had faded remained a mystery. Hiss. The whip wound still ached, scabbing over but stinging as the silken garment slipped, grazing the injuries. It was a silk coat, vaguely white yet somewhat translucent. Chiena. Chiena. No reply. Zhu Heju looked around. He seemed to be atop a building with a tall communications tower, a massive water tank and air conditioning vents nearby. A light flickered ahead. Zhu Heju crept toward it. Suddenly 2 figures darted past the glow and he ducked into hiding. That's not Chiena, they are men. The 2 men unbuckled their belts and began to urinate. Only then did Zhu Heju notice the rooftop garden sectioned off by wooden planks in 2 plots. The men were now watering the garden with their streams. Splash, splash. A strange noise came from nearby. Zhu Heju hid beside the water tank holding his breath. Brother Han, among the new survivors, there's a pretty little thing. Interested? Not at all. Damn, Brother Han, a girl that beautiful and you're not interested. You're not into men, are you? What, want to find out? Forget it. I prefer women. The skinny man pulled up his pants and hurried away, afraid the burly man might actually take him up on it. HMPH, coward. Zhu Heju quietly stepped back, wary of being seen by the big man. Clang. Damn it. Zhu Heju wanted to slap himself. Head accidentally kicked an air conditioning duct. Now he was done for. Who's there? Come out. The big man zipped up, drew a pistol and shone a flashlight. The beam swept over, but Zhu Heju hid behind the huge water tank, safe for now. Come out or he'll shoot. A gun. Damn, he has a gun. I'm screwed. I can't deal with bullets yet. Don't shoot. I'm on your side. Zhu Heju raised his hands and stepped out from behind the tank. What the hell, a pervert? The big man recoiled. Before him stood a naked man in a woman's gown. Brother, don't shoot. Someone stripped me. I'm not a pervert. Any weapons? Turn around. Zhu Heju obeyed, spinning slowly. The sheer fabric did nothing to cover him. All right, follow me. The big man holstered his gun. A skinny guy in a see-through dress. If he couldn't handle that unarmed, he might as well bang his head against a wall. Brother, got any spare clothes? Zhu Heju covered himself with one hand while asking, reluctant to reveal his spatial storage. Don't bother hiding that little worm. We'll get you sorted at the base. Base? There's a survivor base. Not really. Just a bank. A bank. How many survivors are there? About 30 or so. That many. Zhu Heju's eyes widened, his heart pounding with excitement. 30 people should be enough to complete his stall mission. Too bad his mid-level stall was stolen by that old man in a suit, at least he still had a basic one. But a bank meant gold bars, right? Zhu Heju glanced at his balance, nearly 2 million copper coins in debt. To get rich, he'd have to rob the bank. Damn it, once I'm strong enough, he'll get my revenge. He was a millionaire in debt thanks to that old man. But recalling the old man's power, Zhu Heju's motivation evaporated. They were in different leagues. Seeking revenge now would be suicide. Endure hardship, build strength. Power ruled this world and the apocalypse had only stripped away the pretense. Zhu Heju followed the big man down the stairs from the rooftop. The corridor was lit, the power was still on. Hey Brother Han, a new survivor. Why is he naked? Never mind that. Chen Kai, find him some clothes that fit. With that scrawny frame, he'd only fit women's clothes. Mine would be like a cape on him. Just find something to cover him up. There are women here. Yes, Brother Han. Kid, go with Chen Kai. You'll report to the boss. Thanks, brother. Zhu Heju watched the big man leave, wondering if Chiena was here. But he only knew her name, not her face. Come on, kid. Not even underwear. That's rough. I've got a pair I've worn for half a month. No water to wash them, but you can have them. Half a month. I'd rather go commando. Suit yourself. It's not me, who'll be embarrassed. Zhu Heju preferred nudity over second-hand underwear. Chen Kai, a newbie. Damn, you guys are brutal. Didn't even leave him his shorts. It wasn't me. Brother Han did it. Brother Han is ruthless. He even takes a newbie's underwear. Told you he's probably gay. Kid, Brother Han is the second in command here. With him looking out for you, no one will mess with you. Though with that build you might not survive his attention. Here, take this army coat. It'll keep you warm and covered. Thanks. Zhu Heju thanked Chen Kai, took the green coat and draped it over himself. He didn't want to remove the translucent silk gown yet. He'd find a private spot to take it off and store it in his inventory. Revealing his spatial storage in front of so many people would be unwise. Zhu Heju took the military coat, draped it over his shoulders and buttoned it up. This so-called Brother Han isn't really a glass, is he? Zhu Heju muttered to himself. With a woman it might be tolerable, but with a man. He'd rather die, jump off this building than engage in such activities with another man. Zhu Heju swept his gaze over the 3 men in the room. One look told him they had long been solving their needs with their own hands. Even someone like Xiong Chuma would become a hot commodity here. What a tragedy. Once a precious gem was placed before me and I didn't cherish it. If heaven gave me another chance I'd still choose my own hands. Sigh, I wonder where Miss Sienna has gone. I hope she hasn't been hidden away by these beasts. It was hopeless. Zhu Heju slapped his forehead. His first aerobic exercise had been in that dark room, but he had been unconscious then. The second time he was equally unaware. From start to finish he had no idea what Miss Sienna looked like. All he knew was that she was a woman named Zhaoyang. This made things difficult. Oh right, there was also the gauze robe he wore, which must belong to Miss Sienna as well. Since they were indoors with lights, Zhu Heju noticed under the glow a jade pendant hanging around his neck. What's this? Zhu Heju turned to leave. Kid, where are you going? To the restroom. If you're going to the restroom, head to the rooftop garden, you can fertilize the plants while you're at it. Got it, big bro. The others watched Zhu Heju leave in his military coat and sneered. Look at those scrawny arms and legs, another useless guy who can't kill zombies. Oh well, at least he's better than a woman. I'd rather have a woman here. It's all monks and not enough meat. When will we ever stop relying on our own hands? Didn't they say someone's coming to take us to the military base? Once we're there'll be plenty of women. Dream on. In a big survivor base, people like us at the bottom of society won't even get a glimpse of those women. The men inside continued grumbling while Zhu Heju reached the rooftop. A jade pendant had appeared on his neck. He reasoned clearly he had never worn such a pendant, so there was only one possibility. This pendant might have been left for him by Sienna. System Phoenix Pendant, recovery price 100,000 copper coins. This? Zhu Heju's mouth gaped wide enough to hold a fist. A recovery price of 100,000 copper coins. What kind of divine equipment was this? No, I need to identify it first. Trembling, Zhu Heju took out a knowledge scroll and identified the equipment. A blinding flash of light passed through, nearly searing his eyes. After the flash, the properties of the Phoenix Pendant appeared. System Phoenix Pendant token to enter the Copper Sparrow Immortal Sect 1000 energy 60 energy recover minute durability 999910100000. Am I seeing this right? 1000 energy. Zhu Heju felt a bit stunned. His initial energy was only 100 points and eating a blood essence had dropped it by 50. If he equipped this Phoenix Pendant. He eagerly put on the Phoenix Pendant. Lo and behold, his energy shot up to 1050. If he ate another blood crystal now, would his energy become 1000? As long as energy wasn't zero, he wouldn't turn into an undead, right? Without hesitation, Zhu Heju took out a blood crystal and swallowed it. He checked his status, energy dropped by 50 to 1000. Keep going. He still had 8 blood essences left. Zhu Heju devoured them all. His energy plummeted to 600, but his attributes had multiplied several times over. Personal info: name Zhu Heju, level 1, combat power 283, attack 103, defense 100, HP 200200, energy 600600, energy recovery 60 minute, inferior blood crystals consumed 10100, stall system level 1, basic stall 1, intermediate stall 0. Good heavens. Now even without a crossbow his attack power was 103. With one equipped, 2 bolts would take down a zombie. Unfortunately he only had 2 bolts left, and since his balance was negative, restocking was impossible. But then Zhu Heju noticed a new line in his personal info: inferior blood crystals consumed 10100. So he could eat up to 100 inferior blood crystals. But with only 600 energy left he could consume at most 11 more. Zhu Heju gripped the Phoenix Pendant tightly. He couldn't afford to lose this thing. If his energy fell into the negatives, he'd become an undead creature. Hey kid. Startled by the sudden call, Zhu Heju turned to see Chen Kai, the one who had given him the military coat. Brother Kai. Kid, you've been in the bathroom for ages. Hurry up, the boss is calling a meeting for everyone. Since you're new, come listen in. Oh okay, incoming. Zhu Heju pulled the military coat tighter and fastened a button. He couldn't just take clothes from his inventory, that would be too conspicuous. The mission was secondary, safety came first. Coercive trading was only possible when he was strong enough. Ever since encountering that old man in the suit, Zhu Heju realized the world was more complex than it seemed. He would keep his head down for now, waiting until his strength grew. Meanwhile, behind the water tower a figure reappeared after Zhu Heju had vanished. You do have a storage space. But this is the first time I've seen one that isn't a storage ring. Well, since this is a survivor base, I can rest easy. Farewell, Zhu Heju. The figure was none other than Miss Zhaoyang, who had escaped with Zhu Heju. She held a slender sword, her white robes fluttering without wind. After Zhu Heju disappeared down the stairwell, she gracefully drifted away. Zhu Heju followed Chen Kai to a relatively large hall. Everyone, I have good news. In a few days people from the Longmen Mountain military base will come to pick us up. Great. The military is finally coming for us. We've waited so long for this day. What? The group embraced joyfully, some even weeping with excitement. From the first day of the apocalypse they had been hoping for military rescue. After waiting a whole month, news from the military had finally arrived. How could they not be thrilled? There's another piece of news to share with everyone. Our survivor base has gained new members. Today 4 more survivors have arrived. Come on, let's have you all show yourselves. A round of applause erupted. Everyone welcomed them, for although each new arrival meant another mouth to feed, the military from Longmen Mountain would be coming to fetch them in a few days, so the number of newcomers hardly mattered. At that moment a woman in a police uniform stepped forward. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Tianyuan. I'm a civilian police officer from the West City Public Security Bureau. Wow, a police babe. She's gorgeous. If only she could be my girlfriend. Oh, give it a rest. You can barely feed yourself and you want a girlfriend. Have you lost your marbles? She's a cop, why would she need you to support her? The leader standing at the front fixed his gaze on Bai Tianyuan without even blinking, even swallowing hard. Hello everyone, I'm Dai Xiongyu, Bai Tianyuan's colleague. I'm Xu Xingyao. Damn, that chick's way too fat. Think of all the food she's wasted. Press F to enter the tank. Without a word, Xu Xingyao strode over to the scrawny guy who had made the comment, grabbed him by the throat and said, "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear you." "Big sis, I didn't say anything. HMPHID better not catch you bad-mouthing me again, or I'll show you what it means to be torn limb from limb." Yes, big sis, I won't dare." Meanwhile the fat leader at the front frowned slightly. Even a dog deserves respect for its master's sake. This plump girl seemed to be showing him no deference. Weren't there supposed to be 4 newcomers? Why only 3? Yeah, where's the 4th? Chu Heju knew that the 4th person was most likely him. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Heju. This kid's been through a lot, hair's as thin as a skeleton. Yeah, it's a miracle he made it here. He can even catch the last ride to the Longmen Mountain military base in a few days. Alright, that's the 2 announcements for today. Since you've all met and the newcomers must be exhausted from their journey, you should head back and rest early. The crowd bid farewell to the leader and returned to their rooms. Though survival here posed no issue, everyone was thrilled at the prospect of going to the Longmen Mountain military base. "Miss Bai, I have something to discuss with you. Please come with me." "Oh sure. Xiao Dai, go on back. You'll see what the leader wants." "Sister Bai, I think that fat guy is up to no good. You'd better not go." "It's fine. Besides, I have my pistol. What's there to fear?" "Sister Bai, if that fat guy tries anything, just fire a shot and he'll rush right in. Don't worry. My grappling and combat skills are no worse than yours." Bai Tianyuan followed the leader away, and the other survivors also returned to their rooms. Now only the plump girl Xu Xingyao and the skeletal Chu Heju remained in the room. The room appeared to be a meeting hall, and no one had arranged accommodations for the newcomers. Xu Xingyao glanced at Chu Heju, who was clad in a military greatcoat. TSK, you're like a bamboo pole." Chu Heju paid no heed to her gaze. He watched as she chose a corner and sat directly on the floor, then he found an opposite spot for himself. There was no help for it, since no one had assigned them rooms. He couldn't just barge into someone else's. That would be terribly rude. Chu Heju began to inspect his inventory to see what he could use. He equipped some inconspicuous gear, 2 grass rings, 2 grass bracelets, a pair of straw sandals, and a straw belt for good measure. As for the straw hat and straw raincoat, they were too conspicuous, so he would deal with them later. He already had the phoenix pendant for a necklace, so the straw necklace was unnecessary. Suddenly his vision darkened as the light was blocked. Chu Heju looked up and saw the plump girl standing before him. She wore a pair of very loose jeans, an oranged hoodie, and her hair was tied in twin ponytails. Her face was as round as the moon. In one hand she carried a giant hammer, in the other a hook like a crane's. Her outfit was brutally intimidating. The hammer's head was the size of a baby's, hinting at her immense strength. A single blow to a zombie's head would surely crack it open. "Something on your mind?" Chu Heju asked, a trace of unease in his voice. Given her menacing demeanor, he doubted he could beat her in a fight. Xu Xingyao handed him a piece of bread without a word. "Look at you, poor thing. You must have gone hungry for ages. Here, take this bread." Chu Heju stared at the bread she offered from above, and tears glistened in his eyes. But then he shook his head. "No, I can't trust others so easily again. Haven't I been hurt enough? Hey kid, are you crying? A grown man sniveling like that, you're no real man. Here, take the bread, and I've got a pack of milk for you too." "Wait." Chu Heju wiped his tears. He was touched that Xu Xingyao had given him food, but he didn't take the bread and milk she offered. He couldn't waste such a good opportunity for a trade. He made a show of pulling a black blanket from his military coat and spreading it on the ground. "Wow, you're so ceremonial about eating. Do you follow some religion?" No, I only believe in myself. I can't take your food for nothing. How about we make a deal? You give me food and I'll give you something in return, a fair trade. This is a gift. I don't need anything from you. If it's charity, then I don't want it. Why are you so stubborn? Fine, I give up. Alright, I'll trade with you. So what do you have? Could you please put the things on this blanket first? The stall system had a rule: the selling price couldn't be lower than the cost price. So Chu Heju had no choice but to first see how many copper coins the bread and milk were worth before he could offer something in return. So particular. Though she found it troublesome, Xu Xingyao placed the bread and milk on the black blanket. System prompt: bread, moldy bread, recycling value 1 copper coin. Milk, expired milk, recycling value 1 copper coin. Damn it. Zhu Heju didn't curse Xu Xingyao out loud. After all, in this apocalypse, mold and expiration were a given. To survive, people had to eat whatever they could find, even spoiled food. So there was nothing wrong with her offering him these items. That made only 2 copper coins in total, meaning he couldn't offer anything worth more than that. He would have to search his inventory for something priced at 2 copper coins. Zhu Heju began rummaging through the warehouse. Only the energy drinks were the cheapest, costing 1 copper coin. The rest, even the most affordable, were priced at 5 copper coins. He then pretended to pull 2 bottles of energy drink from his military coat and placed them on his stall. Give me bread and milk and he'll give you 2 bottles of energy drink, a fair trade. Damn, didn't expect you to have drinks too hidden in that coat. Alright, pleasure doing business. After the transaction, Zhu Heju directly stored the bread and milk in his warehouse. Joking aside, they had already spoiled, he had no interest in them, but he didn't want to reject Xu Xingyao's kind gesture. Thanks. Xu Xingyao returned with the 2 bottles of energy drink while Zhu Heju took out one for himself and began to drink. There were still 82 bottles of energy drink left. He couldn't sell these anymore as he was millions in debt. He wouldn't be able to restock for a while nor buy food. This was the key to his survival. Taking a sip of the energy drink, Xu Xingyao's eyes lit up. The taste was sweet without being cloying, satisfying and soothing to the throat. She then gulped it down, finishing an entire bottle in a few swigs. She opened another bottle and downed it in a few more gulps. Patting her stomach, she still felt unsatisfied. At that moment she looked across at Zhu Heju, who was also drinking an energy drink. This kid is drinking too. That means he might have plenty more. Xu Xingyao licked her lips a few times, unable to contain herself any longer. She stood up and walked straight over to Zhu Heju. Kid, do you have any more of those energy drinks? Seeing Xu Xingyao striding over menacingly with her giant hammer, Zhu Heju was startled. The mouthful of energy drink he had just taken sprayed out, drenching her pants, making it look as if she had wet herself. At that moment Zhu Heju was sitting while Xu Xingyao stood, so spraying her pants was somewhat understandable. Sorry, you scared me coming over so suddenly. It's fine. Let me ask you, how many of these energy drinks do you have? Big sis, you're not going to rob me, are you? Damn, what do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? Didn't you say fair trade? Here I have 2 more pieces of bread and 2 packs of milk. You'll trade them for 4 bottles of energy drink, how about that? Phut. Zhu Heju nearly choked on his own saliva. Damn it, he had only sold her 2 bottles at cost because she had given him bread and milk. Now he had shot himself in the foot. He had no intention of selling more energy drinks, but Xu Xingyao was asking for more. Big sis, I do have energy drinks, but I can't trade them for bread and milk. To be honest, your bread and milk have gone bad. I don't want to eat spoiled food. Then Zhu Heju took out the bread and milk. See, I haven't eaten them. I only accepted them because of your kindness, but they are really inedible, they'd give you diarrhea. You brat, food like this is hard to come by now and you still won't eat it. Yeah, I really don't want to. Then what do you want? I'll trade with you. What do you have? Xu Xingyao began pulling items out of her pockets. Wait. Zhu Heju spread out his stall again, he couldn't miss such a good opportunity to complete a task. Xu Xingyao fished out a pile of random items from her pocket, including the spoiled food. Big sis, keep the spoiled food for yourself, I don't want it. Fine, suit yourself. That's all I've got. Oh, and this big hook, you'll give it to you too. But I doubt you can lift it. Can't lift it? Zhu Heju glanced at it. System gilded hook, recycling price, 100,000,000 copper coins. Wow, another million coin weapon. Enriched this time. But Zhu Heju didn't show much excitement. It seemed the task of selling 100 items was about to be completed. Let me try. Zhu Heju directly lifted the large hook. Though heavy, he managed to pick it up. So heavy. Damn kid, you're impressive. You look as thin as a skeleton, but you've got quite the strength. What about the other one? Aren't you putting it up? I need to keep a weapon, or how will I kill zombies? You'll give you a better weapon later, definitely stronger than that. You. How about a bet? Bet. Why not? If I find out you're lying, I'll smash your head with my hammer. Big sis, business is business. Scaring me like that, then I won't sell the energy drinks. Fine bet. Even without these 2 weapons I can still beat you with my bare hands. Xu Xingyao placed the other giant hammer on the stall. Then trade this too. Tell me, how many energy drinks can these get me? Come on, open your coat and let me see how many you've hidden in there. With that, Xu Xingyao reached out to pull open Zhu Heju's coat, startling him. He had nothing on underneath and there was nothing in the coat anyway. If she found out, this hefty girl might crush him into a pancake with her hammer. Big sis, if you keep this up I won't sell. No one buys things like this. Fine, I won't touch you. Hurry up, all these formalities are so annoying. Only then did Zhu Heju have a chance to glance at the other giant hammer. System gilded hammer, recycling price, 100,000 copper coins. While these 2 items alone are worth 200,000 copper coins. Recycling them would clear my debt completely. Kid, hurry up and show me this better weapon you mentioned. If it's no good, it'll smash your head. Easy. Chu Heju took out an identified crossbow and handed it to Xu Xingyao. Big sis, take a look. A crossbow. I don't like this sneaky backstabbing way of fighting. Got any other weapons? If not, I'm taking my hammers back. Big sis, look closely. Huh? Look closely. Xu Xingyao examined the simple crossbow carefully. Nothing special about it. Huh? What's this little tag? Simple crossbow, a low-cost simple crossbow, 100 attack durability 10001000. What does this mean? What material is this tag made of? How can my finger go right through it? Is technology this advanced now? So big sis, is this crossbow acceptable? Acceptable my ass. It feels like a toy in my hand, not comfortable. Got any other weapons? Chu Heju hadn't expected Xu Xingyao to be so oblivious, completely unfazed by the advanced tech tag, caring only about whether the weapon felt right in her hand. Chu Heju was at a loss. These 2 million coin weapons were proving hard to swindle. Xu Xingyao turned her nose up at the enchanted crossbow, leaving Chu Heju no choice but to hand her the gilded mace instead. Clearly she held little interest in ranged weapons, she preferred bold heavy arms like great swords and massive hammers. Yet with so few other items available, the large hook ended up in Chu Heju's possession. Hand over the energy drinks, I can't wait any longer. Sister Xu, I won't deceive you, I can offer you no more than 10 bottles of energy drink. 10. That'll do. Hurry up and bring them out. Chu Heju theatrically rummaged inside his military overcoat, pulling out bottle after bottle onto the makeshift stall. At that moment Xu Xingyao narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing his overcoat. The garment was plainly too small to conceal so many bottles. Adding the 3 bottles she'd already seen, if Chu Heju truly possessed 10, only one explanation remained plausible. Her gaze then drifted to his finger, where a simple grass ring rested. No need for all this pretense. I know you have a spatial storage ring, why not just retrieve them openly before me? I won't steal from you. Sister Xu, what did you say? I've seen spatial rings before, surely this grass ring is one of them. Just get on with it, counting them out one by one is tedious enough. Why worry, I'll snatch them from you. Xu Xingyao would never stoop to seizing another's possessions, otherwise why would I trade you this large hook at all? Fine Sister Xu, if you already know about spatial rings, I'll drop the act. With a flick of his wrist, 20 bottles of energy drink materialized instantly upon the stall. Truth be told, your large hook is worth 20 bottles. Since you're aware of my spatial ring, I'll give you all of them. Xiao Chu, tell me honestly, how many more bottles do you have? Sister Xu, all I can say is, not many remain. Understood. Pleasure doing business with you. Given your slender frame, do you need a bodyguard? I'll ensure your safety, you supply me daily with energy drinks as much as I need. Sister Xu, I truly don't have many left, 2 bottles are already gone and who knows how many you'll need to feel sated. Heh. Only drinking them will tell. With that, Xu Xingyao stepped directly before Chu Heju and began drinking, bottle after bottle, until 10 had vanished down her throat, ending with a satisfied belch. 10 bottles per day, I'll serve as your bodyguard. Sister Xu, let me think it over. Fair enough. I'll keep an eye on you, and rest assured I'll keep your secret. She was referring of course to the spatial ring, a playful wink accompanying her words as though she'd uncovered his most intimate secret. Then many thanks, elder sister. Xu Xingyao promptly tossed the remaining 12 bottles into her shoulder bag, enough to last her a full day. Watching her prepare to leave, Chu Heju reflected, this robust woman must have slain countless zombies. Wait. Anything wrong, Xiao Chu? Sister Xu, judging by the sheer power of that colossal hammer, you must have dispatched many zombies. Nothing extraordinary, most never even reach me. One swing, one zombie. Done. So. Are you tempted? Want me as your bodyguard? My rates are remarkably reasonable. Sister Xu, may I ask, do you have any blood crystals? Blood crystals? What are those? They are crimson crystals the size of rock candy found within a zombie's skull. If you happen to possess any, I'll take them, all I can get. 1 blood crystal trades for 1 bottle of energy drink. Truly. 1 for own. Yes, Sister Xu, how many do you have? Not a single one. No one ever mentioned such things hidden inside zombie skulls. But don't worry, I hold zombies in no regard. Should I choose, I could purge every last one from Zhaoyang City. Tomorrow I'll hunt them down and return to trade with you. Agreed, no problem. Xiao Chu, we have a deal, no selling these energy drinks to anyone else. I reserve however many you have. Xu Xingyao feared Chu Heju might sell the drinks elsewhere, after all they tasted infinitely better than her own rotting expired rations. Yet as he observed her imposing figure, Chu Heju conceived a mutually beneficial solution. Precisely, appointing agents. With his current physique, maintaining a roadside stall here risked being overrun by the entire survivor settlement. His strength for now fell far short of commanding universal respect. Xu Xingyao, however, was different. With her towering stature and formidable presence, no one in this settlement would dare challenge her. Sister Xu, I have an idea, one that could earn you vast quantities of energy drinks. Would you care to hear it? Oh? What is it? Tell me. I propose you become my authorized agent. I'll supply you wholesale and you'll handle distribution, say recruiting others to hunt zombies. You could sell 1 bottle for 10, or even 5, blood crystals while I still supply you at the rate of 1 crystal per bottle. To put it plainly, 1 bottle sustains an ordinary person for half a day. They'll eagerly pay, without hesitation. Out of the question, every bottle belongs to me. Not one shall go to anyone else. Sister Shu, individual strength has its limits. How many zombies could you realistically slay in a single day non-stop? Many hands make light work. Generous reward summon fearless courage. You wouldn't need to hunt a single zombie yourself, you'd profit solely from the margin. Think it over, Sister Shu. The notion of acquiring energy drinks without lifting a finger to hunt zombies struck her as profoundly appealing, just as Chu Heju had suggested. Profiting from the arbitrage was undeniably advantageous. Sister Shu, please consider it carefully. Chu Heju folded up his stall, the mission progress bar advanced once more. System notification mission objective, sell 100 items via roadside stall within 7 days. 43 sold. Acquire 10 new customers. 3 acquired. Reward warehouse upgraded to level 2. Penalty for failure procurement channel downgraded from level 2 to level 1. Progress is encouraging, nearly half the sales target achieved and only 7 new customers remain needed. Time remains plentiful. Just 7 more newcomers, and time is still ample. Wasn't it said they were heading to the Longmen Mountain Military Command? There surely more survivors await, finding a few among them should pose no difficulty. With the urgency of the mission eased, Chu Heju turned his attention to the matter of his $1,000,000 debt. The debt of $1,000,000 must be repaid quickly or I won't be able to make further purchases. Chu Heju recalled all the items traded from Xu Xingyao totaling 230000 copper coins, clearing a portion of the debt. If he could also reclaim the gilded hook worth 1,000,000 copper coins, he would be debt-free and lightened. However, Chu Heju hesitated. What kind of attribute does the gilded hook worth 1,000,000 copper coins possess? Without contemplation he used a knowledge scroll. System gilded hook, a mysterious hook made of gilded material. 500 attack, requires level 1 to equip, durability 9999010000. Active skill, throw the hook to pull an enemy unit within a 10-meter range to oneself and immobilize them for 1 second. What the hell? Chu Heju's eyes widened. This gilded hook directly increased his attack power by 500, making it the strongest weapon he had encountered so far. But what does it mean that the equipment level requirement is level 1? Chu Heju attempted to equip it. System level insufficient, unable to equip. Chu Heju checked his personal information and realized he had overlooked an issue. His personal information showed he was level 1, which is different from level 1. This meant he currently could not equip the gilded hook. Damn it, such a good piece of equipment wasted. With 500 attack power, encountering zombies would mean instant kills. What is there to be afraid of? He really wanted to reclaim the gilded hook so he could be debt-free. But it seemed he had forgotten one thing. This was a bank. Was he really short on money? The gilded hook would not be reclaimed for now. Tomorrow he would see if he could get some gold bars from the bank. After all, 1 gold bar was worth 50000 copper coins. If he could get 100 of them he would be rich. Bang. Bang. Get lost. With the sound of gunfire mixed with a woman's reprimand, the calm of the night was shattered. The zombies outside began to roar excitedly while the already sleeping survivors got up and started looking for the source of the gunfire. Some people had already packed their bags and prepared to flee. What's going on? Not far away, Xu Xingyao directly picked up a giant hammer and rushed out. Chu Heju also came out of his room. At this moment many curious survivors had gathered in the corridor, all looking at a room not far away but not daring to approach. Bang. The male officer Dai Xiongyu kicked open the door and raised his pistol, shouting inside. Let go of Sister Bai, I'm here to rescue you. At this moment the burly man Han Ji rushed over from a nearby room, directly pulling out his gun and aiming it at Dai Xiongyu's back of the head. Put down the gun. Otherwise he'll shoot you dead. Don't shoot. I will. Dai Xiongyu slowly squatted down, placing the pistol on the ground, but in that instant he quickly grabbed Han Je's pistol. Bang. Han Je's pistol accidentally fired and hit the ceiling. Bang. At that moment Dai Xiongyu's gun also aimed and shot toward Han Ji. The burly Han Ji was not someone easy to mess with. He kicked and directly sent Dai Xiongyu's gun flying, the bullet hitting the wall, also missing Han Ji. The pistol was kicked away, landing right in front of Chu Heju. Although Dai Xiongyu was not as physically imposing as Han Ji, he still had strength, desperately pressing down on Han Je's gun. New guy, pick up that gun and shoot this bandit. Comrade, don't help him, he's a bandit and his words can't be trusted. Xu Xingyao stood aside, the giant hammer resting on her shoulder, sipping a functional drink leisurely, clearly enjoying the spectacle. She had just arrived and was not familiar with anyone, not even with Chu Heju, so she quietly stood there drinking her functional drink and watching the commotion. Chu Heju glanced at Xu Xingyao. Why are you looking at me? I'm not familiar with them. The others were even further back, peeking out cautiously, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Initially thinking the zombies had broken in, it turned out there was just a minor altercation. At this moment Chu Heju slowly picked up the pistol from the ground. System pistol possessing decent power, recovery price 10000. Alright, it seems this is a true pistol, but once it's in my hands don't think about getting it back. Kid, kill him for me and he'll promote you to deputy captain right away. Comrade, don't help him, he's a bandit and his words can't be trusted. Han Ji, we are here to help you. At this moment a few people ran down from the rooftop. It was Chen Kai and the others. It was unknown why they were awake at night to go to the rooftop. Xiao Chen, you're right on time, help me hold down this officer and you'll kill him directly. Okay Han Ji. At this moment Chu Heju also rushed over, getting to the battlefield before Chen Kai and the others arrived. Han Ji, in here to help you. Chu Heju shouted as he ran over. The male officer's hands were firmly pressing down on Han Jie's right hand, holding the gun. Both were engaged in a contest of strength. Dai Xiongnu's hand had already been injured by Han Ji, but he knew that if he let go he would be the one to die. This was a struggle between life and death. Dai Xiongnu saw Chu Heju approach. Comrade, you must help me, we are officers and they are bullying Sister Bai. You can't help the bandit. Upon reaching the door, Chu Heju glanced inside the room and saw that the one called Sister Bai was already tied to the bed, her officer uniform stripped away with a piece of unknown clothing stuffed in her mouth. She was sobbing quietly, glancing at Chu Heju for help. At that moment the leader, Director Cao, walked out shirtless. Pa. The leader had a cut across his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I like thorny roses. With no time to think, Chu Heju rushed to help. Han Ji seized the pistol. Han Ji, I'm here to help you, let go, give me the pistol. Alright new kid, kill him for me. Han Ji released his grip and the pistol was immediately taken by Chu Heju. Chu Heju rushed directly into the room with the pistol. At this moment Director Cao was crouched under the bed, seemingly searching for something. Don't move. The crouching Director Cao saw someone in straw shoes standing behind him, looking up to see the newcomer in a military coat. You. Come out. Otherwise he'll shoot you dead. Kid, don't be impulsive, he'll come out right now. Director Cao quietly hid the pistol he had just picked up from under the bed behind his back and slowly crawled out from under the bed. Little brother, what are you doing? What's behind your back? Show me. There's nothing. Then Director Cao swiftly pulled out the pistol he had hidden behind his back and fired at Chu Heju. Bang. You. Director Cao collapsed backward, a bloody hole in his forehead still gushing crimson. Chu Heju had spotted the pistol under the bed from outside the door and knew all along the fat man was searching for it. Director Cao. At that moment Brother Han broke free from Dai Xiongnu and charged in. Don't move. But Chu Heju immediately aimed the gun at Brother Han. You. I saved you, gave you clothes, and you want to kill me. Sorry Brother Han. That fat man tried to kill me, so I had no choice but to fire. Fine, very well. I should have known, in the apocalypse one shouldn't save people casually. Now I've brought ruin upon myself. Come on, he'll be reborn in 18 years. Brother Han shut his eyes awaiting the shot. Chu Heju simply holstered the pistol. After a moment, hearing no gunshot, Brother Han slowly opened his eyes to find Chu Heju untying Bai Qianqian, who was bound to the bed. Bai Qianqian was freed by Chu Heju, but the bruises on her body suggested a fierce struggle and her clothes were torn. However, Chu Heju had only one military coat and couldn't give it to her. Instead he walked to a spot on the floor, picked up the tattered uniform and draped it over Bai Qianqian. Why didn't you kill me? I only kill those who deserve it. That fat man forced himself on a woman and tried to kill me, so he deserved to die. You showed me kindness, so I won't kill you. Ha, kindness. The tale of the farmer and the snake, I've lived it myself. I never thought I'd bring in a snake and cause Director Cao's death. Brother Han, think what you will. Director Cao forced himself on a woman and was unfit to lead here. From now on you are the leader. Oh? You killed Director Cao, why not take the lead yourself? Brother Han, I respect you. I said it, Director Cao forced himself on a woman, so he deserved death. It wasn't about seizing power. I have no interest in being the leader. I'm new here and know nothing about the operations. But you, Brother Han, are the second in command and understand everything, you've been running it all. So I wholeheartedly welcome you as the new leader. Brother Han, who had intended to avenge Director Cao, suddenly realized that the man's death had instead benefited him. The hatred in Brother Han's eyes toward Chu Heju began to fade. Then what do you want? Me. Speaking of what I want, there is something. This is a bank, there must be a vault with gold bars. Can you take me to see it? There is a vault here, but since it's a branch there isn't much cash or gold. Still, it's the apocalypse, what do you need cash and gold for? In peacetime I never saw them. Now I just want to feast my eyes, that's all. Any other requests? No? By the way, when will the military from Longmen Mountain come for us? Well. What's wrong? Actually, Director Cao was the one handling the contact. I know nothing about it. I heard the military is mainly coming for him with us as an afterthought. Now that you've killed him, I'm afraid. No matter. I can just not go. In the apocalypse, survival is the same everywhere. So what do we do now? You're the new leader, arrange things yourself. Don't ask me. I'm just a passerby, a merchant. Oh, please have someone drag out Director Cao's body and clean the floor. All right. Brother Han called in a few people from outside to haul away the corpse and wipe the bloodstains with clothing. There was no water, so dry cleaning had to suffice. Any other instructions? No, it's late. Everyone should rest. Okay, it'll be in the next room. Call me if you need anything. Alright, thank you, Brother Han. Brother Han withdrew, leading a few survivors to the adjacent room. The other onlookers returned to sleep, indifferent to Director Cao's fate. As long as there was food and shelter, they didn't care who led them. Brother Chu, thank you for saving me. Bai Qianqian, standing nearby, bowed slightly in gratitude. Dai Xiongyu, who had fought Brother Han, also entered. The backs of both hands were nearly crushed, a true tough man. Brother Chu, thank you. You're welcome. You're badly injured. I have a family heirloom healing ointment that can restore wounds. 1 blood crystal per bottle, interested? Both Bai Qianqian and Dai Xiongyu broke out in a cold sweat. What's a blood crystal? Dai Xiongyu wanted to buy, but the term was unfamiliar. It's a crystal the size of rock sugar found in a zombie's head. At that moment Xu Xingyao strode in, lugging a giant hammer. Before Chu Heju could explain, she spoke up as if she were the knowledgeable one. From inside a zombie's head. You mean this? Bai Qianqian pulled 2 blood crystals from her pocket. Exactly. How did you know to extract these from zombie heads? Well, I've watched plenty of zombie movies in peacetime. I tried dissecting a few zombie heads and sure enough we found some crystals. So deal. 1 healing ointment for 1 blood crystal. Brother Chu, even if you weren't selling, I'd give you these crystals for saving me. But Xiao Dai is badly hurt, give me 1 bottle. Hey, fair prices, no cheating. Let's trade. Chu Heju spread a black blanket on the bed and placed 2 bottles of ointment on it. Bai Qianqian was taken aback by his odd ritual. Couldn't he just hand over the ointment for the crystals? Such ceremony. Heh. Xu Xingyao couldn't help but laugh at Bai Qianqian and Dai Xiongyu's expressions. She'd worn the same look before. This Chu Heju was such a dramatic Jinibia youth. Just go along with Xiao Chu's way. Fine here. Bai Qianqian reluctantly approached the makeshift stall and placed 2 blood crystals on the blanket. May I take them? Of course. Please. Chu Heju gestured. Bai Qianqian picked up the 2 bottles, eyeing him suspiciously. Was this scrawny kid mentally off? She handed the ointment to Dai Xiongyu. Xiao Dai, drink this. Thank you, Sister Bai and Brother Chu. No need to thank me. Fair trade, mutual benefit. Brother Chu, can we have our guns back? Guns? What guns? I've never seen such things. Bai Qianqian was utterly speechless. This Chu Heju was blatantly lying through his teeth. Dai Xiongyu felt aggrieved as well, but since Chu Heju had saved their lives he couldn't openly snatch the gun. Besides, the pistol was in Chu Heju's hand, so overt theft was out of the question. Bai Qianqian and Dai Xiongyu exchanged a glance. Were they supposed to just give up on the pistol? Just then Xu Xingyao approached, dragging a massive hammer, and took the spot where Bai Qianqian had stood. Chu Heju, who was packing up his stall, noticed her and spoke. What are you doing? I really can't figure you out. You dare to kill Director Cao outright. Tell me, did you take a liking to Miss Bai? Sis Xu, don't talk nonsense. I was just being a good Samaritan, standing up for justice. TSK, if someone bullied me, would you save me like that? Sis Xu, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You're the one who bullies others. Who would dare bully you? Damn brat, looking for a beating. See. With that attitude, who would dare mess with you? Xiao Chu. Huh. You've killed Director Cao and taken that big guy's pistol, plus confiscated the cop's sidearm. It seems Director Cao has ties to the Longmen Mountain Military District. You're in danger now. Need a bodyguard? Damn Sis Xu, are you really that obsessed with being a bodyguard? No, in just after the energy drinks. Think it over. Longmen Mountain Military District isn't someone ordinary folks can mess with. Oh? So you're saying you dare to mess with them, Sis Xu? HMPH, if they come for me, I'll crush them with 1 swing of my hammer. Sis Xu, I don't know your skill, so I can hire you outright. Let's start with a 2-day trial, 5 energy drinks per day. If you prove capable and meet my standards, I'll make you a permanent employee with 10 drinks daily. Deal? Damn brat, you're putting me on a trial period. If not, forget it. I've got 3 pistols now, so I can handle myself. Hiring a bodyguard would be a waste of money. Fine, 2-day trial it is. But I want my salary in advance. What? Don't you still have 11 bottles in your bag? Only what's in my bag is truly mine. Can you grant such a small request? A big boss like you haggling with a little girl like me, how stingy. I? Chu Heju stared at Xu Xingyao's figure. This was a little girl. TSK, look at those scrawny arms and legs and a heart as small as a woman's. Fine, fine, I'll advance your salary. You're worse than a woman with all that nagging. I am a woman, so what? Got a problem? Bite me. Chu Heju glanced at her physique, more masculine than most men but still a woman. Forget it, I'd break my teeth. Brat, you're asking for it? Huh? I'm your boss and you call me brat. I might have to find a new employee. Boss. Xu Xingyao bowed respectfully to Chu Heju. There, is that better? Acceptable. Here, have an energy drink as a reward. Chu Heju pulled a bottle from his military coat. A carrot after a stick, the best way to tame an employee. Besides, he still had 57 bottles left to last him a while. Wow, boss is generous. No big deal. Stick with me as a bodyguard and this is just the beginning. Got it, boss. Good Xiaoshu, my life is in your hands. No problem, for the energy drinks. Damn. Hee hee. Sorry to interrupt. Huh. Miss by what else? He had saved them and now they wanted the pistol back. No way. Finders keepers, and this gun was a deterrent. Chu Heju had no intention of selling it. What's that energy drink you mentioned? Is it good? Delicious, sweet and refreshing. To demonstrate its taste, Xu Xingyao pulled out a bottle and drank it, making loud satisfied sounds. Watching her enjoy it, Bai Qianqian and Dai Xingyu couldn't help but swallow. Brother Chu, do you have more of those energy drinks? Yes, 2 blood crystals per bottle. Our blood crystals again. You'll take other things too. Other things? Bai Qianqian and Dai Xingyu exchanged looks. Brother Chu, well, forget the pistol. Here's a spare magazine, would that be enough for 1 bottle? System spare magazine, recycle value 2000 copper coins. Nice, a spare magazine was worth 2 blood crystals. But why not take advantage? Head off a half. 1 spare magazine for 1 energy drink. Deal. Deal. Chu Heju pulled 2 bottles from his coat and placed them on the stall. Bai Qianqian stepped forward. Wait, let that guy handle the trade. Huh? Can't I? It's the same, but I want to trade with him. Fine, Xiao Dai, you do it. No way, Bai Qianqian was already a customer. Letting Dai Xingyu trade would net a new one. The deal done, Chu Heju packed up his stall and checked his mission progress. System mission: sell 100 items via stall within 7 days, 47 sold with over 10 new customers, 5 new. Reward: upgrade warehouse to level 2. Penalty: downgrade level 2 supply channel to level 1. Not bad, halfway there. It's late. Please leave, I need to rest. Oh sure. Xiao Dai, let's go. Bai Qianqian turned and bowed to Chu Heju. Thanks again, Brother Chu, for your help. No need to be polite. Get some rest. Xu Xingyao saw them out, closed the door and walked to the sofa. The room had a double bed, but since Chu Heju was the boss, it was his. Old Chu, will the sofa be okay for you? What, boss? Want to share the bed? Cough, forget it. You take the sofa. Chu Heju turned off the light and climbed into bed, but sleep eluded him. Xu Xingyao seemed loyal on the surface, but who knew if she coveted his storage ring or genuinely wanted to be his bodyguard. Caution was key. Staring into the dark ceiling, Chu Heju lay awake. Before long, Xu Xingyao began to snore. Huff. Huff. Chu Heju lay on the double bed listening to the snoring of Xu Xingyao, who was sprawled on the sofa not far away. Though the snoring was not particularly loud in the stillness of the night, it felt all too conspicuous, plunging Chu Heju into a state of insomnia. Old Xu, your snoring is way too loud. Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? To avoid the disturbance of Xu Xingyao's snoring, Chu Heju buried himself under the blanket. After a while, unable to bear it any longer, Chu Heju decided to kick Xu Xingyao out. Chu Heju turned on the light and approached the sofa where Xu Xingyao was sleeping soundly. At that moment, she scratched her face, rolled over and continued her sweet dream. Her lips smacked as if she was savoring something delicious in her dream. Chu Heju let out a sigh, wondering how such a carefree plump girl could survive in the apocalypse. Forget it, he'll just leave and find another room. Chu Heju walked over to the double bed. He could change rooms, but he had to take the double bed with him so he could sleep comfortably wherever he went. System unable to store. Object: volume too large. Huh? Volume too large. Chu Heju glanced at the double bed, roughly 2 meters by 2 meters in size. Could it be that this volume exceeded the storage limit of the warehouse? Chu Heju scanned the warehouse space. There were still plenty of empty slots. That meant each individual slot could only store small items, and a double bed like this was beyond its capacity. Reluctantly, Chu Heju had to give up on taking the double bed. The sofa was fine, but the double bed was too large. It seemed that the storage capacity of a single slot was roughly the size of a single bed, meaning the warehouse couldn't even store a car. The double bed was out of the question, but Chu Heju didn't leave behind anything else in the room. Since Xu Xingyao already knew he had a storage ring, there was no need to hide it. Except for the sofa where Xu Xingyao slept, everything in the room was collected into the warehouse. Useless items were all recycled, clearing another 200,000 in debt. However, there were a few interesting trinkets that Chu Heju chose not to recycle. Creak. Chu Heju pushed open the door. The corridor outside was still lit by a few lamps, and the entire hallway was eerily quiet. At this hour, everyone should be asleep. Chu Heju arrived at the rooftop. The night air on the terrace was already chilly, so he instinctively tightened his military overcoat. His straw sandals let the wind in, and his feet were a bit cold. Though the sandals had their attributes, wearing them in winter was either a sign of extreme poverty or a lack of common sense. Chu Heju fell into the third category. The straw sandals had high stats. Whoosh. Suddenly a figure darted past under the moonlight, making every hair on Chu Heju's body stand on end. Although he was a materialist, he had no desire to be the first to witness a breach of that rule. He then pulled out a flashlight and shone it in that direction. A blinding beam of light illuminated the area, but two glaring reflections bounced back. Meow tilde, huh? It's just a cat. Zhu Haiju finally relaxed. At such a late hour this must be what they called a night owl. The cat, startled by the flashlight, darted away. Seeing that it posed no threat, Zhu Haiju stopped paying attention, tightened his military coat and turned back from the rooftop. Where should I go? Zhu Haiju entered the conference room where they had previously met. He turned on the light. The room was empty, apparently not yet occupied by any survivors. Zhu Haiju closed the conference room door and dragged a few tables to block it. After that he clapped his hands, found a corner and curled up. Though he had agreed to let Xu Xingyao be his bodyguard, that only applied when he was awake. Even if that plump girl was a chivalrous woman, Zhu Haiju wasn't willing to gamble with his life. It was safest to keep his life in his own hands. Without the sound of snoring, it wasn't long before Zhu Haiju drifted into a deep sleep. The night was calm, though occasionally the howls of zombies drifted in from outside the window. Yet this did not disturb the survivors' dreams of peace. That night the entire city was immersed in tranquility. Roar. With a deafening roar, Zhu Haiju was jolted awake. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Zhu Haiju groggily came to. Roar. The roar came again, this time fully startling him out of his daze. This was the apocalypse, not the peaceful days of the past. Zhu Haiju immediately drew his pistol and looked around. He was still in the conference room, and outside it was already dawn. Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the conference room door. Boss, are you in here? The voice belonged to the plump girl Xu Xingyao. In here? Boss, the first floor lobby of the bank is swarming with zombies. I came to let you know. Also, I'm going to kill zombies and dig out blood crystals. Don't sell the energy drinks to anyone else. Old Xu, wait for me. Zhu Haiju moved the bed blocking the door and pushed it open. Xu Xingyao stood at the entrance, a giant hammer over her shoulder, looking utterly nonchalant. Boss, when I woke up this morning and found you gone, I thought you'd been eaten by zombies. I was worried sick. You were worried about the energy drinks, weren't you? Hee boss, anything else? If not, I'm off to kill zombies. The blood crystals are calling me, and so are the energy drinks. Old Xu, killing zombies is important, but your life is more important. Don't forget you're my bodyguard now, still on probation. If zombies come, shouldn't you be protecting your boss? Well, the zombies are all outside the bank lobby. There's blast-proof glass, they can't break in. If they do manage to get in, I'll come back and protect you, boss. If the zombies break in and you're not here to protect me immediately, your probation ends. Don't say that, boss. This is only my first day on probation. Suit yourself. By the way, have you seen Brother Han? I think he went to the first floor. Let's go check it out. Zhu Haiju and Xu Xingyao headed down the stairs to the first floor. On the first floor, most of the survivors were gathered behind the bank's blast-proof glass, staring at the zombies across the way. Armed with fire axes, daggers, clubs, and spiked maces, they stood ready as if preparing for battle. Bai Qianqian and Dai Xingyu from last night were also behind the glass, clutching daggers. Meanwhile, the zombies were pounding on the blast-proof glass, but it was so thick that even a day of relentless battering would likely fail to shatter it. Meanwhile, Brother Han and the others stood by the anti-theft door leading outside. Everyone listen to my command. When we open the anti-theft door, one group will be responsible for holding it shut with all their might, while the other group will kill the zombies that rush in. Remember, let in only one at a time. Once the combat group kills the zombie, the cleanup group will dispose of the corpse. Move quickly. Understood. Understood. Good, begin. Creak. The anti-theft door was opened and a zombie that had been pounding on it stumbled directly inside. Close the door. Combat group, go. The anti-theft door was held shut by several people while the remaining 4 or 5 swung their weapons wildly, cutting down the zombie before it could even see how many people were before it. Wow, not bad. Zhu Haiju glanced over. This Brother Han indeed had skills. 3 groups each with a specific task, blocking the door, fighting and cleaning the battlefield. The division of labor was clear and the operation was swift. It seemed Brother Han was quite suitable as a leader. However, Zhu Haiju had no interest in joining the fight. His priority now was to collect gold bars. Boss, go ahead. Remember, you're now my agent too. Get as much blood crystal as you can. Yes, boss. Xu Xingyao also joined the battle, directly entering the combat group. The zombies let in barely had a chance to face anyone else. With one hammer blow per zombie, she smashed their heads open, turning them into pulp in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered onto the surrounding combat group members, causing several to step back in fear. This chubby girl is too fierce. She alone is worth 5 or 6 of us. Meanwhile, the skinny guy who had joked about pressing F to enter the tank the day before shrank his neck and scurried away, afraid the chubby girl might hold a grudge. Zhu Haiju nodded. Regardless of this bodyguard's loyalty, at least her combat prowess was impressive. The battle was one-sided. With a natural geographical advantage, the zombies were practically lining up to die. Zhu Haiju lost interest in watching. Instead, he headed straight for the bank's vault. The most important thing now was to pay off his debts. Brother Han glanced at Zhu Haiju's departing figure, frowning. Everyone was fighting the zombies, yet Zhu Haiju was doing nothing, like a leader overseeing the scene. But Brother Han said nothing. Chu Heju had 3 pistols and he was no match for him now. Watching Chu Heju study how to open the vault door, Brother Han sneered. Even a grenade might not blow open this vault door. You can stare at it all day and still not open it. Then Chu Heju took out 2 items resembling bank cards from his pocket and placed them on the combination locks on either side of the vault door. Beep. Beep. With 2 electronic sounds, the vault door slowly slid open to both sides. Squeak squeak. Brother Han's eyes widened. How did Chu Heju have the keys to the vault door? As the vault door slowly opened, Chu Heju walked straight in and the door automatically closed behind him. Holy crap. Did Chu Heju find the chip keys from Director Kao's room? Meanwhile, Chu Heju, now inside the vault, looked at the 2 chip keys in his hand. Good thing I checked the recycling content last night. If I'd blindly recycled everything and tossed these 2 chip keys, I'd have missed out big time. System chip key, the key to the vault door. Both chip keys must be used simultaneously to unlock it. Indeed, last night, unable to sleep due to Xu Xingyao snoring, Chu Heju had stored everything in the room except the sofa she slept on into his warehouse. Head glanced at the recycling list and kept these 2 little items. Walking further in through the vault door, Chu Heju arrived at a massive inner door shaped like a steering wheel. Fortunately, this inner door was ajar, saving him a lot of trouble. Creak. Creak. Chu Heju pushed open the inner door, revealing a huge circular vault before his eyes. Holy crap. Seeing the cash piled all around, Chu Heju's eyes gleamed. I'm rich. However, in the very center of the circular vault lay a red carpet with 2 pillows surrounded by heaps of cash. The carpet itself was laid over a floor made of stacked money. Who has such a twisted taste? Sleeping on a bed made of cash, this is a scene everyone dreams of in peaceful times. Chu Heju approached a small cart nearby piled high with bundled cash. He collected all the cash. System banknotes, bundle currency from the old society with some collectible value. Recycling price 10 copper coins. System, are you kidding me? This bundle must be at least 100000. How is the recycling price only 10 copper coins? Is there a bug in the system? The system did not respond, but Chu Heju wasn't too upset. After all, this was the apocalypse, a new era. Old society paper money had long lost its value. 100000 in cash was just a pile of paper for kindling. Heh. 10 copper coins. So 10000 cash equals 1 copper coin. Indeed, what everyone in the old society went crazy for is now just waste paper. The entire cart of cash totaled only 5 million, which would yield just 500 copper coins if recycled. Forget it, as they say, you'll keep it as a collectible. Though the cash had become worthless, Chu Heju didn't waste it and collected it all. A full circle of carts held 200 million in cash, which would now only fetch 20000 copper coins if recycled. How fortunes change. But next came the real prize. Beyond the cash carts, in the center of the circular vault against the innermost wall, stood several shelves. The shelves were neatly lined with rows of gold bars. Standing before them, Chu Heju's eyes turned golden. System gold bar 999, pure gold, weight 1 kilogram. Recycling price 50000 copper coins. Chu Heju did a quick calculation. Damn, this shelf has at least 320 gold bars. That's 16 million copper coins. I'm rich. He kissed a gold bar and went into full sweep mode. After collecting the gold bars, Chu Heju didn't hesitate and recycled them all. In an instant, he went from a millionaire in debt to a 10 millionaire. The feeling was entirely different. Who's the man now? Chu Heju roared, filled with a surge of pride. With money, one could truly do anything. Roar. In response, another earth-shaking roar echoed, shaking the entire room. Holy crap. What's going on? What kind of zombie made that sound? A deafening roar unlike that of an ordinary zombie echoed through the air. Chu Heju swiftly ran to the vault door and used 2 chip keys to unlock it. A series of heavy thuds and bangs shook the entire bank, causing fragments of the ceiling to fall. Chu Heju glanced at their battle. A pile of zombie corpses had already accumulated in the corner, numbering at least several dozen. The unknown sound brought the fight to a halt, and everyone stared in confusion toward its source. With a thunderous crash, a strange creature, a full 3 meters tall, charged directly at the bank hall's blast-proof glass. The colossal being slammed into the blast-proof glass with immense force, sending the zombies in its path flying to either side. Cracks spiderwebbed across the blast-proof glass. Not good. This monster is too strong. Everyone evacuate to the upper floors now. Brother Han immediately ordered everyone back upstairs upon seeing the cracks. They could handle ordinary zombies, but against such a monstrous creature even an army would be mere cannon fodder. The giant mutant zombie charged again, this time toward the bank entrance. In its rampage, it trampled some zombies and sent others flying. This zombie attacks friend and foe alike, Chu Heju muttered, stunned by the behemoth outside. Boss, we should leave too. Old Chu, leave for where? Do you think it can climb stairs or smash through this blast-proof glass? Well, boss, what do you suggest? You'll follow your lead. What are your chances against that brute? Xu Xingyao cast a glance at the hulking figure outside. It stood 3 meters tall, its right arm so muscular that it alone was as large as her entire body. Zhu Xingye shook her head. Boss, I have no chance. Damn, even you have no hope. Roar. The brute grabbed a marble table from the bank hall and hoisted it high above its head. The marble table shattered the ceiling, sending large chunks of debris raining down. The giant hurled the marble table, carving a massive gash in the ceiling and causing more pieces to fall. The marble table slammed into the blast-proof glass of the bank counter. With a crack, the table lodged itself into the glass. Holy crap. Run. We need to get out of here. Zhu Heju knew the blast-proof glass wouldn't hold much longer. Between the swarming zombies outside and this behemoth, the survivors didn't stand a chance. Zhu Xingye followed Zhu Heju as they fled upstairs all the way to the top floor. Brother Han was already holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to take down the giant zombie. Chief, we need to run. That giant zombie is beyond us. Yeah, one charge and we'd all be wiped out. Run. Where to? The bank is surrounded by zombies. Our only option is to hold our ground until the Longmen Mountain military arrives and we can escape by helicopter. Chief, when will the military from Longmen Mountain get here? Well. Brother Han glanced at Zhu Heju, who stood nearby. If he hadn't killed Director Cao, they could have asked him everything. But now that Cao was dead, they had lost contact with the military. Loud pounding echoed from the first floor. The giant zombie was now using the marble table to batter the blast-proof glass, which already had a large gap. However, the opening was still too small for the creature to squeeze through. Zhu Heju felt he had to do something. The military might not arrive for ages. If the giant zombie broke in, everyone, including himself, would be dead. Zhu Heju glanced at his pistol and used a knowledge scroll to appraise it. System pistol. Possesses considerable power. 200 attack. Durability 99. 200 attack, 9 rounds per magazine. 3 pistols plus spare magazines give me 40 bullets total. With my attribute bonuses I can deal up to 12120 damage. I wonder how much health that giant has. Zhu Heju pondered briefly. He had planned to use the pistols to intimidate other survivors, but now he had no choice. If the nest is destroyed, the eggs will be broken. Killing the giant zombie was the top priority. Old Shu, let's go. Boss, where to? To take down that giant zombie. What? Just the 2 of us? Just me. I need you to cover me. Zhu Heju drew his pistol. Right now I'm the only one who can kill that brute. Boss. Without another word, Zhu Heju charged downstairs with Zhu Xingye close behind. Brother Han noticed their departure and narrowed his eyes. Gunshots rang out. Gunfire. Has the Longmen Mountain military come to rescue us? Let's go check it out. Brother Han said nothing, knowing it was Zhu Heju. Curious whether Zhu Heju could kill the giant zombie and suspecting he would run out of bullets soon, Brother Han led the group clattering downstairs. They found Zhu Heju standing before a gap in the blast-proof glass just big enough for a person to squeeze through, firing his pistol at the giant zombie in the bank hall. Bullets struck the giant zombie, forcing it to stagger backward. Enraged, it grabbed a massive vase from the hall and hurled it. The vase shattered against the blast-proof glass, but it was far less effective than the marble table. After emptying 1 magazine, Zhu Heju reloaded and continued firing. Like an enraged gorilla, the giant charged and began pounding the blast-proof glass with its fists. The gap in the glass widened. The giant zombie thrust its right arm through the opening, trying to grab Zhu Heju, who was shooting from inside. Zhu Heju merely retreated 2 steps and continued firing his gun. At such close range there was no need to aim before shooting. By now the giant's arm was riddled with bullet holes, but judging by its condition it was far from being killed. Zhu Heju ceased fire. Old Shu, you go. Smash it hard. Yes, boss. Old Shu, who had been watching Zhu Heju shoot, could no longer contain himself. At Zhu Heju's command he swung his massive hammer and pounded the giant zombie's arm that had reached inside. Roar. Zhu Xingyao's attack was ferocious. After just a few strikes the zombie's arm was battered and torn, flesh splitting open. Brother Han, do you have a rope? Tie up the giant's arm. Yes, he'll get it right away. Chen Kai, you and the others hurry upstairs and bring the rope. Yes, leader. After instructing Chen Kai to fetch the rope, Brother Han continued to watch the battle. Though he was the leader and harbored resentment toward Zhu Heju, he knew Zhu Heju had a pistol and that now was not the time for a confrontation. Soon the group brought down the rope and tied it around the giant's extended arm. Roar. The giant zombie, unable to break through, grew enraged. Not only had its right arm failed to catch that damned grasshopper Zhu Heju, but it had also been numbed by the pounding from a nearby fat ball. The giant zombie tried to withdraw its arm, but several pests had tied it with ropes. Everyone pull the rope. Don't let it escape. Seeing the giant zombie about to flee, Zhu Heju drew his gun again and fired. After emptying 2 magazines, the giant zombie was still struggling wildly. Zhu Heju switched to another pistol and aimed at the giant zombie's head. It seemed that merely shooting its arms dealt too little damage. A headshot was necessary. Brother Han opened the security door. Brother Chu, that's not a good idea. Other zombies will rush in. There's no time. We need a headshot to kill this zombie, otherwise all our bullets are just tickling it. I'm running low on ammo. If this doesn't work, death awaits us. So I need the door open to kill it outside, and I need the combat team to cover me. This? Leader, open the door. We can kill this giant zombie like this. Fine. Let's do as Brother Chu says. Combat team, get ready. When the door opens, cover Brother Chu. Yes. Yes. The combat team took their positions again, but this time they were tense as they would be fighting zombies outside the security door. Once we kill this giant zombie, I'll treat everyone to a drink, Chu Heju announced loudly. However, the response was lukewarm. A drink? With what? Urine. This Chu Heju, aside from luckily snatching 3 pistols, was even wearing straw sandals. No one believed his promise of a drink nor took it seriously. Their only thought was to quickly kill the giant zombie. Seeing the lack of enthusiasm, Chu Heju shrugged. The atmosphere was awkward, but he didn't mind. The moment the security door opened, the combat team rushed out. This time their main task was to cover Chu Heju, so they had few offensive weapons, mostly holding up tables to keep the zombies at bay. Chu Heju didn't waste this opportunity. Standing behind the combat team, he aimed at the giant zombie's head and fired. Bang. 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 Each shot made the giant zombie roar in fury. It struggled to break free and attack Chu Heju, but the survivors inside the reinforced glass held its arm tightly. Bang. With the final gunshot, the giant zombie collapsed, its frenzied struggles ceasing at last. System killed 1 first-tier zombie. Level 1. Current level 2. Huh. Level up. The sudden level up notification startled Chu Heju, but only for a moment. Then he quickly retreated. The combat team also slowly withdrew, killing a few more zombies before closing the security door. With the battle over, the ropes binding the giant zombie's arm were loosened once again, exposing the gap in the reinforced glass to the other zombies. Without the indiscriminate giant zombie causing chaos, the remaining zombies swarmed forward again. The massive gap in the reinforced glass was wide enough for a zombie to squeeze through. Reluctantly, the combat team gathered at the breach to kill the zombies. Brother Chu, you really killed that giant zombie. Brother Han ran over joyfully, his face genuinely excited. The other survivors were also thrilled, knowing that with the giant zombie dead, the remaining lesser zombies posed no significant threat. Though I killed the giant, it cost me 28 bullets. Now I have only 12 left. If another one like this shows up, I'm done for. Such powerful zombies can't be that common. This one is rare. In the past month, it's the first time I've encountered such a strong zombie. Were the previous zombies easy to kill? Not easy, but today's giant is the toughest we've faced. It seems zombies are gradually getting stronger. I'm afraid such powerful ones will appear more frequently. Brother Chu, do you mean there will be many of these? Yes, I'm just guessing. After all, zombies are evolving. That's troublesome. If Brother Chu runs out of bullets, we're doomed. Didn't you say the military from Longmen Mountain would come? Once we reach the base with the military, we have nothing to worry about. Sai, I hope the military arrives soon. My heart can't take much more of this. I'm a bit tired. You all keep fighting. You'll go upstairs to rest. Rest, Brother Chu. You'll handle things here. If anything comes up, you'll send someone to inform you. All right, I'll leave the rest to you, Leader Han. Brother Chu, please don't call me Leader Han. You're the one truly fit to be leader. The leader should be the strongest, saving us survivors in critical moments. No. I'm used to being lazy. You're the best leader. If there's trouble, I'll help if I can, but I can't handle the rest. All right, Brother Chu, I won't refuse. Once we deal with these zombies, we'll celebrate with drinks. Sounds good. You'll head up now. Take care, Brother Chu. Boss. Chu Xingyao approached Chu Heju and whispered in his ear. Boss, you go up first. You'll scavenge some blood crystals. Go ahead. Chu Heju knew that Chu Xingyao had been eyeing the zombie corpses in the corner. With the giant zombie dealt with, the cleanup didn't require his presence. As Chu Heju headed to the rooftop, Brother Han noticed Chu Xingyao dissecting the heads of the zombie pile in the corner. Soon she retrieved a red crystal from one of their skulls. What is that? Brother Han approached curiously. Chu Xingyao whispered in Chu Heju's ear. Boss, there are many zombie corpses over there. I want to go dig out some blood crystals. Go ahead. I'll leave this rough work to you from now on. All right, boss, don't you dare compete with me. Don't worry, no one's going to fight you for them. Chu Xingyao trotted over to the pile of zombie corpses in the corner, pulled out a dagger and sliced straight into a zombie's head. In no time she extracted a blood crystal the size of a piece of rock candy. Chu Heju shook his head and ignored her. He had more important matters to attend to. With millions in assets on hand, it would be a waste not to stock up. First he would arm himself and then he would start selling. Meanwhile, Brother Han noticed Chu Xingyao retrieving a red crystal from a zombie's head and walked over curiously. Big sister. Huh? Do I look that old? Calling me big sister? Little sister. Anyone who calls others little sister is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Are you hitting on me? No. Sister Shu, I'm just curious. What are you digging out of the zombies' heads? Blood crystals. You wouldn't know about this. There are blood crystals in the zombies' heads. They are money, you know. TSK, I won't chat with you anymore. I need to dig out blood crystals. Money. Brother Han's mind raced as he watched Xu Xingyao dig another blood crystal out of a zombie's head. No way. We all killed these zombies together. I can't let this chubby girl get all the benefits. Brother Han walked over to the combat group still fighting the zombies. Clean up crew, when you dispose of the zombies, cut open their heads. There are blood crystals inside the size of rock candy. These are valuable. Collect every single one. Don't leave a single zombie corpse untouched. Yes, Chief. Brother Han glanced at Xu Xingyao, who was still crouched in the pile of zombie corpses searching for blood crystals. HMPH trying to get the upper hand. Not so easy. At that moment Brother Han's eyes fell on the corpse of the large zombie lying outside the blast-proof glass. This zombie is huge. Could its blood crystal be bigger too? The large zombie's corpse lay just beyond the blast-proof glass. Although Brother Han wanted to get his hands on the blood crystal in its head, the sight of at least 100 zombies swarming the bank lobby made him think twice. If he went out, he'd be torn apart before he could even retrieve the crystal. Killing zombies from inside was easy, but stepping out would mean being overwhelmed in an instant. It was still too dangerous to go out. They had to lure the zombies in one by one and kill them. Ever since Brother Han learned about the blood crystals in the zombies' heads, he ordered the cleanup crew to dig them out from every zombie they killed. Xu Xingyao had dug out over a dozen blood crystals from the pile of corpses in the corner, but later when the cleanup crew brought over more corpses, their heads had already been completely dissected. Xu Xingyao knew that Brother Han must have seen her digging and ordered the cleanup crew to do the same. With no more ready corpses, she had no choice but to join the combat group and start killing zombies herself. With Xu Xingyao's powerful addition, killing zombies one by one through the gap in the blast-proof glass was too slow. Brother Han directly opened the security door and lured the zombies inside. With both methods working in tandem, the pace of killing zombies picked up significantly. Brother Han now held the blood crystals the cleanup crew had dug out, studying them intently. What are these blood crystals? Are they some kind of stones from the zombies' bodies? Although he now knew there were blood crystals in the zombies' heads, Brother Han had no idea what they were for. After all, they came from zombie brains. Who knew if they were toxic? He even wrapped them in a rag, afraid that the zombie blood on the crystals might seep into his skin. Gradually the zombies in the bank lobby were nearly cleared out. Brother Han ordered the combat group to charge out and directed the cleanup crew to process the corpses in the lobby, starting with the large zombie. Xu Xingyao had been watching Brother Han's every move. It was clear he wanted to claim the corpses. But she had her eyes set on that large zombie and wasn't about to let them have it. Before the cleanup crew could reach it, Xu Xingyao dashed out and smashed her hammer into the large zombie's head. The already dead zombie's skull was crushed into a pulp by her blow. Such a brutal scene made the cleanup crew step back a few paces. Xu Xingyao glanced at them but paid them no mind, crouching beside the large zombie's corpse to search for the blood crystal. After rummaging through the mess, she finally found a slightly larger blood crystal in the pulverized brain. This one seems bigger than the ones from the other zombies. Maybe I can sell it for a good price. Having retrieved the blood crystal, Xu Xingyao joined the cleanup efforts. Meanwhile, Brother Han, who had been watching everything, clenched his fists. Although he was the leader of this small base, he didn't have absolute authority. Not to mention Chu Heju, who had a pistol. Even this chubby girl with her giant hammer was beyond his control. Brother Han slowly unclenched his fists and walked over to Xu Xingyao. Sister Xu, may I ask what the blood crystals from the zombies' heads are used for? Blood crystals? You don't know. They're incredibly useful. 3 blood crystals can get you a bottle of energy drink. Energy drink? What's that? Xu Xingyao pulled a bottle of energy drink from her bag. Here, this is it. It quenches your thirst and fills you up. It's a rare treasure in the apocalypse. Sister Xu, could I trade one for a taste? No problem. Give me 3 blood crystals and it's yours. Brother Han took out a rag, retrieved 3 blood crystals and handed them to Xu Xingyao. Sister Xu, here are 3 blood crystals. Give me a bottle of energy drink. I want to try it. Easy. Here you go. Xu Xingyao was straightforward. She took the blood crystals and handed Brother Han a bottle of energy drink. The boss was right. Being a distributor lets me make a profit of 2 blood crystals with each sale. That's way better than killing zombies myself. All I need to do is set up a stall. But seeing that there were only a few zombies left in the bank lobby, Xu Xingyao decided to grab what she could first. Meanwhile, Brother Han examined the bottle of energy drink curiously. Aside from the unfamiliar brand, there's nothing special about it. He then pulled the tab and took a tentative sip. Just one sip and Brother Han's eyes widened in shock. He had drunk energy drinks before, Red Bull, Monster, but none of them tasted as good as this one. This energy drink is extraordinary. With just a single sip of the energy drink, Brother Han could tell it was no ordinary beverage. He then tilted his head back and downed the entire bottle in one go. Refreshing. Brother Han let out a burp. Damn, it not only quenches thirst but also fills you up. Just as I thought. At that moment Brother Han felt no hunger at all, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. Though there was food around, it was either expired or of terrible quality, barely edible, let alone enough to satisfy. But now things were different. Xu Xingyao actually had such incredible items. Brother Han sidled up to her again. Hee Sister Shu. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy killing zombies? Sister Shu, leave these minor zombies to the others. I wanted to ask, where did you find this energy drink? Where I found it. Of course I can't tell you. Didn't I already say? 3 blood crystals per bottle. Sister Shu, you mean you're selling them here? Of course. 3 blood crystals a bottle. But I don't have many, so if you want to buy you'd better hurry. Brother Han glanced at his own blood crystals. He'd only managed to dig up 50 from hundreds of zombies, enough for a few dozen bottles. How many of these energy drinks do you have, Sister Shu? 16 bottles left. 16 bottles at 3 blood crystals each, that's 48 blood crystals, right? Yeah. Sister Shu, sell them all to me. He'll take the lot. Huh? All of them? Do you have 48 blood crystals? Brother Han didn't waste words. He simply spread open his cloth bundle, revealing a pile of blood-stained crystals that had dyed the entire wrap red. Good heavens, you guys dug up that many. Fine, since you have the blood crystals, I'll sell you all the energy drinks. After the transaction, Xu Xingyao obtained 48 blood crystals and Brother Han got 16 bottles of energy drink. Both were delighted. But when Brother Han noticed how pleased Xu Xingyao looked, a chill ran through him. If his guess was right, he'd been taken advantage of. The energy drink was good but not worth 3 blood crystals. Yet there was no choice. For now only Xu Xingyao had these drinks. It was a monopoly. Sister Shu, a pleasure doing business. May I ask, will you continue selling these energy drinks? Depends. I might not be able to restock. This stuff is limited edition, who knows if there's more. Oh, if you get more, Sister Shu, please think of me. Sure, I can't drink that much alone anyway. With all the zombies in the bank lobby cleared, the weary group began heading to the rooftop. But Brother Han knew the place was no longer safe. The blast-proof glass had a breach, so someone had to stand guard. After assigning the guard duty, Brother Han followed the others back to the top floor. Meanwhile, Chu Haiju was holed up in the meeting room studying his stall system. First he cleared all outstanding debts. Then he focused on his level, because after killing the large zombie a notification had appeared. System killed 1 first-tier zombie. Level 1. Current level 2. Chu Haiju noticed his level had risen to 2. When he first saw his personal info, head noted his level was 1. But neither killing zombies nor completing tasks from the stall system had changed it. Only after slaying that massive zombie did his level increase to 2. So I need to kill first-tier zombies. In other words, I have to defeat monsters above my own rank to level up. But that was just Chu Heeji's theory. If ordinary zombies couldn't boost his level, he'd have to raise his sights. It was only speculation. He'd need to kill another first-tier zombie to confirm the leveling mechanism. Today was Chu Heeji's first time killing a first-tier zombie. It took 28 bullets, meaning the creature had nearly 1,000 health points. That was tough. With a crossbow, he'd need 50 bolts and he only had 2 bolts and 12 bullets left. For now he could only hope for new high-damage ranged weapons to appear in the shop. The restock screen had been stuck for a while, so Chu Haiju bought all remaining health packs and knowledge scrolls, refreshing the inventory. Restock mountain spring water, 100 left spring water from a mysterious mountain range. Restores a small amount of energy. Purchase price 1 copper coin. White flour bun, 100 left, said to contain some bleaching agent to make the buns whiter. Restores 100 satiety. Purchase price 1 copper coin. Back when I was broke, the restocked items were all things I couldn't afford. Now that I'm a multimillionaire, everything is dirt cheap. It's infuriating. Chu Haiju bought everything in bulk, refreshing the stock several times. It was all familiar items, though he was surprised to see Scarecrow gear appear as a full set, 100,000 copper coins per set. After spending 29 million out of 5 million copper coins, Chu Haiju noticed a problem. All the supplies were ones he'd seen before. The warehouse was now packed with items previously sold out, energy drinks, band-aids, all in the hundreds. In other words, at his current restock level, no higher-tier goods would appear. Chu Haiju stopped restocking. These copper coins were hard-earned since he couldn't get better items, he'd hold onto them. Still, he categorized the restockable items into 6 main types: weapons, armor, food, water, medicine, and daily necessities. Bang. 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 Boss, are you in there? In here. Boss, open up. I found something great. Chu Haiju opened the door to find Xu Xingyao staring at him with excitement. Boss, look at this. A blood crystal. I was the one who told you about them. Wait, why is this one so big? Hee boss, this came from that big zombie's head. Isn't it huge? Huge. Chu Haiju nodded deeply. Boss, let me in first. All right, come in. Xu Xingyao slipped into the meeting room, but Brother Han caught a glimpse of her sneaking in. Xu Xingyao going into Chu Heeji's room. Could her energy drinks be from Chu Haiju? Brother Han narrowed his eyes. He just had to wait until Xu Xingyao came out. If she pulled out more energy drinks to sell, then Chu Haiju was definitely hiding something. In the conference room, Xu Xingyao eagerly closed the door and leaned in front of Chu Haiju. Boss, guess how many blood crystals I got? How many? 60. How many? 60 blood crystals. So many. Hee, but most of them are sold by me. I sold all 16 bottles of functional drinks 3 blood crystals for 1 bottle. What do you think, impressive or not? Impressive, old shoe. I didn't see that you had the makings of a shrewd merchant. It's just average compared to you, boss. I'm just a small fry. Boss, you mentioned before that 1 blood crystal equals 1 bottle of functional drink. You can't go back on your word. Of course I won't go back on my word. After several shipments, Zhaoyang already had an excess of functional drinks with over 300 bottles, so he wasn't concerned about how many Xu Xingye wanted. Not too many, old Shu. Can you carry that many, over 60 bottles? Well. Old Shu glanced at his shoulder bag, which could barely fit 20 or 30 bottles, and indeed it couldn't hold 60 bottles. How about starting with 20 bottles and you can come back for the rest after I sell some? Boss, let's begin. Take out your black blanket. No problem. Zhaoyang directly took out the black blanket and spread it on the table. Xu Xingye, eager as ever, took out 20 blood crystals and placed them on the black blanket. Zhaoyang glanced at it. This wouldn't do. He needed to get all the blood crystals from Xu Xingye first. Old Shu, if you purchase 60 bottles at once, I'll throw in 10 extra for free. You can leave the rest with me and take them when you want. Of course you can also take them in batches of 20 and I'll still count it as 1 blood crystal per bottle. So boss, you mean I give you 60 blood crystals now and you sell me 70 bottles of functional drinks? That's right, you can take them in batches or all at once. Then you'll take them in batches. Xu Xingye continued to take out the remaining blood crystals from his pocket, placing them all on the black blanket. Boss, here are 60 blood crystals, please count them. No need, I trust you. Zhaoyang merely glanced at the black blanket and knew the number, saving a lot of time by not counting them himself. After selling 70 bottles of functional drinks, Zhaoyang received 60 blood crystals. To complete the task, he directly sold the 70 bottles to Xu Xingye first and then helped her store them in the warehouse. Boss, there's 1 blood crystal that I got from the big zombie's head. Want to see it? Old Shu, have you learned to build suspense? If you take it, he'll show it. If not, I won't show you. My curiosity isn't that strong. Todder. This is from the big zombie's head. How about that? Is it bigger than the blood crystals from regular zombies? Is this from the big zombie's head? Yes, if it weren't for my quick eyes and hands, Han and the others might have taken the corpse. System blood crystal recycle price 100,000 copper coins. This blood crystal is slightly larger and its recycling price has increased tenfold, but Zhaoyang knows that only after identification can he discover its true properties. Old Shu, this is a good item, but I remember that I should have been the main force in killing the big zombie. Naturally, boss, you only need to give me a small fee for extracting the blood crystal. I won't cheat you. This blood crystal is worth 10 times that of a regular zombie's. Therefore I can exchange this one for 10 bottles of functional drinks. Let's make it 5 bottles. After all, you did most of the work in taking down that big zombie. Alright, 5 bottles, so you still have 55 bottles of functional drinks stored with me. Okay boss, I'm heading out first to see if I can trade these 20 bottles of functional drinks for something else. Go ahead. Zhaoyang watched Xu Xingye leave briskly and shook his head. Indeed, developing agents is the easiest. It saves a lot of trouble and allows for bulk sales. Zhaoyang packed up the street stall and the task progress refreshed again. System task content: within 7 days sell 100 items through the street stall. 117 items sold. More than 10 new customers. 5 new customers. Task reward: upgrade warehouse to level 2. Failure penalty: level 2. Supply channel downgraded to level 1. The sales target for goods has been achieved. Now the only thing lacking is new customers. However, this troubles Zhaoyang because he came with nothing, and if he suddenly offers a lot of functional drinks for sale, it might attract unwanted attention. Looks like he'll have to pull Xu Xingye out as a shield again. After Xu Xingye left the room, Zhaoyang eagerly identified the larger blood crystal. System: regular blood crystal. A crystal formed from the essence of zombies, containing vast energy, serving as the energy source for zombies' movements. Consuming it grants 20 maximum health, 20 attack power, 20 defense, while lowering maximum stamina by 50. It contains violent energy that can harm the nervous system with significant side effects. Please use with caution. When stamina drops to 0, it will mutate into an undead creature. What the hell? Zhaoyang stared blankly at this larger blood crystal. The previous blood crystal added 10 to attributes, but this one, although its recycling price increased tenfold, only doubled its attributes, and most importantly the stamina reduction is still 50. Damn it, if I had known I wouldn't have consumed that damn inferior blood crystal. Zhaoyang felt a wave of regret, but there was nothing to be done. The blood crystal he had already consumed couldn't be spit out. Zhaoyang wiped the blood crystal and then popped it into his mouth. Thud thud thud. Just after consuming the blood crystal and before checking its attributes, a knock came at the door. Come in. Zhaoyang thought it was Xu Xingye returning. Old Shu, have you sold out so quickly? No response. Zhaoyang turned to look, and it wasn't Xu Xingye who entered but the female officer. Is there something? Zhu, just say what you have. I don't like beating around the bush. Zhu, thank you for saving me last night. I currently have nothing to offer as thanks, but I graduated from police academy and know a bit of grappling and fighting. I can handle normal people and zombies easily, and I want to stay by your side to repay your life-saving grace. Life-saving grace? No, miss, by you're overstating it. I simply couldn't stand that fat guy's style of doing things. Besides, you were just bullied. It doesn't equate to losing your life, does it? To call this a life-saving grace is a bit excessive. No, to me this is even more important than a life-saving grace. I just ask that you allow me to stay by your side so I can repay you well. Miss Bai. At this moment Bai Qianqian directly knelt in front of Chu Heju. Policewoman Bai Qianqian actually wanted to join Chu Heju's team, but Chu Heju had never thought about forming a team to survive the apocalypse. Brother Chu, if you don't agree I won't get up. Get up first. Kneeling like that makes it seem like I'm dead, it's bad luck. Upon hearing that Chu Heju disliked kneeling on both knees, Bai Qianqian immediately lifted one leg and knelt on one knee. Is this acceptable? Miss Bai, why must you put yourself through this? You're a police officer. If you're concerned about those 2 pistols, I'll give them back to you now. But I must regrettably inform you that when I killed that massive zombie the bullets were spent. So now I can only return the pistols to you empty. Since Brother Chu picked up the pistols, they are yours. We won't ask for them back. Actually, I have a selfish motive in following you. To survive the apocalypse one needs a strong team. So I want to join your team. Miss Bai, you're not nearsighted, are you? With this frail frame of mine you say I lead the strongest team. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? It's a woman's intuition. I can't explain it, but I feel that following you, Brother Chu, gives me a greater chance of survival. Then why did you go into that fat man's room last night? Director Cao is the leader here. He summoned me, so I had to go. Besides, when I realized he tried to take advantage of me, didn't I resist? Resist? You had a pistol, yet you were overpowered by that unarmed fat man. It's not what you think. Director Cao had a formidable weapon. He paralyzed me and my body suddenly became immobile. Paralyzed? Chu Heju genuinely didn't know what had happened between Bai Qianqian and that fat man in the room. Yes, like being electrocuted. Not good. Chu Heju slapped his thigh. Brother Chu, what's wrong? Director Cao's body had been disposed of by Brother Han and his men, meaning that so-called electric shock weapon was likely in Brother Han's possession now. Chu Heju didn't believe Brother Han had truly accepted his presence. One's bedchamber is no place for others to slumber. If Brother Han truly aspired to be the leader, he would never allow someone beyond his control to remain in the base. Chu Heju narrowed his eyes. It seemed Brother Han had considerable patience. Brother Chu. Get up. 7-day probation, 1 energy drink per day. After confirmation, 2 per day. Any objections? Although Chu Heju was reluctant to form a team while his strength was still low, he did lack people for sentry duty. Chu Xingyao and Bai Qianqian could fill that gap. Brother Chu, I have no objections. Then get out. If there's nothing else, stand guard at the door for now. Brother Chu. Call me boss. Boss, my colleague Dai Xiongyu is no less skilled than I am. Stop. 2 employees are my limit for now. I don't want more. Drop the subject. Yes, boss. Go. Chu Heju's head throbbed. Damn it, he'd end up dying because of women. He'd inexplicably taken on 2 employees, both women. The problem was that his strength was still too low. If his employees rebelled, he lacked the absolute power to intimidate them. Chu Heju glanced at his mission progress again. He still needed a few new customers to complete it. It seemed he had to make use of these survivors. The military from Longmen Mountain hadn't arrived yet. He didn't know if killing Director Cao would get him killed. Chu Heju wasn't even sure whether to wait for the so-called rescue from Longmen Mountain or flee now. Forget it. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten itself out. First complete the mission. But before that, Chu Heju consumed 10 blood crystals. His attributes surged again. With only 50 energy left, he dared not risk mutating into an undead creature. Because consuming so many blood crystals at once, the frenzied energy within them caused a sharp pain in Chu Heju's mind, and deep red bloodshot veins appeared in the whites of his eyes. Chu Heju shook his head vigorously. His mind was dazed and throbbing with intermittent pain as if pricked by needles. Even the scenery before him seemed illusory and ethereal. Damn it, I can't eat so many at once again. I need to take them one by one. After consuming the blood crystals, Chu Heju decided to set up a stall where survivors gathered to complete the mission. He opened the door. Suddenly a figure flashed by. ZZZZZ. System electrocution damage received. Entering paralysis state. Paralysis state lasts 1 minute. Chu Heju fell straight down, his nose smashing into the floor. It felt scorching hot. He must have broken it. Out of the corner of his eye he saw several people standing nearby, and not far away Bai Qianqian lay on the ground. TSK. Surprise attacks are truly the way to go, isn't that right, Brother Chu? Brother Han. What are you trying to do? Don't call me Brother Han, I can't bear it. You don't even know my name, do you? My full name is Han Qinhu. My parents gave me this name hoping I'd have the bravery of Wu Song fighting the tiger. But today I'm not catching a tiger, just a skinny monkey, a lucky little monkey. However, Brother Chu, your luck ends here. You lot stripped this skinny monkey bare. He came here naked and this army coat was ours to give. Strip it all off. Several underlings rushed forward and tore off Chu Heju's army coat. Underneath he wore nothing, not even underwear. TSK brother Chu, you really are as poor as the army coat I gave you. The underlings searched the coat thoroughly. Han Qinhu acted swiftly, subduing Chu Heju in an instant. Some survivors had noticed the conflict, but they merely watched from a distance. As always, they didn't care who led them, having food, shelter and no zombies was enough. Boss, the pistol isn't in the army coat. Huh? The pistol isn't here. Han Qinhu stepped forward and turned the coat inside out. It was empty. You lot searched the room? Yes. Several underlings rushed into the room to find the pistol. Then Han Qinhu walked up to Chu Heju and kicked him in the head. Chu Heju's face took the blow. He felt as if his skull was splitting and his face was stained red with blood from his nose. Han Qinhu crouched in front of Chu Heju, grabbing his hair. Tell me. Where did you hide the pistol? Han Qinhu crouched directly before Chu Heju seized his hair, then drew a dagger and pressed it against his throat. Speak. Where did you stash the pistol? Pistol? What pistol? The pistol had long been placed in Chu Heju's storage space, so they could never find it in the military coat. Chu Heju could only feign ignorance for the moment. Brother Chu, my dear brother Chu, you don't have to speak. Once my men find the pistol, it'll put a few holes in you. Rest assured I won't let you die quickly. It'll torment you slowly and let you taste the agony of being shot. But since you're about to die, I'll grant you clarity. Do you know who Director Cao, whom you killed, is to me? It seemed Director Cao shared an unusual bond with Han Qinhu. Chu Heju wanted to utter harsh words, but he knew this wasn't the time to provoke him. Provocation would only bring harm, even physical pain. Chu Heju glanced at his paralysis status. Mere seconds remained. In a few moments he could finish this. No rush, let the man have his moment of arrogance. I want to know. Pity wealth can't buy hindsight. Let me tell you, Director Cao was my brother-in-law. You killed him right before my eyes. Don't you think I should kill you? Chief, there's no pistol in the room. Chen Kai rushed out from the house and reported to Han Qinhu. Searched everywhere. Chief, we've searched everywhere. No pistol, not even a single bullet. Han Qinhu yanked Chu Heju's hair, nearly tearing it out. Damn it, if he survived this head shave, his head bald. Slap. A heavy blow landed on Chu Heju's face, making it feel twice its size. Speak. Where did you hide the pistol? The pistol isn't with me. To avoid physical torment, Chu Heju decided to placate Han Qinhu. Not with you. Han Qinhu narrowed his eyes. Could it be with that chubby girl? Just then the plump Xu Xingyao cheerfully emerged from a room. All 20 bottles of energy drinks in her satchel were sold out. Of course, most ordinary survivors had no blood crystals, and the few who did had secretly kept them from Han Qinhu. Xu Xingyao had traded them for other supplies. Boss. Spotting Chu Heju pinned to the ground by several men, she grabbed her giant hammer and charged over. Han Qinhu immediately pressed a dagger to Chu Heju's throat. One more step and your boss dies. Is the pistol with you? If you don't want your boss dead, hand over the pistol. Xu Xingyao froze in her tracks. Boss, what should I do? Xu Xingyao knew Chu Heju had a storage space. The pistol was surely stashed there beyond their reach. But with the dagger threatening him, she was at a loss. Old Xu, forget about me. Go on. In this world I'm utterly alone, no family, no friends, not even a girlfriend. Even if I die, no one will mourn. It doesn't matter. This damned apocalypse is full of zombies, and the few survivors left treat life like dirt. Living holds no meaning. No, boss, you have me. I'll grieve for you. I know you won't mourn for me as a person, but it's all irrelevant now. The paralysis wore off. Chu Heju instantly retrieved the pistol from his storage. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Clatter. Han Qinhu's dagger fell to the ground and his body collapsed onto Chu Heju, who pushed the corpse away. You. Han Qinhu died with eyes wide open. He could never fathom where Chu Heju had produced the pistol, especially since he was naked. Xu Xingyao was quick-witted. She charged over, her giant hammer held before her, shielding Chu Heju with her plump frame like a bodyguard. Bai Qianqian also regained movement and limped toward Chu Heju. Stop. Chu Heju hadn't told old Xu that Bai Qianqian was now his employee. But this was a critical moment. Bai Qianqian's loyalty was yet unproven. Keeping her at a distance was wise. Meanwhile, Han Qinhu's underlings fell to their knees in terror. Spare us, brother Chu. Han was our leader, we had to obey him. Yes, we had nothing to do with it. Rise. Han Qinhu was the one who wanted me dead. I won't kill you. Thank you, brother Chu. Thank you. The underlings expressed their gratitude with tears. Yet inwardly Chu Heju cursed them endlessly. If not for the mission, he would have shot them all. To complete the task, had let them live a little longer. Whether they acted on Han Qinhu's orders or not, anyone who had targeted him would die. Chu Heju silently memorized the faces of the underlings, including Chen Kai, who had once given him a military coat. He distinctly saw Chen Kai eagerly helping Han Qinhu search for the pistol, a perfect lackey. Boss. Bai Qianqian called from behind. You call him boss too? Could it be? Xu Xingyao, who had stopped her, noticed Bai Qianqian also addressing Chu Heju as boss. Her eyes flickered with suspicion. Could this delicate Bai Qianqian be an employee too? With her build she could be a bodyguard, but what about this fair-skinned woman? Was she meant to be a secretary? Xu Xingyao glanced between Chu Heju and Bai Qianqian, muttering inwardly. Men are indeed all pigs trotters. Old Xu, this is my new employee Bai Qianqian. Hello Sister Xu. Bai Qianqian, the boss new hire. Xu Xingyao replied coldly. Whether her coldness was toward beautiful women or police officers was unclear. Bai Qianqian, however, was savvy. She picked up the discarded military coat and approached Chu Heju. Boss, would you mind putting on some clothes? All right. Without hesitation, Chu Heju draped the military coat over himself in the corridor. Bai Qianqian blushed deeply while the onlooking survivors pointed and whispered without a hint of embarrassment. Han Qin, who is dead? In taking over here. Who agrees? Who opposes? Brother Chu I. Bang. Chen Kai barely uttered 3 words before Chu Heju shot him dead. His body toppled backward. Chen Kai had intended to voice his agreement, but before he could finish, Chu Heju gunned him down. Anyone else oppose? Chu Heju had long wanted to kill Chen Kai, and this was the perfect chance to eliminate him and assert his dominance. After all, one more death made no difference. Chu Heju knew exactly what Chen Kai intended to say, but he would not allow him to speak, for if he did, how could he justify beating him to death as a display of power? A single shot ended Chen Kai's life, and the effect was immediate. Everyone present feared making the slightest sound lest they become the next victim. They lowered their heads as if they were students dreading being called upon to answer a question in class. Good. Since no one objects, I am now the new leader here. Old Shu, gather everyone in the meeting room within 5 minutes. I don't care what reasons they have, anyone not there in time will be escorted out of the base. Yes, boss. After saying this, Chu Heju strode boldly toward the meeting room. In this apocalypse, killing zombies is out of the question. I had planned to be a wandering merchant, thinking that without city administrators I could set up a stall anywhere and sell my goods. But I never imagined that with my low strength even the simple dream of being a street vendor was impossible, and could even cost me my life. It seems that strength is the true path to survival in this apocalypse. Chu Heju entered the meeting room and opened his personal information panel. Since killing that massive first-tier zombie, his level had risen to 2, and this was no mere level up. Reaching level 2 had granted him a talent point. However, Chu Heju had not immediately chosen a talent path. But now he had made up his mind. Talents were divided into 3 main categories: combat, survival, and commerce. Chu Heju directly selected the combat category. Combat was further divided into 5 subcategories. 1. Born for battle, level 0, current attack bonus 0, next level attack bonus 5. 2. Indestructible, level 0, current defense bonus 0, next level defense bonus 5. 3. Vigorous blood chi, level 0, current health bonus 0, next level health bonus 5. 4. Robust physique, level 0, current energy bonus 0, next level energy bonus 5. 5. Potion novice, level 0, current potion effect bonus 0, next level potion effect bonus 5. Although combat was primarily about attack and maximizing damage was ideal, since he could now consume blood crystals to increase the other 3 attributes at the cost of energy, Chu Heju directly chose robust physique. With a 5 energy bonus, his energy increased by 55 and he consumed another blood crystal. Driven by an intense desire for power, Chu Heju chose the combat talent. As for commerce, although the system he had acquired was a storekeeping system, seemingly steering him toward the commercial path. The foundation determines the height of the structure. Without strength, no amount of wealth would be one's own. A commerce without power would merely be a wedding dress for others. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Xu Xingyao pushed open the door and said respectfully to Chu Heju, "Boss, all the survivors are at the door." Good. Let them all in. Chu Heju sat at the farthest end of the conference table facing the door. The survivors filed into the meeting room in an orderly manner. Although there were a dozen chairs around the table, everyone obediently stood on either side, not daring to sit. After all, this unremarkable frail young man had upon arrival killed the former leader Director Cao and then the second-in-command Han Qinhu with a gun. More importantly even, that monstrously powerful zombie had fallen to this slender new leader's hand. This filled them with both fear and respect. Although Chu Heju had used a pistol, even if they had won they doubted they could have acted with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Boss, everyone is here. Good. Chu Heju swept his gaze briefly over the survivors in the room. Many things in life are forced upon us. Reality is not a movie, yet it is far more unpredictable than any film. To be honest, my arrival here was purely accidental. I never intended to become your leader. I'm sure many of you are aware of what has happened since I came. Though I am now the leader, let me say this, I never planned to seize this place. Of course, if any of you think you can manage this small base, feel free to step forward. Rest assured I won't shoot anyone without reason this time. I genuinely want to find someone capable of managing this small team. But the prerequisite is that you don't cause me trouble, otherwise I won't hesitate to appoint a new leader. Still no one responded. The group kept their heads down, afraid to speak. However, Chu Heju noticed a tall figure secretly glancing at him. You? Yes, the tall one. Chief, I don't want to be the manager. Come here. Chief, I beg you, I have an 85-year-old mother at home and a crying child to feed. Please don't kill me. He'll kowtow to you. Stand up and speak. If you don't get up, he'll shoot you right now. Chief, please spare me. Say one more word and he'll shoot you. The tall man zipped his lips shut, but the anxiety in his eyes was unmistakable to Chu Heju. What's your name? The tall man remained silent, his mouth tightly shut. What are you so afraid of? I just asked you to come over. You can speak now. I noticed you were looking this way earlier. Are you interested in the manager position? Chief, my name is Li Chen. I used to manage the warehouse here. I have no interest in being the manager. The reason I was looking this way is because there's something outside the window. The tall man nervously pointed a trembling finger at a creature outside the window. Something. Chu Heju turned to look but only saw a black cat scurrying away. Just a black cat. I've seen it more than once. Nothing to fear. If there's nothing else you can go back. I thought you wanted to be the manager. Li Chen, the tall man, shuffled back to his spot looking disheartened. Since no one is willing to be the leader here, I will temporarily act as your chief from now on. You can nominate someone, or if anyone feels capable, step forward and I will gladly hand over the position. Seeing that no one coveted the leader's seat, Chu Heju immediately turned to his primary objective. That objective was to complete the mission. However, aside from Xu Xingya, no one here knew about the existence of the storage space. Thus Chu Heju needed to find a suitable place as a cover. After much thought, the bank vault seemed the most fitting choice. None of the people here had ever been there, and the only one who had Director Cao was dead. Therefore the bank vault was the perfect cover. Although the vault was the most ideal hiding place, Chu Heju glanced at the crowd, their heads bowed in deep dejection, and his own mood soured. Chu Heju felt it necessary to boost the group's morale first. A bunch of lifeless survivors gave him a headache just looking at them. Where is the food storage? Does anyone know? At that moment the tall Li Chen turned his gaze toward Chu Heju. Boss, I know. Oh? You again? Where is it? Boss, I used to be in charge of the warehouse. During holidays the bank's welfare supplies were always stored in a small storage room at the western end of the second floor. Good. This is my first time as a leader, so I might lack experience. But since I'm the chief, it's my duty to bring benefits to everyone. I want to give everyone a treat, all the supplies in that second floor warehouse. Today eat your fill as much as you want. Boss, are you serious? Many heads lifted, eyes sparkling with excitement toward Chu Heju. Why would I lie? I, Chu Heju, always keep my word. But from what you're saying, have you never had enough to eat? Boss, you don't understand. Our daily rations barely keep us alive, we're never full. Exactly. Director Cao probably feared that if we were wealth-wed rebels, so he only gave us enough to survive. This Director Cao. Chu Heju tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Though he felt Director Cao deserved to die. When Cao was killed, the crowd showed utter indifference. It turned out they had long harbored grievances against him but lacked the strength to resist. Nevertheless, this served as a warning to Chu Heju. These survivors, though pitiable, had their detestable sides. After all, the warehouse supplies belonged to the bank. Even if Director Cao had given them nothing to eat, it would have been understandable. He had fed them, yet when he was killed these very survivors showed no concern. Sometimes free handouts only raise a pack of wolves. Don't worry. I'll arrange for the distribution soon. Tonight everyone eats their fill. I'll draft a new allocation plan for the rest. Any objections? No objections, boss. Well, follow your orders. The once lifeless atmosphere grew lively at the promise of food. Indeed, food is the god of the people, a truth that holds in any era. Whoever fills their bellies becomes their heaven, their rightful leader. Boss, you have no idea. We barely survive, yet Director Cao was so fat, he must have eaten the most. He treated us like dirt. If Han Qinhu didn't have a gun, we'd have revolted long ago. Yeah, Han Qinhu and Director Cao were thick as thieves. Otherwise, with that gun, Han would have taken over already. Alright, you've all been through a lot. Now that I'm in charge, I won't let you starve. But first we need to secure the base's defenses. The food distribution will have to wait a bit. I need 6 people, 3 to guard the first floor, 3 to guard the rooftop. Rest assured, under my rule, rewards and punishments are clear. Work gets you paid and more supplies. Who volunteers? Me. Good. You 6 stay, the rest go back. Once the defenses are set, I'll open the warehouse tonight. Go on now. Long live the chief. Boss, what time tonight? Before dark. Don't worry, I can't run off with the goods. You've waited days, what's half a day more? Hey boss, it's just. The thought of eating our fill feels almost unreal. Enough, go back. Line up here before dark to collect supplies. Understood. Understood. The crowd departed cheerfully, leaving only the 6 who had volunteered as guards. I'm glad you chose to stay as guards. 2 teams of 3 each with a squad leader. Becoming a squad leader is quite simple. The men began puffing out their chests, trying to look imposing, thinking it was about strength or size. But Chu Heju ignored them, speaking calmly. In my domain, becoming a squad leader is easy. Whoever has the most money gets the position. What? Whoever has the most money? That's selling titles. Exactly. Money can do anything. Got a problem? Chu Heju eyed the man who had been flexing. He deflated, lowering his head reluctantly but still muttered, "Boss, no problem." "Good. Now each of you put the supplies you're willing to contribute on the table. You'll decide who becomes squad leader." The six exchanged glances, then began pulling out items: candies, stale bread, expired drinks, ballpoint pens, crushed cigarette packs, a motley collection of worthless junk. Chu Heju walked over, tallying the items one by one. They were indeed paupers. The top two barely had supplies worth over 1,000 copper coins. He strode to the head of the conference table, spread out a black wool blanket, and pretending to retrieve from under the table produced 2 straw hats and several energy drinks. "You there. Move your supplies here." "Yes, boss." "You have the most, so you're squad leader of Team 1. This straw hat is the official cap. Keep it safe." "Yes, boss." The one with the most supplies was the tall Li Chen, totaling 1,100 copper coins. "You. Bring your stuff over." "Herr boss, do I get to be squad leader too?" You're second. You're squad leader of Team 2. Here's your hat." "Thank you, Chief." The 2 hat holders were overjoyed. Trading a pile of junk for a straw hat seemed trivial, but it was a captain's position. Even if they only had 2 subordinates, the feeling was exhilarating. The tall man glanced at his straw hat and crushed it between his fingers. What a piece of junk to hand out. The remaining 4 exchanged looks, realizing the captain's slots were filled. Dejected, they silently gathered their items from the table. "Now we select the deputy squad leaders." Chu Heju addressed the remaining few casually. "Why not give everyone a title? Make them all carders." The squad leader position had already been filled and the remaining 4 were crestfallen. But upon hearing that Chu Heju would also select a deputy leader, they all perked up with excitement. "Ah. There's still a deputy leader. You lot bring your supplies and line up to trade." "Yes, Chief." The group eagerly formed a line, for the chance to be chosen as deputy leader was quite high, with only 2 candidates. After a round of trading, each squad consisted of 3 people, 1 squad leader and 2 deputy leaders. In effect, everyone held an official post, leaving no ordinary members. The leader was designated by a straw hat and the deputies by straw rain capes, a simple and clear system. "All right, now that the teams are confirmed, head to your posts immediately. 2 people must be on guard at all times, with the 3rd on standby." "Understood." "Understood. Go on." "Wait, Li Chen, give me the key to the 2nd floor warehouse. You'll check it later." "Chief, here you go." Li Chen pulled a key from his pocket, scurried over to Chu Heju and presented it with both hands. "All right, you can get back to work." "Yes, Chief." "You'll take my leave." The 6 filed out of the meeting room, leaving only Chu Heju, Xu Xingyao, Bai Qianqian and Dai Xiongyu, who was cowering in a corner. "Officer Dai, is there something else?" "Chief, I used to work with Miss Bai." "I? I know you were colleagues with Bai Qianqian. Is there more?" May I stay here with Miss Bai?" "What is Bai Qianqian to you?" "Your girlfriend." "A relative." Miss Bai is my colleague." "Colleague? Just a colleague?" "If it's merely a colleague, then I'm sorry, but that relationship ends here. There is no public security bureau, no police, and thus no such collegial bond anymore. Bai Qianqian is now my employee. Though a leader has no right to interfere in employees' private lives here, everything about my staff must obey my arrangements, including their personal affairs." "But..." Dai Xiongyu seemed to struggle with words. Indeed, he and Bai Qianqian were colleagues, but beyond that he harbored feelings of affection that surpassed mere friendship. Yet he had never dared to confess, for he was just an ordinary policeman with no background or power. Though Chu Heju had never been in love himself, only a man could recognize another man's subtle gestures and expressions. From the start, Chu Heju saw that Dai Xiongyu had feelings for Bai Qianqian. Truth be told, such a beautiful policewoman would attract anyone, and Chu Heju felt a hint of admiration too, but only appreciation. Having learned from past mistakes, he knew better. In the apocalypse, those who put women first would inevitably meet their end. Thus Chu Heju regarded Bai Qianqian merely with admiration. So Chu Heju wanted Dai Xiongyu to speak up. If Bai Qianqian reciprocated his feelings, if they were mutually in love, Chu Heju wouldn't mind playing matchmaker. But if she didn't share those feelings, he would never allow Dai Xiongyu to stay. After all, the power of love was both magnificent and terrifying. It could elevate a person or drive them to madness. Dai Xiongyu was like a ticking time bomb, and Chu Heju would never tolerate such an unstable element in his team. "But what?" "I said if it's just a colleague relationship, then that ends here. Mr. Dai, please leave." "I?" Dai Xiongyu hesitated, torn between the fear of losing everything by speaking out and the dread of never having another chance to confess. At that moment Chu Heju glanced at Bai Qianqian. She turned her back to Dai Xiongyu, offering Chu Heju an awkward smile. "Boss Xiao Dai is after all my former colleague. If he has done anything wrong, please don't hold it against him. I'm not that petty. Here's what we'll do, you'll go check the supplies in the 2nd floor warehouse. You have a proper talk with your colleague. Before I return, I expect both of you to give me a satisfactory answer." "Thank you, boss." "Old Shu, come with me to move things." "Boss, you're making me do manual labor again." "Take it or leave it. Plenty of people are begging to be my laborer." "Sure you don't want the job?" "You'll do it. You'll do it. Then what are you waiting for? A bodyguard with no awareness opened the door. This time Chu Heju had learned his lesson. Why open the door himself when he had a bodyguard? What if there was another ambush? However, there was no ambush this time as the remaining people were terrified. Most felt it wasn't so bad having Chu Heju as their leader, at least they could get enough to eat. Chu Heju arrived at the second floor warehouse and tossed the key to Xu Xingyao. Same routine. You scout ahead. Xu Xingyao reluctantly went to scout, gritting his teeth for the sake of energy drinks. Xu Xingyao reached the western end of the corridor where a door plaque read warehouse. As he drew closer he noticed the door was actually ajar. He turned back to look at Chu Heju. Old Shu opened the door. Boss, this door isn't locked. Huh. Chu Heju stepped closer and saw that the warehouse door was indeed unlatched, only slightly ajar. Old Shu, why do you think no one is guarding the warehouse? Aren't they afraid of being robbed? I wouldn't know, boss. Chu Heju sensed that the situation might not be as simple as it seemed. He then retrieved a pistol from the warehouse. Creak. Xu Xingyao gently pushed open the warehouse door, revealing a room of about 20 square meters packed with crates of supplies that appeared to be liquor. Chu Heju followed Xu Xingyao inside. Suddenly he grabbed Xu Xingyao's arm and pointed to the floor. Xu Xingyao looked down and saw a patch of dried blood on the ground. Chu Heju rubbed it with his straw sandal. The stain seemed quite old. Then Chu Heju slowly approached the corner where a corpse rotted to just a skeleton lay. Chu Heju felt his hair stand on end. Though the blood was dry, the body shouldn't have decomposed so quickly. He exchanged a glance with Xu Xingyao. It seemed the corpse might have been eaten. Didn't Li Chen say he managed the warehouse? How did a corpse end up here? Boss, you're asking me. I arrived the same day as you. You'll have to ask Li Chen. Clang. Who's there? At the sound of an object falling, a figure darted past. Bang. Startled, Chu Heju instinctively pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced the window glass, leaving a neat hole. Meow. Damn it, that cursed black cat. You'll kill it. That damn black cat kept startling him. Chu Heju decided to kill the wretched feline first. Chu Heju charged straight at it, but the black cat slipped out through an open window. He leaned out to look, only to see the cat scurrying away along the windowsill. The black cat was so swift that even if he fired a gun, Chu Heju doubted he could hit it. Chu Heju was furious. The ghastly skeleton had already scared him, and now that cursed black cat had given him a fright. Yet knowing it was just a cat, he felt less afraid. After all, the cat feared humans and didn't eat them, far safer than zombies. Old Shu, do you think the corpse was eaten by the black cat? Xu Xingyao rested her chin on her hand, staring at the skeleton. Boss, cats are carnivores, so it's possible. But I have a question. What question? If a cat eats zombie flesh, would it become a zombie cat? Well, that stumped Chu Heju. He thought it over. The black cat seemed ordinary enough, probably just a normal cat. Maybe it wasn't the black cat that ate it. Creak. Creak. Huh. Old Shu, do you hear something? Xu Xingyao's eyes widened as she pointed at the skeleton, speechless. Chu Heju followed her gaze and saw the skeleton on the ground slowly sit up. The skeleton cracked its neck, then stood. What shocked Chu Heju even more was that it reached into its own belly and pulled out something like ribs. What is? The skeleton assembled the ribs into a bow and arrow, aiming straight at Xu Xingyao. Old Shu, dodge. Chu Heju raised his gun and fired at the skeleton. Bang. The bullet hit it but passed right through its bones, causing no damage. What the hell, is it immune to ranged attacks? The skeleton, aggroed by Chu Heju's attack, shifted its aim from Xu Xingyao to him. Holy crap. Chu Heju ducked. The arrow whizzed past just above his head. The arrow fired by the skeleton was immensely powerful. The entire arrowhead embedded itself into the wall, its shaft still trembling outside. Damn, with that power it pierced right through a body. Even in death it can't rest in peace, using its own ribs as arrows. Take this hammer. Xu Xingyao smashed her hammer down on the skeleton's head. Half of its skull shattered, leaving only half a head. Chu Heju clearly saw a red crystal inside the skull, identical to the one in the hulking zombie's head. So this skeleton might be a first-tier monster. Xu Xingyao pressed her advantage, swinging her hammer again at its head. Old Shu, don't kill it, let me do it. If this was a first-tier zombie, Chu Heju had to finish it himself. Opportunities to level up were rare, and he couldn't let someone else steal the kill. Damn it. Old Zu's heavy hammer swung with all her might, veered sharply and smashed into the skeleton's shoulder instead. Crack. The skeleton's shoulder shattered completely, bone scattering everywhere. The bone bow and arrow it had assembled fell to the ground. Quick as a flash, Old Shu kicked the bone bow toward Chu Heju. Chu Heju picked up the bone bow. System skeleton bow, a bow assembled from the skeleton's own bones, possessing considerable power. Recycle price 10000. Wow, the recycle price is so high. Let's appraise it first. System skeleton bow, a bow assembled from the skeleton's own bones, possessing considerable power. 200 attack, 10 chance to cause piercing damage, 10 of attack power, ignores defense. Durability 10000100000. 200 attack. That's double the simple crossbow's damage plus a piercing effect that ignores defense. How is this better than what the stall system offers? Zhu Heju narked an arrow and aimed at the half-crippled skeleton. Whoosh! The bone arrow flew, striking the skeleton directly. But the skeleton wasn't killed as expected. The arrow sank into its shoulder, vanishing into its body. The half-crippled skeleton even slowly stood up, clutching its right shoulder with its left hand. Crack! The skeleton shook its shoulder a few times. It healed. Zhu Heju glanced at his skeleton bow. Wait, does shooting a skeleton with the skeleton bow heal it? Damn it. He stowed the bow away and grabbed a fire axe, charging forward. You've got no weapon now. Let's see how you attack. Take this axe. Crack! Zhu Heju's axe cleaved into the skeleton's newly healed shoulder, which fell off with a snap. The skeleton's remaining left hand clawed at Zhu Heju. He quickly retreated and the claw struck a pile of Baijiu bottles stacked nearby. Rip. Crash. The cardboard box shattered and the bottles inside broke, soaking the box and spilling liquor everywhere. Damn, a hit like that would cripple or kill anyone. Crack. Xu Xingyao smashed her hammer into the skeleton's waist, sending it crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Zhu Heju had told her not to kill it, but he hadn't said not to cripple it. Now the skeleton lay on the ground, still crawling toward him. Zhu Heju raised the fire axe high. He brought it down on the skeleton's head. Crack. The skull split in two and the entire frame fell still. System killed a first-tier skeleton. Level 1. Current level 3. Phew. Zhu Heju let out a deep breath. So it was indeed a first-tier skeleton. But this one seemed weaker than the first-tier zombie. He glanced at the arrow embedded in the wall. Maybe skeletons are ranged enemies, their strength lies in ranged attacks, not close combat. With the system notification confirming the skeleton was dead for good, Zhu Heju felt safe to dig out the blood crystal. Harvesting the skeleton's blood crystal was easy. Inside its skull there was only a solitary crystal. Smashing the skull open, Zhu Heju picked it up. His energy was low now, so he decided to keep this crystal for later. Zhu Heju narrowed his eyes at the skeleton's corpse. First-tier monsters were appearing too frequently, the hulking zombie, now this skeleton archer. Soon such creatures would likely become the norm. The skeleton archer dropped a skeleton bow, but did the hulking zombie only have a blood crystal in its head? The skeleton archer wielded a skeletal bow, and Zhu Heju felt it necessary to check if that large zombie had anything valuable. After all, it was a first-tier zombie, it couldn't possibly only yield a blood crystal. He picked up a few arrows beside the skeleton's corpse, totaling 3 arrows, which turned out to be a decent weapon. Although the skeleton's clothes were tattered, Zhu Heju didn't give up on looting. After a thorough search, he found a gold bracelet of considerable value and immediately appraised it. Gold bracelet, a bracelet forged from pure gold, 50 attack, durability 50005000. Wow, it adds 50 attack points, far better than my grass bracelet. Zhu Heju put on the gold bracelet. Wearing straw sandals, a military coat and a gold bracelet gave him a rather mismatched appearance, but as long as it provided stats, he would even wear a sweater woven from maggots. Zhu Heju stood up. The next step was to gather supplies. He collected all the resources in the warehouse. 20 boxes of mutate liquor, 150 10 kilograms bags of rice, 150 10 kilograms bags of flour, 5 boxes of Delisi ham sausages, 10 boxes of Chianswish and spring water, and various other items. Although most had spoiled, Zhu Heju left nothing behind. In no time the 20-square-meter warehouse was empty except for the lone skeleton's corpse. Ah. A sudden scream echoed. Help. Roar. As Zhu Heju was about to leave the warehouse, he heard cries for help from outside, accompanied by the excited roars of zombies. The scream abruptly ceased. Not good. It sounded like someone was being attacked by zombies. Zhu Heju grabbed his fire axe and dashed out of the warehouse, with Xu Xingyao following closely behind, wielding her giant hammer. The screams came from downstairs, so Zhu Heju rushed down. In the bank lobby on the first floor, music was still playing. Who the hell put on that music? The music attracted zombies from outside. Several zombies were pounding on the box containing the phone, playing the music, which was hidden inside, making it difficult for them to destroy it anytime soon. Munch munch. Downstairs, a survivor in a straw raincoat was being torn apart by 2 zombies who were feasting on his intestines and flesh. The survivor, his face covered in blood, saw Zhu Heju running over and extended a feeble arm. Help. Help. After uttering these words, the survivor's raised arm fell to the ground, his head lolled to the side, and he went still. Zhu Heju raised his fire axe and charged forward, swinging it at a zombie's head. Thwack. The axe embedded itself deep into the zombie's skull. Hunger. However, the zombie wasn't killed. With the axe still lodged in its head, it turned around and noticed 2 new survivors. Abandoning the corpse on the ground, it lunged at Zhu Heju. Zhu Heju let go of the axe and quickly retreated. Damn, this fire axe is useless. I need to use the crossbow. He immediately took out his crossbow and aimed at the zombie's head. Whoosh. Roar. Not only did the zombie not die, but it became enraged. Damn, are zombies this tough now? Whoosh. The second bolt struck, but the zombie still didn't fall. Whoosh. The third bolt hit and the zombie finally collapsed to the ground lifeless. 3 bolts her. Zhu Heju didn't shy away from the fight. As long as they could be killed, there was hope. It didn't matter how many bolts were consumed, as he now had plenty. He glanced at the warehouse, at least 600 bolts remained. He loaded another bolt and fired. Soon the second zombie was slain. Boss, there are too many zombies, I can hold on much longer. Xu Xingya was still struggling to brace the security door with a considerable number of zombies attacking from outside. Some even crawled through gaps in the bulletproof glass. Zhu Heju continued shooting, dispatching the zombie that had entered through the glass with 3 bolts. Its corpse jammed the gap, temporarily blocking the path for the others. Roar. A series of zombie roars erupted as the bank lobby was once again surrounded by a horde nearly as large as before. Roar. A louder roar than the others rang out. A large zombie matching the size of the previous brute charged into the bank lobby, its immense force knocking aside the ordinary zombies in its path. Boom. The large zombie slammed into the bulletproof glass. Crack. The glass shattered into a spiderweb of fractures. Old Shu. You'll block the security door. Go call for backup. Yes, boss. Zhu Heju rushed over and used his shoulder to brace the door. Boom. With a loud crash, the security door detached from its frame. Zhu Heju quickly retreated as the door fell, leaving only the door frame. What's going on? I didn't even push hard. Zhu Heju was baffled, and Xu Xingya, who hadn't run far, was equally stunned. Facing the surging zombie horde, Zhu Heju quickly fell back. Run. He followed Xu Xingya up to the rooftop, colliding with other survivors rushing down. Quick, head to the rooftop. The security door is down. What? The door is down. Hearing this, everyone turned and fled toward the rooftop. They were fine with holding positions and killing zombies, but facing them head-on was suicide. The group scrambled in panic to the rooftop. Everyone moved these wooden planks and garden boxes to block the rooftop entrance. For the sake of survival, no one slacked off. Soon the entrance was tightly sealed with various obstacles. Chief, what do we do now? It was evening, but gloom hung over everyone's hearts. No one had the mood to admire the beautiful sunset, and the promised evening rewards had become a distant hope. Zhu Heju scanned the group. The only option now was to kill zombies with the crossbow, but relying solely on himself, these makeshift barriers wouldn't hold the horde for long. Especially that large zombie. Judging by how it shattered the bulletproof glass in a single charge, it seemed even harder to kill than the previous one. Should he reveal his storage space and distribute the crossbows to everyone? Zhu Heju was caught in a dilemma. In a building across the street, the tall Li Chen and another survivor in a straw raincoat watched the zombie horde swarming toward the bank. Brother Li, even if the zombies don't kill them, they'll have a tough time. Get me a stool. I want to watch a good show. Li Chen sat on the stool brought by his younger brother, gazing at the survivors who had nowhere to flee on the rooftop, all huddled in a corner. Indeed, it was Li Chen who had played the music in the bank lobby using an elderly man's mobile phone with the volume turned up high. To prevent the phone from being destroyed by the zombies, he had deliberately placed it inside a box. Everything Li Chen did was for revenge. You see, Li Chen had previously been in charge of the bank's welfare warehouse, a department so lucrative that it was naturally staffed by relatives or close associates. Director Cao and Han Qinhu were also distant relatives of Li Chen. The tall Li Chen coldly stared at the zombies and survivors across from him. The team leader straw had given to him by Zhu Heju had long been torn to shreds. At this moment he stood with his arms crossed, looking as if he were enjoying a show. Suddenly Li Chen, who had been holding his arms, quickly stood up, leaned against the window to look outside, and then slammed his fist fiercely against the wall. Damn it. What rotten luck. Meanwhile, Zhu Heju was still grappling with a dilemma. If he were to equip everyone with crossbows, it would inevitably expose his storage space. Once the secret of the storage space was revealed to the public, endless troubles would follow unless he killed all these witnesses. With a loud roar of helicopter rotors from the sky, a gust of strong wind blew over, forcing everyone to squint their eyes shut. It's a helicopter. The rescue from Longmen Mountain Military Command is here. Great, we're saved. Zhu Heju shielded his eyes from the gale and squinted upward, seeing a massive helicopter hovering above the bank building. The rooftop was cluttered with water tanks, air conditioning ducts and communication towers, leaving the helicopter no place to land except on the road in front of the bank. But at that moment zombies from all directions were converging on the bank. Landing on the road would be suicidal. Captain, countless zombies are gathering at the bank, they might not hold out much longer. Don't shoot yet, gunfire will attract more zombies. Can that spot on the rooftop be used for landing? Captain, no, the rotor blades will hit the nearby communication tower. Lower the ladder. You'll go down and see if we can clear a landing spot. Also let those who can climb the ladder board first, save as many as we can. Yes, Captain. Then a ladder descended from the helicopter. Below, some survivors were already reaching out to climb up, but 2 Special Forces soldiers were climbing down the ladder. As the Special Forces soldiers climbed down the ladder, Zhu Heju stepped forward to meet them. The deafening roar of the rotors and the howling wind made his military coat flutter noisily. Comrades from the military, we've been waiting for you. A huge zombie charged up here if you'd come any later. Comrade, what did you say? I'm asking you, where is Director Cao? Comrade, I can't hear you. I said Director Cao. Cao what? Director Cao. What director? I said let everyone join forces to push down the communication tower so the helicopter can land first. Oh, okay. Zhu Heju knew full well that their main purpose was to pick up Director Cao, but Director Cao had long been killed by him. At this moment Zhu Heju could only play dumb. Everyone, let's push this communication tower down together so the helicopter can land. Only by letting the helicopter land could they escape, so for once everyone worked in unison. Though the iron tower was not large, it was firmly fixed in place. For a time everyone together could not manage to topple the iron frame. Roar. Bang. With a tremendous roar, the barrier blocking the rooftop exit was breached as the massive zombie charged through, creating an opening. The massive zombie's immense momentum barely diminished as it barreled straight toward the communication tower. Everyone scatter. In an instant everyone fled in all directions. The massive zombie crashed directly into the communication tower, the very tower that everyone together had failed to push over, and it was knocked askew by the impact. Rat-tat-tat. At that moment the machine gunner on the helicopter opened fire directly at the massive zombie, while the 2 special forces soldiers on the rooftop also began shooting at it. Earlier they had held fire to avoid attracting more zombies, but now if they didn't shoot, the massive zombie would quickly wipe out the survivors on the rooftop, and even the 2 special forces soldiers would be in mortal danger. Calling Squad 2, calling Squad 2. Rescue operation at Zhaoyang Bank encountering a powerful zombie. Requesting backup, requesting backup. Squad 2 received. Roar. The massive zombie was riddled with bullet holes from the machine gun's fiery barrage, its body resembling a honeycomb. It grabbed a wooden planter box from the ground and hurled it at the helicopter. Climb. Climb quickly. The helicopter ascended rapidly, barely dodging the thrown planter box. Roar. Like a giant gorilla, the massive zombie beat its chest, then charged at the communication tower, wrapping its arms around it. Roar. The communication tower was forcibly ripped from its foundation by the massive zombie. Whoosh. Then the massive zombie swung the communication tower at the helicopter, but the helicopter was too high. Even with the tower, the zombie couldn't reach it. Roar. Meanwhile, a swarm of zombies poured through the gap the massive zombie had created in the rooftop exit. The zombies are here. Run. Panic erupted as some survivors fled in chaos, and a few pushed too close to the edge of the rooftop were shoved off, plummeting downward. Before they even hit the ground, they were caught by the waiting zombies below and instantly torn to pieces. Don't panic. Grab your weapons back to back. Once that big zombie is dead, victory will be ours. Zhu Heju aimed his crossbow at the nearest zombies and began firing. The 2 special forces soldiers also opened fire on the advancing zombies. The moment the zombie horde clashed with the survivor group, casualties occurred. Meanwhile, the massive zombie in the distance did not join the attack on the survivors. Enraged, it swung the communication tower and hurled it at the helicopter. Climb. Climb fast. The helicopter ascended sharply, escaping the attack range, but the communication tower hooked onto the ladder below. The immense weight caused the helicopter to shake violently. Beep. 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 A piercing alarm sounded. Pull up. Pull up. The descent rate is too high. Boom. Crash. With a deafening explosion, the helicopter crashed directly into the massive zombie on the rooftop. The tremendous impact sent the massive zombie flying far away. With a deafening crash, the crashed helicopter came to a halt, pinning the massive zombie against the rooftop exit. It not only trapped the giant zombie but also sealed off the gap leading to the rooftop. Several lightly injured special forces soldiers crawled out of the helicopter while the battle between the zombie horde and the survivor group raged on. Many zombies turned and charged toward the soldiers emerging from the wreckage. A relentless hail of bullets rained down. After about 15 minutes, all the zombies on the rooftop were eliminated. The entire rooftop was now piled high with the corpses of zombies and survivors alike. At that moment, including the surviving special forces soldiers, less than 20 people remained on the rooftop. As the fighting ceased, the special forces soldiers began searching for and rescuing the wounded from the helicopter crash site. Zhu Heju also led the surviving survivors to join the rescue efforts. A pool of gasoline had spread beneath the crashed helicopter, creating an imminent danger. The slightest spark could trigger an explosion. A creaking sound was heard as the wreckage of the helicopter was slowly being pushed. The crowd then noticed that the giant zombie was still alive, struggling with all its might to shove the helicopter off its body. The leading special forces soldier immediately aimed his assault rifle at the giant zombie's head. Wait. Zhu Heju directly stopped the soldier from firing. The helicopter is leaking fuel, shooting could cause an explosion. Let me handle it. The soldier stepped aside and Zhu Heju raised his crossbow, aiming at the zombie's eyes. 2 bolts shot through the air and Zhu Heju blinded the giant zombie. With a roar, the zombie, now with bolts protruding from its eyes, frantically pushed against the helicopter, pinning it down. Zhu Heju quickly loaded and fired, and soon the giant zombie's head was bristling with crossbow bolts. System notification: killed a second-tier zombie. Level 2. Current level 5. What the hell? Zhu Heju stared in shock at the system notification. This was a second-tier zombie. He thought to himself that if the military hadn't arrived, this second-tier zombie would have slaughtered all the survivors with ease. Even with his stall system, he would have likely ended up dead. Zhu Heju felt no joy from killing the second-tier zombie. Instead, a sense of crisis pressed down on him. He was only level 5, not even equal to a first-tier zombie, so how had a second-tier one appeared? Killing a first-tier zombie was already pushing his limits. A zombie 2 tiers higher filled him with lingering fear. The world had gone mad, first the unknown strength of the suit-wearing old man and now a zombie 2 tiers above his own level. Zhaoyang suddenly felt anxious about the future. His strength was growing too slowly. His escape from the old man had been largely due to luck. He didn't even know how he had gotten away, only that he had been drugged and woke up on this bank rooftop. It must have been Shiena. Shiena must have saved me. To have been rescued from such a formidable old man, Shiena's strength must be immense, at least on par with the old man's. The deafening roar of rotor blades filled the air, accompanied by a fierce wind. Another helicopter circled above the bank building's rooftop. Thanks to the giant zombies' rampage, a clear space for landing had been cleared. Everyone worked together to clear away the various corpses below. Zhaoyang glanced at the giant zombie's corpse bristling with bolts. There was no time for dissection. He swung his fire axe and chopped through the zombie's neck, though the flesh was so tough it took several strikes to sever. Hey! Let's go. Zhaoyang picked up the bolt-riddled head of the giant zombie and followed the Special Forces soldier toward the helicopter. The helicopter was crowded with survivors, not only those from Zhaoyang's group but also some unfamiliar faces. Zhaoyang and the soldier were the last to board and there were no seats left. They had to squeeze together next to a machine gun resembling a Gatling gun. Though they had been rescued, everyone's mood was somber. Former comrades were now separated by the veil of life and death. It wasn't until the helicopter soared into the sky and they gazed at the beautiful sunset and the slowly setting sun on the horizon that their spirits began to lift. On a small building across from the bank, the tall Li Chen pounded the wall in frustration. Brother Li, if we hadn't escaped, we might be. Shut up. What are you regretting it now? Go ahead then. Maybe we'll see one more person and come back for you. Brother Li, HMPH, we're in the same boat now. Don't say such disheartening things. I know a place. Follow me and I'll ensure you live a life of luxury. Brother Li, is that true? Of course. To have secured a cushy position in the banking system, what do you think? It's all about connections, understand? You saw it yourself, one of the 2 helicopters crashed. Maybe this second one will crash too. Isn't it just the Longmen Mountain military base? Maybe we'll get there before them. Brother Li is awesome. Well, rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning we head for the North City Public Security Bureau. Yes, Brother Li. The Special Forces soldier on the helicopter scanned the crowd and then spoke to Zhaoyang beside him. Why isn't Director Cao in your group? The records show a fat man, but there's no one like that here. Zhaoyang glanced at him and let out a sigh. Before you arrived we encountered a giant zombie like this one. The soldier spat, muttering bitterly to himself. Damn it. The mission reward is going to be cut by more than half. The main objective was to retrieve Director Cao. Not only did we fail, but we also lost a helicopter. He scanned his squad, noting that half of his men were also lost. This mission had been a devastating loss. The sky began to darken and stars slowly emerged. Taking advantage of the distraction, Zhaoyang stored the giant zombie's head in his inventory. Carrying it was exhausting. Since the helicopter was flying north, Zhaoyang glanced at the northern sky. He remembered often looking for the Big Dipper as a child. Zhaoyang counted the stars carefully. The Big Dipper had changed from its usual ladle shape into a straight line and 1 star was missing. 6 stars of the Big Dipper. Gazing at the starry sky, Zhaoyang made a startling discovery: the Big Dipper was missing a star. Could the pollution be so severe that 1 star was no longer visible? But Zhaoyang rubbed his eyes, yet still could not find that star. Comrade from the military, why has the position of the Big Dipper changed and why are there fewer stars? Who knows? After the apocalypse there was a thick fog for half a month. When it cleared, the Big Dipper had become a straight line and 1 star was missing. Could the apocalypse be related to the Big Dipper? The Big Dipper had hung in the sky for countless ages, how could it suddenly change? Could the apocalypse truly be linked to the Big Dipper? What if it is? Can you fly into space and realign the Big Dipper? The Special Forces soldier glanced at Zhaoyang sitting beside him, his tone far from friendly. He was supposed to be on marriage leave, but now with the sudden apocalypse his wedding plans had fallen through. The girlfriend he had just met through a blind date was likely in grave danger. Once the military ace of Longmen Mountain, he had now been reduced to a third-rate soldier. Lately he had endured nothing but humiliation, leaving him in no mood to answer questions for these survivors. Zhaoyang sensed the soldier's hostility and decided to ignore him. What was there to be so arrogant about? Just because he wore a Special Forces uniform and carried gear. If they stripped down and fought one unknown, Zhaoyang might not necessarily lose. After all, having consumed so many blood crystals, his combat power was now exceedingly high. Not one to force a cold shoulder, Zhaoyang began to survey the city under the night sky. It wasn't completely dark, many areas still had electricity. However, Zhaoyang knew these powered places wouldn't last long. Without personnel to maintain them, the generators would soon cease to operate. Bang! In the pitch-black sky, the helicopter suddenly emitted a loud crash followed by violent tremors. Bird strike, the pilot yelled. No way, really. On his first helicopter ride, Zhaoyang encountered a bird strike. Though he had never flown before, he knew the severity of such an incident, it could easily lead to a crash. Bang. 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 Several more impacts followed. A bird's corpse shredded by the rotor blades fell into Zhu Heji's lap. In the dim light he saw it was a magpie. No, this was a crow. Zhu Heju immediately threw it away and gripped the handle tightly. The rotor is damaged, we might crash. Everyone hold on. Beep. 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 Ah. The helicopter spiraled downward. Several survivors were thrown out and a few unlucky ones were sliced into pieces by the spinning rotors. More people fell directly from the helicopter. Screams and cries filled the air. Roller coasters were nothing compared to this. The thrill of jumping from a plane without a parachute was an experience no one would want to repeat. Of course, that was if they survived. In the dark night it was impossible to see how far the ground was or what lay below. Damn it, I'm never flying again. Zhu Heju shouted. Plop. With a loud splash the crashing helicopter plunged into the sea carrying the remaining survivors. Gurgle. The moment he hit the water Zhu Heju held his breath. Since he had been sitting near the edge he swam straight for the surface. Seconds later Zhu Heju emerged. Fortunately they had fallen into the sea. If they had crashed onto land few would have survived. If it weren't for my decent swimming skills I'd have drowned. Zhu Heju scanned the distance and saw a faint glow, it seemed to be light. Without hesitation he swam toward it. Help. Help. A woman's voice called out nearby sounding familiar, it was Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian. Well, she is my employee. It's lucky she survived this. Zhu Heju swam toward the cries for help. As soon as he grabbed Bai Qianqian she wrapped her arms around him. A drowning person's grip was worse than the most stubborn vines. Forced to act, Zhu Heju slapped her twice across the face. Snap out of it. If you keep clinging to me like this I'll leave you behind. Boss, I'm scared. Scared of what? Living by the sea and not knowing how to swim, you should be ashamed. Listen to me, don't grab wildly. Hold on to my clothes and lie on my back. Don't touch my waist or I won't be able to move. Got it? Got it, boss. The slaps had made Bai Qianqian much more obedient and clear-headed. Zhu Heju carried her on his back and swam toward the lighted shore. When they neared the bank he stood up, set her aside and pulled her along. Many survivors had already gathered on the shore along with nearby residents holding flashlights. Fortunately those greeting them were survivors, not zombies. Rescue efforts continued, but of those who had been on the same helicopter only about 10 had made it, some swimming on their own, others rescued. Zhu Heju scanned the crowd but didn't see his top bodyguard Xu Xingyao. Had she met with misfortune? She was actually a decent person and a good teammate. Run. There's a monster in the sea. Help. The rescue site fell into chaos, forcing a halt as rescuers quickly returned to the shore. Everyone follow me to the church, someone shouted. The remaining people fled inland. Zhu Heju followed the crowd, but during the run he noticed a woman standing still on the shore staring blankly at the sea. Miss, there's a monster in the sea. Run. But the woman ignored him, still gazing foolishly at the water. A few local survivors pushed Zhu Heju. Kid, just go. That woman is crazy. She's been standing here for days. Don't bother with her, she won't respond. Crazy. Hearing she was mad, Zhu Heju decided to leave her. He just needed to get away from this damn shore. Zhaoyang. Brother. Where are you? The woman called. The madwoman murmured softly. Xiaoyao Gij. Where are you? Zhu Heju, who was fleeing, stopped upon hearing the madwoman's words. She spoke, meaning this madwoman isn't mute. Zhu Heju heard her murmuring, catching something about Xiaoyao. Could she be waiting for someone? Was it once again that damnable love? But regardless of whom she awaited, there were man-eating monsters in the sea. Zhu Heju couldn't bear to see such a devoted woman devoured. Having run a few steps, Zhu Heju turned back and grabbed the madwoman. Miss, run. There are zombies in the sea. To his shock, she stood still as a statue and he couldn't budge her at all. The madwoman was as immobile as a sculpture, yet a glance at her hair and clothes confirmed she was no statue. This woman. Zhu Heju's eyes widened in astonishment. She was no ordinary person. He stepped before her, trying to discern her face. The madwoman looked up at Zhu Heju. Xiaoyao Gij. Is it you? No. You are not Xiaoyao Gij. He wasn't so thin. She then sidestepped, continuing to gaze at the sea. I'm not your Xiaoyao Gij, my name is Zhu Heju. There are monsters in the sea, you must leave here. I won't go. I'm waiting for my Xiaoyao Gij. A bout of coughing sounded from afar. Xiaoyao Gij. In that instant Zhu Heju saw a green glint flash in the madwoman's eyes, eerie enough to send a chill down his spine. What the hell is she, human or ghost? The woman leaped from the shore into the sea. At this height she'd break her legs. Zhu Heju looked back and glimpsed a figure in the sea. From her silhouette it seemed to be Xu Xingyao. Old Xu. Zhu Heju rushed over and found the figure was indeed Xu Xingyao. Not Xiaoyao Gij. The madwoman muttered dejectedly, walking back to shore. Cough. Boss. Xu Xingyao collapsed heavily. If not for the darkness, Zhu Heju would have seen the seawater stained red by her blood. Old Shu. Zhu Heju dragged her toward the shore. Had he not consumed dozens of blood crystals enhancing his strength, he couldn't have moved the plump girl. Once in the shallows, he hoisted Xu Xingyao onto his back and carried her to a protruding rock on the bank, laying her down. Zhu Heju took out a flashlight and shone it toward the sea. The surface was calm. It seemed the monsters wouldn't come ashore for now. He then directed the light at Xu Xingyao's wound. Cough. Boss, am I going to die? Zhu Heju's heart lurched. Xu Xingyao's chest clothes were torn open, revealing a massive gash. He could even see the rise and fall of her organs as she breathed. Whether the wound came from the helicopter crash, a sea monster, or zombies, Zhu Heju had no time to ponder. He pulled out a bottle of healing powder, tore off the cap, and fed it to Xu Xingyao. Old Shu, nonsense. I have medicine, you won't die. But, boss. I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Slap. Zhu Heju gave her a sharp smack. Old Shu, don't sleep. Stay awake. Drink the medicine yourself while I bandage you. Ignoring whether she could hold it, he shoved the bottle into her hand and frantically pulled zipper bandages from his storage. These bandages could handle minor surgeries, but Xu Xingyao's wound was enormous. Hoping it would work, Zhu Heju tremblingly applied them. However, the tear across her chest was too wide, with a chunk of flesh missing. The small zipper bandages couldn't close it. Old Shu, hang on. I'll carry you to find gauze and bandages. These bandages won't hold. Boss. Cough. Boss. No need. Knowing you in this life. I'm happy. But I can't call you boss anymore. Xu Xingyao collapsed. Old Shu. Zhu Heju shook her frantically, but she showed no response. For some reason her words touched him, not with romance but with a sense of being needed. He had always felt dispensable, someone whose absence would go unnoticed. But Xu Xingyao's words made him realize he couldn't lose this friend. From now on she was his true friend. If you keep shaking her, she'll die. A woman's voice came from beside him. Zhu Heju turned to see the madwoman. It's you. Can you save old Shu? Please, I'll give you all my money. Just save her. Her words were a lifeline. Desperate, Zhu Heju grabbed her shoulders, ignoring her reaction. I don't know who you're waiting for, whether they are your savior or enemy. If you save Xu Xingyao, Zhu Heju will scour the world to find that person for you. The madwoman didn't reply. Her face ashen, she glanced at Zhu Heju. If she were dying, would Zhaoyang Git fight so hard to save her? Without a word, she walked toward the fallen Xu Xingyao. She surveyed the massive wound on Xu Xingyao's chest with zipper bandages at both ends, but a gap too wide for them to close. The madwoman extended her hands and a green glow emanated around them. Zhu Heju was speechless, with awe afraid to make a sound. Xu Xingyao was bathed in green light and the gaping wound healed at a visible rate. What the? Had he not stayed behind, Zhu Heju would never have dreamed that the madwoman they spoke of was actually a celestial being. This was a miracle. After a few breaths, the madwoman withdrew her hands, paid no heed to Zhu Heju, and returned to her spot, staring blankly at the sea. Cough, cough. At that moment, Xu Xingyao slowly regained consciousness. Her wound had healed, but full recovery would still take time. Zhu Heju immediately took out a blood pack. Old Shu, you're finally awake. Here, eat these, they'll help you recover faster. Thanks. Boss. There's no need for such formality between us. If it weren't for what you said earlier, I might not have been willing to part with these treasures. Damn. Cough, cough. Xu Xingyao nearly choked in anger. Old Shu, don't get worked up. You're still a patient. Drink the medicine first. Seeing that Xu Xingyao was out of danger, Zhu Heju approached the madwoman. Oh, he could no longer call her that, for she had saved Xu Xingyao in a way that utterly defied his understanding. Thank you, immortal sister, for saving my companion. You should thank yourself. It was your sincerity that moved me. Treat her well. Cough. Immortal sister, I think you misunderstand. She is my friend. A friend. To treat a friend so well after the apocalypse, you haven't let the end of the world erode your humanity. Immortal sister, as I said, since you saved my friend, I will help you find your Zhaoyang brother. The immortal sister ignored Zhu Heju, her gaze fixed on the sea. Seeing her like this, Zhu Heju's heart was stirred, not with love but with admiration for her devotion. That Zhaoyang brother must also be a celestial being. Had he abandoned her? Immortal sister, where did your Zhaoyang brother go? Is there anything I can do to help? Help. The madwoman turned and glanced at Zhu Heju. If I knew where he went, would I need your help? Immortal sister, if you don't know where he is, how can you search for him? Will staring at the sea make your Zhaoyang brother appear? I must stay here. This is where I lost Zhaoyang brother. You'll wait for him here. Immortal sister, when did you lose your Zhaoyang brother? I can't remember. Immortal sister, it seems you've been waiting here for many days. If your Zhaoyang brother had lost you here, he would have come looking for you long ago. The fact that he hasn't suggests he's likely in trouble. What? You mean Zhaoyang brother is in trouble? The madwoman rushed over and grabbed Zhu Heju by the shoulders with such force that he couldn't resist. Cough, immortal sister, you're hurting me. Sorry. Immortal sister, I don't know what your Xiaoyao brother is like, but I imagine you two are deeply in love. If he could come, he would have. Since he hasn't, he's probably in trouble and might even need our help. In trouble? Impossible. He is the strongest new human. No enemy can trouble him. The strongest new human. This phrase struck Chu Heju deeply. New humans. Was there a ranking? Immortal sister, this might be a foolish question, but what is a new human? You don't even know what a new human is. Are there no new humans here? A new human is a human who has reached the first rank. The madwoman then glanced at Chu Heju. He looked frail, likely still an ordinary person. Seeing how he worried for his friend, she thought that if Xiaoyao brother were here, it would be easy for him to elevate Chu Heju to the first rank. First rank. Chu Heju muttered inwardly. He was currently at level 5, still far from the first rank. It seemed there were many new humans in this world. At the very least, the madwoman before him was one, and the Xiaoyao brother she spoke of was the strongest new human. He wondered how he compared to that old man in the suit. Immortal sister, there is always someone stronger. Though Xiaoyao brother is the strongest new human, this world is full of hidden talents. He might actually be in danger. I once met a man who could walk on walls, trap people in illusions, and even strike pressure points. I don't know how strong your Xiaoyao brother is, but the longer I survive, the more I realize how many incredibly powerful beings there are, far beyond the world I once knew. Immortal sister, I've even encountered man-eating plants. Mutant plants. Yes, a tree with a human face and a vine that could be used as a whip. But what I'm trying to say is waiting here is pointless. If Xiaoyao brother is truly trapped, he needs help. And you just staring at the sea. I understand. I will go find Xiaoyao brother. I will help him no matter how far I have to go. Count me in. You saved my friend, and that makes you my benefactor. I owe you this debt. No need. Saving your friend was a trifle. If you had been a selfish coward, I might not have acted at all. The madwoman seemed persuaded by Chu Heju and turned to walk toward the coastal town. But after just one step she collapsed. Immortal sister. Chu Heju rushed over and caught her as she fainted. Such a miracle must have consumed a great deal of power. Thank you, immortal sister. I will help you find your Xiaoyao brother. The strongest new human. If he could reunite the immortal sister with her Xiaoyao brother, surely a celestial being would reward him handsomely, far better than scavenging for scraps. With the protection of the strongest new human, he would never have to fear being robbed again. He could set up a stall in the sea or right in front of the zombies. If anyone dared to challenge him, he would just say, I am under the protection of the strongest new human Xiaoyao. But what exactly was he to Xiaoyao? The immortal sister didn't seem very old. He wondered how old Xiaoyao was. If young, he could claim to be a brother; if older, he could become a disciple. I am the disciple of the strongest new human Xiaoyao. Try to touch me. What? Chu Heju is actually the disciple of Xiaoyao, the strongest new human. I was blind. Please, Master Chu, spare my life. Simple. Bring me your finest gold and silver jewelry for trade. I won't accept any deal worth less than 100 million copper coins. Yes, I'll gather them immediately. Boss, are we just going to stand here? Chu Xingyao couldn't bear it any longer. Her boss Chu Heju was actually holding a beautiful woman and grinning foolishly. Could it be that her boss was thinking something lewd? Chu Xingyao was still unaware that it was this madwoman who had performed a miracle to save her life. She thought it was the wound medicine Chu Heju used that had saved her. Let's go find a room. This madwoman might be too exhausted and needs a quiet place to rest. Boss, even though you're my boss, I won't allow you to bully this poor madwoman. What are you thinking? Do you know that it was this madwoman who saved you just now? Without her, you might have died. How could I bully the one who saved your life? What? She saved me. Yes. This madwoman, no, this celestial sister, is no ordinary person. She exhausted herself saving you. We owe her a debt of gratitude. Chu Heju recounted how the celestial sister had healed her. Xu Xingyao's expression grew heavy. This was a life-saving grace, and Xu Xingyao must repay it. Boss, I trust you won't bully my savior, but he'll still keep an eye on you. Men are no good. This girl is so beautiful and powerful, you might do something beastly. Damn it. Do you know that this celestial sister's husband is the strongest new human? I'd have to be out of my mind. Even if I liked you, I wouldn't dare like her. Our benefactor has a husband. Yes, from what she said, he's the strongest kind. You naughty man. You said you like me. If you like me, why didn't you say so earlier? Why only now? Upon hearing that the woman had a husband, Xu Xingyao felt relieved and ran off, covering her face. I was just making a metaphor, okay? Watching Xu Xingyao run away, Chu Heju felt a herd of something wild stampeding in his heart. With a dark face, Chu Heju carried the sleeping madwoman and followed closely behind Xu Xingyao. Soon Xu Xingyao returned. Brother Chu, let me hold her for a while. Call me boss. Chu Heju's face remained dark. Boss Tilda, damn it, stop being so coy, it's sickening. Boss, were you telling the truth just now? About what? You said You like me? Old Chu, even if I did I wouldn't dare. With your build, if you pounced on me I'd probably die on the spot. I was just making a metaphor, okay? Oh? Chu Xingyao trudged behind dejected. Chu Heju glanced at her but didn't offer comfort. Wasn't she supposed to be a bodyguard? How did they end up talking about love? If I were to date I'd go for a beauty like Bai Qianqian. During the escape Chu Heju remembered someone shouting about going to some church. A church couldn't be an ordinary building, it sounded like a distinct Western structure. Chu Heju followed the path straight toward the center. Because that seemed to be the only place with light. As he drew closer Chu Heju finally spotted the massive church. Several motorcycles and bicycles were parked at its entrance. A few guards stood at the door holding long spears. Stop. Who goes there? As Chu Heju approached the church entrance carrying the madwoman, 2 guards blocked him. Up close he saw that their spears were makeshift, wooden poles with daggers tied to them. Also from the crashed plane coming from the seaside. Anyone injured? No. 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 Let me see. A guard walked over and glanced at the woman in Chu Heju's arms. Upon seeing her face the guard stumbled back a few steps. You? Why did you bring that madwoman back? These people seemed afraid of her. Had she done something before? She's unconscious and needs rest. Get lost. Leave now or I won't be polite. The guard aimed his dagger spear at Chu Heju. This? Get lost. And you've got blood on you, you're clearly injured. Leave this place immediately. You're not welcome here. Damn it. Chu Xingyao was furious that they were being told to leave. Old Chu, forget it. This town is big enough, we'll find somewhere else. Chu Heju turned and walked away with the madwoman. Wait. After 2 steps another voice called out from behind. Sorry, the guards were rude. Please forgive them. I'm the mayor here. Is this the madwoman who's been standing by the seaside? Greetings, mayor. Yes, she's collapsed. I think she's exhausted from standing too long. Do you have a room where she can rest? Yes. Follow me. Wait. You can't come in. I'm the boss bodyguard. Why can't I come in? You're injured. We can't be sure the wound wasn't from a zombie bite. What if you turn into a zombie? Damn it. It's fine. Let her in too. If she were going to turn, she'd have done so already. See, her wounds have healed. Yes, mayor. The guard stepped aside. HNPH. Chu Xingyao snorted coldly and followed Chu Heju. Young man, I've heard about the crash. I'm sorry for your misfortune, but thankfully you survived. Over there is the survivors gathering area. I'll take you. Thank you, mayor. Chu Heju hadn't expected such a kind mayor. Did all churchgoers have a merciful heart? However, Chu Heju wasn't so easily fooled. He would have to observe carefully. Chu Heju followed the mayor to a side hall of the church. It was about 100 square meters with rows of neatly arranged chairs. He saw many of his fellow passengers from the helicopter. Boss. Great, you're okay. Bai Qianqian spotted Chu Heju and ran over. What, you were hoping I wouldn't be? No, I'm just really happy you're safe. Oh, who's this girl? Did you save her? She's unconscious. Find a place for her to rest. Chu Heju barely responded to Bai Qianqian. He frowned. She was standing with that special forces soldier laughing and chatting. They had just been through a desperate escape, everyone was injured and their boss was still missing, yet she was flirting. Bai Qianqian spotted Chu Heju's return and rushed over, though she still turned back to wave at the special forces soldier. Xiao Bai. Yes, boss, you called. Where's Dai Xiongyu? Xiao Dai. I don't know where he's gone. Maybe he's already met his end. Bai Qianqian's face darkened, feigning great sorrow. Chu Heju sneered inwardly, suspecting she had likely thought he too had perished. Was she already seeking a replacement so soon? This Bai Qianqian was a born actress. He had naively believed she truly wanted to be his employee, even fantasizing about her as his secretary. Work when there's work and when there's none. Well. It turned out Bai Qianqian was merely seeking a strong protector. Nearby a few medical personnel were busy tending to the wounded. Chu Heju scanned the area, hoping to find a quiet spot for the immortal lady to rest. A woman in a tight-fitting uniform approached him. Are you also survivors of the crash? Are you injured? No, go help the others. We're fine, thank you. You're welcome. If you need anything, just find me. I'm Bien Lihoi, part of the mobile patrol here. Got it, thank you. The woman nodded at Chu Heju, then at Chu Xingyao before turning to assist others. She's straightforward and efficient. Chu Heju carried the madwoman to the farthest corner and set her down on a bench. Boss, do you think the benefactor? Old Chu walls have ears. Chu Xingyao wanted to tell Chu Heju that she understood her own wound. How could it have healed so quickly? Chu Xingyao touched the wound, it had already begun to scab over. This was too fast. But before she could finish, Chu Heju cut her off. He didn't know how long the immortal lady had stood by the sea, but the others thought she was mad. Her ability to heal a severely wounded person with a wave of her hand was no simple matter. Zhu Heju guessed that the people here were unaware of the immortal lady's power. Whether she had intentionally or unintentionally hidden it, he didn't want anyone to know. Healing someone caused her to fall unconscious, a major weakness. If someone exploited it, the immortal lady would be in grave danger. For instance, if someone confined her while she was unconscious using her as a tool for healing, she might never find her Zhaoyang. Zhu Heju looked at the unconscious immortal lady. Her brow was furrowed as if she was in great discomfort. This immortal lady is too naive. Even seeing Xu Xingya severely injured, she shouldn't have acted so recklessly. Being so kind in the apocalypse is far too dangerous. Zhu Heju resolved to protect the immortal lady until he found the one named Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian standing nearby sensed that Xu Xingyao had something to say. Could there be something unusual about this woman? Bai Qianqian glanced at the woman lying on the bench. She wasn't beautiful but had a cute, almost Lola-like appearance. Yet her expression was pain, contrasting sharply with her innocent looks, truly a strange woman. Miss Bai. The Special Forces soldier approached, striking a flamboyant pose. Brother Qin. What brings you here? Brother Qin, let me introduce you. This is my boss Zhu Heju. Boss, this is Captain Qin Shou of the Wolf Fang 5th Squad from the Longmen Mountain military base involved in the rescue mission. Qin Shou. Zhu Heju glanced at him but still extended his hand. Captain Qin, hello. But to Zhu Heju's embarrassment, Qin Shou didn't shake his hand, leaving him feeling awkward. Boss Zhu, you have a fine employee. Let's just say in shorthand, and I've taken an instant liking to Miss Bai. We get along splendidly. Would you be willing to do me a favor? Oh? Zhu Heju narrowed his eyes. Was this the caliber of a captain from the Longmen Mountain military base? Trying to take another man's woman at first sight. Though Bai Qianqian wasn't his girlfriend, having her snatched away like this still felt grating. Boss Zhu, name your price. For Miss Bai, anything I have is yours. Qin Shou spoke to Zhu Heju but never took his eyes off Bai Qianqian. It seemed spring had arrived for him, the mating season for animals. He couldn't wait to claim Bai Qianqian after just parting. Miss Bai is not a commodity, but poaching from under my nose won't be easy. Name it. In this Zhaoyang city there's nothing I can provide. 1,000 blood crystals, and you'll grant Bai Qianqian her freedom. Blood crystals. Don't tell me your military doesn't know what blood crystals are, the crystals inside zombie heads. Oh, you mean this? Captain Qin pulled a blood crystal from his pocket. Zhu Heju saw it was from an ordinary zombie, not even a first tier one. Exactly. Qin Shou finally tore his lecherous gaze from Bai Qianqian to look at Zhu Heju. I'm not surprised you know about this. It's been over a month, so someone would have figured out the crystals in zombie heads. But I'm curious how you found out. I've watched plenty of zombie movies. Boss Zhu, 1,000 blood crystals. Do you have any idea that requires killing 2,000 zombies to gather, and that might cost many military comrades their lives? Why don't you just rob me? TSK, are you saying Bai Qianqian isn't worth 1,000 blood crystals? To me she is. Didn't you claim there's nothing in Zhaoyang city you can't get? 1,000 blood crystals isn't impossible, but it'll take time. Besides, who carries that many? A mission might yield a few hundred transported by helicopter. We've already lost 2 helicopters and 7 operatives rescuing you, and you still ask for blood crystals. Have you no shame? Ahem, Captain Qin, keep your voice down. We're not discussing morality here, but Bai Qianqian's fate. Do you want everyone to know you're trying to take a woman? Captain Qin's expression turned extremely grim. As the leader of the Wolf Fang 5th Squad of the Longmen Mountain Military Command, he found it utterly humiliating to be unable to demand a mere civilian from this man, especially in front of Bai Qianqian. And now this Zhu Heju dared to ask for his service pistol, the very symbol of his second life. Captain Qin, look here. I asked for 1,000 blood crystals, you didn't have any. I've already compromised down to an assault rifle and you still say no. That uniform on you, who knows who gave it to you? It's not even yours, right? So tell me, what can you offer? As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has a temper. If Captain Qin still lacks sincerity, then please take your leave. Boss Zhu. Captain Qin squinted, his hand moving toward his assault rifle. Only then did he remember that his rifle had almost no bullets left. If he gave it to Zhu Heju now, the few rounds would be spent shooting a few zombies and the rifle would become nothing but a decoration. At that moment, Zhu Heju casually pulled a pistol from his soaking wet military coat and toyed with it. Captain Qin, my marksmanship may not be great, but I'm no stranger to killing. You'd better think twice. Qin Shou glanced at the pistol in Zhu Heju's hand, then at the alluring Bai Qianqian, and hardened his resolve. Damn it, let's enjoy ourselves first. The assault rifle's bullets are almost gone anyway. Fine deal. The assault rifle is yours. From now on, Bai Qianqian has nothing to do with you, Boss Zhu. Pleasure doing business. My labor relationship with Bai Qianqian ends here. Whether she becomes Captain Qin's woman or someone else's has nothing to do with me. Pleasure doing business. Captain Qin bit his lip hard, already scheming in his mind. If it weren't for the crowd here, he would have just taken her by force. HMPH, the assault rifle is just on loan to this Zhu Heju for a while. He'll find a chance to snatch it back. If it comes down to it, he'll have no choice but to be ruthless. Haggling with the Wolf Fang 5th Squad, this Chu Heju is digging his own grave. Dear Miss Bai, you see, for you I've traded away my very livelihood. Brother Qin, without your assault rifle how will you kill zombies? Don't worry, I still have my pistol and a dagger. My teammates have guns too. Besides, we're not far from the Longmen Mountain Military Command. Once I contact them and get them to pick us up, I'll arrange a job for you there. You'll never have to worry about a thing. Thank you, Brother Qin. You're welcome. I've sacrificed a lot for you, you know. Oh, stop it, Tilda. Bai Qianqian then glanced at Chu Heju. Boss. Miss Bai, please go ahead. I'm feeling tired and need to change out of my wet clothes. I won't see you two off. With that, Chu Heju turned his back to them. Everyone has their own ambitions. Clinging to a stronger person is human nature. Chu Heju didn't blame Bai Qianqian, but it still stung a little. This way please, you two. At this point Xu Xingye finally did what a bodyguard should do, show them out. We don't need your escort. Miss Bai, come with me to the back courtyard. It's too noisy and crowded here for a good rest. Huh? Brother Qin, there's a back courtyard here. For ordinary people of course not. But I'm the captain of the Dragon Fang 5th Squad of the Longmen Mountain Military Command. Feel give me that much face. Wow, Brother Qin, you're so amazing. Wait till you see something even more impressive. Brother Qin, you're so naughty, Tilda. What? Xu Xingye watched the departing pair and dry heaved in their direction. You're so naughty, Tilda, old Xu, one person being disgusting is enough. Do you have to repeat it? Especially with your build, imitating a coy girl is just awkward. Boss, do you really hate me like this? Old Xu, do you even need to ask? What man would be attracted to a tank like you? Press F to enter the tank. Xu Xingye recalled someone once saying that to her. Is being fat a sin? Xu Xingye sat on a nearby bench watching the busy survivors in the distance lost in thought. Just then Bian Lihui, clad in a black skin-tight suit, approached carrying some clothes. Men probably prefer slender women like that. Xu Xingye stood up and walked over. You too. Chu Heju looked up and saw Bian Lihui in her black skin-tight suit. Captain Bian. Here, these are change of clothes for you. Sorry I gave away all the others earlier. I just went to find these for you. Thank you. Xu Xingye took the clothes, placed them on the bench and handed a security guard uniform to Chu Heju. There was also a very large coat left. Miss, I'm sorry we don't have any clothes in your size. This coat is all I could find. Please make do. This is fine. It's my fault for being too fat. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, by the way, is that the crazy woman who was standing by the seaside? What happened to her? She was probably too exhausted and fainted. I carried her back. When she wakes up you should ask her to leave. Why? Well, I can't quite explain it. You'll understand when she wakes up. I have to go now, there are zombies outside the city. I need to patrol. Excuse me. Alright, Captain Bian, go ahead. Chu Heju watched Bian Lihui walk away. Old Xu, she said there are zombies outside the city. Are we in a small town? Is there a city wall? I don't know. Well, old Xu, why don't you change first? You'll keep watch. No need. Xu Xingye was straightforward and began changing clothes right in front of Chu Heju. Ahem. Chu Heju turned his head away. Although Xu Xingye was a woman, her tank-like figure was hardly enticing. Since old Xu was so unconcerned, acting like a blushing maiden would be beneath him. Chu Heju turned his back to Xu Xingye, took off his military coat and put on the security guard uniform. To his surprise, the one-size-fits-all uniform fit him quite well. It was already night and the noisy environment gradually quieted down. The wounded, their injuries already bandaged, had fallen asleep. Chu Heju scanned the area. Captain Qin and Bai Qianqian still hadn't returned. It seemed they had gone off into the bushes. Thinking of the bushes, Chu Heju remembered the girl named Xiana, whose name was all he knew. It had been a long time since he left her and he couldn't even recall her face. He had once promised to take responsibility for her, but now he had no idea where she had gone. Sigh. Chu Heju felt as if he were in a dream. In that dream he had met a girl named Xiana, a rather intimate dream. But now the dream was over. Chu Heju leaned against the sleeping immortal sister whose breathing had now become steady, seemingly out of danger. The ultimate neo-human. What a formidable term it was. If he himself were the most powerful neo-human in this world, he would no longer fear anyone. After all, he had no family, no friends, utterly alone with nothing to hold him back. The apocalypse was even better. He no longer had to worry about work, struggle with rent, or yearn for some cliched romance. Now Chu Heju felt completely unburdened and had even grown fond of this apocalyptic life of escape. To become strong, one must approach the pinnacle of strength, and finding this so-called ultimate neo-human Xiao Yao was Chu Heju's next goal. Chu Heju even began to fantasize about standing beside the ultimate neo-human Xiao Yao, conquering this world, a feeling of being second only to one and above all others. That night Chu Heju fell into a deep sleep. As he slumbered, his seated body slowly slumped forward, lying atop the sleeping madwoman. The next day, a piercing scream rang in Chu Heju's ears and he felt his entire body being flung into the air. Bang! Chu Heju crashed headfirst into the wall and fell to the ground, a lump the size of a Tianyuan instantly swelling on his forehead. Damn. That hurts. It'll kill you. Chu Heju sensed a figure rushing toward him, and then a pair of hands seized his neck, slowly lifting his entire body off the ground. Chu Heju saw that the person lifting him was none other than the immortal sister from last night. Her eyes were now somewhat unfocused, even tinged with red. Immortal. Sister. It's me. Tell me, where have you hidden brother Zhaoyang? If you don't speak, he'll kill you all. Cough. Let me go. Bang. Chu Heju saw Xu Xingya behind the immortal sister swing a bench and strike the frenzied woman directly. Crack. The bench shattered completely, but the immortal sister's head seemed unharmed. She turned back, glaring at Xu Xingya with bloodshot eyes. However, a few drops of blood trickled from the back of her head, proving that she was not invincible. At least she could be injured. Thud. The immortal sister released Chu Heju and charged at Xu Xingya, who swung her giant hammer straight at the immortal sister's head. Old Xu, no. Bang. As Chu Heju shouted, the immortal sister ignored the swinging hammer and directly caught it with her jade-like hand. Crack. Chu Heju distinctly heard the sound of the immortal sister's fingers breaking, yet she seemed completely oblivious to the pain. She grabbed the hammer and pulled Xu Xingya forward, her other hand clamping around Xu Xingyao's throat. Despite Xu Xingyao's bulky frame, the immortal sister lifted her off the ground. Suddenly a gunshot rang out. The immortal sister staggered back half a step, releasing her grip on Xu Xingya. She glared furiously at Captain Qin, who had fired the shot, while Xu Xingya seized the chance to escape. Bang. Another gunshot. Chu Heju looked over to see Captain Qin, who had appeared from somewhere, firing at the immortal sister. Captain Qin, don't kill her. Chu Heju rushed forward, shielding the immortal sister, frantically stopping Captain Qin from shooting again. This immortal sister could use magic. If she went on a killing spree, no one here would survive. He was trying to save them. Captain Qin, don't kill her. Captain Qin slowly lowered his pistol, a look of disdain on his face. A crowd had gathered, weapons in hand, staring nervously at the madwoman behind Chu Heju. Those who knew of her deeds were wary, while the survivors who had arrived last night watched as if enjoying a spectacle. After all, this madwoman seemed incredibly strong, having lifted a hefty person with one hand. TSK Boss Chu, if I'm not mistaken, that madwoman just grabbed your employee. I saved your employee's life, didn't I? Everyone saw it. This woman is going berserk, threatening our safety. What do you all say we do? Kill her. Kill her. Captain Qin spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Boss Chu, it's not that I want to keep her, but you see, this is the will of the crowd. Are you still going to protect her? Brother Zhaoyang. A questioning voice came from behind. Immortal sister. Chu Heju turned to see the immortal sister with disheveled hair, her earlier madness gone. It seemed she had regained her composure. You're not Brother Zhaoyang. Where is this? Where is Brother Zhaoyang? Immortal sister. This is. Chu Heju suddenly realized he didn't know where they were either. Boss Chu, are you flaunting your romance in front of all of us? Oh, I see, you've fallen for this madwoman, haven't you? TSK, if she weren't crazy, she'd be quite a cute little loli. You. The immortal sister finally spotted Captain Qin nearby. What, you know me? Did you capture Brother Zhaoyang? Tell me. Where have you taken him? The immortal sister's face suddenly twisted with rage, her glare at Captain Qin turning razor sharp. Are you out of your mind? I've never met anyone named Zhaoyang. Besides, I've captured so many people I can't remember every single one. It must be you. You took Brother Zhaoyang. Little girl, you can't just say whatever comes to mind. I've captured countless people, but I honestly don't recall anyone named Zhaoyang. Even if you're a woman, I'll still sue you for slander if you keep this up. HMPH, your Qin Show, captain of the Wolf Fang 5th team from Longmen Mountain. Do you admit that? TSK, looks like my reputation precedes me, even a madwoman knows my name. On the rooftop of Jinyu Huating, you once ambushed Brother Zhaoyang, forcing him to jump. Later you kept us under house arrest. I remember everything you did. Are you, the esteemed Wolf Fang 5th team, going to deny it? Jinyu Huating. I've never been to any Jinyu Huating, and I've never forced anyone to jump off a building. Little girl, I advise you to watch your words. I won't deny what I've done, but if you keep this up, I won't be polite. Give me back my brother Zhaoyang. If you weren't here to capture him again, how do you explain his disappearance from this place and your presence here? You mad woman, I'm not going to explain myself to you. Give me back my Zhaoyang. The celestial sister's eyes turned bloodshot again as she charged straight at Captain Qin. Stay back or I won't be held responsible. Bang. With the sound of a gunshot, Chu Heju crumpled to the ground. At that moment, the celestial sister, whose eyes were crimson, regained clarity and swiftly embraced Chu Heju. Why? Celestial sister, I told you I'll help you find your Zhaoyang. The celestial sister raised her hand to heal Chu Heju, but he seized her hand. Celestial sister, don't. With so many people around, Chu Heju didn't want to expose her ability to heal wounds, especially since it consumed a tremendous amount of her energy. Meanwhile, Captain Qin, standing in the distance, spread his hands. Everyone saw it. Chu Heju walked right into my bullet. If he dies, don't blame me. Cough. Cough. Zhu Heju spat out a mouthful of blood. Celestial sister, take me away from here. Zhu Heju desperately wanted to retrieve some wound healing ointment from his storage space, but with so many eyes on him he couldn't risk revealing his storage space or the ointment's effects. Without a word, the celestial sister scooped up Zhu Heju and dashed out of the church. At the same time, Xu Xingyao rose and pursued them. Miss? Captain Qin called out to Xu Xingyao, who stopped and turned back. Something. That madwoman just tried to kill you and your boss seems indifferent to your life. Why stick with a boss like that? None of your business. Xu Xingyao shot back before chasing after the celestial sister who was carrying Zhu Heju. TCH, that fat bastard, one day he'll die and no one will bury him. Captain Qin, humiliated, felt deeply aggrieved, especially with so many survivors watching. He had hoped to recruit the stout woman into his ranks and later recommend her to Longmen Mountain for a reward, but it turned out she was just brainless. Brother Qin, the eyesores are gone. Don't be upset. You're always so understanding, Miss Bai. Captain Qin, tilted by Qianqian's chin up and unashamed of the onlookers, kissed her directly. Disperse, disperse. Go about your business. Several of Captain Qin's underlings began clearing the area. Many were furious but dared not speak, slinking away in frustration. The celestial sister carried Zhu Heju far away to the very seaside they had visited the previous night. Survivors they encountered on the way, recognizing the madwoman, hastily made way. Bian Lihui, who had been patrolling all night with dark circles under her eyes, glanced at the departing group, frowned and continued toward the church. She was too exhausted to concern herself with others. The celestial sister set down the wounded Zhu Heju and raised her hand to heal him, but he stopped her, unwilling to let her faint again. Celestial sister, don't bother. This injury isn't worth wasting your power on me. Without any pretense, Zhu Heju pulled several bottles of wound healing ointment from his storage space, handed one to the celestial sister and uncorked another to drink. A storage space? How do you have this? Cough, honestly, I don't know. I've had it since birth, maybe it was passed down from my parents. You're so powerful, celestial sister, you must have one too. Me? I don't. What? Even someone as formidable as you doesn't have a storage space. But my Xiaoyao does. His storage space can fit a car. That's incredible. Zhu Heju's eyes sparkled, not with greed to claim Xiaoyao's storage space but with excitement at discovering he wasn't the only one in the world with such a possession. It was like being a time traveler stranded in an ancient era, utterly lost, only to find another person who could recite pi, a shared sense of being outsiders adrift in a foreign land. Since Xiaoyao possessed a storage space far superior to his own, there was no reason for him to covet this small one. Besides, his storage space was embedded in his mind, how could anyone steal it? Would they have to take his head? In the end, Zhu Heju couldn't dissuade the celestial sister and she healed him with her power. Thank you, celestial sister. My name is Xie Yuhe. Don't call me celestial sister, it sounds strange. Xie Yuhe. Like the one from Daming Lake. Phut. Xu Xingyao, standing nearby, finally burst out laughing, spraying saliva. Zhu Heju was mortified. Sorry, celestial sister, I didn't mean it. I'm Zhu Heju and this is my friend Xu Xingyao. It's fine. A name is just a label. Besides, it was given by my parents. There's nothing funny about it. Sister Xie, is what you said true? Captain Qin captured Xiaoyao. But isn't he the strongest new human? How could Captain Qin capture him? I fought alongside him before, he can barely kill a zombie. He seems pathetic. I experienced it all firsthand. Why would I lie? They forced Xiaoyao to jump off a building. When they couldn't catch him, they placed us under house arrest. He only managed to return later, but fortunately they had to leave on urgent business. Captain Qin blatantly lies in front of everyone. What nerve? Cough, thank you for taking that bullet for me. I still can't ignore bullets. If only Xiaoyao were here. It was the least I could do. You saved old Sus' life, consider it repayment. Xie Yuhe glanced at the stout Shu. Sister Shu is lucky to have a friend like you. Speaking of which, Xiaoyao had a similar build to Sister Shu. What? Xiaoyao is a big guy. What, is that a problem? No? No? It's just hard to process. I imagined a handsome, elegant man. Xie Yuhe recalled Xiaoyao's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, I used to dislike his heavy-set frame. But now if he suddenly became slender and handsome, I don't know if I'd still love him the same way. My heart has already made room for the stout version of him and no one else can take his place. Zhu Heju watched Xie Yuhe sink into a nostalgic reverie filled with envy. I envy your love story. Xie Yuhe's expression darkened. Unfortunately, I don't know where Xiaoyao is now. Didn't you say they might have captured him? Then let's go to their lair and rescue him. Longmen Mountain, that must be the place. Sister Xie, if even Xiaoyao, the strongest new human, was captured, wouldn't we be walking to our deaths with our meager strength? What level is Xiaoyao now? He should be at the 3rd tier. If he's safe, he's probably reached the 4th tier by now. 3rd tier. Zhu Heju's eyes widened in disbelief. He wasn't even a 1st tier new human yet and somehow someone had already reached the 3rd tier. Damn it. He had slept for a whole month and fallen so far behind others, 3 entire tiers. He had thought the appearance of second-tier zombies was already outrageous, but it turned out these were just the leftovers others had slain. If Brother Zhaoyang was truly at the 3rd tier, killing these 1st and 2nd tier zombies must be as easy as child's play. Thinking back, he had to use every trick up his sleeve just to kill a single 1st tier zombie. Even taking down that 2nd tier one had drained all his strength, with Captain Qin and their helicopter providing fire support, and it still took sacrificing an entire helicopter just to barely restrain it. The gap was just too vast. Zhu Heju even wondered if he should seek out this Brother Zhaoyang. After all, he was a nobody. Would someone like Zhaoyang even spare him a glance? At that moment, Zhu Heju glanced at Xie Yuhe beside him. He had to get on good terms with Xie Yuhe. Taking a bullet for her on impulse had been a split-second decision, but now he realized it was the smartest move he could have made. At least now they could be considered friends. When he eventually met Brother Zhaoyang, he might at least get a chance to show his face. Hiss. Though he had drunk plenty of healing potion, the bullet was still lodged in his abdomen. Meanwhile, Xie Yuhe beside him simply thrust her fingers into her own body, pulled out the bullets and tossed them aside. This Xie Yuhe is way too tough. Zhu Heju looked at his own abdomen and, mimicking her, shoved his fingers inside. Ah. With a heart-wrenching scream, he dug out a bullet and threw it to the ground. Xie Yuhe's healing magic landed on him promptly. Thanks. You didn't have to do that. I can handle it. Xie Yuhe shook her head, then fixed her gaze firmly on the sea. Brother Chu. Sister Xie, please just call me Xiao Chu. Calling me Brother Chu makes me uncomfortable. Xiao Chu, you'll help me, right? Help me find Brother Zhaoyang. I will. Maybe you're right. If Brother Zhaoyang hasn't come for me, he's probably in trouble, maybe even trapped. But if someone with his abilities is trapped, this mission might be hopeless. Do you regret it? I? Zhu Heju looked at Xie Yuhe, whose eyes were fixed on the sea with determination, then shook his head firmly. Sister Xie, I don't regret it. Life needs goals. Before, my only goal was to muddle through the apocalypse. But now I have one: to save the strongest new human. Just think, if the strongest new human needs my help, that makes me even greater than him. The thought alone is thrilling. Hey, you have a strange way of thinking. But I promise you this: once we rescue Brother Zhaoyang, we'll have him give you the best equipment. The best equipment? Zhu Heju's eyes lit up. The strongest new human's gear must be incredibly powerful. Roar. Suddenly a cacophony of zombie roars erupted from behind, rising and falling in waves. Were they launching an assault on the city? Xie Yuhe turned to look, her expression betraying little emotion. Zhu Heju, however, was terrified by the sound. Before learning the truth, he might have been willing to fight zombies. But now that he knew the strongest new human was likely at the 4th tier, it meant these zombies could be at the 4th tier or even higher. If they were at the 5th tier, they'd be utterly unstoppable. The ones he had faced before were mere underlings. Who knew if the attacking horde included 4th tier zombies? 4th tier. Damn, just thinking about it makes my legs weak. Let's go check it out. Sister Xie, maybe we shouldn't. What if you lose control again? Don't worry, I won't. As long as I keep my murderous urges in check, you'll be fine. Sister Xie, are you sure? Absolutely. Trust me. Alright then, let's go take a look. Old Shu, let's move. Xie Yuhe led the way, with Zhu Heju and Xu Xingya following behind as they rushed toward the church. Though they had been driven out earlier, if the place fell to the zombies, they would have nowhere to hide either. Go to the sea. Please, there were monsters in the sea too. Last night had been too dark to see what the sea monster looked like. Who knew what those damn mutated marine creatures had become? The church entrance was now crowded with people, including Captain Qin and his team. At the front stood a fat bald man with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of leadership, likely the head of this place. The guards at the west gate just reported that zombies outside have started their assault. You've all heard the roars. We have 2 options. One is to break out through the north or south gate, but we'd have to push through a horde of over 3,000 zombies. Honestly, whether we can even break through is uncertain. Even if we do, we might lose 9 out of 10, a near-certain death sentence. The other option is to take the rafts we built and head for the aircraft carrier in the East China Sea. But that carrier hasn't sent rescue boats in a long time, and we have no idea what dangers await us there. That path is equally uncertain. What do you all think? The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. Didn't Brother Zhaoyang kill all the zombies surrounding the city for you? Oh come on, can't someone shut up that crazy woman? Why is she spouting nonsense again? The zombies have had us surrounded for nearly half a month. Half a month? What's today's date? Sister Xie, it's January 4th. January 4th. Didn't the nuclear bomb go off? Wasn't Zhaoyang City supposed to be hit with a nuke on January 1st? Zhu Heju pulled Xie Yuhe aside. Sister Xie, please keep your voice down. They already think you're crazy. If you keep talking nonsense like this, we'll get kicked out again. There's no nuclear explosion. No, Brother Zhaoyang said Zhaoyang City would be nuked on January 1st. Why is it January 4th and nothing's happened? Sister Xie, you must be mistaken. If Zhaoyang City had been nuked, we wouldn't be standing here, we'd have been vaporized. But there was an earthquake on January 1st, that much is true. Earthquake. Yeah. I was in a coma for a month before that. That earthquake woke me up, or I don't know how much longer I'd have been out. Earthquake. Xia Yuhe murmured softly, then lifted her gaze to the sky. The heavens were a pristine blue, utterly devoid of even a single cloud. If a nuclear explosion had occurred, the entire city would surely have been razed to the ground. Yet for now everyone seemed unharmed, with only a past earthquake to speak of. Could it be that the epicenter of the blast was not here? At that moment Xia Yuhe began scanning the crowd, hoping to spot a familiar face. The town leader was indeed Qin Haotian. Even if Xiao Yao had been captured, shouldn't Xiao Jibalang, Xiao Yu Ren, Fei Xue and Lu Xiyao still be free? And what about Hua Buxi, that chance acquaintance? Had he been taken as well? Xia Yuhe quietly approached an elderly man at the back of the crowd. Grandfather. Who is it? The old man leaned in, squinting in a futile attempt to make out Xia Yu's face. Grandfather, I'd like to ask you something. Has a convoy passed through our town recently? A convoy? No. Since this place was besieged by zombies, no survivors have arrived for half a month. Thank you, grandfather. You're welcome. Xia Yuhe stepped back, her expression turning grave. If her memory served her right, Xiao Yao had led everyone to Donghua town on December 27th. Today was January 4th, only 9 days had passed. Yet the old man claimed no new survivors had come in half a month. Could it be? Xia Yuhe felt a chill run down her spine, every hair on her body standing on end. Sister Xia. Huh? Sister Xia, what's wrong? Nothing. Xia Yuhe wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Had she somehow traveled through time? No. Such a cliché plot couldn't possibly happen to her. Time travelers were always the protagonists, and Xia Yuhe didn't see herself as one. Even Chu Heju had a storage ring while she had nothing, just an ordinary woman. But how else could she explain the discrepancy between reality and her memories? A cold, fierce gleam flashed in Xia Yu's eyes, which turned bloodshot. Yet this time she harmed no one and instead charged straight toward the seaside. Sister Xia. Chu Heju gave chase with Xu Xingyao close behind. The crowd, still debating their escape, watched the trio disappear into the distance. Damn it. First one crazy woman, now 3 lunatics. While everyone else is figuring out how to survive, they are off carefree. Guard Captain Wang Burin spat on the ground, glaring at Chu Heji's retreating figure. Why bother with them? Sure, madmen live without worries, but isn't it better to be sane? You're right, brother-in-law. Report. A man in camouflage pants rushed over, looking more like a labour than a soldier. Town leader, bad news. The zombies at the south gate are attacking. Report. Town leader, the zombies at the north gate are attacking. It seems we have no choice. Everyone head to the backyard and haul all the rafts to the shore. Our only path is to reach the aircraft carrier in the East Sea. Move out. Panic erupted as the crowd scrambled toward the church's backyard. The rafts were scarce to begin with, and with so many new survivors from last night, many might not find a place on them. Meanwhile, Xia Yuhe plunged straight into the sea. Chu Heju dove in after her, but his strength was no match for her frantic momentum, and she dragged him deeper. Cough. Gurgle. Once in deep water, Xia Yuhe sank beneath the surface, her survival instincts driving her to flail aimlessly. Damn it, Xia Yuhe can't swim. Chu Heju took a deep dive, swam to her side and hauled her back toward the shore. Old Chu, help. Coming, boss. Together Chu Heju and Xu Xingyao lifted the drowning Xia Yuhe onto a rock by the shore. Old Chu, give me a hand. Sister Xia is drowning, she needs first aid. Chu Heju pressed on her chest repeatedly until seawater spilled from her lips. Once it stopped, he began performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Everyone hurry. Get the rafts into the water. A group of people carrying over a dozen rafts dashed toward the beach. They ignored Chu Heju as he worked to revive Xia Yuhe. The crazy woman drowned. Who cares? She's just a lunatic. TSK boss Chu, are you taking advantage of the situation to get fresh with her? Captain Qin and his crew carried a small raft past Chu Heju, sneering as they went. Focused on saving her, Chu Heju couldn't be bothered with Captain Qin's taunts. Xia Yuhe absolutely couldn't die, otherwise how would he ever find Xiao Yao or cling to his coattails? All he knew about Xiao Yao was his name, that he was the strongest new human and that he was fat. Xia Yuhe must not die. Time passed and Xia Yuhe showed no signs of waking, but Chu Heju refused to give up, tirelessly continuing the resuscitation. Cough. Cough. Heaven rewards the diligent. Xia Yuhe finally began to breathe again. Sister Xia, you're awake. Where is this? Sister Xia, this is the beach. The zombies are coming, we need to leave on the rafts. Zombies? Rafts? Xia Yuhe looked dazed. Damn it, has she lost her memory again? Chu Heju hoisted her onto his back and sprinted toward the last remaining raft. Wait for us. No room. Find another raft. 100 bottles of energy drinks for a spot. Really, there's no space. Ask someone else. Chu Heju pulled out an assault rifle and handed it to Xu Xingyao, who immediately aimed it at the people on the raft. The crowd froze. Where had that rifle come from? If they weren't mistaken, it seemed to have been pulled from his chest. An assault rifle that big from his chest, wasn't that a bit unscientific? If you don't make room, you'll kill everyone on this raft. Brother, don't shoot. There really is no space on our raft. But the two of you could squeeze in. However, this big sister here takes up as much room as 3 people. If she comes aboard, the raft will sink. Oh? Are you calling me fat? Xu Xingye took offense at the remark and aimed the rifle at the speaker. No. I didn't say anything. Help. As Zhu Heju and the others were locked in a standoff, cries for help erupted from the rafts already at sea. Zhu Heju looked up to see a gigantic tentacle emerge from the water, capsizing one of the rafts. Survivors tumbled into the sea. Those who could swim desperately paddled toward neighboring rafts, while those who couldn't screamed for help before being dragged under by the monstrous limb. The first few escape rafts that set out were overturned by the enormous tentacles of a sea monster. Survivors scrambled desperately to swim back to shore, while others were dragged into the water by the tentacles. The survivors on the raft confronting Zhu Heju were terrified. Oh my god, how can there be such huge tentacles? Brother, I'll give you my spot on the raft. I'd rather kill zombies than ride this thing. At that moment, the survivors on that raft began jumping off and fleeing to the shore. Now they were grateful to Zhu Heju for delaying them, which prevented them from setting out and thus saved their lives. After all, those tentacles were massive. Just the tentacles alone were that huge. Who knew how enormous the monster's true body must be? In an instant, the survivors who had fled into the sea began paddling back frantically. Zhu Heju immediately carried Xie Yuhe and ran toward the shore, suspecting that the sea monster from last night was this very creature. He didn't dare look back and sprinted wildly. Boss, the zombies are attacking the city. Where can we escape? Zhu Heju glanced around the small town, all low rustic houses with nowhere to hide from the zombies. The tallest building was a single structure. To the church. At that moment, only the church offered refuge. The other houses were small bungalows if they encountered a second-tier giant zombie like the one from the bank before it could leap onto them in a single bound, offering no safety. The church, however, had 3 towering spires that rose high above the ground, the highest points in the entire town. Xiao Chu, put me down. I can walk on my own. Sister Xia, are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. Zhu Heju set Xie Yuhe down and the 3 of them raced toward the church. From a distance, Zhu Heju could already see zombies charging in. The first survivor to reach the church door was tackled to the ground by the undead. Help. Help. The survivor on the ground cried out to Zhu Heju and the others, but at a time like this, who had the time to save anyone else? Everyone was running for their lives. Zhu Heju and his companions took a wide detour around the zombies, fearing that if the zombies ignored the fallen survivor, they might come after them. Then Zhu Heju dashed straight into the church. Everyone run this way. A woman in a tight-fitting suit stood at the stairway on the 2nd floor to the right, calling out to the survivors rushing in through the church entrance. Zhu Heju recognized her as Bian Lihui, the one who had given him clothes earlier. Several survivors had already gathered around her and they were taking down the occasional zombie that charged up to the 2nd floor. Let's go. To the 2nd floor over there. Zhu Heju didn't have time to think further. The situation demanded immediate action. Only a few zombies had broken in so far, but once the horde outside swarmed in, even the church might not have enough room. Captain Bian, I'll help you. Zhu Heju rushed over, raised his crossbow and fired at the zombies behind him. With every 3 bolts, Zhu Heju brought down a zombie. His arrival eased the tense battle and Bian Lihui regarded him with newfound respect. This skinny guy had some skills. Help. I twisted my ankle. Several more survivors burst through the church door. Zhu Heju spotted Bai Qianqian and Captain Qin among them, still holding hands. But then Bai Qianqian slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing the zombies closing in, Captain Qin let go of her arm. Brother Qin, save me. Get lost. You're on your own. Captain Qin dashed toward the 2nd floor where more survivors had gathered. Help. The nearby survivors simply stepped around Bai Qianqian, ignoring her entirely. It's over. Bai Qianqian closed her eyes as the zombies lunged at her. Rat-a-tat-tat. At the critical moment, Zhu Heju switched to his assault rifle. The crossbow could only fire 1 bolt at a time, which wouldn't be enough to save Bai Qianqian. Though his ammunition was running low, Zhu Heju charged out without hesitation to rescue her. After killing a few zombies, he grabbed Bai Qianqian and pulled her up. Quick, get on my back. Bai Qianqian opened her eyes to find Zhu Heju, her former boss, coming to her rescue. Her eyes glistened with tears. Boss. No time for talk. Hold tight. Zhu Heju used his assault rifle to take down a few more zombies, then carried Bai Qianqian on his back and rushed to the 2nd floor. After setting Bai Qianqian down, Zhu Heju rejoined the fight against the zombies without a second thought. Whatever had happened before was now settled once and for all. After all, Bai Qianqian had once been his employee. Zhu Heju couldn't bear to watch her be devoured by zombies. Now as she watched Zhu Heju tirelessly battling the undead, tears welled up in her eyes. Miss Bai, are you all right? Captain Qin approached, intending to embrace her and offer comfort. Bai Qianqian stepped aside. Captain Qin, please show some restraint. Miss Bai, it was an emergency just now. Say no more. I've already died once. From now on, you go your way and I'll go mine. We owe each other nothing. Miss Bai, remember I traded my assault rifle for you. That rifle was my livelihood, my second life. I gave up my second life for you and now you want to walk away just like that. Captain Qin, stop fooling yourself. When you abandoned me and fled, I ceased to belong to you. Miss Bai, I was wrong. But I did trade the assault rifle to Chu Heju, didn't I? If I still had it, I would never have left you behind. Besides, without that rifle, Chu Heju wouldn't have saved you either. Bai Qianqian turned her back on Captain Qin and ignored him. If she had once clung to him for protection, now she saw clearly that he was unreliable. She wondered if Boss Chu would take her back if only she hadn't fired him back then. Sigh? Bai Qianqian let out a heavy sigh. It's probably impossible. HMPH Bai, if you keep ignoring me you'll regret it. Don't you want a position at Dragon Gate Mountain? Once we reach Dragon Gate Mountain, getting you a job is as easy as a word from me. Captain Qin, instead of talking, why don't you help kill more zombies and save more survivors? Do you realize you're acting like a clown right now? You're a special forces soldier. We're under siege by zombies and you're here flirting. Can you live with yourself? Look at how everyone sees you. Captain Qin turned around and noticed the survivors hastily averting their gazes, clearly having been watching his predicament. HMPH. Bai, you'll regret this. Regret? Ha. I no longer have the luxury of regret. Bai Qianqian watched Chu Heju still locked in combat, biting her lip. She had erred once and could not afford to falter again. This time she had set her heart on Chu Heju. Roar. With a thunderous bellow, a motorcycle crashed through the church entrance, shattering rows of pews. A massive zombie then charged in, scattering the zombies blocking the doorway. Damn, it's the big one. Captain Qin was stunned. Killing that beast in the past had cost them a helicopter. Now without assault rifles, how could they possibly slay it? He glanced at Chu Heju, who still carried the rifle. Ammunition had been scarce and after Chu Heju's shots there was likely little left. No point in retrieving it. Captain Qin eyed his pistol and edged toward the back of the group. Captain Bien, this brute is tough. We should head to the roof. Fight and retreat. To the rooftop. At this point, regardless of survivors outside, staying to cover was futile. Their fate was left to chance. They fought their way to the third floor only to find the door locked. Captain Bien, it's bolted from inside. Break it down. Bang. Several slammed into the door. Stop. This door is expensive. Can you afford to replace it? A voice came from within. Mayor. Mayor, it's Bien Lihui. Open up. Women may enter. Men stay out and kill zombies. Another voice echoed. That damned Wang Burin's still alive. Bien Lihui's face darkened. She recognized Captain Wang Burin's voice instantly. He had pursued her for so long that his tone was etched into her memory. Creak. The door opened, revealing Wang Burin, the last person Bien Lihui wanted to see. He held a desert eagle, sweeping the muzzle across the doorway. Oh, everyone's here. So many zombies couldn't finish you. You're tenacious. Xiao Bien, come in. If I let anyone in, it's you. HMPH. Bien Lihui ignored him, waiting outside for everyone to enter together. Wang Burin stopped the nonsense. Let everyone in. Can't do that. This is my brother-in-law's private room. He said women can enter, men fight zombies outside. If everyone comes in, who kills them? Should the zombies commit suicide? Chu Heju stood at the stairwell between the second and third floors, shooting zombies with his crossbow. Look at that newcomer, has got the right idea. You cowards hiding behind women. Women, come in quickly. My patience is limited. Those who don't want to enter can stay out and kill zombies. Spots are limited, hurry. Bai Qianqian frowned. This thug-like man seemed even more detestable than Captain Qin. Anyone could guess what awaited women inside. She'd rather stay out. Bang. A gunshot rang out unexpected, not aimed at a zombie but at. Thud. A bloody hole appeared in Wang Burin's head. He collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Captain Qin walked over, bent down and picked up the Desert Eagle. TSK, a commoner with such a fine pistol, what a waste. He holstered the gun and scanned the crowd. Everyone stepped back half a pace. Don't look at me like that. I did this for everyone's good. He said only women could enter, but now everyone can. What are you waiting for? Go in. Upon hearing they could all enter, everyone rushed inside. Swoosh. Chu Heju continued shooting zombies. Though they were ordinary, he had killed 2 first-tier ones reaching level 7. 3 more first-tier zombies would level him up to a first-tier new human. He wondered what that would be like. Would he be as formidable as Sister Xia? Boss, stop fighting. Let's go. Xu Xingyao tugged at Chu Heju. Xia Yuhe was a medical-type new human unsuited for close combat. Besides, Chu Heju forbade her from engaging zombies up close. A scratch could turn her into one, a tragic fate. All right. Chu Heju turned and dashed toward the third-floor room. Captain Qin watched him with a smirk, then blocked the doorway with his arm as Bai Qianqian followed. Captain Qin, what's the meaning of this? Nothing much, just a little something. What little something? If I spell it out, it loses its meaning. I dislike beating around the bush. Say what you mean. Simple. To enter, each of you pays 1000 blood crystals. Otherwise I can't help it. Did they pay? Sorry, I just made this rule. They entered earlier, so no payment needed. Fine, I understand. Chu Heju turned and headed toward the adjacent room which led to the rooftop. Bai Qianqian shot Captain Qin a look of disgust before following Chu Heju. Bai Qianqian, stop. Apologize and he'll let you in. No need, Captain Qin. Take care of yourself. HMPH. One day you'll beg me. Without Chu Heju's fire, zombies had already reached the 3rd floor. Captain Qin slammed the door shut, locking the zombies out. Damn that hypocritical bitch. Inside, the group gathered by the window. Mayor Qin Haotian was there, trembling as he pointed at Qin Shou. You killed Burin. What? Want a taste of lead too? Since we share the same surname, I'll spare you. But if you point at me again, I won't mind removing a finger. Qin Haotian could still boss ordinary people around, but facing the former king of soldiers, Qin Shou, he cowered. He dared not draw the pistol hidden in his sleeve, knowing that with his marksmanship he might not be able to kill this former king of soldiers. For now he could only endure. The zombies did not pound on the door, but instead chased Chu Heju and the others straight toward the rooftop. This saved Qin Shou quite a bit of trouble. Still, I have to thank Mayor Qin for installing such a sturdy door. If it were an ordinary wooden door, the zombies would have smashed it to pieces by now. Qin Haotian looked at Qin Shou, who did not respond and could not be bothered to acknowledge him. He was just an old man. Out of respect, one called him Mayor Qin, but without it his head could be taken at any moment. HMPH. Qin Shou did not bother with the old mayor. He swept his gaze across the crowd. From now on, Mayor Qin is out. In charge here. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The crowd lowered their heads, not daring to speak. After all, Qin Shou had a gun. Good, unanimous. I am your new mayor now. You. Yes, you come here. A timid woman walked up to Qin Shou. Little girl, what's your name? How come I didn't notice there was such a beautiful woman among us before? I'm Sun Xiaoli. Not bad. Xiaoli, what did you do before? Your figure is simply perfect. To answer you, sir, I studied Latin dance. Latin dance, excellent. Come on, give us a performance. Surviving a narrow escape is worth celebrating. This? Qin Shou's gaze turned cold. I'll dance, I'll dance. Sun Xiaoli timidly began to dance the Latin. Stop. Stop. Sir, is my dancing not good? That's not right. Do people wear so much when dancing Latin? Don't think you can fool me because I've never seen it. Don't Latin dancers just wear underwear with a few straps hanging off? Are you trying to deceive me by dancing like this? Quick, take it off. Qin Shou aimed his pistol directly at Sun Xiaoli. I'll take it off. I'll take it off. The crowd huddled in the corner, not daring to look at Qin Shou. They regretted not fighting the zombies outside. Yet no one rose to resist, for they cared only about themselves. A few men even secretly lifted their heads to peek at Sun Xiaoli. Bian Lihui bit her lip tightly. First Wang Burin died, now Qin Shou appeared. These people were crueler than the last. She began to look for a chance to escape, knowing that staying here would only lead to Qin Shou's evil hands. TSK, this is what the apocalypse should be like. Everyone listens to me. The taste of power is truly delightful. Qin Shou pulled over a sofa, sat down and watched Sun Xiaoli, now in only her underwear, dance the Latin. Chu Heju and the others had already climbed from a rooftop window onto the top of the church. Yet some zombies followed them onto the roof. Fortunately, the passage was narrow. Chu Heju, Xu Xingyao, Xie Yuhe and Bai Qianqian blocked the small opening. Chu Heju used a crossbow, Xu Xingyao a giant hammer. Every zombie that crawled up was killed one after another. Finally, the entire passage was blocked by the corpses of zombies and no more could climb up. Phew. The group collapsed on the rooftop, exhausted. We're safe for now. Chu Heju glanced at his mission progress. Since completing the last task, the system had issued a new one. This time it wasn't about selling goods but about improving his own strength. System: the foundation of survival. To be a qualified merchant, personal strength is indispensable. Reach the first order new human within 7 days. Current level 7. Time remaining 6 days. Mission reward: unlock the mall function. Once a single item has been restocked 999 times, it will no longer appear on the restock interface but will be directly available for purchase in the mall without waiting for refresh time. Mission failure: restock channel downgraded to level 1. 1 day had passed and his level had reached 7. Reaching level 10 should allow him to become a first-order new human. The reward was tempting. Items restocked 999 times could be bought directly from the mall, saving Chu Heju a lot of trouble. Chu Heju looked at the people around him. Although Xie Yuhe was strong, he was a support and rescue type new human. Without a weapon he wasn't very effective at killing zombies. Xu Xingyao's physique and giant hammer made her like a tank. But the zombies were now much stronger than before and Chu Heju didn't want to send her into danger. Bai Qianqian sitting not far away left Zhu Heju unsure how to handle her. Although she had jumped ship earlier, it was in exchange for an assault rifle, not entirely her choice. Now Bai Qianqian hadn't left with Captain Qin, leaving Zhu Heju at a loss. She sat like a little girl who had done something wrong, hugging her knees and staring blankly outside. Since seeing that side of Bai Qianqian, Zhu Heju could no longer accept her in his team. Yet he couldn't bear to let her be devoured by zombies. This feeling was truly agonizing. Whoosh. Boss. Boss. Save me. As the group rested, Bai Qianqian suddenly cried for help. Zhu Heju looked up to see a thick rope looped around her neck, dragging her away swiftly. Bai Qianqian. Zhu Heju rushed forward, diving to grab her legs. Quick, old Shu, cut the rope. I'm on it. Xu Xingyao charged forward and swung her hammer down at the rope around Bai Qianqian's neck. But the rope was like rubber, impossible to break. Old Shu, use an axe. Boss, I don't have an axe. Damn it. Hold her legs, I'll do it. Xu Xingyao grabbed Bai Qianqian's legs and Zhu Heju rushed up, drawing a dagger and slashing down. Boss. Save me. Bai Qianqian's face was turning purple from the strangulation. Almost there. Zhu Heju slashed fiercely at the rope around her neck, but it oozed a green liquid. The green liquid flowed through the cut onto Bai Qianqian's neck, emitting wisps of white smoke. She let out a piercing scream. Damn it, this rope is poisonous. Zhu Heju watched as the green liquid corroded the skin on Bai Qianqian's neck and she writhed in agony. Zhu Heju did not give up cutting the rope, he quickened his pace. Whoosh. Suddenly the rope around Bai Qianqian's neck loosened entirely, swiftly retracting into the distance before vanishing at the far end of the rooftop. Boss. Save me. Bai Qianqian's face had turned a livid purple and several gaping holes were corroded into her neck. Zhu Heju could even see her trachea and throbbing blood vessels. Miss Bai, quickly, this is a healing ointment. Drink some. Though Zhu Heju held some unfavorable impressions of Bai Qianqian, he could not bear to witness her die so miserably. Zhu Heju swiftly uncapped the bottle and poured the ointment into her mouth. Yet the remedy simply flowed out from the wounds on her neck, never reaching her stomach. Let me. Xie Yuhe extended both hands and began to cast a spell over Bai Qianqian's neck. A green radiance enveloped Bai Qianqian's neck. This time Zhu Heju did not stop Xie Yu's incantation, for if Bai Qianqian were left untreated she would surely die. Whoosh. Watch out. Xu Xingyao shoved Zhu Heju aside just as the rope grazed his shoulder. However, the rope struck Xie Yuhe directly. Sister Xie. Xie Yuhe grunted and was knocked to the ground by the rope. The rope then coiled around the unconscious Bai Qianqian and dragged her away at tremendous speed. Bai Qianqian. Zhu Heju dashed forward, trying to grab Bai Qianqian's legs. But this time the rope retracted even faster. At the edge of the rooftop he finally saw the end of the rope, a colossal creature 3 meters tall. Was that rope actually its tongue? Zhu Heju shuddered. Bai Qianqian was now suspended by the monster's tongue. Squelch. No. The monster's long tongue pierced through Bai Qianqian from below, and then something that made Zhu Heju's blood run cold occurred. Bai Qianqian suddenly began to move again. Zhu Heju could even see her neck corroded nearly to the bone, slowly mending. He. An eerie sound escaped Bai Qianqian's lips. Zhu Heju then saw her walking through the air as if she were normal, though a long tongue still extended beneath her like a marionette string, only this time it pulled from below. Then the 3-meter turtle monster burrowed into the ground, leaving only Bai Qianqian standing there. Had Zhu Heju not witnessed it, he would never have known she had become a puppet. Bai Qianqian turned her head toward the church spire, casting a cold, sharp glance at Zhu Heju before her gaze turned seductive and alluring. The surrounding zombies completely ignored Bai Qianqian as if she were invisible or one of their own. Brother Zhu, am I beautiful? Zhu Heju crouched down, his heart pounding wildly. What the hell is this monster? Turning survivors into puppets. Isn't this too overpowered? If such a monster lurks among the survivors, we're doomed. Zhu Heju slowly stood up and looked around. Bai Qianqian was gone, vanished without a trace. He patted his chest. Boss. Damn it. Old Shu, you scared me to death. Boss, is Bai Qianqian still Bai Qianqian? Of course not. Bai Qianqian is dead. The one now is a puppet. How terrifying. That long tongue pierced right through her from below. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Zhu Heju glanced at Xu Xingyao and took a step back. Old Shu, jump. Why? Just jump. Oh? Xu Xingyao jumped. Boss, why did you want me to jump? I need to check if you're a puppet. The monster hides underground and controls humans with its tongue. No matter how thin the tongue becomes, there will always be a connection. Well, boss, do I have one? Jump again. Let me test with something in case the naked eye can't tell. Alright. Xu Xingyao jumped again and Zhu Heju swept a wooden stick beneath her. Alright, you're not a puppet. Boss, what about you? Are you a puppet? Me. How could I be? Zhu Heju suddenly noticed that Xie Yuhe, who had been right beside them moments ago, was now 2 meters away. Sister Xie, what are you doing? Nothing. By the way, Sister Xie, could you jump so we can verify if you're a puppet? What does it matter if I'm a puppet or not? Xia Yuhe began to dance and Zhu Heju felt dizzy watching her movements. Not good. Zhu Heju bit his tongue and his vision cleared. Sister Xia, are you a puppet? Ha ha. Since you know my identity, both of you will die. Xia Yuhe charged at Zhu Heju. Sister Xia Yu. Zhu Heju saw her bloodshot eyes and realized she had likely gone mad again. Was her madness caused by being controlled? Old Shu, don't kill her. Let's subdue her together. Got it, boss. Xu Xingye raised her giant hammer looking as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Though Xia Yuhe was not a combat type, her strength was still terrifying. Bang. With just one blow, Xia Yuhe sent Xu Xingye flying, crashing heavily onto the rooftop. Then her eyes bloodshot, Xia Yuhe turned her gaze to Zhu Heju. You all must die. No choice. Zhu Heju drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at Xia Yuhe's legs. Xia Yuhe collapsed to the ground, but like a zombie she crawled frantically toward Zhu Heju, feeling no pain. Zhu Heju fired 2 more shots, this time at Xia Yuhe's arms. With her limbs incapacitated, Xia Yuhe lay in a pool of blood. Zhu Heju stared at her crimson eyes, unsure of what to do. Xia Yuhe had saved Xu Xingye and himself, but he knew that was the real Xia Yuhe while the one before him was controlled. Zhu Heju knocked Xia Yuhe unconscious with a single chop. Cough. Cough. Xu Xingye limped over, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Boss, what now? Zhu Heju shook his head. This was serious. I don't know. Xia Yuhe is a puppet. The immortal sister Xia Yuhe was in fact a puppet. Zhu Heju stood frozen in disbelief, unable to accept it. After all, she had saved him and Xu Xingye only moments before. If Xia Yuhe truly were a puppet, then how much of what she said could be trusted? Was the legendary new human prodigy Zhaoyang even real? And most crucially, should he kill her? His pistol hovered mere centimeters from Xia Yuhe's unconscious face. A single shot would end her. Yet Zhu Heju hesitated. That madwoman, both terrifying and pitiful, whose mind swung widely between frenzy and sorrow, was now revealed to be a vessel controlled by some monstrous force. He holstered his pistol, wondering if severing the puppet's control threads might suffice. Old Shu, lift Xia Yuhe up. I'll cut the strings binding her. Yes, boss. Xu Xingye immediately lifted the unconscious Xia Yuhe into her arms while Zhu Heju drew his dagger and began probing beneath her body. After prolonged searching, Zhu Heju found no filaments, no wires, no threads. Could it be? Xia Yuhe isn't a puppet after all. He glanced at Xia Yuhe limp and unconscious in Xu Xingye's embrace, and for the first time he truly didn't know whom or what to believe. If she wasn't a puppet, how could he reconcile her earlier warnings, her sudden violent turn against him? Old Shu, there are no puppetry control threads on her. Set her down. Boss, so is Xia Yuhe a puppet, or not? My mind is in chaos, I don't know. Perhaps she is. Perhaps she isn't. Puppetry may not rely solely on visible threads. Boss, you've left me utterly bewildered. Just tell me, is she or isn't she? Xia Yuhe manifests 2 distinct states, one lucid, one deranged. Her frenzied episodes suggest possession by some entity, but that control is unstable. Her true self still wrestles for dominion over this body. Boss, you mean? Precisely. I suspect the creature resides within her, perhaps embedded deep inside. Xia Yuhe was once an exceptionally powerful new human. She resists its domination fiercely. Even now she may be locked in silent, desperate combat within her own flesh. Given her oscillation between sanity and madness, the possessing entity must rival her strength, perhaps even surpass it slightly. The implications were grave. They'd relied on Xia Yuhe repeatedly for healing, each act draining her vitality, weakening her ability to resist the entity within. Boss, what do we do? How can we possibly aid her? I don't know. Such parasitic puppetry is unprecedented. We have no method to subdue it. And this is a war waged inside her body. How could we intervene? Then must we simply stand by helplessly? We must find Brother Zhaoyang. Only he possesses the means to save her. And what of Xia Yuhe? Shall we bind her? Bind her, for now. Zhu Heju scanned the abandoned cathedral's upper floor, and spotted exposed wiring nearby. He approached, severed the cables cleanly. Fortunately the building's power was already dead, otherwise the act would have been fatal. Returning to Xia Yuhe, he bound her ankles tightly, then secured her knees, leaving only her hands unbound. He had fired 4 shots earlier, wounding all 4 limbs. Yet her vitality proved astonishingly resilient. She remained alive. What Zhu Heju did not know was that every piece of her gear had been personally prepared by Zhaoyang, designed to regenerate life force steadily. So long as she lived, recovery was inevitable, though time remained essential. After securing her, Zhu Heju pressed firmly on her philtrum. Within seconds Xia Yuhe stirred, and opened her eyes. Xiaochu, where am I? What happened? Sister Xia, how do you feel? My limbs burn with pain. Who tied me up? Release me at once. Sister Xia, I must speak plainly. Another presence dwells within you, either a second self, or a monstrous intruder. Xiaochu, you're delusional. I don't understand a word. Untie me now. Sister Xia, I apologize, but I cannot untie you, not yet. Something alien shares your body. There is one thing I must confirm, Sister Xia. What is your true cultivation rank? Me. I'm uncertain, but I consumed a pill bestowed by Brother Zhaoyang, instantly elevating me to first rank new human. That was long ago. Now I've surpassed first rank, but have not yet reached second rank. First rank new human. Chu Heju studied her intently, the clarity in her gaze betrayed no deception. His gaze swept over her armor. Sister Xia, I must ask a favor. You once promised that upon locating Brother Zhaoyang you'd request a set of supreme-grade equipment for me. Of course. Once you find Brother Zhaoyang I'll make the request myself, have no doubt. His eyes lingered on her attire. Sister Xia, if I'm correct this very suit was also gifted to you by Brother Zhaoyang. Indeed Xiao Chu, what are you planning? Ha. Chu Heju exhaled deeply, steadying himself. Sister Xia, I will release you. But first, you must surrender this suit. The entity within you remains unpredictable. Should it seize full control, subduing you will demand extreme measures, even harming your body. Without this gear, however, we can restrain your possessed form swiftly and safely. This? Xia Yuhe recoiled inwardly. This suit was Xiao Yao's gift, its regenerative properties ensured survival no matter how grievous the wound. Yet surrendering it would leave her defenseless, and Chu Heju's motives remained opaque, unknowable. Sister Xia, consider carefully. My ammunition is scarce. I cannot rely on gunfire each time you lose control. When my bullets run dry, I may no longer hold you back. I'm returning to hunt zombies. Chu Heju said this and directly took out several bottles of golden wound medicine, handing them to Xu Xingyao. Old Xu, give Sister Xia some of this golden wound medicine. Don't let her heal herself unless absolutely necessary. It will drain her energy, and the more it's consumed the more advantageous it might be for the other monster within her body. Although Xia Yuhe didn't quite believe Chu Heju's words, looking at the gunshot wounds on her body she had no memory of them at all. Could it be that there really is another person? Or a monster living inside me? Then Chu Heju walked straight to the edge of the rooftop, placing the simple crossbow on the parapet and aiming at the zombies below. This was the church rooftop, about 4 stories high. Chu Heju didn't worry about the zombies rushing up as long as those damn puppet monsters didn't appear. More and more zombies gathered at the church entrance. Now the church was so infested with zombies that no more could fit inside, so the horde clustered at the doorway. The entire church entrance was like a concert venue with countless zombies packed together. However, lacking any target to attack, they wandered aimlessly back and forth. Xia Yu's level was above first rank but below second. As long as he also advanced to first rank new human, he wouldn't have to fear her losing control and he wouldn't have to kill her. Xia Yuhe was the only clue to finding Xiao Yao, and Chu Heju didn't want to destroy it with his own hands. Most importantly, in her normal state Xia Yuhe had saved both him and Xu Xingyao. Killing his savior was something Chu Heju truly couldn't bring himself to do. Chu Heju aimed at a massive fat zombie among the horde, one that stood twice as tall as the others. From this height he could shoot indiscriminately, but Chu Heju's goal was to level up. Killing zombies below first rank was meaningless and would only waste crossbow bolts. That massive fat zombie should be at least first rank or above. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot straight toward the fat zombie. Thud. The bolt struck the fat zombie directly in the belly. Roar. Perhaps due to the distance, the fat zombie realized it was under attack but couldn't locate its enemy. It swung a massive spiked club, sweeping down a row of unlucky zombies standing nearby. Whoosh! A second bolt shot toward the fat zombie again. Roar. This time the fat zombie finally spotted its attacker, on the church rooftop. The fat zombie let out a furious roar and hurled a small zombie from its shoulder. Squeak! The small zombie screeched as it flew toward Chu Heju. What the hell is this? The small zombie traced a graceful parabolic arc and landed directly at the church entrance. Several zombies walked by, stepping on its head, pressing it to the ground. When the zombies passed, the small zombie got up again, only to be trampled by those behind. This repeated until the small zombie's head was flattened like a photograph stuck to the ground. Roar. Seeing that the small zombie hadn't been thrown onto the rooftop, the fat zombie swung its club, clearing the zombies blocking its path. It finally reached the church entrance, where the small zombie's body, not just its head, was now a full body portrait pressed into the ground. Roar. The fat zombie roared to the sky and swung its club. Crack! A pillar beside the church snapped under the blow and stones from the ceiling above began to rain down. Chu Heju, lying at the rooftop edge, suddenly felt the roof sink slightly. Damn, is this church going to collapse? The fat zombie had vanished from his sight, apparently entering the church. My attack power is too low, killing these zombies is way too hard. Looking around, he saw dozens of such massive fat zombies. Chu Heju aimed at another one. Boss, Sister Xia wants you to come over. Just as he was about to shoot, Xu Xingyao interrupted him. Chu Heju looked over at the bound Xia Yuhe in the distance. She nodded at him. Chu Heju walked over. Sister Xia. Xiao Chu, all the equipment on me was given by Brother Zhaoyang. I can give it to you, but I can't give you my pants. You can take everything else, but you must promise me one thing. Sister Xia, what is it? Just say it. If one day I unfortunately die, please find Brother Zhaoyang and tell him I love him. Sister Xia, don't say that. I won't let you die. I will deliver you whole and intact to Brother Xiao Yao's side. Xia Yuhe shook her head frantically. Xiao Chu, please promise me. I don't know what's happening to me, but lately I've been so sleepy. I'm afraid that one day I'll fall asleep and never wake up. So please promise me if I never wake up again you can take all the clothes off me. But you must find Brother Xiao Yao and tell him I love him. Sister Xia. Chu Heju looked at Xia Yuhe, her eyes brimming with tears, and nodded firmly. Sister Xia, I will definitely help you find Brother Xiao Yao, but I will also deliver a whole and intact Xia Yuhe into his hands. Thank you. Xia Yu's eyelids closed and she fell asleep again. Sister Xia. Sister Xia. Chu Heju rushed over and checked her breath. Still alive. It seems Xia Yu's battle with the monster inside her has reached a fever pitch. What now? First take off Xia Yu's clothes, all of them. I need to know the stats of every piece of equipment. Huh? This? Old Shu will leave this task to you. Chu Heju couldn't bring himself to undress a woman, so he turned and went back to the rooftop edge. Now he didn't bother aiming at all. He fired indiscriminately into the zombie horde below the church, reloading one bolt after another. But due to his low attack power after shooting for a while, he hadn't killed a single zombie, wasting hundreds of crossbow bolts instead. Damn, this won't work. The zombies are too dense. Killing one requires at least 2 shots, but after so many I've hit different zombies each time. Boss, it's done. Chu Heju looked back. Xia Yuhe had been untied by Xu Xingyao and a jacket from Xu Xingyao was draped over her. Beside Xia Yuhe, the clothes she had been wearing were neatly arranged. Chu Heju knew these were all equipment given to Xia Yuhe by the strongest new human, Xiao Yao. Without even checking their recovery value, he began identifying them. The equipment Xia Yuhe carried was laid out beside her, and Chu Heju began to inspect each piece one by one. Common military badge, 25 attack, 5 health, regeneration per minute, durability 150250. Rare baseball cap, 803 attack, 125 defense, durability 58127812. Rare hoodie, 803 health 2. 5 spirit recovery speed per minute, durability 58127812. Rare sweatpants, 803 health 2. 5 health recovery speed per minute, durability 58127812. Rare sneakers, 803 health, 50 agility, movement speed 25, durability 58127812. This? Chu Heju's mouth grew wider with each piece he appraised. A few seemingly ordinary sportswear items, yet their attributes were so absurdly powerful, especially since the equipment names were actually yellow. Chu Heju had never seen equipment with a yellow name before. Could it be that equipment also had tiers? Were white items the lowest grade? A hoodie with 803 health, equivalent to 8 lives. This year Yuhe was wearing 3 pieces of equipment with 803 health each, meaning a total of 24 lives. Plus the 2.5 health regeneration per minute made it seem like she could be practically immortal as long as she wasn't killed instantly. Then there was the baseball cap with 803 attack and 125 defense. Without appraisal, who could have imagined that a baseball cap's attack attribute would completely outclass a pistol? Even a simple military badge boasted 25 attack and 5 health regeneration. Every piece was a top-tier item, each one Chu Heju wished he could possess. But he knew this was the gentleman's agreement he had with Sister Xia. Now Chu Heju felt a lingering fear. The few times Xia Yuhe had attacked him before, if she had used her full strength, his meager health would have been instantly obliterated. Having narrowly escaped death's door, Chu Heju directly put the baseball cap on his head. With this powerful cap, killing zombies from now on would be a breeze. As for the remaining equipment, Chu Heju wasn't greedy. This was Xia Yu's and Xiao Yao's. Since the rest all boosted health and regeneration, he decided to leave them for Xia Yuhe to give her a better chance of survival. Old Shu will trouble you to put this equipment back on Xia Yuhe. Oh? Oh? Okay. At that moment Xu Xingyao was also stunned. After Chu Heju's appraisal, the tags became visible to everyone and she naturally saw the attributes marked on them. She was not only shocked by Chu Heju's advanced technology but also by Xia Yuhe possessing so many top-tier items. What kind of extraordinary people were these? Wearing the rare baseball cap, Chu Heju glanced at his own attributes. His attack power had directly surpassed 1,000, going off the charts. Personal information: name Chu Heju. Level 7. Combat power 1475, combat power, attack, defense, health 10, spirit 10. Attack 1095. Defense 265. Health 300,300. Spirit 8501450 locked. Spirit recovery 60 per minute. Low quality blood crystals consumed 10100. Common blood crystals consumed 2100. Stall system level 1. Basic stall 1. Mid-level stall 0. Although his spirit was still at 850, Chu Heju no longer consumed low-quality blood crystals. The side effects of low-quality blood crystals were the same as common ones, reducing spirit by 50, but they provided half the attribute boost. So now he only consumed common blood crystals dropped by first-tier zombies. Aside from his health still being too low, his attack had increased several-fold. With his explosive attack power, Chu Heju went directly to the edge of the rooftop and began shooting at the zombies gathered at the church entrance. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot out, directly hitting a zombie's head. The zombie fell without even a scream. One shot, one kill. This is amazing. Zhaoyang narked another bolt and fired. Each bolt claimed a zombie's life. Damn, I feel like I've ascended to heaven. Killing ordinary zombies with a single arrow had become too easy, lacking any challenge. After all, killing common zombies didn't grant him any experience points. Zhaoyang aimed his crossbow at a few large fat zombies. You're next. He targeted the head of one big zombie. Whoosh. The bolt flew swiftly, striking the big zombie directly in the eye. Roar. The big zombie let out a furious roar and several other nearby big zombies joined in. Damn, I've got a bad feeling about this. Zhaoyang narked another bolt and fired. By now 5 bolts were embedded in the big zombie's body. So much health. At this rate I've dealt over 5,000 damage and it's still not dead. The big zombie charged straight towards the church. Boom. With a tremendous crash, another pillar on the other side of the church collapsed. Crack. With a loud rumble, the entire church entrance caved in. Zhaoyang, lying prone on the rooftop and shooting, felt a jolt as the rooftop sank another fraction. Not good, this place is about to collapse. Zhaoyang quickly retreated. Old Shukari, Sister Shia. We need to move. Okay. They swiftly moved north. Just a few seconds after they left, one side of the rooftop completely collapsed. Zhaoyang and the others barely escaped the collapse, now huddled with the unconscious Xie Yuhe on the remaining northern half of the rooftop. From below, screams rose one after another. Damn, this church is such a piece of junk. From Zhaoyang's vantage point, half the church had collapsed. Only the side they were on remained intact. The survivors on the 3rd floor who had been hiding in rooms were now cowering in corners. With half the roof gone, some survivors were buried in the rubble along with the collapsed structure, and the room doors had vanished. Fortunately, the zombies that had been crowding the room entrances were also buried in the debris. Now the survivors on the 3rd floor were like birds perched on a cliff's edge with nowhere left to hide. Save me. A young girl wearing only underwear clung desperately to the edge of a protruding building structure. Scratches covered her arms, blood streaming down her body. Below on the rubble, zombies had already gathered, mouths open, feeding on the drops of her blood. Save me. The will to survive made the girl hold on tightly to the protruding edge. But a woman's strength was limited and it seemed she couldn't hold on much longer. Hold on. I'm coming to save you. A voice suddenly rang out. Zhaoyang looked and saw it was Bian Lihui in her tight-fitting clothes. She was carefully inching her way along the edge towards the girl. In this scene, Bian Lihui's walk resembled traversing the cliffside of the Hushan plank walk. Bian Lihui moved as if treading on the edge of a cliff, slowly advancing towards Sun Xiaoli, who was clad only in her undergarments. Suddenly a loud crash echoed as several unfortunate survivors plummeted with the collapsing floor, causing those huddled in the corner to scream once more. Damn it. Don't move or we'll all fall, someone yelled. A gunshot rang out and a large heavy man tumbled down from the 3rd floor. That fat bastard was too heavy. Now no one speaks, no one moves. Anyone who dares to stir will be shot. Poor Mayor Qin Haotian fell straight down to feed the zombies, though his death was painless. Qin Shou had shot him cleanly through the head. Captain, this can't go on. The place is swarming with zombies and we have no food. Waiting here will only starve us to death. Xiao Sun, any word from Dragon Gate Mountain yet? Captain, I'm trying but the signal's too weak. No luck. Keep trying. Once we reach Dragon Gate Mountain we'll be saved. But mark my words, everyone must obey me. Anyone who crosses me won't just be left behind, they'll get a bullet. Captain, I've got a signal. Quick, tell them we're trapped in East Flower Town surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. Send helicopters. Crackle. Crackle. Can you do it or not? Captain, give me a moment. Let me fix it. Hurry up, you useless fool. I told you to practice and study but you never listen. Now you're letting me down at the critical moment. I'll deal with you back at Dragon Gate Mountain. Captain, I'm fixing it now. Help me. Sun Xiaoli clung to the protruding edge, her face drenched in sweat, clearly unable to hold on much longer. Don't talk, don't move. Save your strength. I'm coming. Bian Lihui finally reached the ledge, gripping a nearby frame with one hand while squatting to extend the other towards Sun Xiaoli's arm. Sister, I have no strength left. Don't worry, I've got you. Bian Lihui slowly crouched, gripping Sun Xiaoli's arms firmly, and began to pull her up. At that moment the survivors in the corner, including Zhaoyang and even the zombies on the church's 1st floor, watched Bian Lihui's rescue attempt. Slowly Sun Xiaoli was lifted up and the two women barely stood on the narrow ledge. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Hold on to me. Bian Lihui breathed a sigh of relief after pulling Sun Xiaoli up, though the latter's legs still trembled and her arms ached from the strain. With a thunderous roar, the rubble beneath the collapsed church was thrust upward as if something was stirring below. The debris was shoved aside and a massive abyss zombie crawled out. Its head was twisted backward from the impact. It emerged from the ruins and let out a furious howl at the sky. A crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, striking the abyss zombie's belly with a sharp thud. System killed a 2nd-tier zombie. Level 2. Current level 9. Yes. That was a 2nd-tier zombie. Zhaoyang pumped his fist in triumph. Killing a second-tier zombie granted a 2-level boost, a massive gain. The obese zombie must have been reduced to a sliver of health by the collapsing church, otherwise a single bolt from Chu Haju couldn't have felled it. The zombie stumbled out of the rubble only to collapse forward, landing directly on a sharp protruding spike that pierced its belly clean through. A deafening explosion erupted. The obese zombie's belly burst open, spraying green fluid in every direction. The walls were splattered and a few unlucky survivors hiding in the corner were drenched in the foul liquid. I'm done for. Save me. I can't see anything. A survivor covered in green fluid frantically wiped at his skin. Another gunshot rang out and the screaming survivor was shot dead by Qinshu, who then kicked the corpse off the 3rd floor. Anyone else who yells will get the same. It's just green slime, what's the fuss? It won't kill you. The other splattered survivors soon realized the green fluid was non-corrosive, merely sticky and disgusting. A guttural roar erupted. Suddenly a terrifying sight unfolded. The zombie horde outside the church ruins charged forward as if injected with adrenaline. What was once a slow shuffle turned into a sprint, a 100-meter dash. The onlookers were stunned by the frenzy, frozen in disbelief. What the hell? Have they gone mad? Qinshu retreated toward the wall, fearing the remaining floor would collapse. Chu Haju frowned at the rampaging zombies. If the green fluid isn't corrosive, what's its purpose? He then noticed the frenzied zombies swarming toward the corpse of the survivor Qinshu had killed, now lying on the rubble. They surrounded the body layers deep, all vying for a piece of the green slime-covered flesh. Could the green fluid be some kind of lure? Chu Haju continued observing the zombies gathered around the corpse. No, it's more than that. Several zombies that had devoured the contaminated flesh began to emit a green glow. After a few seconds they threw back their heads and roared. It seems their strength has increased. Does eating humans covered in this green fluid accelerate their evolution? Chu Haju aimed at the zombies still feasting on the remains. A bolt flew, but this time there was no instant kill. Thief definitely grown stronger. He loaded another bolt and fired. It took 5 shots to bring down a single zombie. System killed a 1st-tier zombie. Level 1. Current level 10. A 1st-tier zombie. Eating that green slime-covered corpse turned it into a 1st-tier. It's actually a 1st-tier zombie. Is evolution that easy? But I've reached level 10 myself, why haven't I become a 1st-tier new human? Chu Haju glanced at his personal information, his level was still 10. Damn, even at level 10 I haven't evolved. Though he hadn't advanced to a 1st-tier new human, Chu Haju wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip away. A cluster of 1st-tier zombies gathered ripe for the killing, such a chance was rare. Chu Haju narked another arrow and fired. After slaying 5 more 1st-tier zombies, his level reached 15. System Awakening Quest: slay 100 1st-tier zombies to successfully advance to 1st-tier. What the hell? I need to reach level 15 to become 1st-tier. And there's an advancement quest too. Bolts continuously rained down from the rooftop, giving hope to the dozens of survivors huddled on the only remaining patch of intact floor on the 3rd floor. Chu Haju. Qinshu, lurking behind the crowd, also caught on to what was happening. He followed the trajectory of the bolts and spotted a figure at the edge of the ruined rooftop firing crossbow bolts at the zombie horde below, none other than Chu Haju. Where the hell did Chu Haju get so many bolts? Could there be a crossbow arsenal up there? Damn it, Qin Haotian had such good stuff and didn't tell anyone. All the good things fall into Chu Haju's lap. Captain, we've contacted the military. Quick, have them send helicopters to rescue us. The military has dispatched helicopters heading our way. How long until they arrive? Half an hour. Good, everyone hold on for another half hour. In 30 minutes the Longmen Mountain military will send helicopters to save us. That's great. The crowd cheered with excitement. Qinshu didn't stop them this time, instead glaring venomously at Chu Haju, who was still firing bolts from the rooftop. HMPH, when the Longmen Mountain rescue arrives, there's no way that Chu Haju is getting on the helicopter. Qinshu retreated to the back of the crowd. 8 more hours and victory would be his. Meanwhile, Chu Haju paid no mind to any of that. The Awakening quest required killing 100 1st-tier zombies. While taking down a 1st-tier zombie wasn't particularly hard, the real challenge was that there simply weren't that many around. The zombies feasting on the corpses nearby were all shot dead by Chu Haju. When the last 1st-tier zombie fell, the quest progress showed 26 kills, 74 more to go. This is going to be tough. Chu Haju had lost all interest in killing ordinary zombies. It was a waste of bolts and didn't boost his level. As for the blood crystals in their heads, there was no way to dig them out from down there. Chu Haju turned his gaze to the distant ruins where dozens of massive fat zombies roamed aimlessly among the horde. But luring those fat zombies over felt like inviting trouble. A sharp scream made Chu Haju whip his head around. He saw Bian Lihui diagonally across from him fall, only to catch herself by grabbing a protruding steel rebar on a ledge. But another piece of rebar had pierced her body. Blood gushed out like water from a broken dam. Raw. The scent of blood drove the zombies into a frenzy. Though not as enticing as green fluid, human blood still excited the aimlessly wandering undead. The nearby horde stirred and began scaling the ruins with renewed vigor. Damn it. I wanted them to come, but not like this. Only then did Chu Heju notice that the precarious ledge barely able to hold two people had collapsed on Bian Lihua's side, causing her to fall. Chu Heju expected Sun Xiaoli to reach out and help her, but to his utter shock Sun Xiaoli was clinging desperately to a coat hook on the wall. That ungrateful bitch. Bian Lihue just saved her. Roar. A fat-bellied zombie charged across the ruins, but Bian Lihue was dangling high on the third floor, far out of its reach. The fat zombie hurled a smaller zombie from its body. The smaller zombie landed on a gap in the second floor ruins less than a meter away from Bian Lihue. The smaller zombie hopped trying to grab Bian Lihue, but it was just a hair's breadth short. Swoosh. Chu Heju shot the smaller zombie cleanly. It crumpled to the ground dead on the spot. Dealing with such low-level zombies no longer required a second arrow. Roar. Enraged by the death of its minion, the fat zombie pulled a massive black iron ball from its back. The ball was as large as a car tire attached to a thick chain. The fat zombie swung the iron ball with a whoosh, sending it flying straight toward Bian Lihue, suspended 3 stories up. Watch out. Chu Heju aimed at the fat zombie's leg and fired. Bang. The bolt struck its leg, causing the zombie to lurch. The iron ball crashed into the wall beside it. Crack. The wall was smashed into a large hole by the iron ball. The impact loosened the coat hook Sun Xiaoli was clinging to. With a jolt she lost her grip and fell, still clutching the hook. Help. Rip. Sun Xiaoli dangled in midair, and the hand reaching out to save her belonged to Bian Lihue, whose body was still impaled by the rebar. Step onto that ledge quick. Oh right. With Bian Lihue's help, Sun Xiaoli swung herself onto a remnant of the second floor. This foolish woman, still saving others at a time like this. What a saint. Chu Heju muttered under his breath as he narked another arrow. The fat zombie was tall enough to reach the second floor, leaving Sun Xiaoli unsafe. But Bian Lihue's condition was worsening. She would bleed out if this continued. Damn it. Chu Heju fired relentlessly at the fat zombie, trying to draw its aggro. But despite being riddled with bolts in its belly, it refused to die. Even with 2,000 HP, it should be dead by now. Each of Chu Heju's arrows dealt over 1,000 damage and had already loosed more than 20 bolts, yet the thing still stood. Refusing to accept it, Chu Heju kept firing until the fat zombie resembled a pincushion. Roar. Perhaps provoked by Chu Heju's attack, the massive abyss zombie directly set down Sun Xiaoli and Bian Lihue, charging towards Chu Heju's direction. The iron ball was swung directly, the enormous sphere howling as it hurtled towards Chu Heju. However, Chu Heju was on the rooftop equivalent to the 4th floor. The abyss zombie's iron ball simply couldn't be thrown that high. It smashed directly towards the survivors hiding in a corner on the 3rd floor. A flurry of panicked cries erupted as the iron ball crashed down, nailing an unfortunate survivor directly to the wall. The abyss zombie retracted the iron ball, leaving the unlucky survivor's remains plastered against the wall, blood gushing like a river down its surface, inciting another frenzy of excited howls from the zombies below the ruins. Damn it, that lunatic on the rooftop. Don't lure this damn zombie over here. Qin Shou let out a hysterical roar. But Chu Heju paid no heed, continuing to shoot. I've already taken down 5,000 health points. This damned abyss zombie should be dead by now. Roar. With a thunderous explosion, the abyss zombie's health bottomed out, triggering a self-destruct. Green juices mixed with flesh and blood sprayed across the ruins once more. Damn it, that damned green juice again. Everyone don't make a sound. I can't see. Down on the 2nd floor, Sun Xiaoli was drenched in the green juice. Bian Lihue, hanging on the 3rd floor, was also soaked in it. Don't move. Bian Lihue was already exhausted. If not for the steel rebar piercing her body, she would have fallen long ago. But Sun Xiaoli didn't listen. Her body swayed as if drunk. She missed her footing, stepped into empty air and plunged directly onto the ruins. Roar. The zombies waiting impatiently swarmed in and tore Sun Xiaoli apart in an instant. Chu Heju's gaze was fixed on Bian Lihue. Her black bodysuit was now covered in green juice, but fortunately she was hanging on the 3rd floor out of the zombies' reach. Please don't fall. As if hearing Chu Heju's prayer, Bian Lihue began to climb upward with effort. It wasn't just a matter of strength, she had to pull her body free from the protruding rebar. The rebar was fixed in the concrete, she couldn't pull it out, only her body. Bian Lihue braced her feet against the wall, forcibly pulling her body off the rebar. Then with a hard tug she planted her feet on the protruding steel and climbed back up onto the ledge. Phew. Seeing Bian Lihue safe again, Chu Heju let out a deep breath. He then retrieved a chi blood pack from his storage. Chu Heju attached the chi blood pack to a crossbow bolt and aimed it beside Bian Lihue. Whoosh. The bolt shot out, carrying the pack directly into the wall next to her. The sudden appearance of the crossbow bolt startled Bian Lihue, who thought a zombie was attacking her. When she saw the cloth pack hanging from the bolt, she realized someone was helping her. Then Bian Lihue spotted Chu Heju at the edge of the rooftop, waving at her. Eat it to restore your chi and blood, he shouted loudly. Thanks. Bian Lihue opened the pack, revealing a paste resembling red bean paste. She sniffed it, catching a hint of herbal medicine, then consumed the contents. A wave of warmth instantly coursed through her body. Bian Lihue opened her eyes, staring at the herbal medicine. It seems to have swept away all my fatigue. What kind of medicine is this? Bian Lihui fixed her gaze on Chu Heju at the rooftop's edge. He had already begun shooting zombies and their numbers on the ruins were dwindling one by one. She now realized that nearly 100 zombie corpses lay on the ruins while those in the third floor corner could barely defend themselves. Did that mean the frail-looking youth on the rooftop had killed all these zombies? What's his name? It seems Chu Heju. The zombies were cleared again and this time Chu Heju's mission progress reached 68,100. He needed 32 more zombies. With luck one more wave would allow him to awaken. But Chu Heju suddenly hesitated about whether to lure more zombies. Luring them would require sacrificing another survivor. Although Chu Heju had no connection to these people, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Hey, you on the rooftop. Qin Shou, hiding on the third floor, called out to Chu Heju. Chu Heju leaned over to look. It was indeed Qin Shou. Captain Qin, any instructions? Boss Chu, you must have plenty of crossbows up there. Toss some down so we can all fight the zombies together. Many hands make light work. Sorry, Captain Qin. I have plenty of bolts but only one crossbow. I can't give you one. Boss Chu, you know we can't escape unless we kill all the zombies. Escape? Who said anything about escaping? See the 100 zombie corpses on the ruins. If I want to, it's just a matter of time before I kill them all. HMPH, such arrogance. There are tens of thousands of zombies here and with the city gate breached their numbers will only grow. Without food we'll all starve. Pop. Chu Heju opened a bottle of energy drink and gulped it down. The sound of his drinking was clearly audible to the survivors hiding on the third floor. I really have to thank Captain Qin for not letting me into that shabby office on the third floor. Otherwise I wouldn't have found this small armory and supply depot on the rooftop. Let me see. A strategic material reserve. It seems I'm truly lucky. Of course there was no supply depot on the rooftop. Everything came from Chu Heju's stall systems warehouse. He said this merely to spite Qin Shou. Qin Shou was furious but he knew anger was useless. His eyes darted and his angry face twisted into a smile. Boss Chu, how about a trade? A trade? Captain Qin, what do you have left to trade with me? We've already contacted the Longmen Mountain military headquarters. Within half an hour they'll send helicopters to rescue us. Rescue is coming. Chu Heju hadn't been paying attention to the conversation on the third floor. If rescue was coming, that damned Captain Qin would surely try everything to prevent him from boarding the helicopter just like before. So Boss Chu, do you want to ride a helicopter? Captain Qin, out with it. What are your conditions? The condition is simple. You see, so many of us here are still starving. I won't ask for much. Just share a portion of the supplies on the rooftop with us. How about it? Qin Shou looked up toward Chu Heju on the rooftop. Though the words sounded harmless, Chu Heju felt as though he had been outmaneuvered. What do you say, Boss Chu? If you give us survivors some food when the military rescue from Longmen Mountain arrives, I can get you on the rescue helicopter. Captain Qin, it's not that I don't want to give you supplies, but truly there isn't much left. There are only 5 bottles of energy drinks on the rooftop. I just had one and my 2 companions need to drink as well, so I can only spare 2 bottles for you now. Fine, 2 bottles it is. Who should I give these 2 to? To me, of course. TSK, Captain Qin, that's not right. Respect the elderly and cherish the young, as they say. 1 bottle should go to the old man. Roar. At that moment another colossal zombie converged on the ruins of the church. Chu Heju glanced at the giant zombie. It was no different from the previous one save for its weapon. The common traits were a smaller zombie clinging to its body and an exceptionally rotund belly. This was not the first time Chu Heju had encountered such giant zombies. Their shared characteristic was the mysterious green liquid within their stomachs. It seems there's another opportunity. If I play my cards right, I can complete the awakening mission this time. Chu Heju scanned the survivors on the third floor corner. There were only 2 bottles of energy drinks but nearly 20 survivors, too many mouths and too little to go around. Old man, catch. Chu Heju tossed 1 bottle of energy drink downward. It landed directly in a trash can beside the elderly man. But just as the old man reached for it, a scrawny youth snatched it away. Crack. Gulp, gulp. The youth, devoid of any virtue of respecting the elderly, opened the bottle and drank it down. That's mine. It was mine. Though the old man was closest to the drink, he was shoved into a corner by the crowd. The scrawny youth who had grabbed it was soon ambushed by others and half the bottle became a prize for a desperate scramble. Captain Qin, catch. This is for you. If you can protect it either, then I can help you. HMPH, rest assured. If you give it to me, let's see who dares to snatch it. Captain Qin raised his pistol, the message clear: anyone who tried to take his drink would be shot. Seeing the fear in the other's eyes, it seemed no one would dare challenge him. Without another word, Chu Heju tossed the second bottle down. Captain Qin, catch. Chu Heju threw it, but not toward Captain Qin. Instead it landed far from him in the most distant spot. Oops, sorry Captain Qin. I put too much force into it. Captain Qin glanced at Chu Heju, then shouted to those nearby. Nobody touch it. Whoever does, he'll kill them. Captain Qin then strode toward where the drink had fallen. Chu Heju smirked coldly and began loading his crossbow to shoot the giant zombie. The ruins were now swarming with zombies, but Chu Heju only needed the first tier ones. He didn't waste bolts on the common undead. Bolt after bolt, Chu Heju turned the giant zombie into a pincushion. Who hid my energy drink? A furious roar erupted from the third floor survivors. Chu Heju looked over. It was none other than Captain Qin, now raging like an angry lion. Who hid my energy drink? Speak. Captain Qin grabbed a scrawny youth. Tell me, was it you? You stole the old man's drink earlier. Did you take mine too? Boss, I didn't. I swear. Search me if you want. Bang. Damn it, stealing right under my nose. You're no good. Xiao Sun, search him. Yes, Captain. A soldier in Special Forces uniform began searching the youth's body. After a moment, Xiao Sun looked up and shook his head at Captain Qin. Not him. Then who? Captain Qin swept his gaze over the crowd. Don't force my hand. You'll search each one of you. If I find it on anyone, you'll kill them. Hand it over now and I might spare your life. Silence fell over the group. Fine. So the thief won't come forward. Everyone line up. Xiao Sun, Xiao Li, search them one by one. Whoever has it, execute them on the spot. Yes, Captain. What a sin. An elderly woman in the crowd wet herself in terror. Auntie. Did you take it? No, I didn't. Then why did you wet yourself? I really didn't. Xiao Li, searched this old woman first. Xiao Li approached unbothered by the urine and searched her. After a moment he shook his head. Auntie, if you didn't steal it, why were you scared? I just never thought we'd die not from zombie jaws but by killing each other over a bottle of energy drink. Young man, it's just a drink, there's no need for such cruelty. Your soldiers, what harm is there in giving it to a civilian? Slap. A sharp slap echoed and the old woman's face swelled. Are you telling me how to do my job? No? Then shut up and keep searching. When I find the thief, I'll shoot them myself. In the distance, Bian Lihui had recovered somewhat after consuming the blood pack Chu Heju had given her. She had bandaged her wounds with cloth, temporarily stanching the bleeding. She then looked toward the quarreling survivors. Qin Shou's character was utterly despicable, killing innocents over a bottle of energy drink. Suddenly Bian Lihui noticed something on the collapsed second floor beneath them. A red packaged drink sat there, glaringly obvious. Is that the energy drink? Though puzzled, it seemed unmistakable. Speak. Did you take the energy drink? Qin Shou continued to interrogate the survivors harshly. It wasn't me. It wasn't. Captain Qin. Bian Lihui could no longer bear it. The drink had clearly fallen onto the second floor debris. And yet over a single bottle Captain Qin was tormenting the remaining survivors. Captain Qin turned around and saw Bian Lihui calling him from a distance. Bian Lihui possessed a doll-like face and a devilish figure, and more importantly, she was a retired Special Forces soldier whose strength was not to be underestimated. Captain Bian. What is it? Go to hell. Captain Qin took a step forward. None of them expected that a bespectacled man in a plaid shirt behind him would suddenly shove Captain Qin. The pitiful Captain Qin was pushed off the ledge by the bespectacled man. However, being a former Special Forces soldier, he instinctively tried to grab the floor as he fell but failed. Fortunately, he didn't land on the rubble but on the second floor. As he landed, his foot twisted, spraining his ankle. Damn it. Which bastard pushed me? Captain Qin roared furiously at the survivors on the third floor. The survivors on the third floor remained silent. Qin's teammates Xiao Sun and Xiao Li had no idea who had pushed him. Xiao Sun, Xiao Li, kill the one who pushed me. Everyone charge. There are only two of them. Someone shouted and the remaining survivors launched a group attack. The two were no match for the dozen or more people. They were pinned to the ground, their guns confiscated and even their clothes stripped off. Captain Bian. Look what you've done. Captain Qin, I only wanted to tell you that the energy drink isn't on the third floor, it's right next to you. Next to me. Captain Qin looked down and saw the energy drink on the second floor. Limping over, he bent down and picked it up. Thump. Suddenly an unknown object landed on Captain Qin's neck. Squeak. Squeak. Crunch. Captain Qin reached for his head, but a small zombie had latched onto him. It bit his scalp, tearing off a chunk of hair along with some skin. Squeak. The small zombie thrust its tiny hands toward Captain Qin's eyes. A piercing scream escaped his lips as an agonizing pain shot through his eyes. His vision turned into a sea of red. Bang. Bang. Captain Qin fired his gun at the zombie clinging to his head. After a few shots, the small zombie was killed. Roar. Enraged by the death of the small zombie, the large fat zombie charged at Captain Qin. Stay back. Stay back. Blinded, Captain Qin fired wildly, bullets flying in all directions. Bang bang bang. Whoosh. Chu Heju, seizing the perfect opportunity, knew this large fat zombie was a second-tier creature. Killing it would add 2 points to his mission count and he couldn't let anyone steal the kill. Captain Qin's random shots only hit the large fat zombie a few times. Chu Heju finished it off with several bolts from his crossbow. Bang. With a deafening explosion, the large fat zombie burst apart, its fragmented flesh and green fluid spraying across the ruins. No. Stay away. Stay away. Captain Qin felt a sticky liquid drenching him, a zombie attractant. Firing as he retreated, Captain Qin eventually backed into a corner. His pistol clicked empty. He threw it aside, drew a dagger from his leg and swung it wildly in front of him. Nearby, Bian Lihui crouched on a raised platform, clutching her leg and gritting her teeth in pain. One of Captain Qin's stray bullets had struck Bian Lihui's calf, and the explosion of the large fat zombie had splattered her with green fluid. Her situation was dire. Unnoticed by all, a zombie wearing a black hood lurked at the edge of the ruins. It scanned the survivor group on the rooftop, glanced at Chu Heju on the top floor, and then at Bian Lihui alone in the distance. Ultimately it chose Captain Qin, who was blind, on the second floor. The hooded zombie crouched like a frog, then leaped using the wall for momentum and landed on the second floor. Who's there? Stay away. Captain Qin heard the noise on the second floor but couldn't see who had jumped over, only the sound. He listened intently as footsteps drew closer. Who is it? Human or zombie? From her vantage point, Bian Lihui was the only one who could see the hooded zombie approaching Qin. This time she hesitated to warn him. Her two previous warnings had led to Qin falling from the third floor and being bitten by a zombie. She feared what might happen if she warned him again. Watching the hooded zombie creep closer to Qin, Bian Lihui couldn't hold back. Captain Qin, a zombie is approaching you. What? A zombie? Captain Qin began swinging his dagger frantically to keep the zombie at bay. The hooded zombie, seeing Qin's wild swings, found no opening to attack. It turned and glared at Bian Lihui standing on the third floor. Abandoning Qin, the hooded zombie targeted Bian Lihui instead. It leaped onto a protrusion at the edge of the third floor, now only 3 or 4 meters away from her. The sudden appearance of the hooded zombie sent the survivors on the third floor into a panic. Amid their screams, the zombie jumped directly into their midst. The crowd scattered, but an elderly man slow on his feet couldn't escape. The hooded zombie pounced on him and bit down hard. A chunk of the old man's skull was torn off, revealing the white matter beneath. Screams erupted from the crowd. The gruesome sight sent hearts racing as people scrambled to flee, but there was nowhere to go in such a confined space. Shoot! Shoot! Some survivors who had grabbed assault rifles had never fired one before. After fumbling, they failed to get off a single shot. Xiao Sun rushed over, snatched a rifle and aimed at the hooded zombie still feasting on the old man's brains. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew relentlessly. The hooded zombie, feeling the pain, let out a roar and leaped away, vanishing into the rubble below the third floor. With a few more bounds, the hooded zombie disappeared from sight. The hooded zombie fled and Xiao Sun also stopped shooting. The hooded zombie jumped into the horde, disappearing like a fish. Chu Heju, lying on the rooftop, naturally witnessed everything. The speed of the hooded zombie was too fast. By the time he aimed his crossbow, it had vanished. This made Chu Heju feel a sense of crisis. Dealing with slower zombies like the fat one was manageable with a kite-flying strategy. However, handling such fast-moving zombies was indeed problematic. With his current health, he couldn't engage in close combat. The hooded zombie's attack method was incredibly swift, jumping attacks followed by feasting on the survivors' brains. Chu Heju believed that if it were him, he might only have the option to flee. Cough cough. Water. At this moment, Xie Yuhe had already awakened. It seemed that this time she was not the uncontrollable Xie Yuhe. Chu Heju directly took out a bottle of functional drink and fed it to Xie Yuhe. Sister Xie, how do you feel? Much better. Can you let me go now? Yes. Chu Heju used a dagger to free Xie Yuhe. Sorry, Sister Xie, about the bullets in your limbs. I can take them out myself right now. I need your help with this. Sister Xie, hang in there. Chu Heju began to remove the bullets with the dagger. Although this wasn't Xie Yu's first time having bullets taken from her body, Chu Heju still admired her. She looked like a fragile girl, yet her endurance for pain was commendable. After extracting the bullets, Chu Heju also used adhesive bandages to dress her wounds. Believing that with Xie Yu's equipment her recovery wouldn't take long, Chu Heju decided not to waste any healing potions. All done, Sister Xie. Thank you, Xiao Chu. Sister Xie, don't mention it. If we think about it, it was my fault you got shot in the first place. What I mean is thank you for not killing me. Sister Xie, even though there's another monster inside you, I believe that as long as we find Brother Xiao Yao, it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, you once saved me and Xu Xing Yao. Xiao Chu, after the apocalypse, everyone looks out for themselves. Thank you for being willing to help me. Xie Yuhe tried to stand up. Although she still felt some pain, the equipment left by Xiao Yao allowed her recovery to be much faster than that of others. Xie Yuhe gazed towards the distant seaside. This was the highest point in Donghua town, and from here the ocean could be seen in all its glory. Brother Xiao Yao, wait for me. Roar. A series of angry roars from the zombies arose from the ruins. Chu Heju ran to the edge of the rooftop and saw a group of zombies glowing green, which could only mean one thing: they had evolved after consuming the bodies of survivors contaminated with the green fluid. Chu Heju lifted his crossbow again, commencing a new round of killings. About a quarter of an hour later, System Awakening task completed, successfully advanced to a first-tier new human. System survival foundation. To be a qualified merchant, one's own strength is indispensable. Achieve first tier new human status within 7 days completed. Task reward unlocking store functions. Once the purchase limit of a single item reaches 999 times, it will no longer appear on the purchase interface but can be directly bought in the store without waiting for the refresh time. System newcomer. In the business world, every street vendor harbors a dream of wealth. Accumulate 100 million copper coins worth of goods sold and gather 100 customers within 7 days. Task reward: a high-level street stall. Task failure: randomly delete one street stall. Before he could savor the excitement of advancing to a first-tier new human, a series of system notifications interrupted his enjoyment. Upon seeing the task for newcomers in the business world, Zhu Heju spat out a mouthful of old blood. 100 million copper coins, 100 people. So an average of one person must purchase 1 million worth of goods from him. With his current assets of only 12 million, he needed to sell goods worth 100 million. The problem was that even if he had the goods, someone had to be able to afford them. Hoo. At this moment, the sound of helicopter rotors reached his ears. Zhu Heju looked up to see 2 helicopters rapidly approaching from the northern sky. Looks like the rescue from the Longmen Mountain military has arrived. Roar. A zombie's roar rang out, sending a chill down Zhu Heju's spine. More powerful zombies are coming. Zhu Heju lay on the rooftop and looked down. The ruins below were filled with ordinary zombies. There were no powerful ones, and the large fat zombies were still at a considerable distance. At that moment, on the opposite side, Bian Lihui tightly covered her mouth, for only from her angle could she see that on the second floor Qin Shou had now transformed into a grotesque form. One arm had swollen to the size of a bucket, and his head, bitten off by a small zombie, now bore a gigantic flesh lump. Roar. Qin Shou let out another furious roar. Previously he had been blinded by the small zombies and could not see his current situation. Qin Shou charged out, directly stepping into empty air and falling onto the ruins. Meanwhile, Zhu Heju on the rooftop noticed the anomaly. There was now a bizarre zombie on the ruins, yet he had no idea it was the mutated Qin Shou. Roar. Qin Shou let out a furious roar again, and then the flesh lump on his body began to grow rapidly until he resembled the fat zombie. The previous fat zombie looked like a bloated corpse, while this mutated zombie was muscular. This? Zhu Heju was in shock. Wasn't this the big muscular zombie? This was his first time witnessing the mutation process of a big muscular zombie. Roar. The big muscular zombie's mutation finished and it roared skyward, then turned its body towards the survivors on the 3rd floor. Oh my god. At that moment everyone screamed. They had been holding their breath, fearing the big muscular zombie would discover them, but now it clearly eyed them. Don't make a sound. It's blind. The man with glasses noticed that the big muscular zombie's head was covered in flesh lumps with no eyes at all. It could very well be a blind zombie. Upon hearing that the zombie was blind, everyone held their breath again. However, at that moment the big muscular zombie seemed truly unable to see. It began to search around mindlessly, its massive arms groping the surroundings before it picked up a broken pillar. The enormous pillar swept through the area like a golden hoop, clearing out all surrounding zombies. Wah. The rescue helicopter arrived, its rotor wash blasting downward. Zhu Heju, being the closest, was nearly swept away by the fierce downdraft. The sound of the helicopter was the only noise aside from the zombies' roars. A pilot on board shouted into his radio. Calling Wolf Fang Squad 5, calling Wolf Fang Squad 5. Crackle. Crackle. The church's communication equipment emitted only static. Roar. Though blind, the massive zombie heard the helicopter and began swinging a stone pillar wildly. Rat-a-tat-tat. The helicopter's machine gun erupted, sending a stream of fire toward the colossal zombie thrashing amid the ruins. Zhu Heju watched the fiery barrage striking the giant zombie and joined in with his crossbow. Earlier he had feared revealing his position, but now the helicopter's noise masked his attacks completely. Rat-a-tat-tat. A second helicopter arrived, joining the assault on the giant zombie. Roar. Had Zhu Heju known this giant zombie was once Captain Qin Shou, he would have clapped in approval. The very rescue the captain had summoned now became his demise. The giant was riddled with bullets, yet its attacks struck nothing but the hapless zombies nearby, sending them flying. Roar. The giant zombie hurled the stone pillar like a javelin toward the source of gunfire. Ascend quickly. Too late. Thud. The colossal pillar pierced through the helicopter, sending an unlucky Special Forces soldier hurtling out. Warning. Warning. Boom. With a deafening crash, the helicopter was struck down by the giant zombie's pillar. Boom. A massive explosion ensued, sending a wave of heat. Zhu Heju flattened himself against the rooftop edge. As the blast subsided, Zhu Heju looked up. A crater now marred the church ruins, and the downed helicopter burned as a charred shell. Several people engulfed in flames crawled out from within. Others were trapped inside the helicopter, burned alive. Captain Bian. Only then did Zhu Heju notice Captain Bian, who had been closest to the explosion, lying on the rooftop not far from him. Zhu Heju rushed over and found Captain Bian covered in blood, seemingly beyond saving. He crouched and checked Bian Lihu's breath. Still alive. Zhu Heju quickly took out several bottles of wound healing powder and forced them down Bian Lihu's throat. The mutated giant zombie once Qin Shou was killed by the explosion. The blast also collapsed part of the third floor, reducing the survivors there to 6. Including Chu Heju and the 2 others on the rooftop, fewer than 10 survivors remained in all of Donghua town. Whether Bian Lihui would survive was still uncertain. The helicopter hovered over the church, dropping 2 ropes. 2 fully armed special forces soldiers rappelled down. Quick, get on the helicopter. Boss, time to board. Old Shu called out to Chu Heju in the distance. You'll go later. You 2 go first. One soldier secured Xie Yuhe in a harness and signaled to those above. The rope was pulled up, the harness removed, and the rope was thrown back down. The soldier approached Chu Heju. Comrade, get on the helicopter now. The dead cannot be revived and it's not safe here. There are more giant zombies like that one. We must hurry. Special forces, comrade, please take my friend. She's not dead yet. Still alive. Yes, check her breath. All right, leave her to me. The soldier secured the severely wounded Bian Lihui in the harness and she was lifted up. After several rounds of rescue, Chu Heju and the others were aboard the helicopter. Special forces, comrade, save us. The 6 survivors on the 3rd floor had been shouting since the rescue began. Everyone, don't panic. We'll save you all one by one. The 3rd floor was lower than the rooftop and the rescue continued. However, the once quiet zombie horde stirred again, drawn by the helicopter's loud noise like a beacon. No one noticed that beside the exploded helicopter in the church ruins, the flesh of the giant zombie killed by the blast began to slowly reassemble. It not only recombined its own body but also absorbed the corpses of zombies and survivors killed earlier. At first no one paid attention, but when the giant zombie reformed to its previous size, the pilot finally noticed. Calling the captain, calling the captain. Stop the rescue. A powerful zombie has appeared. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The pilot repeated the warning over and over. The survivors on the 3rd floor now saw the massive mutated zombie on the ruins. Its sheer size suggested it was at least 10 times stronger than before. Fortunately, the zombie was still reassembling and hadn't attacked yet. The rescue barely reached its end, but the zombie's reformation was also nearing completion. Roar. With a thunderous roar, visible ripples erupted from the giant zombie's mouth, causing the soldiers and survivors on the rappelling ropes to swing wildly. No time. Evacuate now. The helicopter ascended sharply, pulling away from the church rooftop. The soldier and the last survivor were just hauled aboard. The rescue was over, successful in that all survivors were saved, yet a failure as only 10 people from all of Donghua town were rescued. One of the 2 rescue helicopters had also crashed. Everyone stared at the colossal zombie by the church ruins. Though they had survived, a shadow of dread hung over their hearts. The zombie stood over 10 meters tall, its massive body a patchwork of fused corpses. In its 2 enormous hands it held helicopter rotor blades like twin swords. It had even incorporated the wreckage of the downed helicopter into its form. Not only had the zombie survived, but it had grown stronger. Now only artillery shells could hope to destroy it. Fortunately, this time the destination was the Longmen Mountain military headquarters. Surely once there everything would be safe. Apart from the roar of the helicopter, everyone remained silent, lacking even the mood to converse. After all, out of the entire Donghua town only 10 people remained, a survival rate of 1 in 10. This should be the last rescue mission. In the heavy silence, someone suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look. It was the Special Forces soldier who had been participating in the rescue. This is the last helicopter from Longmen Mountain military headquarters. If not for the call from the leader of Wolf Fang Squad 5, they wouldn't have dispatched it. But now I don't see Captain Qin. It seems he has likely fallen. Captain Qin fell to the 2nd floor. At that moment, Xiao Sun, Captain Qin's teammate, spoke to the Special Forces soldier. Judging by the address, he too was a captain. Oh? On the 2nd floor? Actually, that giant zombie was the mutated Captain Qin. I saw it with my own eyes. What? Everyone was astonished. How could a perfectly normal person turn into a giant zombie? A small zombie thrown by the fat zombie bit Captain Qin, and then he mutated into that giant zombie. Bian Lihui, who had regained consciousness, leaned nearby and spoke softly. The giant zombie was Captain Qin. Chu Heju found it hard to believe. Though he had witnessed the giant zombie's mutation for the first time, he didn't know its cause. It required being bitten by a small zombie from the fat zombie. Yes, as you know, I was right across. Captain Qin fell to the 2nd floor, was bitten by a small zombie and later mutated into a giant zombie. I saw it all. Old Qin. Captain Lu clenched his fists. Qin Shou was the leader of Squad 5 and he was the leader of Squad 6. Qin Shou had always been the target he strove to surpass. But since the apocalypse began, 2 new humans had appeared in the base. Old Qin had fallen from being the king of soldiers to 3rd place, while he himself had dropped from 2nd to 4th. Now Captain Qin had fallen and he had become the de facto 3rd. Yet this promotion brought Captain Lu no excitement. Instead, it filled him with a grief akin to the fox mourning the hare's death. Captain Lu, may I ask how many survivors are left in Longmen Mountain? Chu Heju was most concerned about the number of survivors. After all, his primary role was a merchant. Without customers he couldn't complete his tasks. In total, fewer than 2,000 people. Captain Lu, do you mean the survivors and the military together amount to less than 2,000? Yes, the military and all survivors combined are fewer than 2,000. How can there be so few? Longmen Mountain Military Headquarters was practically the last stronghold of Zhaoyang City. It should have had at least tens of thousands, not less than 2,000. Not only Chu Heju found it unbelievable, but so did the others on the helicopter. What do you think? If we had enough manpower, the zombies in Zhaoyang City would have been wiped out long ago. Then where are the people? 4/5 of the military forces have turned into zombies. Even in Longmen Mountain, most areas are no longer under our control. I don't quite understand. Do you mean that most of Longmen Mountain is still in zombie hands? Yes, you could say that. And those zombies were once our comrades. Damn it. Chu Heju felt like jumping out of the helicopter. He had thought Longmen Mountain would be a safe haven, but it felt like jumping into a wolf's den. Most areas were still zombie infested. How could he survive this? If we weren't so short on people, we would have organized a team to clear out the zombies long ago. As it is, we can barely defend ourselves and protect these survivors. We have no strength left to search for others. We know there must be many more survivors in Zhaoyang City, but we are powerless. Chu Heju muttered to himself. With only 2,000 people excluding the military, that meant around 1,000 survivors or even fewer. Damn it. If even the last stronghold of Longmen Mountain had fewer than 2,000 people, how could he complete the next tasks? The next one required accumulating 100 customers, and the one after that would need even more. Hold tight, we're about to land. Still lost in thought, Chu Heju heard Captain Lu's warning and looked out the window. What met his eyes was a small mountain village with a vast mountain range beside it. Captain Lu, is this the village? Yes, don't be surprised. This is a small village halfway up Longmen Mountain. The military doesn't have enough space to house all survivors, so this village serves as a settlement. Don't worry, the village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with only one road leading out, guarded by our people. Safety is not an issue. The helicopter slowly descended into a relatively large courtyard in the village. This is the village center. It's the only place where a helicopter can land. If not for this spot, we'd have to land far away at the Longmen Mountain scenic area. I still need to report to the military headquarters. Once you get off the helicopter, the staff in charge here will arrange your accommodation. Farewell. As the helicopter landed, Captain Lu jumped out. Old Lu, you've brought back quite a few survivors again. Old Lu, don't even mention it. We lost a helicopter and now the military only has one left. There probably won't be any more rescue missions. You better take good care of these survivors. If even one is missing, I'll hold you responsible. Hey Old Lu, don't worry. I treat every survivor like a treasure. After all, they are the hope of Zhaoyang City. Alright, in handing them over to you. I need to report back, so I won't stay. Come on Old Lu, won't you stay for some tea? Not this time. I have important intelligence to report. What intelligence? A giant zombie appeared in Donghua town, over 10 meters tall. I've never seen such a zombie before. I must inform the higher-ups. Over 10 meters tall. Yes, the situation is grim. So tea will have to wait. Alright, your mission is important. I won't keep you. Everyone disembarked from the helicopter and Captain Lu boarded it again. After the helicopter landed, the courtyard was crowded with people. They knew that survivors had been rescued again. Many of those present had been saved by Captain Lu. Captain Lu. Some among the gathered survivors called out. When Captain Lu looked over, they waved joyfully and he waved back in acknowledgement. The helicopter took off again, heading northeast toward the Longmen Mountain military headquarters. Chu Heju and his companions gazed at the survivors gathered around them, the largest crowd they had seen since the apocalypse. The previous record was the few hundred at Donghua town, but now witnessing over 1,000 people, they felt as if they had stepped into a different era. It was here that Chu Heju truly realized that humans are social creatures, beings of the herd. Seeing these unfamiliar yet familiar faces stirred an excitement deep within him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Xiangji, the interim head of this Longmen Mountain survivor base. Since this is Longmen Village, you may call me Village Chief Liu. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. If I can arrange it, I will. If not, we'll have to make do. After all, it's the apocalypse now and I can't cover everything. For safety's sake, don't leave the village lightly. Handle all matters within it. If you have no further questions, I'll arrange your accommodations. No more questions. They all shook their heads, exhausted. The mere mention of a place to sleep made everyone yearn for a bed. Good. Since there are no doubts, I assume you're all tired. Let me show you to your lodgings now. Follow me. Thank you, Village Chief. At this, the surrounding survivors began to murmur among themselves. This batch of survivors actually has a few beauties. I like that little loli, she's adorable. What do you know? That woman in the black bodysuit is the best, curvy in all the right places. What a figure. Too bad she seems to be limping. They were referring to Bian Lihui, who hadn't fully recovered from her injury and walked with a slight limp. Even if she's limping, she's not for you. You'll have to settle for that chubby girl. Get lost. I'd rather use my 5 fingers than be with that fatty. Come on, if it comes to it, even that old lady over there will do, at least she's female. Get lost. The onlookers began discussing the women among Chu Heji's group, but the distance muffled their words. Chu Heju and his companions only heard the buzz of conversation, oblivious to its content. Chu Heju and his team followed village chief Liu through winding paths to a house at the northernmost edge of the village. Folks, there are 300 homes in the village, but most are occupied. Only this one remains vacant. However, this house is said to be haunted at night. If you prefer another, you'll need the consent of those already living there. As the village chief, I can't just assign you a spot. So what's your choice? Hell no. Who'd live in a haunted house? I'd rather clean someone else's toilet. I'm out of here, you'll find another place myself. I'm not staying either. You'll go somewhere else. In an instant, among the survivors who'd arrived by helicopter, only Chu Heji's group remained. Village Chief Liu glanced at the sky, which was darkening rapidly, signaling the approach of nightfall. Here's the key to this house. If you want to stay, just unlock the door and move in. It's still unclaimed. If not, bring the key to the office at the helicopter landing site tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. If you need anything, find the guards at the duty station at the village's east end. Take care, Village Chief. No need to see me off. It's getting late and I have things to do. I'll head back now. Chu Heju watched Liu hurry away and shook his head. Boss, what should we do? Move in. What era is this? Haunted. I don't buy it. Let's go. Since it's unclaimed, it's ours from now on. Chu Heju took out the key and unlocked the old wooden door. Creak. Creak. Groan. The door swung open with a delayed eerie screech, as if it hadn't been touched in ages. Under the dimming sky, the sound was genuinely unsettling. Chu Heju promptly produced 4 flashlights, one for each person. As a precaution, he also handed out pistols and readied his own assault rifle, just in case there were ghosts to gun down. Upon entering the yard, Chu Heju noticed a wall directly facing the entrance with passages on both sides leading to the back. He chose the right path. Boss, look. As they turned the corner, Xu Xingyao shrieked. Following her finger, Chu Heju saw an ancient well beside the yard emitting a faint green glow. What the hell? Every hair on Chu Heji's body stood on end. What was that? The women beside him broke out in goosebumps from fear. Even Bian Lihui, a former Special Forces member, felt a chill of terror. Don't be afraid. It's just an old well with a green glow. Boss, that may be, but why is it glowing green? I don't know. I'm starting to regret choosing this yard. To light up the area, Chu Heju took out a Molotov cocktail and tossed it near the well. After 4 or 5, the dim yard brightened considerably. With the flashlights, their fear subsided. Whatever was at the bottom of the well, Chu Heju had no intention of investigating at night. It would be terrifying enough to kill. He lit another Molotov, approached the well and dropped it in. Then he quickly backed away, watching from a distance. Flap flap. As the bottle fell, an unknown sound erupted from the well. A glowing creature burst out, followed by a second, a third, until a swarm of luminous beings emerged. They soared into the sky, forming a massive glowing dragon-like chain. The swarm then turned its target, Chu Heju and his group in the yard. Open fire. As the luminous swarm closed in, Chu Heju gave the order. Gunfire erupted and countless glowing creatures fell from the sky. But some slipped through, crashing into their flashlights, shattering the glass. Turn off the flashlights. Chu Heju realized the creatures weren't attacking them, they were targeting the lights. Turning off the flashlight, the luminous creatures immediately ceased their attack, then surged into the sky once more, heading toward other glowing courtyards in the village, while many others plunged directly into the flames created by the Molotov cocktails in the yard. In an instant, thousands of luminous beings rose from the ancient well, scattering in all directions. The fires in the courtyard were extinguished one after another by these bizarre creatures, and the well once again fell into darkness. At that moment, screams erupted from all around the village, presumably as the luminous creatures attacked others. Once the yard had again sunk into darkness, Chu Heju turned on his flashlight. The ground was littered with the luminous creatures they had killed. He walked over, crouched down, and carefully examined them. These are fireflies. The women, hearing Chu Heju's claim, curiously knelt to inspect them as well. Fireflies this big. They are the size of a hamster. Looking at the dead fireflies on the ground, their abdomens still rhythmically flickering on and off, there was no doubt they were giant versions of fireflies. It seems animals aren't just mutating, they are also growing larger. Chu Heju stared at the hamster-sized fireflies, their bodies having expanded 100-fold. If such a small creature could grow this big, what about a tiger? 100-fold larger tiger would be the size of a building. Chu Heju dared not even imagine it. A building-sized tiger would mean certain death, there would be no hope of victory. However, the screams in the village soon ceased. Chu Heju knew it wasn't because the survivors had been killed, they had simply realized these were just oversized fireflies, completely harmless. I told you, all that talk about ghosts, they were just scaring themselves over the green glow from the well. It was only a bunch of mutated fireflies. Boss is awesome. Come on, everyone's tired. Let's get some rest. Chu Heju strode toward the room. Though he had identified the source of the strange phenomena, he remained cautious. Instead of barging in, he tossed a flashlight inside first. After confirming there was no unusual movement, he quietly pushed open the door. The room was extremely simple, unlike the typical rural courtyard homes. It consisted of only 3 sections, a central hall and 2 bedrooms on the east and west sides, an oddly straightforward layout. Chu Hejun inspected the room thoroughly. There were no mutated creatures, no zombies, and aside from a thick layer of dust, nothing else was amiss. 2 bedrooms, 1 for each pair. Unfortunately, I'm a man. How about this, you 3 women sort it out and I'll make do in the hall for the night. Boss, that won't do. You're the boss, we can't let you sleep in the hall. I'll take the hall. Old Chu, who's the boss here? Do I need to repeat myself? Fine then, I'll take the west bedroom alone. With my build, sharing a bed with anyone would be torture. Alright, go get it ready. Got it. Xu Xingya scurried off to prepare the room. Chu Heju turned his gaze to Xie Yuhe and Bian Lihui. To be honest, the lowly and the older woman both appealed to Chu Heju's tastes, but he knew that some people were only meant to be admired. Crossing the line would bring endless complications. Ladies, how about you take the east bedroom? No need, boss Chu. I'll also sleep in the hall. There are plenty of chairs here, we can push them together, 1 for you, 1 for me. Whatever works for you. Sister Xie, you take the east bedroom then. Alright, I'm a bit tired. I'll head in first. Chu Heju and Bian Lihui pushed the chairs together in the hall, forming 2 makeshift beds facing each other. Chu Heju lay down immediately. Good night, boss Chu. Bian Lihui lay down not far from him, her back to him. Good night, Chu Heju replied softly. Exhausted, he soon drifted into sleep. The fireflies from the ancient well spread to every illuminated corner of the village. However, the survivors soon discovered that these fireflies were incredibly easy to kill. A single blow from a stick or an axe sufficed, far easier than dealing with zombies. Their initial fear quickly subsided. The next day the sun rose as usual. Many survivors rose early to begin their daily tasks. These tasks were nothing more than keeping themselves occupied. Idleness would drive anyone mad. That day Chu Heju also woke up early. Although the mystery of the green glow from the ancient well had been solved, he felt it was still necessary to seal it. So he got up early to prepare for the task. Stepping out of the room, Chu Heju felt something was missing. Oh right, what happened to the firefly corpses we killed last night? The yard was now devoid of any firefly remains. Aside from the sticky residue left behind, the bodies had vanished. Chu Heju retrieved his crossbow and approached the ancient well, cautiously peering down. The well was pitch black, he couldn't see the bottom. Damn, how deep is this well? Regardless of its depth, Chu Heju had no intention of exploring it, who knew what might emerge. Spotting a marble table nearby, he lifted its top and placed it over the well's opening. Now there's nothing to worry about. We can rest easy. Though he didn't know what had taken the firefly corpses, at least the well was no longer a concern. Chu Heju clapped his hands together and surveyed the courtyard. Besides the ancient well on the east side, there was a millstone on the west, a pile of farming tools in one corner, and a wheelbarrow with flat tires, clearly abandoned for a long time. Creak. A door opened behind him. Chu Heju turned to see Bian Lihui. Good morning, Captain Bian. You up even earlier than me. Don't call me captain anymore. Since I left Donghua town, that title has become meaningless. I'm sorry about your teammates. Chu Heju knew that Bian Lihui's squad had stayed behind in Donghua town, and the memory must still pain her. It's not that they're all dead. At the time I was the only one in Donghua town, the other 4 were patrolling outside. When the zombies surrounded the town, they never came back. Are you saying that your teammates are all alive? At least they didn't die before my eyes. It leaves me with something to hold on to. Captain Bian, what are your plans now? Just call me Lihui from now on. I don't have any immediate plans. You'll see how things go. I might continue my old line of work. If I'm needed here, I'll serve as a guard or patrol. I'm a retired squad member after all, and that's what I'm good at. Lihui, I have an impertinent request. Would you consider being my bodyguard? Bodyguard? Yes, a bodyguard. Heju, you're an ordinary person. Why do you need a bodyguard? I'm afraid of dying. Alright, that sounds reasonable enough. I'm speechless. But I'm expensive. Can you afford me? Name your price. It sounds like some kind of shady deal. You're overthinking it. I'm serious. Name your price. I already have 1 bodyguard, and with you that makes 2. Imagine walking around with 2 beautiful female bodyguards behind me. That would be quite the sight. You're not talking about that chubby girl, are you? Who's calling me chubby behind my back? At that moment Xu Xingya strode out of the room, her presence commanding. Ahem. Even for Bian Lihui, who had a thick skin, being caught gossiping was extremely awkward. Old Xu, you're fat. Can't a person state the truth? What's wrong with being fat? Did I eat your rice? Alright, old Xu, being fat has its advantages and being thin has its troubles. Don't agonize over it so much. I like you just the way you are, fat and all. Boss, are you serious? I mean, with you being this fat, just standing there as a bodyguard is intimidating enough. Heju, then why are you asking me to be your bodyguard? I'm not fat, you know, Tilda. You're a retired Special Forces member. I can make an exception. Heju. So you're saying I got the bodyguard job through connections? You could see it that way. And what about Xu Xingyao? Huh? She begged me to let her be my bodyguard, didn't you, old Xu? Boss, can we not bring up the past? Fine, I'll be your bodyguard. But I'm a retired special forces soldier and the patrol captain of Donghua town. Given my credentials, my salary should at least be double Xu Xingyao's. No way. Boss, listen to me. Pay should be based on body size. All those so-called credentials of hers are worthless in my eyes. The salary will be the same for both of you. Whoever performs better and achieves more will consider a raise. Deal. Bian Lihui agreed immediately. In terms of skill and performance, she was confident she could outdo some wild chubby girl. Otherwise all those years of training would have been for nothing. So lively. What were you all chatting about? Sister Xie, you're awake. I finally had a good sleep. I didn't expect to be the last one up. What were you talking about? Nothing much. I just hired Bian Lihui as my bodyguard. Little Chu, you've become quite the big boss hiring bodyguards already. Not bad. It's the apocalypse now, how can I go out without a few bodyguards? Boss. Look over there. Suddenly Xu Xingyao stared at the distant sky, her eyes wide with shock. Everyone quickly looked up. In the distant sky a massive black shadow was rapidly approaching. Not good. Everyone get inside. Though he didn't know what the huge shadow was, Zhu Heju knew it couldn't be anything good. The group rushed into the house as the enormous creature landed directly in the courtyard. Zhu Heju peered through the crack in the door and saw a bizarre creature land in the yard. Isn't that a bat? Why is it out in broad daylight? A bat. Zhu Heju looked again and realized the strange creature was indeed a bat. It was as tall as a person shuffling toward the ancient well. But Zhu Heju had covered the well with a marble slab. The mutated bat flew up its claws, shoving the marble top aside before diving straight in. What the hell? Is this hole a bat cave? Wasn't it for the mutated fireflies before? Zhu Heju wondered if he should stay in this courtyard. Having bats as neighbors was hardly a good thing. Fireflies didn't eat people, but bats were carnivores. And this mutated bat was as tall as a person, strong enough to lift a heavy marble slab. Catching a person would be no problem. Boss, what do we do? First, seal up the well. There was no other choice. Zhu Heju decided to block the well. If the marble slab was too light, he would move the millstone from the west side. Let's go. Zhu Heju dashed out of the yard, first quietly covering the well mouth with the marble slab again. Then the group carried the millstone over and placed it on top of the marble slab. Bang bang bang. After all that, a knock came at the door. Old Xu, go see who's there. Yes, boss. Xu Xingyao went to open the door. You folks need something. She opened the door to find 5 or 6 men, all males. They didn't look like good people. Big sister, were your neighbors from next door? We heard someone moved into this haunted courtyard, so we came to see if you were all right. Who are you calling big sister? What are you hoping something happened to us? Dear sister, could you let us into the yard? We're curious about this haunted place. They say strange noises come from here at night and there's a well that glows green. Xu Xingyao called back over her shoulder. Boss, some people want to come in and look around. Let them in. This way, please. Thank you, sister. The leader exchanged a glance with his companions, then turned back with a sly smile at Xu Xingyao. Please lead the way, sister. Xu Xingyao shot him a look and walked into the yard. Boss, it's them. They say they live next door. And this is our boss, Boss Chu. Boss Chu, we live next door. This yard is haunted, didn't you know? The well glows green at night and strange sounds come from it. Didn't you hear anything last night? The green light, you must know what it is by now. It's just mutated fireflies. As for the sounds, they are probably from the fireflies too. So Boss Chu has sealed up the well. To prevent anything else from crawling out. Sealing it solves everything. Boss Chu is quite bold. This courtyard is in a good location. Before, no one dared to live here because of the haunting. Seems you've gotten yourself a bargain. Maybe it was meant for me. Is there anything else, gentlemen? If you're just checking on us, we're fine. We slept well. As for the haunting, it's just mutated animals. If there's nothing else, I have things to attend to and can't entertain you further. Boss Chu, actually we came with another request. Oh? Speak freely. May I ask what relation are these 2 beauties beside you to you? The leader's lecherous eyes swept over Xie Yuhe and Bian Lihui. Oh? Zhu Heji's interest was piqued. So they hadn't come for a tour, they'd come with ill intent. These are all my friends. May I ask what business you have with them? Zhu Heju squinted his eyes and carefully scanned the crowd before him. Though he claimed to be visiting his new neighbors, judging by their expressions, most of them had never truly looked him in the eye. Their gazes were mostly fixed on Xie Yuhe and Bian Lihui. Since they are friends, that makes things easier. Boss Chu, I have taken a liking to the beauties by your side. Would you be willing to part with them? I can, but there is a condition. To their surprise, Zhu Heju agreed without hesitation, almost without a second thought. What condition? As long as it exists in this village, we brothers can get it for you. The condition is simple, also something found in this village, and you can give it to me right now. Oh? What does Boss Chu desire? Chu Heju raised his arm, pointing directly at the head of the man leading the group. Your head's on your shoulders. You. Boss Chu, so you don't intend to part with them after all. How can love be parted with? I have stated my condition, a perfectly fair trade. If you find it agreeable we can proceed, if not you may leave now and I will pretend you were never here. It seems there is no room for negotiation. Brothers, draw your weapons. Swish, swish, swish. Some pulled out large chopping knives from their backs while others produced daggers and kitchen knives from their pockets. Chu Heju had no idea how they had concealed them, nor were they afraid of accidentally injuring themselves. Boss Chu, since we can't make a deal, don't blame me for being rude. Brothers, charge. Leave the fat girl behind, tie up the other two beauties and bring them back. Yes. Whoop whoop whoop. Am I being looked down upon? Xu Xingyao exploded upon hearing this. She was the one being excluded. Like a herd of beasts, the men brandished various blades and charged straight at Xie Yuhe and Bian Lihui, completely ignoring Xu Xingyao, let alone Chu Heju, who was as thin as a sorghum stalk. Squeak. The charging crowd suddenly slammed on the brakes, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Chu Heju inexplicably held an assault rifle in his hand, his fingers gliding over it. I only wish to be a handsome man in peace, but there are always those with no foresight who come looking for trouble. It seems you'll have to waste a few bullets again. Thud. The leader knelt directly before Chu Heju. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I thought you and the sisters-in-law were new here and unfamiliar with the area, surely bored to death. So I brought some brothers to put on a play for you to amuse you. How was our performance, big brother? Yes, big brother, we came to cheer you up. The lackeys, quick to catch on, knelt alongside their leader before Chu Heju. A play? Do you think I'd believe that? Big brother, it's the absolute truth. I swear on my head, if I'm lying may my head roll. What's your name? Big brother, I'm Wang Fugui. Just call me Xiao Wang. Phut. Xie Yuhe couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Little turtle. What are your orders, sister-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. This is my sister Xie, not your sister-in-law. Watch your tongue. Apologies, sister Xie, I thought you were the big brother's sister-in-law. Wang Fugui wanted to slap himself twice. Who would have thought this man had a gun? No matter how skilled one is in martial arts, a kitchen knife is still feared, but even the sharpest blade is useless against a single bullet. Their cleavers and daggers were nothing before an assault rifle. Wang Fugui, is it? Your humble servant is here. I don't care if what you said was true or false. All of you remember this, your heads are mine, but for now I'll lend them back to you. From this moment on your lives belong to me. You must obey my orders unconditionally. Anyone who dares to defy me will have their head reclaimed immediately. Understood? Understood. The men on their knees shouted loudly, thinking that as long as they survived for now, once they escaped, who would know who they were? One more thing, I despise betrayal. If anyone tries to sneak away, I will make them understand what it means to die in rhythm. Unless they leave this world, I will find them no matter how far, and shredding them to pieces will be the least of their punishments. At that moment, several hearts in the crowd skipped a beat. Though they had harbored hope before, no one dared to be the first to test the waters now, for everyone knew that the bird that sticks its neck out gets shot. Your humble servants dare not. HMPH. Get up. Your first task, clean the entire courtyard spotless by noon. Otherwise I'll show you what it means to beg for death in vain. Yes, big brother. What are you kneeling for? Go. The men scrambled to their feet and prepared to clean. Wait. What are your orders, big brother? Do you need knives and guns to clean? Drop all your weapons. If I find anyone carrying a weapon, I'll tie them up and feed them to the zombies. Clang clang. With the sound of metal clashing, the men scrambled to throw their weapons onto the ground. Good heavens. There were not just the obvious ones: cleavers, daggers, butterfly knives, knuckle dusters, paper knives, and even a razor. After dropping so many weapons, the lackeys rushed to start cleaning. Logically, since these men were of dubious origins and malicious intent, Chu Heju could have given each one a bullet. Killing is simple, just a bullet away. But conquering a person, making them submit willingly without a hint of defiance, is infinitely harder than mere killing. For instance, if he had shot these 6 men dead on the spot, it would have felt satisfying and cleared his mind. But then he would have had to dispose of the bodies and clean up the blood himself, wasting the entire morning. The smell of blood might even attract all sorts of mutated creatures, leading to another fierce battle. But now, not only did he avoid dealing with corpses, he also saved 6 bullets. More importantly, he gained 6 free laborers to clean the courtyard, which had been abandoned for a long time. This spared the beautiful ladies the trouble of cleaning it themselves. Imaginious. Chu Heju directly stowed away the assault rifle, which had long been out of ammunition, brandishing it merely as a bluff to intimidate others. Go back and pack up, we'll take a look around later. Chu Heju instructed the women to tidy up and dismissed them. Seizing the moment while the others cleaned the yard, he discreetly collected the blades from the ground. The fewer who knew about the warehouse's function, the better. Little Wang. Our boss, your humble servant, is here. You lot stay here and clean the yard properly. We're new here and we'll go for a stroll. When I return, I'll inspect your work. Do well and you'll be richly rewarded. Fail and the punishment will be severe. Boss, rest assured, we'll sweep this yard spotless. Good, then get to it. We're off. Take care, boss. Zhu Heju led the three women out of the courtyard. After all, this was a new place. At the very least they needed to familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain. Brother Wang, let's make a run for it. Run your damn head. Wang Fugue directly rapped his underling on the skull. Brother Wang, why do you hit me? It's you I'm hitting. If you hadn't egged me on from the start, I wouldn't have been possessed by lust. Damn it, we didn't even know their background before coming. If I'd known they had guns, I'd never have come even if you killed me. Brother Wang, you can't blame me for this. Who knew they had guns? What a loss, sending the troops only to lose the battle. Didn't get a bite of meat, just ended up with a stench. Brother Wang, now that they're gone, let's leave too. Leave. Go where? Back next door. Wait for them to return and knock with that assault rifle. Brother Wang, maybe we can run far away. Leave Longmen Village. Is your head full of water? Leave Longmen Village for where? Go fight zombies for territory. Brother Wang, what do we do then? We can't really become this guy's housekeeping aunties, can we? He has a gun. What can you do? Or do you want to race a bullet? Besides, he's taken all our weapons. What do we have to fight him with? Brother Wang, I noticed they left without taking our knives. I bet they hid them in the house. Hidden? Yeah, they left empty-handed, not even carrying luggage. Let's go inside and grab our gear first. Without a decent tool in hand, even breathing feels cautious. The group rushed into the room and began searching. Unfortunately, the room was exceedingly simple and bare a single glance sufficed to scan the entire space. Brother Wang, nothing here. Brother Wang, nothing on my end either. Strange. Where did they hide all those blades? Brother Wang, maybe they wrapped them up and took them. Damn, they are really cautious. Brother Wang, what do we do now? We need a two-pronged plan. First, clean up properly. We'll discuss escape after we're done cleaning. The men, feeling humiliated, reluctantly took on the role of housekeeping staff in Zhu Heju's yard. Brother Wang, how heavy do you think that millstone is? How did those guys carry it up here? Let me try. Heave-ho. Wang Fugue braced himself and wrapped his arms around the large millstone. Phut. Good heavens, the millstone barely budged, but Wang Fugue strained so hard he let out a fart. Hee hee. The others burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Give me a hand. Coming. Two men still couldn't move the millstone. Eventually it took four of them to barely lift it. Whoosh. At that moment a black shadow instantly darted out from the gap between the ancient well and the millstone. Brother Wang. Brother Wang. Something ran out from in there. Two underlings standing nearby pointed in terror at the creature that had emerged from the crevice. Squeak. Ah. The black creature was the mutated bat that had burrowed inside a full man's height. The two underlings, terrified, fled toward the yard's exit, but they were no match for the mutated bat's speed. In the blink of an eye it caught up to one of them and sank its fangs into his neck. Ah. Brother Wang, help. Save. Bang. Meanwhile Wang Fugue and the others stood dumbfounded, finally setting down the millstone. Damn it, what the hell was that? Boss, let's run. If we don't, it'll be too late. What are we waiting for? Run. The mutated bat had been freed and in an instant it drained one underling into a desiccated husk. Zhu Heju was unaware of the chaos in the yard. At that moment he stood at the southernmost entrance of Longmen Village. It was said to be the only passage to the outside world. Arriving at the village entrance, Zhu Heju spotted two guard posts, each manned by a soldier with a loaded rifle. Their defensive measures were evidently thorough, complete with sentries. Below the watchtowers were barricades and at the entrance a heavy machine gun was mounted, a weapon Zhu Heju had never seen before. Nearby stood a small glass-walled booth where several soldiers sat. A total of 5 sentries guarded an ordinary village entrance, a rather generous deployment. Halt. Who goes there? A soldier stepped out of the guardhouse, weapon ready, and shouted at Zhu Heju. We just arrived yesterday and aren't familiar with the area. Just taking a look around. Go somewhere else. The village is sealed, no one leaves. Yes sir, we'll be on our way. Zhu Heju didn't cause trouble for the guards, after all it was their duty and he couldn't just leave the village without permission. On either side were slopes ascending into the hills. With the heavy machine gun at the entrance it truly seemed like a fortress that one man could defend against 1,000. Zhu Heju led the women on a continued tour of the small village, this time arriving at the square where the helicopter had landed earlier. But now it had transformed into a bustling market with stalls lining the entire square. What's this? Everyone's setting up stalls. Talk about cutthroat competition. Hey buddy, want some cigarettes? Licking Zhonghua Panda, these are all collector's editions and there are fewer packs every day. Just 10 packs of compressed biscuits for 1 pack. How about it? A chubby young man enthusiastically pitched his wares to Zhu Heju. Zhu Heju glanced at a simple wooden box neatly lined with rows of cigarette packs, evoking the nostalgic image of a street vendor selling smokes. Don't listen to him. I only charge 5 packs of compressed biscuits. Come take a look at mine, buddy. Another skinny guy sidled up to Zhu Heju hawking his cigarettes. Compressed biscuits. Zhu Heju was puzzled. What were compressed biscuits and how had they become a hard currency? Young man, surely you've heard of compressed biscuits. I'm ashamed to admit, I only arrived yesterday and truly know nothing of them. A young man, let me tell you, head to the exchange room beside the office. There you can trade for compressed biscuits, and indeed for all manner of supplies. Compressed biscuits being food are easy to store and boast an exceptionally long shelf life, thus they've become our de facto currency. Oh, so such a place exists. Let me whisper this to you, the military established it expressly to facilitate trade among civilians like us. After all, paper money is obsolete, useless here. With so many people crammed into this place, we needed a stable, universally accepted medium of exchange. And compressed biscuits. Perfectly suited, compact, durable and enduring. That makes sense. You'll go have a look at the exchange room right away. All right then, young man, don't forget to return after exchanging. 1 pack of cigarettes costs 5 compressed biscuits. Agreed. Zhu Heju gave a courteous bow to the slender youth, still uncertain of the exchange ratio for compressed biscuits. As he walked away, the slender youth and the plump one behind him erupted into mutual recriminations. Zhu Heju shook his head. Merely petty rivalry over business, hardly worth his attention. They exchanged only a few sharp words before resuming their sales pitches as if nothing had happened. Miss, please spare me a compressed biscuit, I haven't eaten in days and neither has my mother. A ragged little girl approached Xiaoyu, her small hands grimy and outstretched. In these times even beggars no longer asked for cash, only compressed biscuits. Little sister, none of us ladies carry any, but your elder brother does. Still, you'll need to wait a moment. Would you be willing to wait? Uncle, I'll wait. Uncle. You're addressing me. Yes, uncle. I'm terribly sorry, little one, I just recalled I don't actually have any compressed biscuits on me. My apologies. Zhu Heju spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He'd intended to give her one after exchanging, only to be instantly dubbed uncle. Xiao Chu. Xia, I truly have none, I trust you know that. Young man, why haven't you gone to exchange for compressed biscuits yet? At that moment the slender cigarette vendor reappeared beside Zhu Heju. Brat, have you started peddling your tears again? Get lost. Clear off. The slender youth promptly shooed the little beggar girl away. What on earth are you doing? Young man, you wouldn't understand. This girl isn't short of compressed biscuits, not at all. Her family stockpiles more than most people here. She simply enjoys playing the part, feigning destitution to stir others' pity. There are people like that. Precisely, never judge by appearances. Had I not intervened, wouldn't you have handed her a compressed biscuit on the spot? Then I owe you my thanks. Don't mention it, just buy extra cigarettes from me later. Come along, I'll take you myself. Others might try to swindle you, but with me present they won't dare. Then I'm in your debt. Zhu Heju fell into step behind the slender youth. Having a local guide might well save him both time and trouble. My surname is Zhong. At home I'm the third son, so mother simply named me Zhong-san. May I ask your esteemed name, young man? Zhong-san, truly an unremarkable, almost comical name. I am Zhu Heju. Zhu Heju followed the slender youth straight to the entrance of the exchange room, yet strangely it stood eerily deserted with not a single soul queued to trade. Brother Chu, we've arrived. The slender youth called out to a soldier in uniform standing inside. Hey brother Wang, Sister Shu isn't here today, is she? Little Zhong, you're mistaken. Sister Shu is inside. Missing her already, are you? Heh. Who doesn't miss Sister Shu around here? By the way, brother Wang, I've brought my friend today to exchange some compressed biscuits. Any stock left? Well, we do have compressed biscuits in stock, but supplies are critically scarce now. So the exchange rate has been adjusted upward. You know the situation, most of Longmanshan military base remains under zombie control. With so many mouths to feed, even abundant stocks would quickly dwindle. You see the logic, don't you? Brother Wang speaks wisely. Then what's the current rate? 1 zombie blood crystal per pack of compressed biscuits. 1 standard weapon per pack. For everything else, we'll inspect the item first then decide. So few. Weren't we getting 5 packs before? Little Zhong, I told you supplies are scarce. These aren't the old days. Now conservation is paramount. Then Zhong turned back toward Zhu Heju. Brother Chu, what do you have? A weapon. Standard weapons included kitchen knives or daggers. Anything longer qualified as a rudimentary weapon, and fetched a slightly higher rate. As for zombie blood crystals, few possessed them, they resided deep within zombie skulls and zombies weren't easily slain. Moreover, not every zombie even carried one. 1 zombie blood crystal for a single pack of compressed biscuits. A miserly deal indeed. Zhu Heju's energy drinks and other provisions, products of his system, were vastly superior to ordinary rations. These traders were stingier than expected. He hoped a local guide would secure better terms, but so far no real advantage emerged. And what about this? Zhu Heju glanced coolly at the so-called brother Wang, and placed a handgun squarely upon the table. A handgun? You actually own a handgun? Name your price. Brother Chu, you should have mentioned this earlier. What's wrong? Handguns are classified as mid-tier firearms, the bare minimum value is 20 packs of compressed biscuits. TSK, sounds quite generous. Little Zhong, that was before. Didn't I say? Supplies are scarce. Right now a handgun fetches only 5 packs. What? So few. Little Zhong, you stay outside killing zombies so you wouldn't know nowadays it takes 10 rounds from a handgun to bring one down. Zombies have grown stronger, the handgun's utility has sharply declined. Add to that the dire supply shortage. Understood. If it's worth so little I'll keep it, as a collector's piece. Chu Heju immediately withdrew the weapon. Ridiculous, why trade a functional firearm for 5 packs of biscuits when he lacked for neither food nor need? Fair enough, consider it carefully. Stocks are limited. Tomorrow you might only get 3 packs for the same gun. Decide soon. Chu Heju didn't linger. He'd merely sought to gauge the market, 5 packs for a handgun. Only a fool would agree. Little Zhong, wait a moment. I'll exchange for some cigarettes. The exchange officer called out to Zhong-san, apparently craving a smoke. Whether he'd pay remained anyone's guess. Right away, Brother Wang, what brand would you prefer? Zhong-san bowed deferentially, finally a sale in sight. Chu Heju, disinterested, simply turned and left the exchange room. Chu Heju was too lazy to wait for Zhaoyang, it was their transaction and he didn't want to watch from the sidelines. However, after Chu Heju left, the two didn't proceed with the cigarette deal. Zhaoyang, is this guy you brought reliable? Does he even want his commission? Brother Wang, he had 3 women with him, so I thought he was a big spender. Who knew he'd be so stingy not trading a single item? Alright, go on. Bring in suitable marks and your commission won't be short. Thanks in advance, Brother Wang. Go on. Sure thing, Tilda. Chu Heju walked toward the square just as a few people rushed over in panic. He looked, wasn't that Wang Fukue and his crew? Had they finished cleaning? Boss, something terrible. From afar, Wang Fukue spotted Chu Heju at first glance, not because Chu was so recognizable but because the beauties beside him were too eye-catching, especially with many nearby staring at them. Xiao Wang, what's the rush? Boss, a giant bat flew out of the ancient well and bit one of my men to death. What? Didn't I seal the well with a millstone? Well. This? Wang Fuge's eyes darted, stammering, clearly they were the ones at fault. You're more trouble than help. Chu Heju dashed toward his own courtyard. After all, this was his home. If it was littered with bloody corpses, how could he live there? The assault rifle was useless now, out of ammo, so Chu Heju had to rely on a simple crossbow. Before reaching the courtyard gate, he saw a giant mutated bat attacking survivors in the street. Help. Cries for help mingled with screams. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate survivor was drained into a dried corpse. Damn, is this a bat or a vampire? Chu Heju narked an arrow and aimed at the bat still feasting on blood. Whoosh. The crossbow bolt shot straight at the mutated bat. Unlike usual, this bolt froze the bat solid on impact. Yes. This? The belated beauties and Wang Fuge's men were stunned by the sight. What did this mean? A new human? Xie Yuhe frowned. Chu Heju had been an ordinary human just moments ago, yet now had suddenly advanced to a new human. This wasn't simple ice, it had frozen the entire bat. Xie Yuhe had seen Xiao Yao's awakening, his was fire. Was Chu Heju's ice? A new human. Boss is a new human. Wang Fukue was utterly shocked. If he'd feared Chu Heju's assault rifle before, now he feared Chu Heju himself. The village had only one new human, Sister Shu at the exchange house, who guarded it. But now there was another, and he was their boss. Wang Fuge's eyes brimmed with tears. With their boss as a new human, wouldn't they walk with their noses in the air in this village? Crack. But before their joy could last, the ice on the frozen bat shattered. Squeak. A piercing shriek rang out as the bat's hatred locked onto Chu Heju. Only 1 second. Chu Heju hadn't attacked while the bat was frozen, wanting to see how long his awakening skill could hold it. Unfortunately, it was merely a second. But it's enough. Chu Heju fired again at the lunging bat. Whoosh. 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 3 bolts in a row, none triggering the freeze. Watch out. Bian Lihui warned in time, but Chu Heju calmly narked another arrow. Whoosh. On the 4th shot, the bat froze again. Chu Heju quickly widened the distance, but this time he didn't idle, he kept firing. The ensuing battle was neither brutal nor spectacular. By now a crowd had gathered, vendors from the square. They saw a scrawny weirdo in a baseball cap and straw sandals playing fetch with a bat using his crossbow. Yes, the legendary kiting tactic. At first everyone feared the bat, but seeing it freeze mid-flight and crash, then freeze and crash again until it never rose, they almost felt a strange illusion. Was killing a mutated bat this easy? Though it was the first mutant bat they'd seen, it seemed far harder to kill than zombies. System killed a second-tier mutant animal. Level 1. Current level tier 1, level 1. Damn, killing a second-tier enemy only gets me 1 level. That meant even killing first-tier foes wouldn't grant levels now. Hell, it seemed he was destined to be the coolest guy in this dimension. He had to slay above his rank to live up to his identity. After killing the bat, Chu Heiju ignored the onlookers, pulled out a dagger and began dissecting its head. Soon he retrieved a blood crystal the size of a pigeon egg. My god, such a big blood crystal. Damn, how is it this huge? How many compressed biscuits could that get? I bet a pack of spicy sticks, at least 20 packs of biscuits. Just then a spirited woman strode over to Chu Heiju as he worked. Hello, I'm Shu Liangliang, the officer in charge of resource exchange in Longmen Village. Are you willing to trade that blood crystal? I can offer you 100 packs of compressed biscuits. Before Chu Heiju could respond, the crowd erupted. What? Did I hear that right? 100 packs? That's insane. Damn, that guy struck it rich. I just asked, a blood crystal only gets 1 pack now. That's worth 100 crystals. What do you know? Rarity makes value. Have you ever seen a crystal this big? 100 packs of biscuits, I could get some women with that. Women, you'll die on them one day. Sorry, not trading. Chu Heiju replied softly, but his words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt. What? The crowd gasped again. Refusing 100 packs for 1 crystal, was this guy out of his mind? No problem. If you change your mind, feel free to find me. Alright, if I do, I'll come to you. Make way, make way. The crowd parted once more as several armed guards arrived. When the mutated bat had attacked the survivors earlier, someone had reported seeing a vampire bat, so they had temporarily dispatched 2 men to kill it. But upon seeing the massive mutated bat in the center, they were stunned. They had assumed the vampire bat wouldn't be very large, yet the bat's corpse was as big as an adult human. However, it seemed the mutated bat had already been killed. Their gazes turned to Officer Shu in the middle, as only she possessed the capability to slay such a colossal mutated bat. Officer Shu. Both men saluted Shu Liangliang directly. All is well here. A mutated bat was attacking the villagers and it has been neutralized. Proceed to the village entrance and stand guard. Yes, sir. The 2 men turned and left. Though intensely curious about the enormous mutated, but they understood their duty. Then Shu Liangliang turned to Chu Heiju and said, "May I ask your esteemed name, young friend?" Chu Heiju. Brother Chu, would you allow us to take the corpse of this mutated bat? Rest assured we won't take it for nothing. Name your price in compressed biscuits. The corpse is useless to me. Take it if you wish and give me whatever compressed biscuits you see fit. Excellent, Brother Chu is straightforward. How about this? I'll give you 100 packs of compressed biscuits for the bat's corpse. What? A corpse can fetch 100 packs of compressed biscuits. I'm so jealous. The onlookers erupted in exclamations once more. Could a mutated bat corpse really be traded for 100 packs of compressed biscuits? This was merely a residual corpse from which the blood crystal had already been extracted, utterly worthless. TSK, I seem to see a circle of greened monsters. Xu Xingye rested her giant hammer on her shoulder, looking on as if enjoying a show. 100 packs of compressed biscuits was no small sum. In the past someone would surely have coveted them, but now that the boss had revealed his strength as a new human, no one would be foolish enough to try anything, she thought. Alright, as you say, Officer Shu. Chu Heiju didn't refuse. Why turn down compressed biscuits that came to him? He knew Officer Shu was likely doing him a favor. Sister Shu, is this appropriate? 100 packs of compressed biscuits. Our supplies are scarce. If I recall correctly, I am the head of the exchange office. Yes, Sister Shu is right. Then what are you waiting for? Go fetch the compressed biscuits. Yes, Sister Shu. Wang Xiangwei turned to fetch the biscuits, but his eyes were cold and his teeth ground audibly. He had to scheme and cheat just to earn a little extra, yet Shu Liangliang casually gave away 100 packs for a corpse without a blood crystal. Damn it, if not for her being a new human, he wouldn't have to swallow this insult. What's going on here? Another voice rang out from the edge of the crowd. Shu Liangliang looked up and saw it was Manager Liu. Manager Liu. Shu Liangliang greeted him. I didn't sleep well last night, and just as I try to catch up on rest, a big mess breaks out. It seems things can't run without me. Manager Liu put on an air of importance, putting on airs in this tiny village. Manager Liu, the issue has been resolved. Sorry to disturb your rest. No matter, I'm awake now. What happened earlier to cause such a commotion? Hey, what's that corpse on the ground? A bat. How is it so huge? Where did this monster come from? Manager Liu, still groggy, was suddenly jolted wide awake. This was the first time he had seen such a massive mutated bat. Well. Shu Liangliang was momentarily at a loss, as she truly didn't know where the mutated bat had come from. Shu Liangliang had been so focused on asking Chu Heiju for the blood crystal and the bat's corpse that she hadn't bothered to inquire about its origin. Brother Chu, do you know where this mutated bat came from? To be honest, I don't know its origin either. However, this morning I saw it flying from the back mountain. Are there any caves or such back there? The back mountain. Manager Liu grew tense. There was indeed a cave in the back mountain, but since the apocalypse began no one had ventured there for a long time. Could this mutated bat have truly flown out of that cave? I must report this to my superiors immediately. Bats are not solitary creatures. If there's one, there could be a whole swarm. Manager Liu hurried away in a panic. The matter could be minor or major, but if it escalated it could lead to the bats wiping out the village. If that happened he would be the first to flee. He had thought this place was a remote survivor base far from authority. If such a threat truly existed he couldn't stay. First he would request the Longmen Mountain military to dispatch forces to clear the cave in the back mountain, ensuring absolute safety. If the military couldn't reinforce he would have a backup plan. At that moment the crowd no longer felt the triumph of defeating a monster or the shock of witnessing Chu Heji's dog-walking tactics. Manager Liu was right. If the back mountain cave was the lair of mutated bats and a swarm of such huge bats appeared, the thought was terrifying. The onlooking survivors dispersed in a scramble, each returning home to lock their doors and pack their belongings, ready to flee to the Longmen Mountain military base if a large-scale bat attack occurred. But they hoped more that the Longmen Mountain military would reinforce them or even directly eliminate the mutated bats in the back mountain cave before they could become a threat. At that moment the exchange officer Wang came staggering over, carrying 2 large cardboard boxes. A few meters from Chu Heju his foot slipped and the boxes crashed to the ground, scattering compressed biscuits everywhere. The boxes hadn't been properly sealed and they broke apart upon impact. Ouch, ouch. Officer Wang sat on the ground clutching his ankle and groaning, apparently having sprained it. Wang Xiangwei, are you alright? Sorry Sister Shu, the biscuits fell on the ground. I can't stand up now, we'll have to trouble that young man to pick them up himself. How could you be so careless? I didn't mean to, Sister Shu. A sprained ankle really hurts. Chu Heju walked over and glanced at Wang Xiangwei on the ground, unsure if he had truly sprained his ankle or was just trying to annoy him. But he didn't care, as he never lacked for underlings. Where is Xiao Wang? Sir, him here. At that moment a man emerged from the crowd, none other than Wang Fugui. You lot gather all the compressed biscuits. There are 100 packs in total. If even one is missing, I'll chop off one of your fingers. For fairness, count them all here in front of me. Make sure none fall into any ditches or crevices or you'll lose them for nothing and then you'll accuse me of wronging you. Chu Heju wondered if Wang Xiangwei had shortchanged him. If so, he wouldn't hesitate to teach that man a lesson he wouldn't forget. Yes, sir. The remaining 5 underlings scurried to work, quickly stacking the scattered compressed biscuits neatly on the ground. Just then Wang Xiangwei, who had been nursing a sprained ankle, suddenly stood up and limped away. Hey Officer Wang, your foot's better. Oh yes, it's fine now. Strange, how did it heal so suddenly? Maybe I'm a miracle healer. Any ailment without a clear cause automatically cures itself around me. Officer Wang, if you have any stubborn conditions feel free to stand by my side, like water in the brain for instance. I guarantee a cure. Of course, of course. It just hit me, there's no one on duty at the exchange office. I must hurry back lest someone arrives and finds no one to serve them. Officer Wang, your dedication to the nation and its people truly sets an example for us all. Everyone should learn from him, understood? Understood. Good. Since you've been so obedient, I'll reward each of you with a compressed biscuit. Thank you, boss, for your generosity. They were overjoyed. After all, one compressed biscuit was worth killing a zombie. But there were no zombies nearby, and with the village sealed off it wouldn't be long before everyone ran out of food. Boss, it seems 10 packs of compressed biscuits are missing. Hearing this, Wang Xiangwei broke into a run and vanished around the street corner in an instant. That Wang Xiangwei. Brother Chu, rest assured I'll make good on the biscuits I promised you. Let me first give you 10 packs from my own pocket to cover the loss. No need, Officer Shu. You've seen for yourself how such people in your ranks chill the hearts of us common folk. Brother Chu, the truth is Officer Wang isn't really my subordinate. Though I outrank him, I have little authority over him. So more often than not I can only offer my apologies. Enough. This is an internal conflict within your ranks and I have no desire to know more. The more I know, the more troubled I become. Everyone's tired, so I'll take my leave. As for the bat carcass, you can handle it yourself, right? No problem. Leave it to me. Then farewell. Farewell. Chu Heju led his group toward his courtyard while Shu Liangliang stared after him, lost in thought. A new human has appeared in Longmen village. I need to report this intel to my superiors. To have tamed the 6 rascals of Longmen so soon after arriving, this man is no ordinary fellow. Gazing at the mutated bat's corpse, Shu Liangliang frowned. Still, she used a plastic bag as a makeshift glove, grabbed the bat's claw and dragged it away. This was the first mutated bat to appear in Longmen village. To alert her superiors, she had to bring the carcass with her. She hauled it to the wall of the exchange office and loaded it onto a pickup truck. Officer Shu, where are you going? Wang Xiangwei, you're in charge here for now. I need to report to the military headquarters at Longmen Mountain. Take care, Sister Shu. Vroom. Vroom. The pickup kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped away. The guards at the village entrance recognized Shu Liangliang's vehicle and let her through without question. To reach the military headquarters at Longmen Mountain, she had to take a detour, first to the Longmen Mountain scenic area where the base was hidden within. Back at the courtyard, Chu Heju and his group found the gate shattered and the screen wall collapsed. Beneath the rubble, half of a dried corpse lay crushed. Damn that mutated bat. It's wrecked my nice yard. The door's smashed to pieces. What am I supposed to do now? Boss, why not move to the next courtyard over? We can give up ours. Yeah, boss. Well, make do here. That's thoughtful of you, but how can a boss take his underling's courtyard? Here's what you'll do, go remove your own gate and install it here. That's the plan. Now get to it. Huh. Boss removed the gate. A herd of wild thoughts stampeded through the underlings' minds. Hadn't he just said a boss wouldn't take his underling's courtyard? And now he was taking the gate instead. Still they reasoned he hadn't taken the courtyard, just the gate. They neatly stacked the compressed biscuits on the millstone and headed to their own courtyard to dismantle the door. Hey. Just two of you go. The rest clean up the yard. The screen wall's down and there's a dry corpse on the ground, get rid of it all. You're a bunch of incompetents who ruin everything. If you just swept the yard properly you wouldn't have let that mutated bat loose. Boss, how are we supposed to know there was a mutated bat under that ancient well? You said it was a mutated firefly. When we tried to lift the millstone a giant bat just flew out. The fireflies are long gone. If that mutated bat hadn't flown in this morning would I have bothered covering the well with such a heavy millstone? Enough, everyone get to work. I'm tired and need to rest. Zhaoyang asked the women to bring all the compressed biscuits into the house. 85 packs. Let's split them equally. Boss, I haven't earned this. Though I'm your bodyguard I've done nothing. I can't take these biscuits. Same here, boss. I just stood around and did nothing. When I say split them you split them. Don't give me all that nonsense. Remember, obey my orders without question. I don't need your opinions. Well. Alright boss, I'll take them. Each took 20 packs. Sister Xia, you take some too. Food is the foundation of life, skip a meal and you'll feel it. Consider this an advance on the rations I'll be distributing. Then I won't be polite. Zhaoyang pocketed the remaining 25 packs. Some might argue he didn't need to share food with them. But think about it, if they were following him wouldn't he have to feed them when mealtime came? Or would he just eat while they watched? Sooner or later he'd have to distribute it. Zhaoyang decided to be straightforward and give it to them now. With these biscuits the women could head to the square stalls and buy whatever supplies caught their fancy. Having done all this, Zhaoyang opened the restocking interface and purchased another 1,000,000 copper coins worth of supplies. A system notification chimed. Functional beverages have been purchased over 999 times. They will no longer appear in the restocking interface and have been added to the mall list for direct purchase. Well, I didn't expect functional beverages to be the first item added to the mall. Zhaoyang switched to the mall and indeed found a new entry for functional beverages priced at 1 copper coin each, but with an infinite supply indicator, meaning he could buy unlimited quantities as long as he had the funds. He directly purchased 999 bottles, spending only 999 copper coins, feeling it was practically free. Meanwhile, the women in the distance were eating compressed biscuits, but Zhaoyang pulled out 2 bottles of functional beverages from her satchel. Sister Xia, Sister Bien, here are some functional drinks. Eating just dry biscuits is too choking, have some of this to wash it down. How can we? Supplies are so scarce now. How about I trade you 2 packs of biscuits for 1 bottle? Ahem, are you forgetting him here? Zhaoyang, holding 4 bottles of functional beverages, handed 1 to each of them. By the way, consider this your daily wage, 2 bottles per day. Boss, are you saying this is unlimited? Yes, you could say that. But do you really have that many? Bien Lihui was still puzzled. After all, Zhaoyang wasn't a functional beverage factory capable of infinite production. Hey Sister Bien, these are matters for the boss to worry about. As bodyguards we just take what we're given. Exactly, Zus got the right idea. If it's given, take it, no need for so many questions. Big brother, someone's here to see you. Wang Fuge's voice came from outside the door. Zhaoyang said to the women beside him, you all eat first, I'll go check it out. He pushed open the door and stepped out alone. In the yard stood an older woman and a young girl. Zhaoyang recognized her, it was the girl who loved to act. Wang, get back to work and make sure that door is installed quickly. Don't let just anyone in. Yes, big brother. You'll have it done in an hour. That's too long. Half an hour at most. Yes, half an hour, well, get it done. Wang Fugue broke out in a cold sweat. Installing a door in half an hour seemed utterly impossible. Zhaoyang didn't see it that way. The door was ready-made, how complicated could it be? Without a little pressure these people wouldn't work efficiently. What brings you here? With a thud the older woman knelt before Zhaoyang and pulled the girl down beside her. Brat, kneel. The young girl slowly followed suit. So I've heard about what happened. This brat was out begging for biscuits in the square again. I've come to apologize on her behalf. Please, for the sake of her being just a child, don't hold it against her. If you hadn't come I'd have forgotten I ever met her. Get up. Honestly, I never gave that incident a second thought. If there's nothing else, please leave. I'm about to have lunch, so I won't keep you. All right. The woman stood up shakily and pulled out a cloth bundle, offering it to Zhaoyang, but he didn't reach out to take it. There are 30 compressed biscuits in here, all that the brat had begged for. Consider it an apology. No need. I told you I never took it to heart. Mom, we've already apologized. Why do we have to give away the biscuits I worked so hard to get? They are for saving Dad's life. A sharp slap echoed as the woman struck the girl. You have no say here. You'll deal with you when we get home. Saving a life. Zhaoyang had never heard of compressed biscuits being life-saving. Compressed biscuits saving lives. Who tricked you into believing that? Uncle, I'm not lying. These biscuits really are for saving Dad. Has been bedridden for a long time. There's a man selling medicine at the square who can cure Dad, but it costs 100 packs of biscuits. I've only managed to save 30, please don't take them. Take your biscuits and get out of my yard. Without hearing more, Zhaoyang began to drive them away. Sir, please don't mind a child. I said get out of my yard. Zhaoyang roared. The poor mother and daughter scrambled out of the yard, bewildered about what they had said wrong to anger the man so much. Even the workers fixing the door looked confused. Weren't they here to apologize? How did it come to this? Wang Fuguei. Here, big brother. Wang Fuguei scurried over again. Big brother, your orders. Do you know that mother and daughter? Know them. All too well. That little girl is always begging in the square, but she has a principle: she won't beg from the same person twice within 3 days. If someone doesn't give, she doesn't pester, she waits until you've almost forgotten her, then shows up again. Some folks get annoyed and just give her biscuits to make her go away. She's collected quite a bit. The mother rarely goes out, I've hardly seen her. Is there a bedridden man in their home? There is, but it's all hearsay. No one's actually been to their place to confirm. Has no one bothered to visit out of kindness? Big brother, without a special reason, no one welcomes uninvited guests. All transactions happen in the square. It's an unwritten rule: without an invitation you don't enter someone's home. This is the apocalypse, everyone's on guard. Uninvited visitors aren't welcome. Fine. Then how did you end up in my house without an invitation? Hey big brother, you're newcomers and don't know the rules yet. Besides, I was curious if this supposedly haunted yard was really uninhabitable. When I know your main goal was to snatch a few women for yourself, but I'm telling you now, don't even think about any woman around me, whether she's mine or not. Otherwise I won't be polite. Big brother, what are you saying? Ever since I pledged loyalty to you, that thought vanished completely. Good. Is the door installed yet? Almost done, big brother. Let's go see.